Ding. Perfectly complete the 7-day regular work and rest schedule without any bad habits, and you will be rewarded with an SSS-level supernatural gift package and 4 system gift blind boxes. Maintain a healthy state every day to get a random breakthrough, level 1 to 3. I swallowed the exclusive nutritional supplement provided by the system, packed my clothes, and prepared to go out. This supplement not only maintains my health, but also keeps me in perfect shape and improves my overall body functions. Even without the training of a warrior, as long as he takes supplements, his physical fitness has already surpassed that of ordinary people. As usual, the system prompts rang in my mind. I looked calm and energetic. The regular work and rest schedule completely got rid of the dark circles under my eyes, and I felt refreshed. 8 hours of sleep is really comfortable. I whispered to myself, said hello to my parents, walked out of the house and headed towards school. Today is a crucial day, the day to awaken your superpowers. Only by awakening your superpowers can you become a true warrior. It has been 2 years since I traveled to this world, and the system has only just arrived. If you keep a regular schedule, live a healthy life, and avoid bad habits, you will continue to become stronger. Today is the time to test your results. The power of a warrior is enough to tear the sky apart, cross the void, and control extraordinary power. I want to become a stronger warrior. In 2110, the world changed suddenly. Starry sky cracks tore the sky apart, and groups of terrifying beasts descended. Human thermal weapons were useless in front of these monsters, and even artillery fire could not break their scales. In the end, nuclear weapons became humanity's last gamble. But when the devastating explosion occurred, humanity realized the true despair. Although nuclear weapons destroyed some of the beasts, they allowed more powerful monsters to absorb radiation and complete their second evolution. However, in the catastrophe, the genetic lock of human beings seemed to be unlocked by mysterious forces. Human beings began to absorb the energy from the cracks in the starry sky, star power. The blood vessels and meridians in the body were transformed into star veins and awakened superpowers. The warriors suddenly appeared and became the saviors of mankind. They united the army and fought the beasts to the end. In the end, they used star power to build a starfield to seal the beasts, and human society gradually recovered. Scientists also obtained special materials from the cracks in the starry sky and combined them with the technology of ancient civilization relics to create powerful spiritual weapons. These spiritual weapons can be activated by star power, enhancing the combat power of warriors and completely changing the way humans fight. From then on, all children with potential to become warriors were sent to special warrior schools, and eventually in the last year of high school, they awakened their special abilities and fought against ferocious beasts. In 2305, Foaming City, Ocean No. 1 Warrior School. On the playground, thousands of students stood in neat rows, and the principal Su Kuan looked solemn and spoke in a thunderous voice. Today is an important day for you to truly become warriors. Awakening your superpowers, defending the country, and entering the star field to hunt down ferocious beasts is our mission. The young men clenched their fists, their faces determined. But I was already looking forward to it. What superpowers would the system's awakening gift package give me? Over the past 2 years, although the beasts have been sealed off in the star field, some have escaped, and ordinary people are simply unable to resist. Only by awakening superpowers and becoming a warrior can one control his own destiny. On the stage, the principal announced, "The awakening ceremony begins." The team slowly moved forward. In front of the stage was a black meteorite, emitting deep star power. This meteorite came from a crack in the starry sky. Just touching it would awaken supernatural powers. The first student stepped forward and touched the meteorite. Boom! White light enveloped his body. 10 seconds later, the light converged and a message appeared on the screen dash, B-level fire ability flame jet. Can spray high-temperature flames from the mouth, with a power 5 times that of ordinary flames. Next, other students gradually awakened their special abilities. E-level enhanced special ability, enhanced vision. Vision enhanced 10 times. Can see details that ordinary people can hardly perceive. E-level enhanced ability, adrenal stimulation. When in crisis, your own strength and explosive power are instantly enhanced. A-level fire ability, Kunshin kick. Both legs are covered with rock armor, and a powerful attack is launched, which has the effect of breaking armor. Finally, it's my turn. Taking a deep breath, I walked towards the black meteorite and placed my hand on it. Zzz, the arc-like light exploded, and my body was enveloped by white light. Then, a black hole-like sphere slowly emerged. Everyone was dumbfounded. because the sphere actually opened a pair of white eyes and revealed a ferocious smile like ripples. Ding! Successfully opened the SSS-level superpower gift package. Please check it out. SSS-level firepower. The art world is coming. Can inject star power into objects, causing explosions that ignore defense, and can be controlled freely. Friendly reminder, do not self-destruct unless necessary. If you want to self-destruct, please prepare a new set of clothes. Ding! The system gift blind box is opened. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Infinite Star Power. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Excitement. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Detonating Clay, Flying Bird times 10. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Detonating Clay, Spider times 10. Passive, Excitement. When encountering hostility, trigger combat mode. Speed, reaction, perception, spirit, and strength are comprehensively improved, and defense can be ignored. Every time an enemy is killed, the status is reset. Passive, unlimited star power. The star power in the body is endless like a perpetual motion machine. The mental power is super enhanced and can be released without limit. Detonating Clay Bird. It looks like a bird, can explode in the air, ignores defense, and its power can be enhanced. Detonating Clay Spider. Shaped like a spider, can cling to the target and then explode, ignores defense, and can be enhanced. Explosion Art plus Self-Destruction Resurrection plus Infinite Star Power plus Excitement equals Invincible. At this moment, I clenched my fists and smiled. System, this is your gift package? I am very satisfied. Self-Destruction and Resurrection? This is simply the perfect Daedara. Not only is the star power unlimited, there is no need to worry about consumption. Even if you awaken your spiritual power and become a spiritualist in the future, you don't need to worry about running out of spiritual power. The only drawback is that it's too perfect. Not to mention the excitement passive skill. Whenever there is danger in the future, my body functions will continue to be strengthened, and I can even fight above my level. It's simply an ace skill. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and a dazzling white light engulfed the entire awakening platform. After a few seconds, the light gradually dissipated, and everyone looked at me in astonishment. I was standing on the stage, my school uniform was in tatters, the ground around me was full of cracks, and the awakening stage was riddled with holes, as if it had been through a war. SSS-level fire ability. The principal's voice was trembling, and his eyes were full of shock. The students reacted quickly and burst into exclamations. This kid actually awakened an SSS-level superpower. Holy crap! I actually witnessed the birth of an SSS-level superpower with my own eyes today. There are probably no more than one handful of people with SSS-level superpowers on Blue Star. I didn't expect one to appear in our school. Since humans awaken their superpowers, all levels of superpowers have been recorded in detail, except for the SSS level, which is extremely rare and is known to be a unique existence. There are only 3 known SSS-level superpower owners in the world. The principal finally came back to his senses, his tone filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. Chin Yu, congratulations, you did not let the school down. I nodded and glanced at the awakening platform behind me with an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, the awakening stone was not blown to pieces and no one else was injured. As if he saw my discomfort, the principal smiled and waved his hand. Don't take it to heart, you can go down first. Understood. I turned and left the awakening platform and walked into the crowd. At this time, a little fat man rushed to my side and patted my shoulder with a shocked face. Brother, you don't work hard at ordinary times. How can you awaken SSS-level superpowers? Tell me, this is fake, right? I must be hallucinating. This fat guy is called Wang Dali, a name that is very straightforward. He just awakened the C-level strengthening ability. Great strength makes miracles happen. He is my deskmate and best friend, and his expression at this moment is full of envy and jealousy. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Ali, you don't understand. This may be a talent. Wang Dali looked confused. Talent? But I really don't see any talent you have. Young man, you still need to work hard. I put my hands behind my back, raised my head, put on an unfathomable look, and strode away. Time passed, and the awakening ceremony ended successfully. Thousands of students completed their awakening. Most of them were low level. Only a few were above S level, and only 2 were SS level. And I was the first student in the school's history to awaken SSS level superpowers. From today on, you have all awakened your special powers. The principal stood on the stage, looking around the audience with a serious tone. You have only one mission: to protect humanity and hunt down ferocious beasts. Go back and practice the Starry Sky martial arts. This is the only way to improve your star power and realm. Only then can you gain stronger superpowers when you awaken for the second time in the future. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Whether you can graduate successfully depends on your own efforts. Yes. Thousands of students said loudly and enthusiastically. The principal nodded with a satisfied look. In the principal's office, Principal Su Kuan sat upright in a chair. The office was crowded with teachers, and everyone had an expression of shock and excitement on their faces. I didn't expect that our school would have an SSS-level genius with supernatural powers. Qin Yu. I've hardly heard of this name before. He doesn't seem to work very hard. Yes, his grades are average, and he doesn't have much time to practice Starry Sky martial arts. However, he takes naps very regularly. Could he be practicing in his dreams? Everyone smiled bitterly at each other, feeling that their worldview had been overturned. The principal was confident. No matter what, our school has produced an SSS-level genius this year. The first place in the college entrance examination will definitely be ours. At night on the street, I was in a very good mood. So I bought 3 fried chicken legs and a can of sugar-free happy water and hummed a song on the way home. The supernatural powers granted by the system are almost a perfect template for Daedara, and even completely make up for the defect that Daedara cannot be resurrected due to his self-destruction, and also add infinite star power, infinite mental power, and the perverted combat enhancement passive of excitement. The streets are full of technology, with suspended cars passing by, skateboards spraying flames, and flying vehicles hovering in the sky. Even with the rise of warriors, technology is still developing at a high speed. Walking near the park, I saw several old men and women dancing square dance, and the Latin dance for couples was very skillful. As expected, no matter in which world, the status of square dance is unshakable. Ah, it's a ferocious beast. The sudden screams broke the tranquility of the night. Run! Help! My leg is broken. There was a panicked cry in the park. My face changed slightly, and I quickly ran towards the sound. As soon as I arrived at the open space in the park, a strong smell of blood hit my nose. A huge monster slowly approached, its body as big as a car. Its dark green eyes exuded chilliness, and its sharp fangs shone coldly in the night. Fierce beast. My pupils shrank slightly, and my steps suddenly stopped, with excitement in my eyes. Finally, I met it. Then let's try the power of SSS-level superpowers. Bone Wolf, a low-level growing beast? My heart was shocked, and I instantly determined that this wolf, as big as a car, was not an ordinary species. It was filled with a strong smell of blood, with eerie bone blades exposed, like the god of death crawling out of hell. This thing grows very fast and is extremely violent. Once it reaches adulthood, it will grow a third eye on its forehead, and its combat power will soar to level 3. Currently, it is only a juvenile, and its strength is equivalent to that of a warrior at level 1. But the question is, how can the beasts in the starfield appear in the city? Anyway, I have awakened the SSS-level superpowers now and am a real warrior. It is my responsibility to hunt down beasts and protect humans. More importantly, this is a perfect target for practice. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. The bone wolf slowly approached the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Its dark green eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and its saliva dripped onto the ground, emitting a disgusting stench. The man's leg was broken. His face turned pale with fear. His whole body was shaking violently. He held on to the ground with both hands and crawled forward with difficulty. But it was of no use. Help, help. His voice was hoarse and desperate, but the people around him had already fled in all directions, and no one dared to look back. Despair, blood, fear. All of this is like a wonderful feast for the bone wolf. It narrowed its eyes, licked the corner of its mouth excitedly, suddenly jumped up, and pounced on the man's head with its bloody mouth. Bang! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a seemingly ordinary stone instantly appeared in front of the bone wolf. Explode! With my low shout, the stone suddenly exploded and turned into a dazzling white light. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the bone wolf's body was blown into a mass of flesh and blood, with broken bones and charred remains flying everywhere, and a strong smell of burning filled the air. The ground collapsed, cracks appeared everywhere. I stood there, slightly raised my eyebrows, looking at the bloody scene. Is it so powerful? I looked down at the middle-aged man. Although his body was burnt black and his clothes were torn, he was unharmed. Phew. Luckily, I controlled it. Otherwise, the explosion would have evaporated both the man and the beast. I squatted down and patted his face. Hey, wake up, it's safe now. The man opened his eyes dazedly, his face full of confusion. Am I dead? Why am I still in the park after death? I laughed. You're still alive. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly touched himself. Apart from a broken leg and a slightly hot face, he was actually fine. After he reacted, his eyes fell on me, and his eyes were immediately filled with gratitude. He bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. You are my savior. It's just a piece of cake. I waved my hand and turned to leave. Wait a minute. He hurriedly stopped me and took out a bank card and handed it to me. There is 5 million in the card. Please accept it. I took it and was about to refuse it, but I found out the card was actually melted. Even his wallet was deformed beyond recognition. I touched my nose, somewhat embarrassed. Uncle, it's really not necessary. But the man was even more determined. Then give me your card number. I'll transfer the money to you. I won't feel at ease if I don't receive the money. Really? I smiled and waved my hand, then turned and walked away. The sirens of police cars and ambulances echoed in the street. Soon, several hover police cars and ambulances came speeding over, and uniformed law enforcement warriors quickly got out of the cars and looked around vigilantly. I took a step forward and handed over my student ID card. Hello, I am a student of Ocean No. 1 Middle School. I have dealt with the beast. The law enforcement captain was a burly man. He took the certificate, frowned, and looked at the body parts on the ground. His pupils shrank slightly. You killed him? He said in a shocked tone. Yes. I nodded. Hearing the noise, the middle-aged man who was receiving treatment shouted loudly, Captain, he saved me. The law enforcement captain looked at me again, the shock on his face becoming more intense. A level 1 bone wolf was easily killed by this young man? Not only that, the star core of the skull wolf was completely shattered. Not even a slag was left. The star core is the energy core of the beast, usually harder than steel and extremely difficult to destroy. Even many warriors who hunt beasts will deliberately protect the star core intact so that they can sell it or absorb its superpowers. But now, the star core was actually blown away. What kind of horrible superpower is this? The law enforcement captain took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. Chinyu, what superpower did you awaken? I raised the corners of my mouth and said lightly, SSS-level. The art world has arrived. The captain. The entire law enforcement team. Everyone was confused, as if they had heard something out of the blue. SSS-level? The advent of the art world? What kind of outrageous power is this? Doesn't this name sound too indecent? But when they looked at the bloody battlefield again, they couldn't help but shudder. Killing a level 1 bone wolf was like slaughtering a chicken. Even the star core was blown to pieces. This ability is definitely SSS level. The captain looked at me with a complicated expression. After a while, he suddenly patted my shoulder and said in a very serious tone, Classmate Chinyu, in the future world, you are destined to become the most dazzling existence. I smiled slightly and looked at the law enforcement captain. Excuse me, is there anything else I can do to cooperate with me? The burly man waved his hand, his tone becoming much gentler. No, just knowing your name is enough. You can leave now. From the shock in his eyes, I could tell that he had already classified me as a true genius. At such a young age, not only was he not afraid of the beast for the first time, but he was also able to blow it to pieces in an instant. This was the first time he had seen a warrior of this level. Without staying any longer, I said goodbye to the injured man and headed straight home. The guards began to clean up the battlefield. I was very satisfied with this fight. I easily killed the level 1 beast. Although it is only a low-level beast, it is still a deadly threat to a rookie with no actual combat experience. Now, I have the powerful support of the system, so I don't have to worry about the final college entrance examination tomorrow. Instead, I start to look forward to it. In Xingfu Garden community, it is an old community, but to me, it is the most familiar place. It took me 10 minutes to get home. When I opened the door of room 301, a family drama was playing on TV. On the sofa, my father Qin Hai was watching the drama with my mother Zhang Yufan, smiling like an ant. Why did you come back so late today? Dad looked up at me and asked casually. I encountered something on the way back, otherwise I would have arrived a long time ago. I replied casually, carrying the fried chicken legs I bought to the dining table and giving one to each of us. The table was already full of food. It was obvious that my mother had specially prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate for me. Qin Hai held up the wine glass and sat down with great pride. Xiao Yu, Make an exception today and drink 2 glasses with Dad. I shook my head and pointed to the Coke in my hand. I don't drink alcohol. I'd rather drink Coke. But I still kindly reminded him, Dad, drink less, or you will have to sleep on the sofa again tonight. Chin Hai was immediately dissatisfied and slammed the table and shouted, What are you talking about? On such a happy day, your mother can let me sleep on the sofa? However, just as he finished speaking, his hand slowly moved away from the table. A stack of brand new banknotes lay on the table. It suddenly dawned on me. No wonder my dad was so arrogant today. It turned out that he had received his salary. My mother snorted, swept the money away quickly, counted it, and took it back to the room. Chin Hai lost his temper immediately, picked up the wine glass and drank it silently. The atmosphere of the dinner was extremely lively, and the whole family was immersed in joy. My parents thought I was joking at first, but after confirming with the school, they finally believed it. Their son had awakened an SSS-level superpower. There are only a handful of people in the world who possess SSS-level superpowers, and their son turned out to be one of them. At the dinner table, my mother kept picking food for me and told me earnestly, Xiao Yu, be careful after entering the starfield. If you can't do it, quit. Don't get hurt. I took a bite of the chicken leg and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mom. I'm a warrior now. I'll definitely get the first place in the college entrance examination. This time, I will definitely come back with the title of martial arts champion. Chin Hai laughed and raised his glass. Yes, SSS-level superpowers, he can get the top prize in martial arts with his eyes closed. I wish my son success in advance. Cheers. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, there was a knock on the door. Mom, I'll go. I stood up and walked towards the door. Outside the door, Wang Dali stood at the door with a look of embarrassment on his face. Brother, you. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I raised my eyebrows and looked at him with some confusion. It was so late. Was he asking me to go online? But I had to go to bed and sleep tonight, so I definitely couldn't go. But I still smiled and said, Come in and sit down. Wang Dali waved his hand and said, Forget it. Let's just say a few words and then leave. He looked at me, a little hesitant, and finally said, Brother Yu, half an hour ago the teacher sent out the list of star regions for the college entrance examination, and we are both in the South District. I know what you want to say. I put my arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, Let me take you flying? Just like playing a game. I'm your big shot. Wang Dali's eyes lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief, grinning and saying, I really deserve to be called brother. I feel relieved to have you here. Although he had awakened a sea-level ability, he did not have any practical experience after all. Hearing that the star field was full of ferocious beasts, he had been panicking for a long time. Now that he heard that I was willing to take him, he finally felt relieved. Okay, go back to sleep and see you tomorrow for the college entrance examination. I patted his shoulder and watched him leave. Back in the room, I closed the curtains, lay on the bed, put my hands behind my head, and smiled faintly. SSS-level superpowers, Starfield College entrance examination, martial arts champion. This world has just begun to be exciting. Back in the bedroom, I opened the drawer, took out a stack of A4 paper, sat down at the computer desk and started folding paper airplanes. According to the description of the superpower, I can infuse star power into any object, making it produce an explosion effect that ignores defense. Although the detonating clay props given by the system are terrifyingly powerful, they are limited in quantity and cannot be used casually unless it is a critical moment. Therefore, I have to find some real weapons myself. A4 paper airplanes are simple, cheap, and highly concealed, and most importantly, they can be flown in large quantities. In less than half an hour, I folded a total of 86 frames and stored them all in the system space, leaving only one for experiment. I came to the window. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was bright. I took a deep breath, slowly opened the window, held the paper airplane in my palm, mobilized the star power in my body, and infused it into it bit by bit. In an instant, a faint white light appeared on the surface of the paper airplane, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Although it was not dazzling, it contained deadly energy. I waved my arm gently. The paper plane was like an arrow shot from a bow, drawing a graceful arc, gliding silently in the air, and floating silently over the community. Just as it flew over the 6th floor, boom! I returned to the bedroom, opened the drawer, took out a stack of A4 paper, sat down in front of the computer desk, and started to fold paper airplanes. According to the description of the superpower, I can infuse star power into any object, making it produce an explosion effect that ignores defense. Although the detonating clay props given by the system are terrifyingly powerful, They are limited in quantity and cannot be used casually unless it is a critical moment. Therefore, I have to find some real weapons myself. A4 paper airplanes are simple, cheap, and highly concealed, and most importantly, they can be flown in large quantities. In less than half an hour, I folded a total of 86 frames and stored them all in the system space, leaving only one for experiment. I came to the window. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was bright. I took a deep breath, slowly opened the window, held the paper airplane in my palm, mobilized the star power in my body, and infused it into it bit by bit. In an instant, a faint white light appeared on the surface of the paper airplane, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Although it was not dazzling, it contained deadly energy. I waved my arm gently. The paper plane was like an arrow shot from a bow, drawing a graceful arc, gliding silently in the air, and floating silently over the community. Just as it flew over the 6th floor, boom! A ball of dazzling white light suddenly exploded, like a small sun blooming, instantly illuminating the entire community. The deafening explosion echoed in the night sky. The ground shook slightly, and the alarms of cars parked on the roadside sounded in unison, like a thriller symphony played by a symphony orchestra. Damn it! Who is it? Setting off fireworks in the middle of the night? Fuck. Don't let me catch this guy. Fuck. You scared me. In Xingfu Garden community, there were cries of grief everywhere. Listening to the residents' roars, my heart tightened. I quickly closed the windows, drew the curtains, and wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. What the hell did I do? What a damn curiosity. Just cheat. What kind of experiment are you doing in the community? I patted my chest and secretly thanked myself for having some brains. I blew it up in the sky. If I had just thrown it on the ground, my house would probably be gone. Forget it, go to sleep, and treat it as an accident today. At the college entrance examination site, people were coming and going on the streets. In addition to people rushing to work, there were also many students accompanied by their parents on their way to the examination room. Today's college entrance examination is no longer the liberal arts or science test of the past. It has completely become a life and death contest between warriors. The examinee's supernatural powers, martial arts, and combat strategies are the key to determining his future destiny. When we arrived at the school gate, we saw a row of suspended buses parked neatly in the air, and the class teachers were directing the students to board the buses in an orderly manner. Look, Brother Yu is here. Hello, Brother Yu. Brother Yu. Some classmates in the class saw me and greeted me. In the past, I was the last one in the class who didn't practice, and only Wang Dali called me Brother Yu all the time. But now it's different. With my SSS-level supernatural power, I have become the object of everyone's attention. As for the burning gazes of the girls, I could only choose to ignore them. Women? They would only slow down the speed of my artistic explosion. At this time, a chubby figure squeezed out of the crowd, holding 2 pancakes in his hand, and handed them to me with a smile. Brother Yu, I finally found you. Did you have breakfast? I have pancakes here. This is not flattery, but pure habit. He brings me food every day. After all, we are best brothers. I smiled and shook my head. No, I just ate. He casually took a bottle of sugar-free happy water from his bag, unscrewed it, and gulped down 2 gulps. Wang Dali immediately cried out distressfully, Brother Yu, don't drink it all. Leave some for me. Ahem. All right. Students entering the South District, all get on the bus. Class teacher Zhang Chao clapped his hands and came over to organize the students to get on the bus. This means the college entrance examination has officially begun. This was my first time stepping into a real star field, surrounded by mountains, and the air was filled with unique energy fluctuations. The original town at the foot of the mountain had long been emptied, replaced by a stationed army. As soon as I got off the hover bus, I saw soldiers busy repairing fortifications. Military mechas were roaring on the ground, with their guns pointed deep into the star field, ready to go at any time. It turns out that the bone wolf escaped from here last night. I nodded slightly, understanding. It was apparently a fish that escaped the military's cleanup of ferocious beasts, escaped patrols, and finally ran into me. The result? It exploded into a pile of minced meat. Standing in front of the gate of the southern area of the star region, the candidates gathered together, and the teachers from various schools were also discussing the source of students this year. Mr. Li, your school is pretty impressive this year. I heard that you have trained a student with S-level abilities? Haha, no, your number 3 middle school is not bad either. You also have an S-level awakener. Alas, although it is S-level, it is a pity that it is only auxiliary and cannot compare to your combat abilities. By the way, Have you heard? An SSS-level awakened superpower appeared in Ocean Number 1 Middle School. He has fire-type explosion abilities, which is outrageous. SSS level? There are only a few in the world, right? Ocean Number 1 Middle School is really lucky this time. I heard that people from their school are here. Let's take a look. Before he finished speaking, our school's bus stopped steadily in the square, and Zhang Chao led us over. His face was filled with an unconcealable smile, and he clasped his fists and said, "Ha ha, brothers are all here. This year, I have trained a student with SSS-level superpowers. Do you think this is reasonable?" Several teachers' faces suddenly froze. Aren't you just showing off? Come on, Qinyu, say hello to the teachers. Although I'm not your teacher, I still have to be polite. Zhang Chao patted me and asked me to come forward. I smiled helplessly. Hello, teachers. Yes, it's me who has awakened SSS-level superpowers. The scene suddenly fell into a brief silence. Then, humph. So what if he awakened an SSS-level superpower? He's not a good person. Damn it. Why did he have to be Zhang Chao's student? It's disgusting. Go away, go away. I don't want to bother with him. What a pretentious guy. Several teachers turned away with disgust, not giving Zhang Chao any face. I stood there, a little confused. Am I being hated? Zhang Chao didn't seem surprised at all. He smiled and patted my shoulder. Don't worry about them. These guys are just like that. But wait and see. In the college entrance examination, we will beat the students to death if we meet them. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. Is it appropriate for a class teacher to say this? However, the martial arts test in the college entrance examination is not just about hunting ferocious beasts. Star cores are the key to the final score. Many people will snatch the star cores of other candidates to increase their scores, so a fight is inevitable. Boom. The earth suddenly shook, and the gate to the southern region of the star region slowly opened, emitting a light blue light. The transmission channel inside the gate was rippled, and it was impossible to peek into the inside. The military examiner's voice was steady and powerful. Attention all candidates. The task of this exam is to obtain the star core of a level 1 fierce beast. No limit on the number. There are many dangers in the starfield. You need to be flexible and adapt to the situation. You can kill as many level 1 beasts as possible. You can choose to act alone or form a team. There are 4 major exits in the starfield, and the South District is one of them. Candidates can choose to exit at any time, and the nearest invigilator will be responsible for picking them up. Finally, remember one thing, safety first. The teachers began to cheer for the students. I glanced at the candidates around me and saw that many of them had already rushed into the star field, eager to find prey. I turned to look at Wang Dali. Dali, follow me closely.
Yes.
He nodded vigorously with a firm look in his eyes. I took a step forward, about to step into the star field passage. Qinyu. Zhang Chao suddenly reached out to stop me, his face unusually serious, staring into my eyes and asking, "How confident are you about this exam?" I was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Teacher, don't worry, I am sure." Zhang Chao kept asking, "How much exactly?" I raised my lips slightly and said calmly, 99%. Zhang Chao. Seeing that he wanted to ask more, I waved my hand and added casually, "If we meet candidates from other schools, the chances will be even better. I'm afraid they will suffer a lot." Ka. The next second, Wang Dali and I stepped into the star field channel together, and our figures disappeared in the blue light curtain. At the same time, the star field gate slammed shut. Outside the door, Zhang Chao stood there, completely stunned for 10 seconds. Then, he slowly lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, "This kid is even more pretentious than me." Entering the star domain, the battle is about to begin. The moment I stepped into the portal, I felt a strange energy enveloping my whole body. My vision blurred, and then, boom. The moment he stepped on the ground, a vast and unknown forest came into view. A breeze blew on his face, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. "Brother Yu, is this the starfield?" Wang Dali looked around in shock and swallowed his saliva. I focused my eyes slightly and looked up into the distance. A few kilometers away, at the edge of the dark forest, a pair of scarlet eyes were staring at us. The beast is coming. After a moment of trance, the scene before their eyes suddenly changed. When all the candidates came to their senses, they were already in a dark forest. This is the starfield's first-level beast area. The forest is densely covered, and the light is blocked by layers of towering trees, making the whole area look gloomy and dangerous. There were eerie white bones scattered on the ground, some of which were the half-eaten remains of ferocious beasts, and what was even more shocking was, there were also human corpses in combat uniforms among them. It seems that they are soldiers stationed here. Chinyu took a glance and his eyes sank slightly. This kind of scene directly gave the examinees a heavy psychological shock. What was even more bizarre was that many plants seemed to have been affected by the star power and mutated. The weeds on the ground are taller than people, and some of their leaves are as sharp as knives. You can get cut if you are not careful. The moment I passed through the star gate, I felt dazed, as if I had passed through an invisible barrier. When I came to my senses, I was already in a dark and gloomy forest. The huge trees around me were towering and their branches and leaves were dense, blocking the sky tightly, making the whole forest look extremely dark, as if it was a forbidden place far away from the world. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of decay, which made people feel nauseous. There were a lot of eerie white bones scattered on the ground, and even the bodies of soldiers in combat uniforms could be seen. It seemed that this was not just a simple college entrance examination venue. The fact that all the soldiers stationed here were unable to escape unscathed was enough to prove that the ferocious beasts within the starfield were by no means ordinary. On the soil beneath his feet, there were still traces of some kind of beast dragging a corpse, extending into the depths of the forest. I looked around and found that the vegetation in the forest had also undergone some changes. Some weeds were several meters tall, and the leaves had a sharp metallic luster. If you were not careful, they could cut your skin. It was obviously affected by the power of the stars. The cold wind blew in from the depths of the dense forest, bringing with it an unpleasant fishy smell, as if countless pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were spying on us. At this moment, the candidates around began to get nervous, and many of them were eager to find a team to avoid the risk of acting alone. Fuck, this place is so weird. Is there anyone willing to team up? I have a B-level enhancement ability. Let's gather together in Class 2 and act together to divide the star cores equally. Is there anyone with a healing ability? I'm in need of an assistant. Many candidates knew that they had no practical experience at all. Acting alone would undoubtedly lead to death. The best option was to stick together for warmth. Listening to the discussions around me, I just sneered and said directly, Class 6, follow me. As soon as I finished speaking, the students in Class 6 were stunned for a moment. Then a look of surprise appeared on their faces, and they gathered towards me without hesitation. After all, following me who has awakened SSS-level superpowers is definitely more secure than fighting alone. Brothers, follow closely and watch how powerful brother you and I are. Wang Dali smiled and gestured to me excitedly. He led the other 5 classmates to follow me and headed into the depths of the forest without hesitation. Before we had walked far, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded, and the testing equipment detected that we had entered the activity range of a level 1 ferocious beast. I immediately stopped and my expression became serious. My ears moved slightly and I caught the strange sounds coming from all around me. Some kind of creature was approaching rapidly, very fast and agile, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. The rubbing sound of leaves came from all directions, as if they were torn apart by an invisible force, getting closer and closer and getting denser and denser. Chinyu. It's a cat demon. The book says that cat demons are social. Ma Zhaoyu's voice trembled slightly. His ability is E-level enhancement, enhanced vision, which allows him to see more details in low-light environments. Hearing this, my eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, between the shadows of the trees, slender figures shuttled silently. The dark green hair flashed a metallic luster in the dim light, and the sharp claws scratched the tree trunks from time to time, leaving deep scratches. Cat demons are typical highly agile beasts. Once they enter a combat state, they will stimulate the star core in their bodies, causing their bodies to go berserk, greatly increasing their attack power and speed. Moreover, they hate light the most, and once stimulated, their aggressiveness will become stronger. A cursory glance showed me at least 16 of them. Wang Dali counted them, and suddenly his scalp went numb. He lowered his voice and said, Fuck, 16 cat demons, can we handle them? I ignored him, took a deep breath, and rushed towards the group of cat monsters. The people behind him were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Fuck, brother you? You're going to do it alone? Under their incredible gazes, I quickly pulled out 3 paper airplanes, exerted force with my fingertips, and infused star power into them crazily. The next second, the originally ordinary paper airplanes instantly emitted a faint glow, as if they were endowed with some mysterious energy. The moment the cat demons saw me rushing over, they also let out a low roar. The next second, all the cat demons pounced on me almost at the same time, with scarlet light flashing in their eyes, sharp claws raised high, and rushed straight towards my head. Explode, Art. A faint smile appeared on the corner of my mouth, and with a flick of my wrist, 3 paper planes flew out, drawing graceful arcs in the air and shooting straight into the group of cat monsters. The next moment, there was a deafening explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling white light engulfed everything, and the shock wave of the explosion swept across the surroundings. The ground shook violently, dust flew, and trees were broken and collapsed, turning into a mess. After the explosion, there was no complete cat demon corpse left on the ground. Only charred flesh and a glowing star core were left. The air was filled with a burnt smell, and only the intact star cores lay in a pool of blood, as if demonstrating my power. The scene was dead silent. After 3 seconds of silence, Wang Dali was the first to react, and he suddenly burst into exclamation, "Fuck! They were all blown to death? Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is the best in this society. He is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Follow Brother Yu for 3 days, and you will have 9 meals." The 6 people behind him were all very excited, as if they had suddenly embraced an invincible thigh. Wang Dali even rushed forward and patted his chest to show his loyalty. "Brother Yu, from now on I will be your little brother. If you say east, I will never dare to go west." Li Jing next to him rolled his eyes and said, "Get lost? Do you think you can hug Brother Yu's thighs?" I shook my head helplessly, waved my hand and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense, collect the star cores, and move on." A group of people immediately rushed forward to collect the star cores. They were extremely excited. The whole process was like a group of younger brothers surrounding their big brother. However, we didn't realize that all of this was being broadcast live. The moment I passed through the star gate, I felt like I was passing through an invisible film. My body was in a trance for a moment, and the next second I appeared in an unfamiliar forest. The light here is extremely dim. The sky is blocked by towering ancient trees, and the dense tree canopy makes it almost impossible for sunlight to penetrate, making the entire forest filled with a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. The air was filled with the smell of decay and blood. White bones were everywhere on the ground, as well as the bodies of soldiers and other candidates. Their death postures were different, but without exception they were all horrific, as if they had been brutally torn apart by ferocious beasts. Obviously, this is not just a simple examination room, but a real battlefield of life and death. The ground beneath my feet was extremely soft, and I could feel the blood seeping into the soil when I stepped on it. I looked around and found that the plants had also changed. Some weeds were taller than humans, and their leaves were as sharp as knives, which could cut the skin if one was not careful. It was obvious that they had evolved under the influence of star power. The wind blew through the forest, the shadows of the trees swayed, and I seemed to be able to feel something spying on us in the dark. At this moment, the candidates around began to get nervous, and many of them were looking for teams to avoid the risk of acting alone. Shit, this place is more dangerous than I thought. Is there anyone willing to team up? I have a B-level enhancement ability. Come over here quickly, everyone in class 2. Let's work together and divide the star core equally. Is there anyone in the support department? I need treatment here. I took a quick look and found that many candidates had already started to form teams. After all, the danger here was far beyond their imagination, and acting alone was tantamount to seeking death. Class 6, follow me. I spoke directly. My voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the 6 classmates behind me. Wang Dali was the first to react and ran straight to my side, and the other 5 followed me without hesitation. After all, I had awakened SSS-level superpowers, and following me would definitely be safer than fighting alone. Brothers, follow closely and watch how powerful Brother Yu and I are. Wang Dali smiled and patted his chest, full of confidence. As we gradually went deeper into the forest, the atmosphere around us became more and more depressing. The growls of ferocious beasts coming from all around made us feel creepy, as if ferocious beasts would pounce from the darkness at any time. Just as we stepped into the depths of the dense forest, the test equipment suddenly issued a rapid alarm. A level 1 beast has been detected entering the sensing range. I immediately stopped and looked forward. My ears moved slightly, and I caught a slight sound from the woods. Some creatures were approaching quickly, and there were quite a few of them. The rubbing sound of leaves became more and more rapid, as if something was moving around, trying to find the best angle of attack. Qin Yu. It's a cat demon. The book says that cat demons live in groups. Ma Zhaoyu reminded in a low voice that his ability was E-level enhancement, enhanced vision, which enabled him to see more clearly in low-light environments. Hearing his reminder, My eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, among the shadows of the trees, slender figures were quietly shuttling back and forth. The dark green hair was flashing with a strange luster in the dim light, and the sharp claws scratched the tree trunks, leaving deep scratches. Cat demons are highly agile beasts with extremely strong night combat capabilities. Moreover, their star cores belong to the strengthening system. Once they are in combat, they will enter a berserk mode, and their attack power and speed will be greatly enhanced. The most troublesome thing is that they hate light extremely, and once stimulated, they will become extremely violent. I glanced around and found that there were at least 16 of them around. Wang Dali counted them, and suddenly his scalp went numb. He whispered, "Fuck, 16 cat demons, can we handle them?" I ignored it, took a deep breath, and rushed directly towards the group of cat monsters. The people behind him were stunned for a moment. What the hell? Fuck, brother you? You went up alone? Under their incredulous gazes, I quickly took out 3 paper airplanes, exerted force with my fingertips, and poured star power into them crazily. The next second, a faint white light appeared on the surface of the paper airplanes, as if they were endowed with some mysterious power. The moment the cat demons saw me rushing towards them, they immediately let out a low roar. The next second, they launched an attack almost at the same time. Their scarlet eyes filled with violent murderous intent, their sharp claws raised high, heading straight for my head. I raised my lips slightly and whispered, "Explode, Art." With a flick of my wrist, 3 paper airplanes cut through the air and shot straight into the group of cat monsters. The next moment, a violent explosion was deafening. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling white light swallowed everything. The shock wave of the explosion swept all around. The huge explosion caused the ground to shake violently. The trees in the forest were blown to pieces. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The 16 cat demons were instantly turned into pieces, leaving only complete star cores. Wang Dali and the other 5 people were all stunned, their mouths wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Fuck, they were all blown to death? Brother Yu is awesome. Brother Yu is my brother in society. He's a tough guy and doesn't talk much. The 6 people behind me were all very excited, as if they had embraced an invincible thigh. Wang Dali was the first to rush up, patted my shoulder, and said excitedly, "Brother Yu, is this really an SS-level ability? It's too amazing." I smiled helplessly, waved my hand and said, "Stop talking nonsense, collect the star cores and move on." Several people immediately ran to collect star cores, extremely excited. After all, they had never thought that their first college entrance examination would have such a smooth start. However, we didn't know that all of this was being broadcast live. In the monitoring room at the Star Region South Base, many teachers and university admissions officers were staring at the screen intently, with shock written all over their faces. 16 cat demons, all blown to death in 5 seconds? The star core is intact. This level of precision, his control over star power is far beyond that of ordinary candidates. This kind of talent is definitely beyond standard. SSS-level supernatural power, so terrifying. Our school has decided on this student. However, before they could come to their senses, I picked up an ordinary stone on the screen again and threw it lightly. Boom. An explosion suddenly sounded, and another group of ferocious beasts were killed instantly, leaving behind a field of star cores. There was a dead silence in the monitoring room. After 3 full seconds of silence, "How the hell do you play this? You must be cheating." South District, deep in the Star Domain forest. My eyes shone. I clenched my fists, and I was on high alert. The air was filled with a strong stench, mixed with the howling of wolves, giving people a suffocating feeling of oppression. A whoa. Following a deafening wolf howl, a group of wolves covered with white bones slowly walked out of the shadows. Each one was more ferocious than a normal wolf. Their fangs were as sharp as knives, and their dark green eyes stared at us like hungry beasts staring at their prey. What made my pupils shrink even more was that in the center of the wolf pack, a giant wolf that was a full circle larger than the other bone wolves slowly stepped out. On the wolf's forehead, there was a tightly closed vertical pupil, emitting a soul-stirring pressure. Wang Dali exclaimed in a low voice beside him, "Three-eyed bone wolf." I narrowed my eyes, thinking to myself that this was not good. A three-eyed bone wolf, when grown up, can reach level 3, which is equivalent to the strength of a human warrior at level 3. Although this one in front of me has not fully grown, it is at least level 2, which is equivalent to the strength of a warrior at level 2. More importantly, There were 20 wolves in the pack, and we were surrounded by them. I glanced at my teammates behind me. They were so nervous that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and star power surged in their bodies. But I knew that with their strength, it would be difficult for them to deal with just one bone wolf, let alone this huge wolf pack. We can't fight them head-on. We have to let them run first. I'll open a gap for you guys later, run. Run as far as you can, I said in a deep voice. Without hesitation, I took out a paper airplane and threw it behind me. Bang! The white light of the explosion instantly engulfed the surrounding wolf shadows. The deafening roar echoed in the forest, and the blasting air wave tore a gap in the wolf pack's encirclement. Run! I shouted. Wang Dali and the others didn't hesitate and ran towards the gap. Some of the bone wolves noticed this and immediately adjusted their positions to catch up. But I won't let them have their way. With a slight smile on my face, I glanced at the three-eyed bone wolf that was still targeting me and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you can't run away either." In the monitoring room, just as I started to act, the monitoring room of the South Base also exploded. Three-eyed bone wolf? He actually encountered a three-eyed bone wolf. Damn, this is a level 2 beast. Should we ask the Invigilator to intervene? No, we can't intervene unless he actively sends out a distress signal. All the teachers' eyes were focused on me, with expressions of nervousness and excitement on their faces. At this moment, I did something that shocked them. I stood there, looking at the wolves approaching fiercely in front of me, and felt the strong murderous intent emanating from them. The smile on his lips became even wider. "Patrick, it's time to show you something." Boom! The star power in my body suddenly rioted, and the strong energy surged wildly in the meridians. The star power condensed into a rotating black hole at the position of my heart. In the black hole, a hideous smiling face was looming, and the corners of the mouth were raised in a strange arc. My body began to become transparent. My limbs and torso gradually turned into forms made of star power. The smiling face on my chest became clearer and clearer, revealing a terrifying power. Wang Dali and the others were running in the distance. When they looked back and saw this scene, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Fuck. Brother Yu's body has become transparent. Damn. The star power in his body is about to explode. This posture. Is he going to self-destruct? The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in my eyes as I looked at the bone wolves who had already noticed something was wrong and began to panic and want to retreat. The third eye of the three-eyed bone wolf slowly opened, with a light of fear flashing in its vertical pupil. Unfortunately, it was too late. Art is explosion. The smiling face on his chest was completely shattered, and endless star power surged out. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the entire southern forest turned into a sea of white light. A shock wave powerful enough to tear the earth apart swept in all directions. The terrifying energy spread outward with me as the center. Trees were uprooted, the ground collapsed, and a large number of ferocious beasts were swallowed up in the white light of the explosion without even having time to scream. In the sky, a huge five-pointed star slowly emerged, as if doomsday had arrived. The entire southern forest was reduced to scorched earth in an instant. The entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. All the teachers looked at the burning scorched earth on the screen, their faces pale, their mouths slightly open, but they couldn't say a word. He blew himself up? With this power, the southern forest was directly cleared. What a terrifying SSS-level ability. What made them even more desperate was that the screen went completely black. Chinyu. Should he be dead? The white light gradually dissipated, and the smoke after the explosion filled the air. The charred trees collapsed to the ground. There was absolute silence all around, as if the whole world was swallowed up by this blow. And I stood in the center of the explosion, shirtless, looking around at the messy battlefield. TSK, naked. Luckily, I prepared some spare clothes. I took out a new set of clothes from the system space and put them on, then looked down at the ground. I saw that after the beasts died, the intact star cores were lying quietly on the ground, emitting a faint white light. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. This time the harvest is not bad. Without saying anything, I immediately squatted down and started to pick up star cores frantically. In the monitoring room, ding ding, there are signs of life. Ding ding, there are signs of life. Everyone looked at the screen suddenly and saw a familiar figure squatting on the ground in the scorched earth after the explosion, with his head lowered, picking up star cores in his hands. Wait, that's Chinyu? He's still alive? All the teachers were confused, Looking at the young man on the screen who was happily picking up star cores, their mentality completely collapsed. This guy just blew himself up and flattened the entire southern forest, and now he's actually picking up star cores? He's fine. This self-explosion wasn't about destroying everything, but was precisely controlled. I blew on a star core in my hand, and the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Art is the moment of harvesting spoils. Chapter 10. Surrounded. Am I seeing things? The student picking up the star cores seems to be Chinyu. A teacher took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes hard. When he saw clearly that the person was Chinyu, he said in shock, Chinyu is not dead? Not only did he not die, he even changed his clothes. Chinyu? Shouldn't he have died together with the bone wolf? Why is he still alive? Yes, we all noticed the agitation of the star power in his body. In the end, he couldn't bear it and his body exploded. I didn't expect he's still alive. Isn't this year's candidate too abnormal? He blew himself up but didn't die? Look at him now. He looks like nothing happened. It can't be as simple as self-detonation. Yes, it's absolutely impossible. If it was self-detonation, it would definitely not cause such a horrific scene around. We have also seen warriors who self-detonated due to the agitation of star power. The power was also very strong. That was because the opponent's realm was high. But no matter how high it would never have such an explosion range as Chinyu's. Yes, this must be caused by Chinyu's supernatural power. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They didn't expect that Chinyu's ability was even more terrifying than they had imagined. It can gather star power in the body and produce a powerful explosion, which can directly blow up half of the southern region, leaving no life at all. If this is used to deal with other ferocious beasts in the starfield, wouldn't all the ferocious beasts in the starfield be eliminated quickly? No. They believed that this level of self-destruction would be harmful to Chinyu himself, and it could not be used multiple times. At this moment, there was no sound in the entire monitoring room, and you could hear a pin drop. Now, these university teachers who were sent to screen outstanding students had only one idea in their minds. Rob, I must get Chinyu to my university. At all costs. Seeing the young man on the screen, he is at the age of youth, and he has a passion for youth that he has nowhere to vent. Chinyu had already appeared in the woods on the other side and started a new round of killing, or to be more precise, a new round of bombing. The way to improve realms in this world is actually through cultivation. If I could kill ferocious beasts to improve my realm, I would probably be at the third realm now. After Chinyu killed another ferocious beast, he collected the star core in its body. Just as I picked up the star core on the ground, I saw a team of 10 people, 6 men and 4 women, staggering and running, supporting each other, not far away, as if they were avoiding something. Seeing this scene, it seems that this team of 10 people are being chased by ferocious beasts. The most important thing is that these 10 people are all students of Ocean No. 1 Middle School. When they ran in front of him, Chinyu also hurriedly walked up to them and looked at the 10 people covered in scars. Are you being chased by ferocious beasts? How many are there? I will help you solve it. The 10 people looked at Chinyu one after another. When they looked at Chinyu, their eyes were first filled with shock and then excitement. On the day of awakening, Chinyu became a big celebrity in Ocean No. 1 Middle School. Everyone knew him. Moreover, during the college entrance examination, most candidates from different schools are willing to help their own people. After all, it is better to keep things within the family, so they help each other if they can. The leading boy said weakly, "There are no ferocious beasts chasing us. The ones chasing us are a few students from Tinshui No. 1 Middle School. They want to snatch the star core from us." Chinyu was a little surprised. I remember that the powers you awakened were all pretty good. All B-level and A-level powers, plus the 10 of you joined forces. How could you be beaten like this? There were people from other schools who robbed us. I heard it was a high school in Yunhai City. There was a leader in the team from Tinshui No. 1 Middle School who knew them, and then they joined forces to rob us, said a boy with a bruised face and nose. The girl accompanying them said, "It's not just us who were robbed. People from other schools were also robbed. Now they are chasing us." Candidates who enter the star field often form teams to kill ferocious beasts and obtain star cores. Therefore, many people will snatch the star cores from other candidates to save trouble, but the premise is that they cannot harm the other party's life. I haven't even started snatching them yet, but they started snatching them first. Chinyu looked at the leading boy and asked, "How many star cores have been robbed from you?" They didn't get it, and that's why they're chasing us now. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded seriously and said, "Very good. You guys go first. I'll cover you." The group looked at Chinyu. "Are you sure? There are 2 teams on the other side. with quite a lot of people. Yes, even if you awaken to the SSS level, you can't deal with so many candidates at once. Besides, there are also auxiliary candidates in their team who can restore their star power and injuries, and some can even strengthen their teammates' attacks. Yes, you should come with us, or they will exhaust you to death. All right, if you keep talking, people are here. Just listen to me and leave quickly. Chinyu waved his hands impatiently at them. Okay, then be careful. The leading boy thought about it again and finally nodded, and led the rest of the team into the woods. Swish! There was only a slight sound, as if time was fast-forwarded, and one figure after another appeared in front of Chinyu at an astonishing speed like lightning under the powerful blessing of auxiliary abilities. These figures suddenly appeared like ghosts, instantly making the surrounding atmosphere tense and solemn. Chinyu felt relieved and glanced at those guys who wanted to rob. The people from Tinshui No. 1 Middle School stopped and shouted in surprise, "There is actually a guy acting alone here?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chinyu standing there alone, in sharp contrast to the fleeing Ocean No. 1 Middle School team. After some observation and estimation, it was found that the two teams together had a total of 18 people. At this moment, when the people who stopped focused their eyes on Chinyu, a greedy smile like a wolf seeing a lamb appeared on everyone's face. Because they knew very well that when the exam got closer to the end, the candidates who still did not choose to end the exam would usually have more star cores than others. And the Chinyu in front of him, who seemed a little weak, must be the same. Thinking of this, their eyes became more and more fiery, as if they had already seen countless shining star cores lying in Chinyu's pocket waiting for them to take them. Maybe they can't compare with the group of people who escaped, but after all, a fly leg is still meat. We can't let them keep chasing after it. They might not be able to get it until the end of the exam. It's better to grab a ready-made one. After seeing Chinyu's appearance clearly, he said to the people around him, "Cousin, I don't think I've seen this person in the Ocean No. 1 Middle School team just now. He didn't even run away when he saw us. Not only did he not know how to run, this kid probably thought he had surrounded all 18 of us by himself. Ha 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 ha, yeah, look at this kid. He's not afraid at all. He robbed so many teams. But this guy is the only one who looks tough. Is there going to be an ambush?" Ambush? What are you afraid of? Those guys are more miserable than each other. Even if there is an ambush, so what? A group of guys who have been beaten to a pulp, what waves can they make? Enough of your nonsense. I will gladly accept the star cores in your hands. Chinyu didn't want to listen to these people's nonsense anymore. Each of them was more crazy than the ferocious beasts here. How could this be tolerated? In the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Dozens of paper planes appeared out of thin air without any warning. They seemed to be under a spell, floating quietly in the air, as if waiting for the best time to launch an attack. At this time, the group of people had not yet recovered from this sudden change. In the blink of an eye, these paper planes rushed into the crowd like arrows from a bow, so fast that people could not see their figures clearly. Just as the paper planes rushed into the team, their surfaces suddenly began to crack, and the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, white light spurted out from these cracks, dazzling and eye-catching, like lightning streaking across the sky. Oh no, there's danger. Someone finally realized something was wrong and shouted in horror, "Run!" The others also woke up as if from a dream and fled in all directions. However, it was too late. Accompanied by a deafening roar, boom! All the paper planes exploded at the same time. The huge impact force caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, as if a small earthquake was erupting. When the sound of the explosion subsided and the smoke gradually dissipated, people were surprised to find that the people who had been so arrogant and domineering just now were now lying on the ground in a mess, unconscious. Their bodies were blown to pieces, there was almost no intact place, and there were bloody wounds everywhere. It looked horrifying. Looking at the mess in front of him, the instigator curled his lips in disdain. "Humph, I thought you were so awesome, but this is it?" Chinyu looked at the people who fainted one by one, his eyes full of disdain. "Still want to run? Still want to defend? What are you thinking about? Star core, give it to me. These star cores should be enough. It's time to leave." Looking at the star core he had seized, Chinyu decided to leave here and didn't want to waste any more time. A few minutes later, the nearby invigilator appeared in front of Chinyu and took Chinyu and all the unconscious candidates on the ground away. Please urge me to update more, and readers, please recommend more. Thank you very much. Chapter 11, Talent Selection. Outside world. Many teachers and students are waiting here, waiting for their students and classmates to come out. At this time, the saddest people were Wang Dali and his friends. They started crying as soon as they came out. They hated themselves now because they were too weak and couldn't help at all. In order to protect them, Qin Yu stayed in the starfield forever. Woo, brother Yu. Why did you leave me? We are good brothers. It's all my fault. I'm not strong enough and can't help at all. It's my fault. My ability is auxiliary, but it didn't play any auxiliary role at all. Why are you guys crying? I'm fine, right? Just when Wang Dali and others were crying bitterly, Qin Yu walked over with a smile and looked at them as if they were a clown. The way they cried was really ugly, even a little funny. Fuck. Am I dreaming? Brother Yu, didn't you die together with those bone wolves? Brother Yu, please don't scare me. I'm timid. You can't take me away. I remember seeing cracks all over Brother Yu's body with my own eyes. What on earth is going on? When they saw Qin Yu appear in front of them, their brains froze for a moment, followed by a feeling of fear as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes, and there was no way Qin Yu could come back alive. Bang! Why should I take you away? If I take you away, no one will chase Wang Chui. Qin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the behavior of these people, so he just slapped them in the face to wake them up. Oh my god. It hurts. It really hurts. This is not fake. This is real. This is real, Brother Yu. Brother Yu is still alive. Shoo, I have so much strength. I feel dizzy now. When they came to their senses and found that Qin Yu was still alive, their eyes were filled with joy. If Qin Yu really died for them, they would never forgive themselves in their entire lives. Okay, you guys, look at how you look now. Others are looking at us. Let me share some star cores with you so that you can go to a good university in the future. Qin Yu patted their shoulders and then began to divide the star cores together. Patrick had just killed many ferocious beasts, so these star cores were more than enough to share. This is not good, right? We didn't help at all. Yeah, Brother Yu, I don't want to give it up. At worst, I can take the test again. No, I can't have it. Brother Yu, you'd better not give it to me. Thank you, Brother Yu, but I can't accept it. However, I will still confess my love to a Chui. When we get married, I will let you be my best man. Everyone was talking about how they didn't want these star cores. Originally, they followed Qin Yu because they wanted to curry favor with him, but they didn't want to waste their time. But now they have done nothing and are too embarrassed to ask for these star cores. Stop talking. Hurry up, this is contributed to us by other schools. Qin Yu shook his head and began to force the star cores on them. When they heard that the star core was donated by a kind-hearted person from another school, they accepted it with peace of mind. We are still pitiful. Brother Yu, we must thank those people. Yes, I want to send them eggs. Just as they were dividing the wounded, a dozen medical staff came over. 2 of them carried a stretcher and began to put the wounded into the ambulance. All of those people lying on stretchers were injured by Qin Yu's explosion, and each of them was in a very miserable state. The leader of the team woke up and saw Qin Yu distributing the star cores he had worked so hard to obtain. His eyes were filled with endless anger. He wanted to curse very much, but his mouth was damaged by the explosion and he could not say anything. Idiot! Qin Yu looked at him and cursed him directly, then continued to leisurely divide the star cores and even shook them in front of him deliberately, as if he was showing off. Puff. After seeing this scene and hearing those 2 words, he felt a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and then he fainted again. Doctor, please give first aid. This student has fainted. After parting with Wang Dali and others, Qin Yu did not choose to go home, but came to school. Qin Yu, how did you do in the college entrance examination? Are you injured? Just then, Principal Su Kuan, who had just gotten off work and was about to go home, asked Qin Yu with concern after seeing him. What a coincidence. Qin Yu was slightly surprised. The reason he came to the school was to find the Principal Su Kuan, but he didn't expect to see him as soon as he arrived at the school gate. Coincidence? Why are you here to see me? This is just right. I have something to tell you. I wanted to find you tomorrow. Several admissions teachers from major universities want to meet you tomorrow. What do you think? After hearing what Qin Yu said, Su Kuan was a little confused, but he still remembered the phone call a few minutes ago and wanted to talk to Qin Yu and recommend him a few ideal universities. But Qin Yu shook his head slightly, expressing his refusal. President, I am not interested in these universities. My goal is the 4 major universities. The 4 great palaces? But he soon realized that with Qin Yu's talent and ability level, he could only go to these 4 places. Going to other universities would undoubtedly be a waste of his abilities. There are 4 famous universities in China, namely Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. These 4 major academies produce many talented people every year. I didn't expect that Qin Yu's ambition lies here. Principal, I hope you can register me for the Dongshan Province Talent Selection Competition in the name of the school. As for people from other universities, I won't see them. Qin Yu said lightly. He has made up his mind. Only by entering these 4 academies can his future prospects be infinitely magnified, and there will be a better path for him to take. Although he has cheats, who doesn't want to study in a prestigious school? He had already made this plan right after leaving the Star Domain, and was ready to ask the school to enroll him. No matter how outstanding the martial arts champion is, the 4 major academies will not care. Because almost all the students in the academy are geniuses who can become martial arts champions, they did not take the college entrance examination, but directly participated in the genius selection competition. The reason I took the college entrance examination was simply that I didn't want to leave any regrets in my youth. Okay, the school will register you right away. With your talent, you should study in one of these 4 universities. It would be a waste of your talent to go to other schools. I will let your class teacher contact you before the tryouts begin. Su Kuan understood where Qin Yu was going and prepared to help Qin Yu with the registration issue tonight. Registration can only be done through the school, and tomorrow is the deadline for registration. Seeing this, Qin Yu left with satisfaction. Chapter 12 Class Reunion. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. You are worthy of being my son Qin Hai. You are really promising. At home, hearing his precious son's description, Qin Hai wanted to fly with joy. Normally the teacher called and said that his son was not working hard and not studying. Now it seems that he has been slapped in the face. My son has the qualities of an emperor. Wife, thank you for your hard work in cooking more of your signature dishes today. I must have a good drink with my son. Qin Hai seemed to have thought of something and slapped the table and said to Zheng Yufan, who was busy in the kitchen. After saying that, he quickly took out his treasured wine from the cabinet, wanting to celebrate properly. He had originally intended to save it for his son's wedding, but he decided to start drinking it today. I think you want to drink it yourself? Zheng Yufan rolled her eyes at Qin Hai and was speechless about her husband. He always looked for opportunities to have a sip or two, but unfortunately this idea was doomed to fail because Qin Yu was going to attend a class reunion soon. Dad, you'd better put it away. I'm going to attend a class reunion soon. Qin Yu held his father's hand as he tried to open the wine lid and said quickly, You'd better keep it. You can't drink it even if it's opened. After hearing this, Qin Hai felt like the sky was falling. He couldn't even have a drink tonight. Then your good news today was in vain? I thought it was such a nice day, but my wife didn't even cook any of her signature dishes. So that's what's going on. I'm leaving, Mom. Qin Yu patted his father's shoulder and said that he was still waiting for the drinking time, so there was no need to rush. Have a good time with your classmates. I guess you won't see them anymore in the future. Be careful on the road at night, and don't play too late. Mother Zheng Yufan gave Qin Yu some instructions and let him go out. After the college entrance examination, students seem to have some kind of privilege. Even if they play all day long, their parents will not blame them at all. Some parents may just worry that their children may not return home at night. Qin Yu responded and walked out of the house. After walking downstairs, Qin Yu saw a woman in her 30s with average looks playing badminton with a boy in his teens on the path in the community. Seeing Qin Yu, the woman's expression quickly changed from happy to cold. She glanced at him contemptuously and was about to take her child upstairs. As for this woman, Qin Yu also disliked her very much. This person has been living downstairs from his house and often reported that his family was disturbing the neighbors, saying that he could often hear the sound of the glass wall falling to the ground upstairs, but there was no so-called glass wall in his house at all. The most speechless thing is that she heard it when her family was not at home. Where is your reincarnation as the wind-hearing one? Snort. The woman snorted coldly, then slammed the door to the corridor. After Qin Yu left, the woman came out of the building again with her son and continued playing badminton on the road. Her originally cold face was filled with a smile again. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at Maoya Plaza. Brother Yu. Seeing Qin Yu appear, Li Jing waved to him and a happy smile appeared on his face. Upon hearing this, Wang Dali and the others came over. They were extremely happy today as it was a simple win. Brother Yu, I wanted to go online with you, but you weren't there when I went to your house. Where have you been? Wang Dali quickly walked over and said with a smile, I went to school. Qin Yu had no intention of hiding anything, so he just said it directly. School? If you don't go out to party after the exam, what are you going to school for? Wang Xiaofei and the others also came forward, their faces full of confusion. Could it be that he was going to repay his teacher's kindness over the years? I went to see the principal and signed up for the talent selection competition, Qin Yu said. Wang Dali said, "What? Damn, brother Yu. You just finished the college entrance examination and you're signing up for the talent selection competition again?" After hearing Qin Yu's words, Wang Dali was a little shocked. Well, I don't like other universities. Only the 4 major universities are suitable for me. After these words were spoken, Wang Dali and the other 6 nodded as expected. It was not that they thought Qin Yu was bragging to them, but given Qin Yu's ability, it would be a waste of his talent for him to go to other universities. This is like in ancient times. If you could obviously become an emperor, why would you give up being an emperor and become a prince? Brother Yu, you can definitely do it with your ability. Yes, brother Yu, if you can't even get in, I know without a doubt that this academy is a bit watered down. Come on, brother Yu. I can brag to others in college. My brother is studying in one of the 4 major universities in China. Brother Yu, which of these 4 palaces are you going to? At this moment, Ma Zhaoyu asked. After hearing this, others also became interested. Although they couldn't go, they couldn't wait to know. Kyoto, Xinglong Academy, Qin Yu said firmly without even thinking. Okay, let's not waste time and keep our classmates waiting. Where are we going to eat? Qin Yu glanced around and saw that there were no classmates from his class around. Wang Dali said, I originally wanted to eat stir-fried dishes, but suddenly changed my mind and decided to eat hot pot. We still have to walk a little further. They were cautious and came here early to wait for Qin Yu. After saying that, Wang Dali and the others took Qin Yu and walked for a few more minutes before they arrived at the final destination of the party. At this time, the hot pot restaurant was already full of people, and some people even brought their own stools and waited in line outside. Someone with sharp eyes saw Qin Yu and his group coming and immediately shouted, Qin Yu is here. Swish. All of a sudden, dozens of people stood up and looked at Qin Yu. When these dozens of people all stood up, the people around who were waiting for numbers were also frightened by this scene. They thought these people were going to cause trouble here, so they left without even waiting for a number. Some people stayed to see the excitement. After all, they had never seen such a grand scene before. People are like this. If there is something going on, they will stop and take a look even if they are delivering food. They are free anyway. In fact, it was not what those onlookers thought. The reason they stood up was because they were too nervous after seeing Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was still the same as he was before, they would not be so restrained now, but would be very relaxed instead. Now everyone in the school knows that Qin Yu has awakened his SSS-level supernatural powers. After hearing the descriptions of Wang Dali and others, they also fully understand Qin Yu's terrifying strength. One person can lead 6 people to fly, and in the starfield, how terrifying that is. Especially after hearing that Qin Yu used star power as easily as drinking water, they admired Qin Yu even more. With SSS-level superpowers and powerful strength, it is definitely not a bad thing to make good friends with them. Even if you don't keep in touch in the future, you can always talk about them and use them as a capital to brag to others. Chapter 13. Continuous Breakthroughs, Entering the Star Domain Again. At this moment, Qin Yu couldn't help but be stunned when he saw his classmates' reactions. They are now completely different from before. However, Qin Yu also understood that he was no longer the poor student who slept and was late at noon. In order to ease the embarrassment, Qin Yu also began to take the initiative to greet everyone. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. I've been wanting to eat hot pot for a long time. I didn't even have lunch because of this. Yeah, we thought about it for a long time before deciding to eat hot pot instead. It's just that there are too many people here. It looks like we'll have to wait a while. Only a few brave male classmates responded to Qin Yu. The others were still too nervous. After all, the light from Qin Yu was too dazzling. Compared with him, they could be said to have no highlights at all. Don't be so reserved. Brother Yu is still the same as before. Wang Dali noticed that something was not right around him and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. 10 o'clock at night. After Qin Yu had dinner with his classmates, he went home alone. When I got home, my parents had already gone to bed. Seeing the white wine next to them, I thought that my dad really didn't succeed. Lying on the bed, Qin Yu took out his mobile phone and followed the URL given by his classmate to enter a website called Star Network. Star Network is a website where you can earn employment money. As long as a warrior completes a series of task requirements issued by the employer, he will receive the commission as quickly as possible after completion. As more tasks are completed and the success rate increases, the warrior's value will also increase, and he can also obtain additional employment income by accepting tasks in the future. Many warriors earn their first pot of gold in this way. After all, Making money in the Star Network is much faster than other ordinary ways, as it is filled with large and small hiring tasks. The moment you enter the software, you can see employment needs from many employers. Most of them are to obtain the star cores from ferocious beasts, and some are to find some rare treasures growing in the star field. Of course, there are also some who send warriors to bring their own children into the star field for training. Of course, this is a website recognized by the whole world. All employment is reasonable and legal. Those so-called dark employment tasks do not exist at all. Therefore, most warriors will enter the Star Network to earn commissions. Qin Yu's purpose of joining Star Network is to earn commissions to support his future life in college. Now he can earn his own living expenses with his own ability, and he also wants to make his parents feel more relaxed. Quest requirements: hunt down the Black Flame Tiger and obtain the Star Core and Tiger Blood. Number of kills: 1. Employment amount: 3 million. Number of employees: 3. Currently employed: 2. Black Flame Tiger, a second-level growth beast that can use flames to attack. Its body and flames will change in the dark. It has the title of the strongest second-level beast. The Black Flame Tiger can continue to grow, and its abilities will also become stronger. Action date: June 9th, tomorrow. Gathering place: Southern Star Region. Protect the employer's safety. Employer: Jean Dehai. Tomorrow? 1 million per person is fine, that's it. Qin Yu searched around and decided to accept the mercenary mission of hunting the Black Flame Tiger. The next day, early morning, on the dining table. If you don't develop the bad habit of smoking within 24 hours, you are 80% away from the next breakthrough. If you don't develop a drinking habit within 24 hours, you have 60% left to break through next time. If you don't develop gambling or drug addiction within 24 hours, you have 20% left to break through next time. Maintaining good health for 24 hours will trigger a random breakthrough reward, and your realm will successfully reach level 1, level 8. Sleep for 8 hours a night on a regular basis, complete the night sleep target, and reduce 10% every hour to break the data. After washing up and solving the breakfast problem, and taking the exclusive nutritional supplements, my realm has broken through to the 9th level of the first level warrior. Reward for breaking through 2 levels in a row. Although I didn't break through 3 levels in a row like yesterday, it was so cool. It feels so good to become stronger without any effort. Starry Sky Martial Arts, get out of my way. Mom, I'm leaving now. By the way, I've accepted a mission on Star Network and may be back very late. Don't wait for me at night. Qin Yu picked up a crispy fried dough stick and walked straight to the door. Got it. Go slow down on the road and be careful. Zhang Yufan told Qin Yu that the child has grown up now and has his own things to do, and in her opinion, as long as he can get home safely, that's all that matters. As for Dad Qin Hai, he rolled his eyes. He just calls Mom as soon as he goes out or comes home. Doesn't Dad exist? After going out, Qin Yu took a taxi directly to the southern area of the starfield. Taxi drivers are very familiar with the routes to the 4 areas of the starfield. Generally, those who go to the starfield go in to kill ferocious beasts, and the fees are a little higher than usual, so they are naturally willing to take such guests. Stop. Just when Qin Yu arrived at the southern area of the starfield, he saw 2 soldiers guarding there walking towards him. They stopped Qin Yu. However, when they saw Qin Yu's face clearly, their pupils suddenly shocked. It's actually him. It can be said that none of the soldiers stationed in the southern area did not know Qin Yu. After all, they heard the sound of Qin Yu's self-explosion clearly outside, and they were even more shocked after seeing the video in the base. Such a young talented warrior is rare. Qin Yu, why don't you relax after the exam and come to the Star Region for training? One of the soldiers said with a smile. Yes, I want to go in and hunt down the beasts and get some star cores. Qin Yu replied. His purpose this time was not just for the commission. He also wanted to kill a few ferocious beasts to obtain their star cores and then auction them. Okay, but you can only move in the level 1 and level 2 areas. Your current strength is not suitable for going to more dangerous areas. After hearing Qin Yu's purpose, the soldier nodded, spoke patiently, and prepared to open the star field gate for Qin Yu. Qin Yu, don't worry, I won't commit suicide. He is only level 9 in Realm 1. Even if he is cheating, he will not seek death by attacking high-level beasts during his growth period. Even if I have unlimited star power and my ability to ignore defense, I am still at level 9 in Realm 1. If those high-level beasts glared at him, he would probably die. Brush. The gate to the star field slowly opened, and the familiar scene appeared before his eyes again. The situation inside the star field could not be seen from the outside at all. My benefactor, how come I met you here? Chapter 14. searching for the black flame tiger, a hot item. My benefactor, how come I met you here? After entering the starfield, a voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu looked over in the direction of the sound and found a familiar face not far away. This person was none other than the man he had rescued from the bone wolf. I didn't expect to see each other in the starfield today. After the man recognized Chinyu, he walked over with a smile and greeted him. You looked familiar to me just now. I didn't expect that you are really my benefactor. Are you coming to the starfield to hunt ferocious beasts? I accepted a mission on the Star Network to hunt down the black flame tiger and obtain its blood. Chinyu nodded and told the purpose of his visit today. Hunting the black flame tiger to obtain its blood? May I ask who your employer is, benefactor? After hearing Chinyu's words, the man suddenly became a little excited and asked quickly, I think your name is Jindahai, but why are you here? You are not a warrior. This place is much more dangerous than the outside world. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by ferocious beasts again? Chinyu answered and joked that he had a good impression of this man and that he was a kind man who knew how to repay kindness. Of course I'm not afraid this time. I have gathered some helpers this time. Benefactor, do you know who I am? The man said with a smile. Are you Jindahai? Chinyu thought for a moment, then looked at the other party's excited and expectant expression. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. That's right, benefactor. I am Jindahai, and I guess the benefactor is Chinyu, right? Jindahai looked shocked. He didn't expect that his benefactor had guessed his identity. He is very happy now because he met Chinyu again. He wanted to thank him for saving his life, but was rejected. He thought he would regret it in the future, but he didn't expect that he would become the employer of his benefactor this time. This is simply fate. He planned to thank the other party in terms of the hiring fee after obtaining the tiger blood this time. He was just an ordinary person, not a warrior. If there was any difference, it might just be a little money. He really couldn't think of how to express his gratitude for anything else. In fact, you can just send someone to get the tiger blood and then deliver it to you in the city. You shouldn't take the risk here. Chinyu thought it was too dangerous for an ordinary person like Jindahai to enter the starfield. So he hoped that he could leave and give the tiger blood directly to him after he obtained it, so as to save him from taking risks. It's okay. I heard that taking the blood of fierce beasts can strengthen the body. Maybe I will have a chance to become a warrior in the future. All right, benefactor. I'll take you to meet the other two. They are both level 8 warriors at level 2. As if he could see what Chinyu was thinking, Jindahai pulled him towards the other two people he hired without saying a word. Chinyu was pulled by Jindahai to the other two men. They looked older than him, and they looked very similar. You could tell they were twin brothers. They were wearing black warrior combat uniforms and carrying shields and scimitars. My benefactor, let me introduce these two people to you. They are brothers. The one on the left is called Chen Yuan, and the one on the right is called Chen Xing. Jindahai introduced with a smile. Dahai, who is this little brother? Don't tell me he is here to hunt the black flame tiger with us. In fact, the two of us brothers are enough to hunt the black flame tiger, Chen Yuan said quietly. Just now he saw Jindahai chatting with Chinyu for a long time, so he couldn't help but feel curious. Of course, he was also a little unhappy. After all, the two of them were both level 8 warriors at the second level. Although the two sides were often in an employment relationship, they always respected the two brothers very much. But today, they left him alone for a long time, which really made him unhappy. This is the world of warriors, where the strong prey on the weak. Many people, after becoming warriors, look down on ordinary people who cannot become warriors. No matter how rich the other party is, it is useless. After all, no matter how rich he is still an ordinary person and cannot awaken his special abilities to become a warrior, even if this person is his employer. There is no way. This is the arrogance of warriors. This is like a mercenary in a movie. No matter how much money the employer gives him, as long as there is something that makes him dissatisfied, he is likely to turn his gun against his employer. However, due to the constraints of the Star Network, these warriors could only express their dissatisfaction on the surface and dared not do anything excessive. This is the savior I just mentioned to you. His name is Chinyu. Just as you guessed, he is here to help us hunt the black flame tiger. You two brothers, don't underestimate him because of his young age. He is very powerful and was the one who saved me from the mouth of the bone wolf. Jindahai introduced. Awesome? Killing a level 1 bone wolf is nothing. I heard it's not even an adult yet, right? As he spoke, Chen Yuan walked up with a smile and extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Chinyu. In his opinion, with just a handshake, he would know the strength of the other party. How could a young man who had never worn a spiritual weapon or combat uniform be as powerful as he said? Seeing this, Qin Yu also smiled faintly. He saw the other party's contempt and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. But it was only for a moment. The smile on Qian Yuan's face froze instantly, and then cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The hand he stretched out began to tremble, and his facial features became distorted in pain. It's really amazing. After a while, Qin Yu let go of his hand when he saw the other party begging for mercy. Qian Yuan shook his hand and exclaimed in admiration. Even his younger brother Qin Qing beside him stared with his eyes wide open. He knew very well how strong his elder brother was, but he didn't expect that his facial features would be distorted by a young man. I give up. I am completely convinced. In this case, their combat effectiveness in this starfield will be further improved, and they will be able to better protect Jin Dahai's personal safety. This time, smiles appeared on both of their faces, and their eyes were full of respect when they looked at Qin Yu. Both brothers welcomed Qin Yu to join them. This is how the world of warriors is. The most capable ones come first. They are not villains, so there is no need for them to hate each other. Instead, they will become more respectful to each other. The young man in front of him was definitely an unrivaled genius among warriors. Then let's go. Jin Dahai was getting a little excited at this moment. He had long wanted to enter the star field to take a look, and the level of the ferocious beasts in the area they were entering was not high. He thought that with the protection of Qin Yu and the other two, he would be absolutely safe, so he immediately said to the three of them. Just as Qin Yu and the other three entered the woods together, the gate to the southern area of the star field slowly opened again. Four male figures slowly appeared. They were all wearing dark red combat uniforms. Two of them carried a long sword on their backs, one carried a long black box, and the other one, who was the most muscular among the four, carried two black hammers that glowed with black light. The burly man looked around and said in a cold voice, "According to the employer's request, our mission today is to hunt down the black flame tiger and obtain its blood. The more blood, the better. Once you find the whereabouts of the black flame tiger, notify me immediately." "Yes, Captain." The remaining three people immediately said seriously, their eyes full of awe. "Captain, I see that many of the mercenary tasks on StarNet are to obtain the blood of the black flame tiger. I guess the black flame tiger is in great demand these days," said the thin man carrying a long black box. "And I've also heard that ordinary people can improve their physical fitness by taking large amounts of ferocious beast blood, and even have the hope of awakening special powers and becoming warriors." A man with a long sword on his back immediately spoke up. "Zhang Feng, Li Ya, don't let your imagination run wild. If that's the case, then wouldn't everyone be able to awaken their special abilities and become a warrior? If the news was true, the country would have already started mobilizing warriors to frantically hunt down ferocious beasts. As long as everyone becomes a warrior, the day of eliminating ferocious beasts is just around the corner. It's definitely a lie that the country hasn't made any move. Humph. If this is true, how can we make a profit in the future? Everyone is a warrior. How can we be praised by ordinary people?" The captain snorted coldly, obviously not believing the news. In his opinion, ordinary people will always be ordinary people. If they have no talent, they have no talent. No matter what, they cannot change their fate of being ordinary people. Lazy, Zhang Feng, Li Ya, the three of you watch carefully. If you find any trace of the black flame tiger, report it immediately. The amount of the order this time is large. If someone tries to snatch it from us, we will just do it directly. As long as we do it cleanly, the Star Network will not be able to find us. So many people have accepted this kind of mission, let's see how they can find us. If you dare to rob me, Song Hu, of my wealth, you are courting death. Chapter 15. Instant kill. Too much? Ho ho. Ho ho ho. Walking out of the forest, roar similar to that of a wild boar was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a creature with silver-black hair all over its body, like steel thorns embedded in its body. The single black horn on top of its head looked like a sharp knife, reflecting cold light in the sunlight. This was a group of one-horned wild boars. When they came out to look for food, they smelled the scent of humans and found Qin Yu and his group. Their eyes became particularly greedy when they looked at Qin Yu and others. These one-horned wild boars are larger than ordinary wild boars. They are like SUVs walking on all fours. Their eyes are glowing green, and they slowly lower their heads to reveal their sharp black horn. Boom! This group of one-horned wild boars suddenly ran forward, as if they had turned into tanks driving on the highway, and crashed directly into Qin Yu and his group. Their attacks seemed to be planned in advance. They rushed in all directions while running, trying their best to surround Qinyu and others, leaving them no hope of escaping from the siege. Hurry! Think of a solution. We are surrounded. Seeing this, Jin Dahai quickly hid behind Qinyu. The fear in his eyes was beyond words. Even Chen Yuan and Chen Qing did not dare to be negligent when they saw this situation. Although this group of one-horned wild boars could not threaten them, they could not withstand the siege of a group of one-horned wild boars. Even they had to take it seriously. They put their trump cards in front of them and raised the corner of the scimitar from the side of the shield to prepare for the attack. However, Qinyu was not afraid when he saw this scene. During the college entrance examination, he had no idea how many times he had been besieged by ferocious beasts. He also discovered a certain pattern. In the starfield, less dangerous ferocious beasts tend to travel in groups, and they are smarter than ordinary animals. They can besiege or launch a sneak attack, or even play dead to deceive their opponents. Call out. The next second, one paper plane after another appeared beside Qinyu. These paper planes automatically hung in the air and began to scatter towards the rushing wild boars. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, and the flesh and blood of the one-horned wild boars burst. The blood spilled on the ground like rain, and the broken meat and bones were also scattered all over the ground. The smell of blood became strong in an instant. The star core of the unicorn boar on the ground flickered with a faint white light and fell to the ground intact. I killed these wild boars myself, and I took away the star cores that dropped from them. After seeing that the crisis was resolved, Qinyu said to the Chen Yuan brothers. Seeing that the two brothers had not spoken, Qinyu assumed that they agreed and began to pick up the star cores that had fallen on the ground and put them all into the system space. No matter what level of the ferocious beast star core, it can be sold. After all, there are many warriors in this world who want to awaken their superpowers. Where there are rich, there are poor. Naturally, the star core of the unicorn wild boar will not be difficult to sell. At this moment, Jin Dahai, Chen Yuan, and Chen Qing were shocked, but they did not find it unbelievable. In other words, it felt a bit sudden. Very sudden. From the moment they entered the forest to the moment they came out of it, the fighting power Qinyu displayed really made their mood, which had just calmed down, become shocked again. If I saw it correctly, the spiritual weapon that flew out just now seemed to be a paper airplane folded by a child, right? What's more, these paper planes appeared out of thin air. The paper plane exploded, killing all the one-horned wild boars that were attacking them. The most important thing was that the control of the star power was just right, killing all the wild boars and exposing the star cores in their bodies. This control of the star power was far beyond that of the two brothers. For a warrior, the control of star power is very important, which often represents a warrior's proficiency and mastery of his own supernatural powers. The more you use it, the greater the power will be, and naturally the more you consume. Conversely, if you use less star power, the power of the supernatural power will also be reduced. It's like playing a game. For a charging skill, the difference in power effect between a long charging time and a short charging time is clear to anyone who has played the game. At this age, it's incredible to have such control. Brother Qinyu, are you really at the first level? How did you make the paper plane appear out of thin air just now? Chen Qing came back to his senses and said in shock. Before, the explosions in the forest were caused by using local materials, and now the explosions are caused by children making paper airplanes on the ground. This is really a bit beyond the standard. Moreover, I am older than him and have been practicing for a longer time, so how come I am not as good as an 18-year-old boy? Yes, benefactor, your first superpower is related to explosions and is a firepower, but this paper airplane appeared out of thin air. Could it be that you are a Realm 2 warrior and have awakened a space power? Jin Dahai also said excitedly. Spatial power is a very rare power. With this power, wouldn't it be easy to catch the black flame tiger? This? Roar. Just when Qinyu was about to explain, a deafening and terrifying roar suddenly sounded. There was also a rustling sound coming from the huge bush in front of him. When the bush was pulled aside, a terrified giant bear appeared. The giant bear's body was as big as a hill, and its fur was dark brown. It looked like a huge earth wall, carrying an extremely terrifying deterrent force. When it appeared, it pounced on Qinyu and the other three without hesitation. Damn it, this is a steel-toothed bear. Everyone be careful. When Chen Yuan saw the bear's appearance clearly, he exclaimed in surprise. He cursed in his heart, wondering why he was so unlucky today. He had just dealt with a group of unicorn wild boars, and now a steel-toothed bear with a strength close to that of a level 3 warrior appeared. This thing is not an ordinary bear. It is a ferocious beast. It can't be solved by pretending to be faint. Besides, pretending to be faint won't solve the problem. However, the next second Qin Yu flew over directly, and the moment he approached the steel-toothed bear, his body turned as flexibly as a butterfly, and he avoided the sharp claws with extreme precision. While turning, Qin Yu used the force of the rotation to kick instantly, as fast as lightning. Puff! Ah! A shrill roar was heard. The kick landed heavily on the steel-toothed bear's chest, and bright red blood spurted out of its mouth. After struggling a few more times, the bear fell to the ground with a bang, and no longer responded. Get it! Qin Yu brushed off the dust on his body, and then his palm turned into a knife and stabbed directly into the body of the steel-toothed bear, then violently tore open the body and took out the crystal core inside. This time he failed to control his strength, and a tiny crack appeared on the core of the star. Fortunately, the energy of the steel-toothed bear inside has not been leaked, but the price may have to be reduced. Chapter 16. My buddy is a cheater. How can he practice any martial arts? Abnormal. Monster. Not a human. Looking at Qin Yu, who cut open the steel-toothed bear and took out the star core from its body, these three words appeared in the mouths of the brothers Jin Dahai and Chen Yuan respectively. This performance is really beyond the standard. Before, he used local materials, then paper airplanes, and now he is using his fists and feet to kick a steel-toothed bear to death. Why is there so much work? That was a steel-toothed bear that was close to being a Realm 3 warrior, and it was kicked away with just one kick? Seeing the huge body of the steel-toothed bear falling to the ground with hot blood oozing out, Jin Dahai and the other two were stunned. Is this still a human being? I guess he is no longer like that. He is so young, just turned 18, and he has already started to behave like a non-human. At the beginning, the brothers Chen Yuan and Chun Xing only thought that Qin Yu's strength was only slightly higher than theirs, but now it seems that they simply underestimated him. Jin Dahai is an ordinary person, and apart from being shocked, he has no idea what this means. But Chen Yuan and Chen Qing were both genuine warriors who had awakened their special powers. Seeing how Qin Yu was overly skilled in taking the star core, and recalling how powerful he was just now, they were shocked and doubtful. Since everyone was cultivating their realm with the help of Starry Sky martial arts, could it be that Qin Yu had also practiced some kind of martial arts? But martial arts are so precious and rare. How could he possibly master them at such a young age? Martial arts are another means of exerting great destructive power besides superpowers. In the world of warriors, martial arts are extremely rare and can often bring huge benefits. They are divided into 1 to 10 star martial arts. In battle, it can consume very little star power to exert great power. And the most terrifying thing is that martial arts can be used in conjunction with superpowers. Qin Yu, have you practiced martial arts? Chen Qing looked at Qin Yu, who had put the steel-toothed bear star core into his pocket. He no longer cared how these star cores disappeared out of thin air. What he wanted to know most now was whether Qin Yu had practiced martial arts. Chen Yuan did the same, and looked at Qin Yu eagerly. The two brothers didn't know at some point that they reached an agreement that as long as Qin Yu practiced martial arts, they would immediately worship him as their master. Among warriors, those who are more accomplished in practice come first. Although they are a few years older than Qin Yu, it is not shameful as long as they can learn martial arts. Martial arts? I only learned Starry Sky martial arts in school. I have never come into contact with martial arts, so I don't know. Qin Yu shook his head slightly after listening to this, but seeing how eagerly the two brothers wanted to curry favor with someone, he felt uncomfortable all over, as if someone was greedy for his body. Martial arts? Don't be ridiculous. My friend, I am using cheats. How can I possibly spend so much effort to practice martial arts? Can that thing be as powerful as cheats? Why would I bother to study martial arts when I can easily solve the problem with cheats? While others are practicing hard, I have already packed my bags. All right. The two brothers sighed and were somewhat disappointed to hear Qin Yu's answer, which did not sound like a lie. It would be great if this were false. The next period of time, as they went deeper, they encountered more and more ferocious beasts. Those ferocious beasts seemed strong and crazy, but in the end they were all easily killed by Qin Yu, and the star cores in their bodies were stripped away. No matter how many ferocious beasts were charging towards Qin Yu, he was not afraid at all. He just frantically mobilized the star power in his body and launched round after round of explosions. It was like a perpetual motion machine of star power, endless. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever Qin Yu passed by, he could hear the sound of explosions and flames caused by the explosions. One ferocious beast after another died in the explosions of paper airplanes. Looking at so many corpses of ferocious beasts, Qin Yu was naturally in a very happy mood. Although these ferocious beast star cores were of a lower level, they were in large quantities. They were cheap, but he was going for quantity and making money by quantity. Of course, some of them were inevitably completely destroyed, and there were a few that he really didn't like and felt that the way they were eaten was a bit ugly, so he shared them with the brothers Chen Yuan and Chen Qing who had followed him along the way. They both felt that they had received this mission just to make up the numbers and to come and watch Qin Yu's solo show. However, they have to admit that it is a pleasant feeling to follow the big guy and enjoy the soup. The star cores that Qin Yu distributed to them can also make them earn a lot of money. As for Jin Dahai, he was completely conquered by Qin Yu's martial arts. In his opinion, Qin Yu was not only his benefactor but also his idol. He must work hard to become a warrior and become a peerless strong man like Qin Yu. Of course, before that, he must obtain enough blood of ferocious beasts. The three of them had been exploring in the area of the second-level ferocious beasts, but they did not find any trace of the black flame tiger until dark. They even thought that the black flame tiger was the same as a human being and might have been sent out on a business trip for some reason. The ferocious beasts that used to be seen everywhere are now nowhere to be seen when you really want to encounter them. This is really weird. Ouch! Just when they were about to give up, a roar suddenly broke out, and the roar was extremely powerful. It's Tiger Roar. The moment he heard the voice, a look of joy appeared on Jin Dahai's tired face. Finally waited for it. Although I don't know if it is the voice of the black flame tiger, I still want to try my luck. Let's go and take a look. Qin Yu understood Jin Dahai's thoughts, and he also wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, so he led his men to look in the direction of the sound. At the same time, about 300 meters behind Qin Yu and his four companions, a team of 4 warriors also heard the sound of the tiger's roar. A tiger's roar? That should be the sound of a black flame tiger. We can report our mission after killing this black flame tiger. Lazy, you 3 should hurry up and catch up, Song Hu said coldly while looking at the 3 team members behind him. Captain, I saw many corpses of ferocious beasts along the way. Almost all of them were killed by explosives. Some even had their blood drained. Could there be someone like us? Lazy frowned, and Zhang Feng and Leah also frowned. They felt that this was a very powerful team of warriors, and it might be difficult to snatch the blood of the ferocious beasts they had obtained. Along the way, they robbed many warrior teams of the blood of ferocious beasts, and of course killed more than a dozen black flame tigers. They had originally planned to leave the starfield, but just now they heard the tigers roar again, and thought about getting more commissions and prepared to move on. No matter who it is, vision is weakened at night. Anyone who blocks us from making money can be killed before dark as long as we hide well. Song Hu said again in a cold voice with a ruthless heart, without any emotion, as if killing people was a very common thing in his opinion. Although the Star Network does not allow warriors to kill people in the process of completing tasks, tasks like the blood of ferocious beasts are now almost everywhere in the Star Network. These warriors in the second and third realms have all set their eyes on this piece of cake. As long as they do it cleanly and secretly, they will not be detected. Moreover, this is not the first time they have killed someone during a mission. Chapter 17. You can't do it either, cat. Ouch! Qin Yu and his 3 companions followed the sound, and when they peeled away the weeds in front of them, they found a tiger with black and red flames all over its body enjoying the food it had just killed. At the same time, it was also sending out signals for its companions to come and eat together. Ouch! Brush. The next moment, another black flame tiger jumped out from the vast weeds. The 2 black flame tigers licked each other's fur, and then lowered their heads to feast on the food. The flames on their bodies are very strange, especially at night. The originally bright orange-red flames will gradually change color as the night goes by, and finally stop changing when they reach black and blend with the night. The temperature of the flames will also change, and will be the same as the temperature in the night air. This is also the reason why the 2 black flame tigers come out to hunt for food at night. Their bodies will blend into the night. Unless you have super perception, it is impossible to discover their whereabouts, and you will eventually become their meal. Now, the flames on the 2 black flame tigers have completely turned black, blending into the night. Put this on. At this moment, Jin Dahai opened his backpack and took out 4 thermal imaging glasses, which could be used to deal with the black flame tiger in the dark. If you don't bring this, it would be too dangerous to fight the black flame tiger in the dark relying only on vision. Although this is in the area of level 2 ferocious beasts, these 2 black flame tigers are much stronger than the steel tooth bears just now. What's more, there are 2 of them, so you naturally can't be careless. In order to obtain the blood of the black flame tiger, He did his homework and bought a lot of equipment to deal with the black flame tiger. He thought he would not need it today, but he did not expect to find the trace of the black flame tiger when he was leaving, and there were two of them. The black flame tiger is a growing ferocious beast. It can grow into an 8th level ferocious beast as long as it is given enough time. As its strength increases, the supernatural powers in the star core in its body will also become stronger. It's just that the prerequisite for becoming stronger is that it can survive the fate of level 2 and not be killed by humans or other ferocious beasts. Ouch! At this moment, the two black flame tigers that were eating suddenly raised their heads and sniffed around. A human scent slowly entered their nostrils. They immediately became alert, put down the meat in their mouths, and went into the grass. Hurry, don't let them run away. When Jean Dehai saw that the black flame tiger was trying to run away, he became very anxious. He wanted to become a warrior so much. Moreover, he had waited for so long. So how could he let go of the meat that was right in front of his mouth? He anxiously shook the shoulders of Qinyu and the other two, signaling them to rush forward and kill the black flame tiger. Ouch! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from behind them. The four of them turned around and found that the bloodthirsty eyes of the two black flame tigers were staring at them. The next second, they rushed towards Qinyu and the other three. Just now they entered the weeds not to run away, but to get around these humans and surprise them. At night, this is the black flame tiger's home turf, so how could it let go of the delicious human? Looking at the black flame tiger that was attacking them, everyone only saw a black shadow suddenly attacking them, making them feel caught off guard. Black flames suddenly appeared on the front paws of the black flame tiger. When it appeared in front of Jean Dehai, it slapped him hard. Careful! The person closest to Jean Dehai was Qinyu. He approached Jean Dehai quickly and pushed Jean Dehai out first. Go hide aside. Don't come out unless I tell you to. Qinyu said to Jean Dehai after rescuing him, then looked at the black flame tiger with cold eyes and took a fighting stance. Ouch! Seeing that his attack had missed, the black flame tiger let out an angry roar and looked at Qinyu with bloodthirsty eyes. Its sharp fangs emitted an icy light under the moonlight. On the contrary, the brothers Chen Yuan and Chen Xing had already started fighting with another black flame tiger. If it weren't for the thermal imaging glasses, they would not be able to see the attack of the black flame tiger at all. After all, their hair and flames are black, and there is no light at all in the star field at night. Apart from relying on the faint light of the moon, there is no way to deal with it. Even with the help of the thermal imaging glasses, he still looked a bit embarrassed when dealing with the black flame tiger and was beaten back step by step. The two brothers' superpowers are both sea-level Earth-related superpowers. Their bodies are wrapped in a thick layer of stone armor, which enhances both their attack and defense capabilities. They can even control the surrounding earth and rocks to launch attacks. However, all of this becomes empty talk in the face of the black flame tiger's flexible movements. Moreover, after using their special powers, in order to guard against the black flame tiger's flexible attacks, they focused on strengthening their own defenses. A layer of stone armor was directly covered on his body, which greatly reduced his movement speed. Every time the scimitar was chopped down, he could flexibly dodge it. Instead, the two of them were hit by claws again and again, looking very embarrassed. Brother, this won't work. We don't have enough star power to maintain the stone armor state all the time. Besides, this beast is too fast. We can't keep up at all. Chun Qing repelled the black flame tiger, half knelt down and spoke to his elder brother Chen Yuan while breathing heavily. It can be seen that the stone armor on his body has already been covered with scratches, but he is still using star power to repair it. But this is still a drop in the bucket. Damn it, let's fight this beast and withdraw the stone armor. Chen Yuan roared, and the stone armor on his body fell to the ground instantly. He put the shield in front of him and rushed forward with the scimitar in hand. Chen Qing did the same upon seeing this. The two of them attacked from the front and back using the dirt and rocks on the ground. They all knew very well that if they continued to fight like this, the only ones who would die would be the two brothers, so now they had no choice but to fight to the end. Qinyu on the other side was a completely different picture. He did not look embarrassed at all when dealing with the black flame tiger. Instead, he did it with ease. However, the black flame tiger was extremely angry and kept gasping for breath. It had almost used up all its strength, but still could not touch the human at all. Even its special abilities were of no use. It now only felt that its physical strength and star power were drastically decreasing. That's it? Not even you, kitten. Qinyu flexed his wrist and spoke to the furious black flame tiger, his eyes full of disdain. Ouch! After all, this black flame tiger is intelligent. Although it cannot understand human language, it became even more angry when it saw the disdain in Qin Yu's eyes. It roared again and rushed forward. Qin Yu had no scruples and punched out suddenly. Bang! This punch hit the black flame tiger right on the body. With just one punch, the black flame tiger was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. After rolling several times on the ground, the body gradually stopped, and there was no life left. Chapter 18. Kill the black flame tiger, and a four-man team appears. Bang! Bang! On the other side, after Qin Yu knocked the black flame tiger away, its corpse slowly rolled in front of another black flame tiger. The Chen Yuan brothers were also knocked away, and their bodies rolled to Qin Yu's feet. Fortunately, they were seriously injured but not dead. The three of them just looked at each other, and the atmosphere around them became a little awkward. Especially the Chen Yuan brothers, who were lying on the ground looking at Qin Yu's condescending eyes, and then looked at the black flame tiger that had lost its breath, and felt that they had lost all face. You know, he had boasted before that the two of them were enough to hunt the black flame tiger. However, after these hardships, they have gradually become accustomed to it, and it is more reliable to let Qin Yu take action. Are you all right? Qin Yu looked at the two brothers lying at his feet, reached out his hand to pull them up, and said with concern, It's okay, it's okay. The two of us will go protect Jin Dahai. I'll leave the last one to you. Chen Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, limped, and without looking back, he took his brother into the weeds. Ouch! When Chen Yuan and the other two hid, the roar of another black flame tiger was heard. Black flames were boiling all over its body, burning more vigorously than before. Its black eyes gradually turned blood red. It stared at Qin Yu and roared continuously. The two of them were together, or to be more precise, they were a couple, and the one Qin Yu killed with one punch was a tigress. Brush! It was very fast and suddenly spit out a ball of fire from its mouth. The moment the fire appeared, it actually formed a large black net and pressed towards Qin Yu. It wanted to capture Qin Yu and torture him, making this damn human being unable to live or die. Seeing the approaching black fire net, Qin Yu suddenly had a white paper plane in his hand, which he instantly shot towards the descending fire net. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and immediately the surrounding area was filled with smoke and dust. The black flame tiger did not enter the smoke, but paced back and forth around it. It was not sure whether the human was caught in its fire net, and it was even less sure whether the explosion of the spiritual weapon just now had killed the human. Die! Whoosh! 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 3 white paper planes suddenly flew out from the smoke and quickly exploded around the black flame tiger. Boom! 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 There were 3 loud explosions, and white lights instantly illuminated the night, bringing about an extremely brief day. After the white light caused by the explosion disappeared, the body of the black flame tiger slowly appeared in front of him. Because he wanted to get the opponent's blood, Qin Yu exploded more gently this time, and there was no blood or flesh flying everywhere. It obviously refused to surrender and wanted to attack Qin Yu. Unfortunately, it was hit by Qin Yu's 3 consecutive bombs, and this last cry became its last swan song. The black flame tiger finally sank suddenly and fell heavily to the ground, completely losing its vitality. This, brother Qin Yu, fighting saves time and effort. Benefactor, benefactor. You saved me, Jin Dahai, once again. After the 3 saw that the 2 black flame tigers were all killed by Qin Yu, they ran out from the bushes, exclaiming continuously. Especially Jin Dahai, he decided that after leaving the star field this time, he must thank Qin Yu for saving his life twice. Otherwise, he would blame himself. Solve. There are 2 more black flame tigers than expected. Boss Jin has to pay me more. Qin Yu walked up to Jin Dahai and joked with a smile. Of course. My benefactor, you saved me again this time. I don't know how to thank you. You can take this black flame tiger's star core. You can absorb its supernatural power when your realm is improved in the future. It is said that the power of the black flame tiger will increase with its strength. It will definitely be useful to you. Jin Dahai's eyes were filled with gratitude. From the time with the bone wolf to now, he had almost been through the gates of hell twice. This feeling was like he had lived again. He was extremely excited looking at the fallen black flame tiger. He decided to give Qin Yu the star core of a black flame tiger, and at the same time prepared to give Qin Yu more commission as a reward. The purpose of this hunt was to hunt a black flame tiger, but this time they successfully hunted 2, and all of it was Qin Yu's credit. Naturally, he had no right to take over the other one. He was a rule-abiding person and naturally would not monopolize the 2 black flame tigers. He didn't care about the star core. He just heard the news and didn't know whether taking tiger blood or other ferocious beast's blood would have any miraculous effect on becoming a warrior, so he might as well repay the favor of saving his life. As for the Qin Yuan brothers, they had endless envy in their eyes, but no jealousy, because this was all what Qin Yu deserved. Along the way, the two brothers were almost just decorations and did not play any role at all. It was all up to Qin Yu alone. Okay, Boss Qin, let's start taking the tiger blood and star cores. As Qin Yu spoke, he began to urge Jin Dahai and the others. He did not mention the black flame tiger star core that was to be given to him. He already had a hanging on him, and he really did not care about the beast's star core. When Jin Dahai took the Qin Yuan brothers to extract tiger blood and star cores, Qin Yu was not idle either. A small white spider made of clay appeared in his hand. The spider was vivid and crawled flexibly on Qin Yu's hand. He slowly bent down, and the little spider seemed to understand something. Its red eyes flashed and it quickly entered the bushes. Just as the four were collecting the tiger's blood, Song Hu's team of four also caught up. Captain, did you hear the explosion just now? It was a very loud noise. I think the black flame tiger has been dealt with. Zhang Feng looked around vigilantly, and after discovering that there was no ferocious beast ambush, he said to Song Hu beside him, "Wouldn't it be better if it were dead? That beast is more troublesome to deal with at night. Now someone has helped us to get rid of the trouble. We should be grateful. Let's go quickly. Maybe he has helped us to get the tiger blood and star core." Song Hu sneered, and the double hammers in his hands burst into a black light, filled with murderous intent. "Captain, there's a situation." When the four of them moved forward, the voice of Zhang Feng, who had been in charge of observation, rang out again. He took Song Hu and the other two and quietly went over. They found that a team of four was busy. The four of them looked around and saw two dead black flame tigers lying next to the team. They were extracting the blood and star cores from the black flame tigers and had not noticed the four of them approaching. "Captain, it seems that the explosion just now was caused by here." Lei Zi smelled the smell of burning objects in the air, looked at the battle scene around him, and then looked at the two black flame tiger corpses on the ground, his eyes fiery. "These are all red banknotes. Heh, he actually brought an ordinary person with him." Crack! Leah opened the long box on his back and saw inside the box was a blue and white sniper rifle with a metallic luster flashing at the muzzle. In addition to this sniper rifle, there were bullets with electric flashes in the warheads. If you look closely, it seems that there is a small world formed by thunder inside the warhead. Having been in the industry for so long, he could easily tell that this ordinary person must be the employer of these three warriors. He entered the starfield in order to obtain the tiger blood and star core with his own eyes. In other words, he came here to build up his courage in order to become a warrior in the future. However, he didn't think that drinking the blood of ferocious beasts was true. As long as they aim at this person, the two black flame tiger corpses will naturally belong to them without any effort. His sniper rifle is not an ordinary firearm, but a genuine spiritual weapon, one of the 3-star spiritual weapons in the Thunder series. Its firing rate, penetration, and power are much more terrifying than ordinary sniper rifles. It can also be infused with star power, and its bullets are even equipped with lightning. He believed that as long as he fired one shot, these three warriors would not be able to protect this ordinary person. Once the employer dies, their reputation in the industry will be damaged, and no one will dare to hire them in the future. Chapter 19: The Terror of Clay Bombs. Song Hu frowned slightly, naturally understanding what Leah meant, and then smiled. "It will save us a lot of trouble if we take the employer with us. Leah, find a good position to aim at the ordinary person. Lei Zi and Zhang Feng, you two will go out with me to talk to the three warriors. I want to see if the employer is within our sniper range. Will these three people surrender? If they don't know how to appreciate it, then their employers will have their brains blown up. That will be much more painful than killing them. How can a warrior who even his employer cannot protect continue to survive in the Star Network? Of course, he also has a best way, which is to kill all these people. Moreover, it happens to be night now, and there are still many warriors in the star field who have not gone out. It is normal for a few of them to be killed by ferocious beasts because of their lack of strength." After thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Song Hu's eyes, and he prepared to take Lei Zi and Zhang Feng out. But at this moment, whoosh, 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 3 clay birds instantly flew in front of Song Hu, Zhang Feng, and Lei Zi. One of the clay birds instantly exploded in front of Zhang Feng. The clay explosive contained in it directly blew half of Zhang Feng's body into a bloody mess. At the same time, another clay bird also exploded beside Lei Zi. The fiery red light completely engulfed its body. Pieces of meat flew in the air, and fell to the ground in an instant. When the last clay bird was about to explode, Song Hu witnessed the tragic deaths of Lei Zi and Zhang Feng. When he saw the fiery red cracks appearing on the clay bird that looked like an airplane model in front of him, he quickly pounced to the other side. But even so, the explosion of the clay bird still blew off his right arm. Blood continued to flow from his right arm, causing him great pain. He lay on the ground, covering his right arm and screaming in pain. He just couldn't understand why the team, which was hiding so well, was discovered. Now, before the operation even started, Zhang Feng and Lei Zi were all killed in the explosion, and he himself lost an arm, losing the possibility of fighting. On the other side, when Liu saw two of his teammates die tragically and one was seriously injured, he immediately picked up the sniper rifle and aimed it at Jin Dahai. However, the moment he aimed, he discovered that Jin Dahai, who was originally taking the blood of the Black Flame Tiger himself, had disappeared out of thin air. Hiss! Just as he was about to aim at other people, he suddenly felt a chill in his spine. Cold sweat instantly soaked his entire body, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with fear, and a look of terror appeared on his face. Because at some unknown time, a small white spider with red eyes had quietly crawled onto his shoulder, and its blood-red eyes were staring straight at him, like the soul-stirring god of death, staring at him quietly. Ah! Liu let out a scream of shock and immediately reacted by trying to knock the spider off his body. Boom! But in the next second, the red spider's body cracked instantly, and the explosives inside exploded instantly, and Liu was completely enveloped in a fiery red light. When the red light of the explosion disappeared, only a lingering thick smoke remained around. Obviously, Liu is dead and cannot die anymore. Lei Zi, Zhang Feng, Liu. Song Hu, lying in a pool of blood, watched all his teammates being killed in the explosion, feeling both angry and helpless. Damn it, it's you, Song Hu? If it weren't for Brother Qin Yu finding out early, I'm afraid you would have succeeded. Chen Yuan and Chen Qing walked forward and saw that the person lying on the ground groaning in pain was Song Hu, and they cursed him immediately. Obviously, the two brothers hated this man very much. Song Hu had a very bad reputation in the Star Network warrior circle. In order to complete the task, he would even use any means to kill ordinary people and warriors, and every action was at night. Also, because of the large number of ferocious beasts appearing at night, the inspectors of Star Network could only assume that all these people died in the mouths of ferocious beasts. Therefore, Song Hu and others escaped the sanctions of Star Network many times. Moreover, not long ago, Song Hu and his men robbed the two brothers, which was undoubtedly a great humiliation for them. Now, even though they all saw the miserable plight of these people as bystanders, it could be considered revenge. These scum who broke the rules finally got their comeuppance. Jin Dahai also walked out from behind Chen Yuan, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the presence of his benefactor, his head would have been pierced by a bullet long ago. From the Bone Wolf to the Black Flame Tiger to the current sniper attack, Qin Yu has saved him 3 times. This life-saving grace can never be repaid. How did you find us? Song Hu said with difficulty, especially when he saw the Chen Yuan brothers. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. With the strength of these two people, it is impossible for them to be discovered. Defeated. He hated himself for not killing the two brothers at that time. Oh, even in this state, your temper hasn't changed at all. It's not us who noticed you, but this little brother. Chen Yuan seemed to see the disdain in Song Hu's eyes. Although he was also very angry, he still pushed Qin Yu out. Was it difficult to find you guys? Qin Yu walked forward and summoned a clay spider from the system space with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Looking at the spider crawling flexibly in the other person's hand, Song Hu finally understood. It turns out that they have been under surveillance since the beginning. The Star Network stipulates that warriors cannot fight each other, and even more, cannot kill each other. Aren't you afraid of the sanctions from the Star Network? Song Hu endured the pain and covered his long-lost arm, speaking in pain, his tone full of unwillingness. I said you. Just when Chen Qing was about to start cursing, Qin Yu stopped him. Of course we are scared. Besides, you were obviously killed and eaten by the beasts. What does it have to do with us? We are legal warriors. Qin Yu looked at Song Hu with a half-smile, and then spoke again. Let's go after everything is done. Don't disturb other people's meals. The others seemed to understand something. They also smiled at the fallen Song Hu and followed Qin Yu. In Song Hu's eyes, this scene was undoubtedly a smile from the devil, which made him terrified. Ouch! At this moment, The roar of a ferocious beast broke the silence, and a huge figure appeared around Song Hu. Seeing this, Song Hu was so frightened that he could no longer bear it. He tried hard to stand up, to hide, and to leave the star field alive. But he couldn't stand up at all. His body was already bleeding and unconscious. Slowly, a black flame tiger appeared in front of Song Hu, its scarlet eyes eager to fight. No, no, don't come over here. Someone come and save me. I'll give him money. I'll give him lots and lots of money. Someone come and save me. You will die a horrible death. Ouch. Chapter 20 Spending money is also a problem. Realm breakthrough. Night. 11 o'clock. Qin Yu returned home, and when he opened the door, he found that his parents were not asleep. Instead, they were sitting on the sofa watching TV, as if they were waiting for him to come back. Mom and Dad, you're not asleep yet. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? After closing the door, Qin Yu walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of sugar-free cola, walked to his parents and said, "How can your mother sleep if you don't come back? The Star Network mission is very dangerous. We almost called the police." Qin Hai said this unhappily, but his nervousness calmed down when he saw his son return home safely. "Okay, Xiao Yu is back. It's good to be back. Have you eaten? Mom will cook something for you." Seeing her husband lose his temper with her son, Zhang Yufan poked him with her arm and told him to talk less. Although Qin Yu said in the morning that he would complete the mission today, ordinary people like them had never heard of something like the Star Network. If they hadn't asked someone, they would not have known that the Star Network mission would be so dangerous. He actually wanted to enter the star field to hunt ferocious beasts. Although the reward is high, the mission is too dangerous. Every time she lay in bed and closed her eyes, she felt her heartbeat quickening. The indescribable panic made her get up from time to see if Qin Yu had returned home. After some time, Qin Hai and Zhang Yufan turned on the TV and sat on the sofa waiting for Qin Yu to come back. After hearing what his mother said, Qin Yu's eyes turned slightly red and his heart was deeply moved. In his opinion, his decision was indeed right. His parents were so good to him, and he had to change his fate no matter what so that his family could have enough food and clothing and live a happy life. Today's trip to the starfield was indeed worthwhile. Cuckoo. Just at this time, Qin Yu's stomach growled. He had been in the starfield for a whole day and had not eaten anything except breakfast. He was busy killing ferocious beasts to get their blood and star cores. He only cared about money and didn't care about himself at all. "I'm a little hungry, Mom. Please make me some instant noodles." Qin Yu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, he felt embarrassed to have made his mother wait for him so late, and now he wanted her to cook for him. TSK, our Xiao Yu is still embarrassed? Your mother has already prepared dinner for you, and has kept it warm. She still has to serve you, a hero, so late at night. When Qin Hai saw his son coming back, he felt relieved and was no longer angry. He walked to the kitchen while joking. In a short while, 2 dishes and a soup were ready, all of which were Qin Yu's favorites. There are cola chicken wings, sweet and sour pork, and seafood dumpling soup. The cuisine here is the same as on Earth. Many people will definitely love the seafood dumpling soup alone. Come on, little brat, eat quickly. After the meal was served on the table, Qin Hai served his son another bowl of rice and said, seeing the steaming food on the table, Qin Yu's eyes welled up with tears for some reason, and the emotion in his heart was beyond words. "Okay, Xiao Yu, eat quickly." Zhang Yufan also came over and started putting meat into Qin Yu's bowl. Qin Yu secretly wiped his tears and started eating with big mouthfuls. Both dishes are sweet, but they are so delicious. Sweet taste is delicious. Mom, this is for you. Qin Yu took out a bank card from his pocket while shoveling rice into his mouth. The body of this bank card is all black, with golden cloud patterns inlaid on the edge, and the words Warrior Bank clearly written on it. What is this? Why is this card black? Where did this card come from? Zhang Yufan looked at the warrior-only bank card in her hand, her eyes full of confusion. Just by looking at the appearance of this card, you can tell that it is a very expensive card, and ordinary people like them simply cannot afford it. Qin Hai also came over and even took out his own bank card for comparison. The difference between the two was huge just in appearance. It seemed that this card must have many advantages. This is a gift from my employer after I completed the mission. There is a total of 40 million in it. Mom, just take this card and you can buy whatever you want. Qin Yu took a sip of Coke, took the card back from Qin Hai, and put it directly into Zhang Yufan's hand. At the same time, he looked at his father Qin Hai and asked, "Is this the card you deserve?" Qin Hai was unhappy when he saw this, but he could do nothing about it. He was indeed not qualified to use this card. Although he also had a bank card, the money in it was in his wife's hands. The card in his hand was empty. Wait, what did you say? There's 40 million in the card? Qin Hai came back to his senses and looked at the warrior-only bank card in his wife's hand in shock, his eyes full of shock. Just now, there were 40 million in my hands? 40 million? Xiaoyu, did your employer really give you this money after you completed the task? Don't lie to your mother. Zheng Yufan was also shocked, but she was also afraid that Qin Yu was lying to her. Mom, I can't lie to you even if I lie to Dad. This is what's going on. After Qin Yu finished the last piece of sweet and sour pork, he told Jin Dahai everything about how he rescued Jin Dahai from the mouth of the bone wolf and how he accepted Jin Dahai's employment mission on Star Network. In fact, he should have been given 1 million, but later all the star cores he obtained were bought by Jin Dahai. Although the levels were not very high, the prices he offered were higher than the market price, not to mention that he had killed more than one black flame tiger. Qin Yu knew that Jin Dahai wanted to repay his kindness in this way, so he finally stopped refusing. Oh my God, son, you still have this opportunity. Qin Hai also understood what he meant. This was simply like saving the god of wealth. 40 million. He couldn't possibly earn that much even if he died. Not to mention letting yourself spend money, his knowledge is there, but he doesn't know how to spend it. Besides, the money is in my wife's hands and I can hardly spend it. Okay, Mom and Dad, you guys should think about how to spend this money. I'm going to eat and go to bed. Qin Yu wiped his mouth, said something to his parents, and went back to his room to sleep. He had to participate in the trials tomorrow. As for how to spend the money, it's up to them. After all, the money is given to them. Seeing their son return to the house, Qin Hai and his wife couldn't sleep. Originally, there was nothing wrong, but suddenly they had 40 million in their hands. Although there was no problem with the source of the money, they were really puzzled about how to spend it. After all, I have never seen so much money in my life. It seems that sometimes when you have so much money, how to spend it becomes a problem. The next day, early morning. If you don't develop the bad habit of smoking within 24 hours, you are 80% away from the next breakthrough. If you don't develop a drinking habit within 24 hours, you have 60% left to break through next time. If you don't develop gambling or drug addiction within 24 hours, you have 20% left to break through next time. Maintaining good health for 24 hours will trigger a random breakthrough reward, and your realm will break through to level 2, level 3. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the second realm and obtaining the SSS-level Light Soul ability Hand of God. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the second realm and receiving the System Gift Blind Box, Second Realm Upgrade Version, X50. Chapter 21 Early Talent Selection. SSS-level Light Soul ability Hand of God. Any attack that touches the target can trigger superpowers, which can instantly seal the target's star veins and mental power. During the sealing stage, the star power and mental power cannot be used, and the mental power is continuously reduced during this stage. The sealing time is mainly determined by the star power consumption. When the target seal disappears, within 2.5 hours, the power of all the target's own superpowers will be reduced, the star power consumption will increase, and the mental power consumption will increase. The number of seals is 1. At this time, Qin Yu lay down, and when he opened his eyes, the prompt sound in his mind began to sound continuously. As soon as he opened his eyes, he broke through and gained level superpowers. Moreover, it is one of the 2 most special and rare types of supernatural powers, the Light Soul system. The second type is the Dark Soul system. The Light Soul system is a fusion of the Light system and the Spirit system. Superpowers can be activated not only by star power, but also by mental power. According to analysis in books and news media, the Light Soul and Dark Soul abilities only exist in some ancient civilizations in the universe. Many ancient civilization relics that have been explored have recorded that the Light Soul and Dark Soul abilities have long since disappeared in the universe. Possessing any one of the Light Soul or Dark Soul abilities will increase your immunity to light, dark, and mental abilities by 50%. Blessed be the ox. The most powerful superpowers in the entire martial arts world are divided into 4 categories: light, darkness, spirit, and space. And now he actually has the ability to suppress the 3 strongest types of light, darkness, and spirit. To put it more simply, when the systems recorded in these 2 relics meet the 3 systems known to have been successfully awakened among humans, it is exactly like a father beating his son. Once you encounter it, there is no solution. There is absolutely no solution. What's even more surprising is that he has infinite star power and infinite mental power. Wouldn't that torture people to death? Even if you encounter a warrior who is stronger than you in strength and realm, once the hand of God is used, even if you can't kill the opponent, you can at least torture him. What's more, I have a cheat, so if I can't beat him, I can just run away. It won't be a problem for me to come back for revenge after 10 days or half a month. The question is whether there is something hanging on you. Imagine that you can't use your superpowers. Martial arts require a small amount of star power to unleash their ultimate power, and spiritual weapons require star power to activate. Doesn't that mean you can only rely on your physical body to fight against yourself? And the psychic ability can be triggered by star power as well as by mental power, but it cannot resist the hand of God that catches both ends. Not to mention that this is the light soul system that no warriors in the world have awakened yet. If you want to find out how to deal with the light soul system, then go explore the dangerous and terrifying ruins of ancient civilization. It is not clear whether you can find it or not, and you will need to study more whether you can come back or not. At the same time, you will have the special abilities of controlling objects and mental introspection. A psychic with psychic powers must reach the 4th realm to display this kind of ability, but I am only at the 2nd realm and I have these 2 special abilities. Wouldn't that make those psychics who have worked so hard to reach the 4th realm angry to death? Anything produced by the system must be a high-quality product. Without too many fancy changes, the supernatural power was quickly integrated into Qin Yu's body with the help of the system. He could clearly feel the appearance of a golden mark in his body. There really isn't much change, but that's good. It saves us the trouble. Qin Yu looked at his body and felt relieved when he found that there was no change. He didn't want to make such a big noise like the first time he awakened his superpowers. His family couldn't bear it. Now, it's time to open the blind box. System, open the blind box. Qin Yu whispered in his heart. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 2 detonating clay giant birds. Detonating clay giant bird. Can be flown by people, can be detonated, explosion ignores defense, can be infused with star power to enhance the power of the explosion. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Please, brother system, stop blessing me. If you continue to bless me, I will be pissed to death. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the detonating clay giant bird X1. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 10 detonating clay flying birds. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Okay, you're playing dirty, right? Fine. If you have the guts, the remaining 20 blind boxes will all be blessings. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Please, brother system, I was really wrong. Please give me something good for the last 5 blind boxes. At this time, Qin Yu was already torn. He really couldn't bear receiving so many blessings during the holidays. And this is a blessing from the system. 50 blind boxes, all of them are blessings. I really can't stand it. Looking at the last 5 blind boxes in front of him, he closed his eyes and began to pray. Although he was using cheats, he couldn't stand the fact that the rewards from the cheats were blessings. What he wants is to add more to the decoration, not the blessing of decoration. Open. He made up his mind and said silently in his heart. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 5 lay-by. Lay-by, an upgraded version of Sprite. After drinking it, you will gain the lightning effect. All attacks can be accompanied by lightning, which lasts for 1 hour. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Fire Immunity. Flame Immunity, immune to flames and any fire-related attacks. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 9-star spiritual weapon, Frost Blade. Frost Blade. The blade is covered with bone-biting cold. Attacks can ignore all defenses of the target. It can freeze the target's blood, reduce cell activity, freeze the soul, and slow down the movement and ability triggering. The blade ignores any fire and cannot be destroyed. System tips. Spiritual weapons can be triggered together with supernatural powers, and the matching effects are developed by yourself. Congratulations to the host. Star Pulse Pill X5. Star Vein Pill. After taking it, you can refine your own blood and strengthen the star veins in your body. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Star Pulse Pill. Take out. Looking at the pill in his hand that was sparkling with starlight, Qin Yu finally understood why it was called Star Vein Pill. Upon closer observation, it was discovered that the pill seemed to have a star core engraved on it, and even in the daytime, one could still see a strange light flashing. Feel the flavor. After thinking of this, Chinyu put the 5-star vein pills together and stuffed them all into his mouth. It has no taste and melts in your mouth. After a dozen seconds, there was a reaction. A warm current began to rush into the lower abdomen and then began to spread throughout the body. With the help of the star vein pill, Chinyu could feel that the star veins in his body had become thicker, and the star power supplied by them had become more. And most importantly, the power of the star power had also become stronger. Star power will be strengthened along with the improvement of one's own realm, and the stronger the star power, the more powerful the supernatural power will be. This is not only a matter of supernatural power level, but also related to star power. Although Chinyu has the passive blessing of infinite star power, he can't stand the feeling of weakness every time the star power is drained. Feels like. After Chinyu took the Xingmai pill, he discovered that his original realm of second level 3 had suddenly broken through to second level 6. Cool. The progress of this realm is faster than the pace of work and rest. After eating 5 pills, I increased my level by 3. What would happen if I ate more? System, host, don't think too much. The higher the realm, the worse the effect will be, and the value of the system reward will also decrease in the future. What? After Chinyu heard the words of the system in his mind, he was stunned. Not only has the efficacy of the medicine become worse, but the value of the daily routine has also decreased? Is there still justice? Is there still unity? Although I feel unhappy, I have to accept it. Hiss. Why is it so cold in the house? At this moment, Chinyu shuddered unconsciously, and even cold air came out of his mouth while he talked to himself. When he looked around, he found that his room was completely frozen. Even the mattress and quilt were covered with a layer of ice. The whole room seemed to be made of ice and was extremely cold. It was a bone-biting cold, so cold that it hurt in the bones and even made one's consciousness blurred. Coming back to his senses, Chinyu saw the frost blades floating in front of him. These were 2 ice knives that emitted cold air. The blades were all made of ice. The moment his hands touched them, a thick layer of ice formed, almost sticking to the blades. But soon, the cold feeling disappeared the moment Chinyu touched the blade. In the next second, the frost blade suddenly disappeared out of thin air. However, he could feel that the frost blade did not disappear out of thin air, but entered his body and was hidden in the star veins. When you go out, put on the clothes you wore last night on the balcony. The clothes in the house may have to wait for a while before they can be worn. There's nothing we can do, they're all frozen. After getting dressed, Chinyu walked to the dining table. It was still fried dough sticks and soy milk, which was Chinyu's favorite breakfast combination. It's just that the soy milk has cooled down and the fried dough sticks have become a little hard, and they feel icy hard. Son, it felt like winter in the house just now. What's going on? Zhang Yufan shivered involuntarily as she held the freshly fried dough sticks. Yawn. Yes, it's too cold. I thought it was winter just now. Qin Hai sneezed and took out all his thermal clothes, but when he opened the door, he still felt hot, without any change. Ah, are you cold? I don't feel that way. After Chinyu swallowed the supplies, he took the freshly fried dough sticks and started eating. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Sleep for 8 hours a night on a regular basis, complete the night sleep target, and reduce 10% every hour to break the data. After washing up and taking care of breakfast and taking exclusive nutritional supplements, my realm has broken through to level 7 warrior, level 2. Not bad, not bad. I thought the subsequent procedures would not proceed after the upgrade, but I didn't expect the process to remain the same. Now, while the value does not drop, hurry up and complete the standard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Chinyu's cell phone rang. Chinyu picked up the phone, and the anxious voice of Zhang Chao, the head teacher, sounded on the other end of the line. Chinyu, come out quickly. I'm waiting for you downstairs at your house. Chinyu was slightly startled, and then replied, Teacher, what are you doing downstairs of my house? The college entrance examination is over and I haven't caused any trouble. Zhang Chao's words are concise and to the point. The talent selection competition has been moved up. You should come downstairs quickly. The talent selection competition has been advanced? Chinyu was a little surprised, but didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, he picked up a fried dough stick and prepared to go out. Mom, the tryouts have been moved up. I'm leaving now. Go slower on the road. And why is your house frozen? After Zhang Yufan came out of the kitchen, she felt that there was cold air coming out from the gap in the door of her son's room. Out of curiosity, she prepared to find out what was going on, but after opening the door, what she saw was simply a world of ice and snow. But by then Qin Yu had already gone out. System reward. I didn't count the words, Leo. Chapter 22 Dragon Blood and Cold Soul Liquid. Qin Yu, hurry up and get in the car. We are in a hurry. Good. After finishing the fried dough sticks, Qin Yu wiped his hands and got directly into the car of his class teacher Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao looked at Qin Yu, who was playing with his phone in the passenger seat, and said, "The tryouts have been moved up. Are you nervous or not?" "Nervous? I'm very relaxed now." Qin Yu spoke with a smile. "Easy." Zhang Chao was speechless and said, "Every city has a talent selection competition. The purpose of the selection competition is to select talents for the 4 major palaces. The difficulty of the selection competition is much higher than the college entrance examination. Moreover, I got the news that many students participating in the selection competition have participated in the talent training camps of the 4 major palaces before. This year's selection competition is more difficult than any previous one, and the participating students are very strong." After saying this, Zhang Chao's expression turned serious. To be honest, even he was shocked after receiving the news. This is the first genius training camp held by the 4 major academies. Students who can pass the training camp tests must have strong abilities, including special abilities. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu's ability was 1 in a million at the SSS level, he really wanted to persuade him to give up. Every student who has passed the training camp test has reached the 2nd level of strength, and each of them has a very high ability. It is estimated that the lowest level of ability is B level. It is said that there are also students with spiritual and spatial abilities. They are more evil than the other. Even the rules of this year's selection competition have changed. It is no longer a contest between warriors, but a hunt for ferocious beasts. At the same time, in the process of completing the competition, all people or ferocious beasts encountered on the road must be cleared. Zhang Chao told Qin Yu everything he knew, his expression solemn. The purpose is to prevent him from taking it lightly. But after talking for a long time, Zhang Chao turned around and found that Qin Yu had been playing with his mobile phone and didn't listen to what he said at all. Even at the end, the guy actually took out headphones from his pocket. "Hey, you're really not nervous?" Teacher, what did you say?" After taking off his headphones, Qin Yu said with a puzzled look on his face. Zhang Chao was a little angry. If it weren't for the fact that this kid had brought honor to Ocean No. 1 middle school this year and made him, as a teacher, proud, he would have parked the car aside and started scolding him. But he still held back and said, "Aren't you nervous when you hear this? Although I heard that you are the only student in Foaming City who has awakened SSS-level superpowers, there are also students with SS-level superpowers participating in the competition, so you must be careful." "SS-level superpower? That's it? But don't worry, teacher. I will be very careful and I will never bring shame to our school." Qin Yu turned his head, his expression became serious, and he nodded firmly. Zhang Chao was even more speechless upon seeing this. "I was worried about you, but you didn't take it seriously. Then, haven't I been asking about this information in vain?" But on second thought, Qin Yu's strength is probably enough to handle these. After all, he saw Qin Yu's performance in the college entrance examination. In the video, Qin Yu released his supernatural powers almost every time, and used his star power just right, far surpassing other candidates and almost reaching the level of perfection. Even the strength of his star power was stronger than that of others. "I hope I'm just worrying too much." Zhang Chao glanced at Qin Yu and said, "I'll tell you something interesting." Teacher, go ahead and tell me. I've been listening the whole time." In this year's selection competition, anyone who makes it into the top 10 will receive a portion of Tier 8 Ferocious Beast Blood. The top 3 will receive a portion of Tier 9 Ferocious Beast Blood, and the first place winner will receive a drop of Dragon Blood and a drop of Cold Soul Liquid. Blood of Vicious Beast? Dragon Blood? Soul Cold Liquid? Qin Yu was shocked. He had never heard of these things. Wrong. Fierce Beast Blood? Isn't this the blood of the ferocious beast that Jin Dahai has always wanted? After thinking about this, Qin Yu said, "Teacher, if an ordinary person absorbs the blood of this beast, will it really become a warrior who awakens superpowers?" He was really curious about this matter. After all, there are still a large number of employers in the Star Network who want to hire warriors to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain their blood. Hearing this, Zhang Chao shook his head slightly. Ordinary people naturally cannot absorb the blood of fierce beasts. The star power contained in the blood of fierce beasts is too strong. The body of an ordinary person naturally cannot withstand it. It is estimated that the body will explode and die within a few seconds after absorbing it. Moreover, the good beasts are all at level 7. Which means the blood of level 7 beasts. We cannot bear the blood of lower levels, let alone level 7 beasts. But for warriors, the blood of level 7 and above beasts can not only improve our physical strength, but also strengthen our star veins. However, the process is a bit painful. After listening to Zhang Chao's words, Qin Yu suddenly realized and was about to send a message to Jin Dahai the next second. What about the dragon blood and cold soul liquid? Qin Yu continued to ask after sending the message. Zhang Chao explained, dragon blood, as the name suggests, contains the blood of fierce beasts of the dragon family. It can only be absorbed by the flesh and cannot be taken orally. After absorption, there is a certain probability of gaining dragon power. It is said that long-term soaking in dragon blood can make the body as hard as dragon scales, and the blood is as hot as dragon blood. There is a certain possibility that it also contains dragon power. It's a pity that the possibility of obtaining dragon power is very small. So far, only 10 warriors have obtained dragon power. As for the cold soul liquid, it is extracted from the cold soul grass. After soaking in it, it can improve the flesh, tendons, bones, skin, and 5 internal organs, and even the strength of the soul. However, during the soaking process, one must endure the endless biting cold. If one wants to soak in dragon blood, one must first soak in the cold soul liquid. Let me tell you, this drop of dragon blood is worth 50 billion, and the same is true for the cold soul liquid. The 4 great palaces have invested a huge sum of money this time. These are all SS-level resources. If you can stand out from them, I guess the 4 great palaces will go crazy and try to snatch you away. Of course, if you are luckier and can gain dragon power with just 1 drop of dragon blood, never mind, let's not talk about this. Just do your best. Dragon blood. Soul cold liquid. Qin Yu was thinking in his heart. He didn't know if he could get such a good thing through the system blind box. Teacher, I will definitely perform well. The first place belongs to me. Qin Yu said solemnly. Seeing that Qin Yu's attitude finally became correct, Zhang Chao's face showed satisfaction. Mount Tai. The altitude is 1,745 meters. It has the same name as Mount Tai on Earth, but its altitude is 200 meters higher. However, the Mount Tai here was not included in the starfield, but was used by the 4 major academies as the venue for this year's Dongshan Province talent selection competition. Here, one can clearly hear the roars of the ferocious beasts in Mount Tai, a sound full of anger and bloodthirstiness. One can even see law enforcement teams and soldiers sending ferocious beasts into the mountains. After arriving at an open space and parking the car, Qin Yu got out and began to look around. All around Mount Tai, one can see countless armored vehicles coming and going, including intelligent tanks and various spiritual weapons made of outer space materials. The types are almost all different, and these armored vehicles and tanks are all made of non-blue star materials. Boom. At this time, a sonic boom sounded in the sky. As it spread, a vague shadow appeared above the entire competition site, Mount Tai. After condensing, it turned out to be a black triangular fighter plane. What is this? Who is coming? The triangular fighter. This should be an intelligent fighter. Based on Blue Star's technology, the thing overhead is a King-class intelligent fighter. Whose company is this? How could it be so terrifying that they actually have an intelligent fighter? Chapter 23 Huangfu Ji. Qin Yu only felt a buzzing in his head, and the surrounding world seemed to be distorted. The original morning sun disappeared from the site. All the contestants in the entire competition venue were horrified to find that the entire sky seemed to have turned from morning to night in an instant. There was no light, only darkness. This pitch-black, triangular-shaped fighter plane is like a giant bird of prey lurking in the sky. Its smooth lines outline an extreme sense of speed and power. Just by taking a glance at it, one can feel the infinite power it contains, as if it will swoop down like an arrow in the next second and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. At this moment, this black, triangular fighter, exuding a mysterious atmosphere, was slowly descending from the vast sky. Its wings trembled slightly, and a cold metallic light flashed on the fuselage, like a meteor across the night sky, attracting the attention of everyone below. The contestants and their companions all held their breath at the same time when they saw the fighter plane appear, and the whole scene fell into dead silence. No one dared to make the slightest sound, for fear that their inadvertent actions would disturb the beast of the sky that was about to descend. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and people could only stare quietly at the fighter plane getting closer and closer, their hearts filled with awe and anticipation. The fighter plane landed, and the hatch opened with a whoosh. A young man about 1.8 meters tall slowly walked out of the cabin. He was wearing a blood-red combat uniform, and his eyes were coldly scanning everything below. At first glance, People felt that the young man who walked out of the cabin was only worthy of their admiration and was not even qualified to be his opponent. Then, behind the young man, two old men in tang suits slowly walked out. However, when they came out, they exuded an extremely terrifying aura, as if they could freeze the void, making all the warriors in the army alert all of a sudden. However, it can be seen that these two old men of high realms are servants of the young man in blood-red combat uniform. Look, it's Huang Fuji. Just then, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. Soon, everyone gradually reacted and immediately showed shock on their faces. This person is known as the #1 genius in Dongshan province, the eldest son of the Huangfu family in Foaming City, Huang Fuji. In addition to his prominent family, Huang Fuji also has excellent talent. The family resources and accumulated talent have enabled him to awaken 2 SS-level superpowers at a young age. He is a warrior who is expected to reach the 10th level. The most terrifying thing is that the second superpower he awakened did not come from the star core of the ferocious beast, but was entirely realized through his own understanding of the starry sky. That's exactly why he also became the biggest favorite in this talent selection competition. It is said that his father is a top warrior with strength reaching the 8th level, and is also the manager of the Huangfu family. Seeing Huang Fuji coming over, the other geniuses from Dongshan province gradually stopped their discussions and cast respectful glances at Huang Fuji. There were even a few people who had a hint of flattery in their eyes. After all, this year's talent selection competition is more difficult than ever before. Not only do you have to deal with ferocious beasts on the road, but the participating warriors are also your opponents. If he tries to please Huang Fuji more now, maybe when he meets him later, the other party will let him go and allow him to last a little longer in the game. You know, this is not just a competition, it's also the key to whether you can enter the academy. The longer you survive in it, the more likely you are to be selected by the academy. Hello, Brother G, this way please. One of the boys came forward with a smile. But when he went over, the two old men in tang suits beside Huang Fuji stopped him and looked at him as if he were an ant, without saying a word. After seeing that look, the young man who stepped forward was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He moved his steps tremblingly to make way for Huang Fuji. Seeing this, the others also wisely made way. They all knew that no matter how hard they tried to please each other, they would never be able to win the other's eyes. Just when Huang Fuji was about to leave, he seemed to sense something, stopped beside Qinyu, and slowly looked at Qinyu with arrogant and cold eyes. At this moment, all the contestants, teachers, and even other accompanying personnel turned their heads and found that Huang Fuji was staring at a young man. Qinyu. Qinyu stared at Huang Fuji in front of him, his eyes clear and without any ripples, as if he was not afraid of Huang Fuji's aura at all. Who is this? Why is Huang Fuji looking at him? Where does this person come from? Why have I never seen him, let alone heard of him? He stared at Huang Fuji for so long. Wouldn't he be scared? Everyone was very surprised. After all, Huang Fuji was a genius who had awakened 2 SS-level superpowers. He was also the core of the Huangfu family and the future of the family. At such a young age, he already had the posture of a superior. That kind of condescending feeling made them feel intimidated and dared not cross the line. But what about Qinyu? He doesn't care at all. In other words, when facing Huang Fuji, especially when he saw the intelligent fighter and his family background, he was not panicked at all and looked at Huang Fuji as if he were an ordinary stranger. You are very good. Huang Fuji finally opened his mouth, his tone full of appreciation for Qinyu. He even had the idea of conquering the other party in his mind and wanted to make him his subordinate. Of course, Qinyu said calmly. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from Huang Fuji, but for Qinyu, this level of pressure was not enough to intimidate him. He knew that his SS-level powers were invincible, but he didn't know about SSS-level powers. I don't even know how powerful the cheat is. Huang Fuji grinned, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be slightly raised. But soon, everyone saw the smile, which was a mocking smile. You are very confident, but I hope you don't meet me when you are in the mountain. After Huang Fuji said this to Qinyu, he left. He was not angry. Instead, Qinyu's performance aroused his interest. I guess the talent show will not be boring anymore. Why do I feel like Huang Fuji wants to subdue this person? After Huang Fuji left, some people began to discuss in a low voice. This is a fat boy. He looked at Qinyu with a pair of small eyes, then looked at the other boy beside him and asked, Brother Yang, what do you think of this person's strength? I can feel that Huang Fuji's eyes when he looked at him just now did show his desire to conquer him, and at the same time there was a hint of approval. However, when he discovered this person's attitude towards him, he felt a little dissatisfied. At this moment, another person standing next to him spoke. He was a dark-skinned young man. He folded his hands, his face looking calm, but one could feel the strong fighting spirit emanating from him. He really wanted to compete with Huang Fuji, and at the same time he also wanted to test Qin Yu's skills. This person is a genius from Chaoyang City. Show off. After a pause, Zhang Yang continued, as for this person, he doesn't seem to take Huang Fuji seriously. I really want to compete with him. Okay, let's go. We need to get some rest. Tomorrow will be very cruel. Only those who stay will be selected by the 4 major palaces. After saying that, Zhang Yang also glanced at Qin Yu, then left with the fat boy. Qin Yu, let's go and stop looking. At this time, Zhang Chao patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said, oh. Qin Yu nodded, and after taking one last look at the king-level intelligent fighter plane parked in the open space in the distance, he turned around. What? You want it too? Zhang Chao asked with a smile, as if he had seen through Qin Yu's thoughts. I want it, Qin Yu said very firmly. Then you have to work hard. To get an intelligent fighter, you need not only money, but also a realm of 8. What you saw is a king-level intelligent fighter. It is said that the body of a king-level intelligent fighter can withstand the attacks of all 7th-level beasts. The fastest flying speed reaches 10 times the speed of sound. It has an auxiliary intelligent control system and can obey the master's orders without driving. Above the king-class intelligent fighter is the Qiankuan-class intelligent fighter. The Qiankuan-class intelligent fighter can withstand the attacks of rank 8 beasts. Its fastest flight speed reaches an astonishing 18 times the speed of sound. It also has an auxiliary intelligent control system. So, there is still a long way to go. You have to work hard. Zhang Chao looked at Qin Yu and encouraged him. Walking into a huge temporary triangular building, vehicles were coming and going inside the building, and warriors in military uniforms were patrolling everywhere. After several soldiers armed with spiritual weapons verified the identities of Qin Yu and Zhang Chao, they led them into a dark gray door. You can have a good rest here tonight. If you need anything, just press the pager on the wall and someone will come to you. Tomorrow is the day when the trials officially begin. Zhang Chao patted Qin Yu's shoulder again, gave him a few more instructions, and then left. Entering the academy is just the first step. I will become stronger. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, Qin Yu's heart was determined. Chapter 24. You are a bit of a stupid person. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early morning. If you don't develop the bad habit of smoking within 24 hours, you are 90% away from the next breakthrough. If you don't develop a drinking habit within 24 hours, you have 70% left to break through next time. If you don't develop gambling or drug addiction within 24 hours, you are 50% away from the next breakthrough. Maintaining good health for 24 hours will trigger a random breakthrough reward, and your realm will successfully reach level 7 of level 2. Sleep for 8 hours a night on a regular basis, complete the night sleep target, and reduce 10% every hour to break the data. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yu opened the door and looked at a breakfast placed at the door. It gives me the feeling of being in prison in a Hong Kong movie. Qin Yu was a little speechless. He looked around and did not see anyone coming to deliver breakfast. Instead, he saw contestants who stuck their heads out like him. I brought breakfast into the room, simply washed my face, and then slowly ate the nutritional supplements I brought with me. After washing up and taking care of breakfast and taking exclusive nutritional supplements, my realm has broken through to the 2nd level 8th level warrior. After finishing breakfast, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind, and his realm was raised by 1 level again. Morning is the time Qin Yu looks forward to the most. Usually at this time his level will increase by 1 to 3 levels, and he may even achieve a breakthrough. In order to become stronger, he changed almost all of his bad habits, including staying up all night, smoking, and drinking. He also quit gambling and drugs, neither in his past life nor now. As for the yellow track, let's talk about it again. All contestants please get ready at the foot of the mountain. About half an hour after breakfast, an officer stood in the corridor and shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that it could be heard clearly even in the room. Brush. In an instant, all the contestants who had been looking forward to it all night came out from their separate rooms. At the foot of the mountain, many reporters are reporting this incident with great joy. And those talented contestants all exuded a powerful aura that was undoubtedly terrifying. They are all full of passion and fighting spirit. Among them, there were several with particularly strong auras, which attracted a lot of people's attention. Of course, Those who pay attention to them are naturally the teachers of the 4 major academies, who are responsible for recruiting the talented students of this year. It is necessary to select outstanding and talented students, while also guarding against being recruited by teachers from the other 3 academies. From this moment on, these admissions teachers became competitors. Qin Yu looked at the countless cameras, surveillance equipment, and reporters gathered around him, then looked at the geniuses from various cities. Such a scene inevitably moved his heart. Is this the talent show? Very good. I must come first in this selection. How did you sleep last night? Suddenly, a hand was placed on Qin Yu's shoulder. When he turned around, it was his class teacher Zhang Chao. Not bad, but the room is a bit cramped and not very spacious. Boy, I thought you didn't sleep well all night. Didn't you realize that after Huang Fuji said something to you yesterday, many geniuses from various cities have regarded you as their opponent and are eager to compete with you? Zhang Chao said. So what? Since I'm here, the first place will definitely be mine. These people are just runners-up at best. Qin Yu looked around and naturally found that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him, but he was not afraid and did not take it seriously. After all, I am cheating. All superpowers, including his own spiritual weapons, ignore defense. These so-called geniuses by others are simply impossible to deal with. When they packed their bags, this group of geniuses were still thinking about how they could survive to the end. You kid, you are still so confident. After listening to Qin Yu's words and looking at his confident and fearless appearance, Zhang Chao finally felt relieved. This is the second time I have seen Qin Yu have this mentality. The first time was when he took the college entrance examination. If Qin Yu can really win the first place, it will be a great honor for me as the class teacher. Go ahead. Zhang Chao smiled and motioned him to enter the preparation area. Qin Yu nodded and turned around. Before he took a few steps, he saw the arrogant guy standing in front of him, Huang Fuji. Qin Yu. Huang Fuji's voice rang out. Qin Yu looked at Huang Fuji, who was still wearing a blood-red combat uniform, and behind him were 2 double swords. Although they were in scabbards, one could still feel the horror of these double swords. It was a kind of sword that was constantly tempered in fire. The blade seemed to be attached with endless flames. As long as the 2 swords were wielded, the heat wave would evaporate the surrounding water vapor in an instant. Is there something? Qin Yu looked at him indifferently, obviously somewhat unhappy with this arrogant Huang Fuji. I haven't installed it yet, but he installed it first. Can you bear it? Qin Yu, you should know that I want to recruit you. As long as you work for me, I will give you a lot of training resources, so that you can rise to the top in the future and be second to none. Huang Fuji smiled indifferently at Qin Yu's attitude and made his purpose clear. In his opinion, no one could resist the temptation of the Huangfu family, let alone Qin Yu, an ordinary warrior with no background at all. He didn't even need to check. He could tell that Qin Yu was the only warrior in his family, and the family was very poor in both strength and economic resources. It is probably not easy for such a child to become a warrior. To be honest, buddy, you are a bit of an idiot. Qin Yu walked up, patted Huang Fuji on the shoulder, and said in a tone that said you are hopeless. After saying that, Qin Yu left directly and entered the preparation area. As for Huang Fuji, he just stood there in a daze. Stupid? Recalling what Qin Yu said to him, Huang Fuji suddenly became furious and extremely angry. This was the first time in his life that someone dared to speak to him like that. You know, since he was a child, his family would give him whatever he wanted, and he would even snatch things from other people's hands and take them for himself. His family was tolerant and caring towards him, while outsiders were afraid of him. He has enjoyed this status since he was a child, but now he is being called an idiot by a powerless guy? My own recruitment is a joke at this moment. Qin Yu looked down on him, was not afraid of him at all, and would not be grateful to him. That's crazy. I hope you don't meet me, or I'll make you regret saying this to me. Murderous intent. A strong murderous intent. Since you don't want to surrender, then there is only one way out, and that is death. Snort. After a cold snort, Huang Fuji adjusted his mindset and entered the competition venue. The talented contestants around were not blind, so they naturally saw Huang Fuji being humiliated. However, there are some people who just want to lick the boots and want to rise to the top, and they have already made up their minds. It seems that Qin Yu is a good token of allegiance. Chapter 25 I just want to kill you, or be killed by you. Everyone, be quiet. In the preparation area at the foot of the mountain, a clear, pleasant voice with a strong aura rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a graceful figure walking from a distance and standing in the middle of the preparation area. This is a woman. Although her appearance is not stunningly beautiful, She is still pleasing to the eye and has an outstanding temperament. The most important thing was that the aura of strength emanating from her instantly shocked all the talented students present, making them feel afraid to look directly at her. I'm one of the invigilators for your selection competition, Shun Mingnan. Now, let me announce the rules of this selection. First of all, this is a talent selection held by the 4 major palaces. Your presence here does not mean that you can enter the 4 major palaces. There are 1,200 students participating in this competition, which is too many. The 4 major palaces will naturally not accept so many. They will want real geniuses, and those who are just filling in the numbers will be eliminated. Shin Mingnan looked around and continued speaking. Regarding this selection competition, some of you have participated in the genius training camp, so you may know the rules. The rules for this session are very simple. That is, you must reach the top within 1 day and 1 night and kill the last ferocious beast on the top of the mountain. As long as you kill the last ferocious beast on the top of the mountain, you will be the first place in this selection competition. But it's not easy to be the first place. Not only do you have to hunt down ferocious beasts, but you also have to defeat all the contestants you meet along the way. On the mountain, if you feel that you can't do it, you can press the alarm on the communicator to exit. Then someone will come to protect you and get out. If you can't do it, don't force yourself, otherwise your death will be in vain. By the way, the trials are very cruel, and the fights between contestants will be bloody. You will not be held responsible for killing any contestant here. After all, only those who survive to the end are the geniuses that the 4 major academies want to select. The communicator has a positioning device. If you think you are strong enough, you can turn it on. Once turned on, all contestants will receive your positioning information. The special sound waves emitted by the communicator will also attract the ferocious beasts in the mountains. Shin Mingnan's voice continued to echo in the preparation area. But after hearing this, everyone lost their composure for a moment. In a fight between warriors, if one warrior killed the other in a competition, could he not be responsible? Moreover, this communicator also has the effect of tracking the location. It can attract warriors and ferocious beasts at the same time? Is it so cruel? How confident do you have to be in yourself to turn on the positioning device? Okay, if there is no problem, sign now. Then other invigilators will send you to the competition site one by one. Finally, Shun Mingnan added. After listening to this, Qin Yu finally understood. It seemed that there were many ways to go up the mountain. They had to disperse and then gather together on the way to the top to observe slowly. He thought there was only one way up the mountain, which would save him a lot of trouble and he could defeat or kill all these geniuses in an instant. After all, with his unlimited star power, I believe an artistic superstar would raise this place to the ground. However, looking at the teachers from the 4 major academies in the observation area, it seems that they do not want the competition to end so soon. They came here to compete for contestants with outstanding performances. Wouldn't it be too fast for them to be blown to heaven in one go? Sign. I'm a genius who has completed the training camp tests. If I were scared to death, I wouldn't come to participate in the trials. That's right. Now that we are here, we must not quit. Warriors fighting each other? That's good too. It's a good way to test the results of their training. The geniuses present from various cities were all very proud and naturally unwilling to be provoked by such words. At the age of 18, they have already reached the realm of the 2nd-level warrior, and their supernatural powers are also of a high level. They were the best in the school when they were in high school, so naturally they have to become the best here. Qin Yu muttered impatiently, "Why are you dithering? It's just a signature. Why are you all trying so hard to encourage yourselves? This is a competition, not a place for you to encourage yourself." As he spoke, he flashed through the crowded crowd like a ghost and came in front of Shun Mingnan. Before Shun Mingnan could react, the pen in her hand was snatched away by Qin Yu. Qin Yu signed his name on the paper without hesitation. This series of actions was as fast as lightning, leaving people no time to react. Everyone present was stunned after hearing Qin use arrogant words. Then, their pairs of angry eyes stared at Qin Yu, and their eyes seemed to be spewing fire, as if they wanted to eat this arrogant man in front of them alive. However, facing the extremely angry gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu did not care. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a contemptuous smile, and he chuckled, "Ha, everyone please don't be angry. I just want to beat you to death or be beaten to death by you." At the same time, Qin Yu's deep eyes slowly swept around, meeting everyone's gaze. But what was surprising was that, from the depths of his eyes, there was not the slightest fear of these geniuses from various cities. On the contrary, there was only endless disdain and contempt. Finally, Qin Yu picked up the communicator as if nothing had happened. Under the angry and murderous gazes of everyone, he turned on the positioning device without hesitation. As the positioning device was activated, a faint light flickered, which seemed to indicate that a fierce conflict was about to break out. Okay, everyone, welcome. After saying this, Qin Yu was the first one to be taken away by the invigilator. All that was left were the confused crowd. He turned on the location? Yes, he turned on the tracking device. That's good. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find him. Arrogant. He will probably be the first to die. He's a ruthless person. He's definitely a ruthless person. Everyone looked at Qin Yu's gradually disappearing back and talked about it. In their opinion, this was undoubtedly courting death. After all, many people present were attracted to his hatred, especially Huang Fuji, who wanted to kill him. He directly turned on the location. Wasn't he afraid that he would die slowly? But it's a good thing this way. One less person means one less competitor. Brother Yang, this Qin Yu seems to be even crazier than you. At this moment, the fat boy next to Zhang Yang said, Then we'll see if he has what it takes. Zhang Yang snorted coldly, exuding endless fighting spirit. He signed his name and also turned on his own positioning device. After him, Huang Fuji also signed and turned on the positioning device with the same confidence. Those who turned on the positioning devices were also noticed by the admissions teachers of the 4 major universities in the observation area, and they would also pay special attention to these contestants who turned on the positioning. I have the courage, but I don't know if I have the strength. After you enter, you will encounter many ferocious beasts that will find you based on the positioning device. If you really can't deal with them, you can turn on the alarm device and withdraw from the competition. Don't try to be brave. The male invigilator spoke to Qin Yu seriously. Qin Yu nodded. After checking the time, the invigilator gave Qin Yu a look and said, When you are ready, go up the mountain. Qin Yu took a big step forward and started to climb the mountain. Good luck, kid. At this time, the male invigilator's last words came out. Thanks. Qin Yu responded with a smile. Entering a bamboo forest, the sound of heavy breathing was heard as Qin Yu slowly approached. A huge ferocious beast about 2 meters tall and over 5 meters in size appeared in front of Qin Yu. At first glance, the appearance of this ferocious beast is somewhat similar to that of a common wild boar, but a closer look will reveal its uniqueness. The beast's mouth was extremely large, occupying almost 1/3 of its entire head, and it was filled with dense, creepy, protruding sharp teeth. Each of these sharp teeth was more than a foot long, flashing with a cold light, as if it could easily tear apart any creature that dared to approach it. When it opened its bloody mouth, a fishy stench rushed towards you, making you feel scared. Its body is covered with dark gray hair, and its 2-meter-long tail is almost entirely made up of black stingers. Black-toothed saber pig. This is the wild boar-like beast with the longest tail among all the wild boar-like beasts. Its tail is up to 2 meters long, and it likes to use the stinger on its tail to attack or sneak up on its targets. Obviously, it was attracted by Qin Yu's positioning device. If you like this book, please urge for updates and recommend it. Thank you, everyone. This is also the first time I write Chapter 26. It's time to test your physical strength. Ho ho. The black-toothed saber pig let out a hoarse growl, and its pair of black eyes turned scarlet for some unknown reason, and an aura of cruelty and brutality emanated from its entire body. There's something strange. Looking at the state of the black-toothed saber boar, Qin Yu was shocked. He had no idea how many level 2 beasts he had killed, but he had never seen a level 2 beast with such a brutal aura. It was as if it had fallen ill and had lost its mind due to some factors. Could it be the special sound waves in this communicator? Unexpectedly, it also had the effect of making the ferocious beasts become anxious and violent. It's your bad luck to run into me. 3 white paper planes appeared in Qin Yu's hands at some point. His eyes were as bright as stars, and he exuded endless murderous intent, as if he wanted to eat the black-toothed saber pig in front of him alive. Die! Boom, boom, boom. The paper airplane shot out and exploded the next second after it reached the black-toothed saber pig. The front half of the huge black-toothed saber pig's body was completely wrapped in the white light emitted by the exploding paper airplane. When the white light dissipated, the front half of the black-toothed saber pig's body had already exploded, and the blood from the back half continued to flow along the steps, which was extremely bloody. Average rating. After looking at the communicator and then at the half-destroyed black-toothed saber pig, Qin Yu shook his head with some dissatisfaction. That's it? That's it? The battle he just fought, or it could not even be called a battle, did not use much star power at all, and then half of the target was blown up. It seems that Patrick's power is extraordinary. The explosives released by the clay bomb exploded, while the paper airplane directly contained the explosion of star power and supernatural powers itself, and its power was even more terrifying. Qin Yu's figure shook. The body disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already dozens of meters away. Just at this moment, the second ferocious beast appeared. This time it was a ferocious beast similar to a Tibetan mastiff, with dense silver scales all over its body, reflecting dazzling white light under the sunlight. Roar! It let out an ear-shattering roar, and in an instant appeared in front of Qin Yu, biting towards his neck with its sharp teeth. This ferocious beast is stronger than the black-toothed saber pig, has greater power, and is much faster. Only, Qin Yu calmly kicked the corpse lying on the ground down the mountain, wiped the blood of the ferocious beast off his face, and continued to move forward. At this time, Qin Yu had already arrived at a temple. However, this temple has long been in ruins, and all the Buddha statues in the temple have been destroyed by strange forces. If you look closely, you can see conspicuous claw marks on the Buddha statues, and there are also corpses of ferocious beasts that have been torn or pierced in the main hall of the temple. Qin Yu walked over, touched the blood, and gently pinched it between his fingers. Hot. Qin Yu looked around, and it was obvious that an extremely fierce battle had already taken place before he arrived here. It seems that the number of ferocious beasts should be between 3 and 5. Come out. The next second, as if sensing some murderous intent, Qin Yu shouted at the people around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sure enough, the moment the voice fell, countless sharp ice cones shot towards Qin Yu, like thousands of arrows rain, trying to shoot Qin Yu into a sieve. Qin Yu saw this and the space around him suddenly twisted. Dozens of paper planes appeared from the system backpack. With a wave of his hand, they all flew towards the rain of ice cones that were about to fall. Boom, 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 boom. There were bursts of loud noises that seemed to be able to shatter the eardrums, and the rain of ice cones instantly turned into debris and fell to the ground like a rain of ice. The surrounding area was also raised with dust by the explosion just now. Heh, ahem. I should have worn a mask earlier. This Qin Yu isn't that great. Behind the temple, a young man in white clothes slowly walked out from the back, looking at the dust raised around him with disgust on his face. He couldn't see the scene in the smoke at all, but he could conclude that Qin Yu was definitely dead. That's all. I wanted to fight him a few more times. If I had known, I would have gone first. At this time, another young man came out, seemingly blaming the other party for not letting him kill Qin Yu first. Both of them had a look of deep contempt on their faces. They looked down upon everything around them and brushed off the dust on their bodies. Obviously, he also believed that Qin Yu was dead. Can you blame me for this? Besides, Gao Yuan, you and I made a bet just now about who killed more ferocious beasts. There were 5 ferocious beasts in total, and I killed 3 of them, said the young man in white proudly. Heh, Guo Rongjuan, if we weren't childhood friends, I would have attacked you a long time ago. Don't you know how you killed the 3rd ferocious beast? You're taking advantage of a bargain, Gao Yuan said with a look of contempt that could not be more contemptuous. I was the one who killed him. Let's go. This is really boring. Guo Rongjuan didn't care at all about the tone of his childhood friend. He smiled and prepared to move on. Leave? Isn't this inappropriate? Just as Gao Yuan and Guo Rongjuan were about to leave, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind them. They turned their heads sharply and saw 2 white paper planes floating towards them. The two looked at each other, obviously not knowing what the paper airplane was used for. After all, when they saw the 2 paper airplanes, neither of them felt any murderous intent at all. These were the paper airplanes that children often folded in kindergarten. Not good. But in the next second, Guo Rongjuan suddenly realized something was wrong. This was Taishan. There are all ferocious beasts and talented contestants in there. How could such a child's toy appear out of nowhere? But by the time you realize it, it's already too late. At that moment, 2 dazzling white lights suddenly exploded from inside the paper airplane. The light was as dazzling as lightning and spread rapidly at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 white lights were like a huge light net, sweeping towards Gao Yuan and Guo Rongjuan. In an instant, the 2 of them were completely enveloped by the white light, as if they were in a mysterious and unknown world of light. The light faded, and Guo Rongjuan and Gao Yuan were already covered in wounds. Their clothes were torn, and their perfect muscles were exposed. However, they did not look well, and they had lost their previous calmness and indifference. You are not dead? Guo Rongjuan widened his eyes, looking at the familiar yet terrifying figure in front of him in disbelief, his voice trembling with fear. Despicable guy. He actually launched a sneak attack. Gao Yuan was furious. Veins bulged on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush up and fight the other party to the death. When the two slowly opened their eyes again, they found a dark shadow standing quietly about 10 meters away from them. The figure was like a silent mountain, emitting a chilling aura. Although their face could not be seen clearly, the strong sense of oppression surged over them like a tide, instantly drowning them. Guo Rongjuan and Gao Yuan looked at each other and saw deep fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. There is no need to guess that the mysterious man in front of him is the one who was not killed, Qin Yu. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis that was almost indissoluble quickly crawled into their hearts like a poisonous snake, tightly wrapping around their bodies. Every hair stood up and cold sweat slid down their foreheads uncontrollably. He is not dead. You want me to die with just this level of attack? Besides, you were the ones who didn't follow martial ethics first, and it wasn't a sneak attack, right? You saw the paper plane too. Qin Yu stretched out his hand to express his helplessness. He said that he really did not launch a sneak attack, and he had restrained his strength, otherwise you would have been blown to pieces. Puff. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Guo Rongjuan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he took out a small bottle from his body and took out 2 pills from it. He ate 1 pill himself and handed the other one to Gao Yuan, who was also covered in wounds. After the 2 men took the pills, their injuries gradually improved and the bleeding from the wounds stopped. I want you dead. Guo Rongjuan stood up, circulated the star power in his body, shouted and rushed forward first. A long stick appeared in his hand at some point, but this long stick was not an ordinary long stick, but a spiritual weapon. The stick emits bright light spots and has golden lines flowing around it. Just one glance at it will tell that this long stick is of a high star level. This is also one of Guo Rongjuan's reliances. It is a 4-star spiritual weapon prepared for him by his family. Seeing Guo Rongjuan rushing towards him with a stick in hand, Qin Yu showed disdain and a dazzling golden light emanated from his hand. In just a moment, the star veins in Gao Yuan's body seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand, and he could not use any star power at all. The star power disappeared, and the light of the spiritual weapon in his hand also suddenly disappeared, turning into an ordinary long stick. This is a warrior. Almost everything he possesses requires star power to maintain and use. Now that his own star veins have been sealed, the star power needed to activate the spiritual weapon has disappeared. Now this 4-star spiritual weapon has no power at all. How is this possible? Guo Rongjuan, who was originally aggressive and rushed forward like a cheetah, was determined to kill Qin Yu. Suddenly, he stood there in a daze, as if under a spell. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and the hideous and distorted expression seemed to be frozen on his face. Just now, when he felt that the star veins in his body were sealed and the star power was rapidly fading like a tide until it disappeared completely, a deep fear and despair surged in his heart. At this moment, he felt dizzy and the whole world was collapsing. Now that he has lost his star power, he cannot use his supernatural powers, and his spiritual weapons cannot be activated by the star power. Now, he is at most an ordinary person, with a very strong physique. Right. Martial arts. I also have martial arts skills, but I can't mobilize even a trace of star power now. Although martial arts consume very little star power, the star veins are sealed and the star power cannot be used. In this way, not even 10% of the power of the martial arts can be used. Does it mean that one has to rely on the strength of the physical body to perform martial arts? In this way, my body will also be greatly damaged, but now, let's do it. He couldn't care less. If he didn't use his physical body to perform martial arts, he would most likely be killed by Qin Yu. He doesn't want to die. Ice palm. Immediately, he attacked fiercely with a palm. But at the moment of using martial arts, because he could not use star power, he felt excruciating pain in his body and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Go to hell. The moment Guo Rongjuan's punch was about to strike, Qin Yu kicked him directly. From the rain of ice cones just now to now, the passive skill of excitement has continued to operate. This kick is enough to send Guo Rongjuan into reincarnation. Chapter 27. Encountering Zhang Yang on the road. Bang! Guo Rongjuan's body flew backwards and hit Gao Yuan hard, causing the entire stone step to dent. Looking at Guo Rongjuan's body, especially seeing the sunken footprints on his chest, he was suddenly terrified. Cold sweat broke out, and his body began to tremble for some unknown reason. Monster. An absolute monster. With just one kick, Guorongjuan, who was at level 6 of Realm 2, was kicked to death. How terrifying is that? And just at this moment, Qin Yu walked towards him slowly and said calmly, "Now that he is dead, didn't you want to fight me just now? Come on." He and Guorongjuan both have an S-level ability and are equally powerful. Guorongjuan was kicked to death. So doesn't that mean I could have also kicked him to death? At this moment, Gao Yuan felt as if he was struck by lightning and was completely frightened out of his wits by the powerful strength displayed by Qin Yu. His heart, which was once full of confidence and pride, was now shattered, leaving only endless fear and despair. Gao Yuan's face was as pale as paper, and his body was shaking like a candle in the wind. He struggled to support himself with his hands, staggered to his feet, and then dragged his heavy feet, step by step, towards Qin Yu. With every step he took, the fear in his heart increased, but his desire to survive prevented him from stopping. Finally, Gao Yuan arrived in front of Qin Yu. He knelt on the ground without hesitation, making a dull sound. He raised his head, his eyes full of pleading and fear, and said in a sobbing voice, "Please, please let me go. I will not participate in this selection competition. I will withdraw immediately. Moreover, I am willing to give you a large sum of money as compensation. As long as you are kind enough to spare my life, no matter what you want, I will do my best to satisfy it. As long as you let me go, I don't want to die. Really, please believe me." Now he no longer has the arrogance he had before. In his eyes, Qin Yu was just an ant who didn't know how to live or die. It was not until now that he realized that he was the ant who didn't know how to live or die. He has to survive. Only by surviving can he have the chance to take revenge and wipe out his previous humiliation. Well, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? If your brother had half the foresight you have, he might not have died. Qin Yu sighed slightly, expressing his regret. Such a genius, just died like this. He could have lived a good life. Yes, he is too arrogant. Even if he doesn't die, this kind of character will destroy him sooner or later. Thank you. Thank you for not killing him. Gao Yuan kowtowed repeatedly, appearing extremely sincere, without any trace of pride of a genius at all. Very good, you are very self-aware. Press the alarm now and leave. As for the money or anything like that, I am not interested. Qin Yu was very satisfied with his performance. Okay, I'll press it now and quit now. At this moment, after hearing Qin Yu's words that he was really going to let him go, Gao Yuan didn't know what to say after surviving a disaster. He just felt that it was really good to still have his life in his hands. Immediately, his hands were shaking, and he didn't know whether it was out of fear or the joy of being alive. He took out the communicator with trembling hands and was about to press the alarm to exit. But at this moment, the moment he was about to press it, Qin Yu's voice rang out. "Are you really pressing it?" The next second, with Gao Yuan looking puzzled, Qin Yu punched out directly, like a missile, hitting Gao Yuan's head hard. Puff. Crack. In an instant, the head and body separated and flew out, disappearing without a trace. Bang. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, and blood continued to flow out from the neck like tap water, instantly dyeing the stone steps red. "Idiot. You're going to kill me. How can I let you go? Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Looking at the headless body lying on the ground, Qin Yu cursed and then walked straight forward. He is going to continue climbing. So strong. Devil. Kill without blinking an eye. This is simply a ferocious beast in human skin. At this time, in the observation area, all the admissions teachers present saw Qin Yu's performance on the huge display screen, and their evaluation of him also appeared in their minds. At the age of 18, he had already killed countless people. Especially the way he looked just now, it was as if he was teasing Guorongjuan. Let Guorongjuan experience despair, then experience the joy of surviving a disaster, and then kill him with one punch while he is full of doubts. Ruthless. It's really cruel. Or evil. Even Shun Mingnan was the same. From the very beginning when Qin Yu took the communicator and turned on the positioning device, to the terrifying strength he has displayed until now, if she didn't know his identity, she wouldn't have believed that this was an 18-year-old student who had just finished the college entrance examination. Yes, all the admissions teachers present, including Shen Mingnan, knew that Qin Yu's first superpower was an SSS-level firepower. It is also the only SSS-level ability among all the geniuses present. In other words, Qin Yu is the fourth warrior in the world to possess SSS-level supernatural powers. Who do you think is stronger, Qin Yu or Huang Fuji? At this moment, The voice of an admissions teacher from the White Tiger Academy rang out, raising this question. All of a sudden, everyone present began to think about it. I feel it's Huang Fuji. After all, his family and his own talents are there. He has 2 SS-level abilities. Even if Qin Yu has an SSS-level ability, will his second ability also be SSS-level? I think so too. After all, Huang Fuji has been bathing in spiritual fluid and beast blood since he was born. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. All the resources of the family are tilted towards him. This time, he must have brought many trump cards to the selection. I think Qin Yu is no match for him. I think Qin Yu is stronger. He killed almost all the beasts along the way with one strike. He killed Gao Yuan and Guo Rongjuan with ease. They didn't even have a chance to use their powers before they were killed. And you can see that Qin Yu doesn't seem tired at all now. Look, Qin Yu, Zhang Yang and Lui have met. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the discussion. The person who spoke was Shun Mingnan. When everyone looked over, she had already stared at the screen. Qin Yu, we finally meet. It took me a lot of twists and turns to find you. Halfway up the mountain, Qin Yu had already climbed halfway up the mountain, and at this time he met Zhang Yang and Lu Yi. It was so tiring along the way. Brother Yang, and I helped you deal with many guys who wanted to attack you. Fortunately, you were not killed. If someone else had gotten there first, all our hard work would have been in vain. The voice of Lu Yi, the fat boy next to Zhang Yang, was heard, but he didn't look tired at all. There was not a drop of sweat on his forehead, and he looked very relaxed. Zhang Yang is tall and has a strong aura. After seeing the two of them, Qin Yu recognized them at a glance. The strength of these two people is among the best among the geniuses. When he pressed the positioning device, the fighting spirit emanating from these two people was unprecedented, and now it is even stronger. You helped me deal with a lot of guys who wanted to attack me, so shouldn't I thank you? Qin Yu's eyes turned cold and he sneered. That's not necessary. Brother Yang and I won't kill you. We are just curious about you. Let's fight and see your strength. Lu Yi waved his hand, as if it was a piece of cake. Okay, then try my strength. If you don't kill me, I won't kill you either. You will just suffer some physical pain, Qin Yu said calmly. Arrogant. I competed with you first. Chapter 28 The Real Dark Horse. Arrogant. I competed with you first. Scold. In an instant, waves of air surged around Lu Yi. You can see that his skin has changed at this moment. His original yellow skin and flesh have suddenly turned into a silver-white steel body. Even his eyes have formed a layer of steel film, flashing dazzling white light in the sun. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground, and when his fists rubbed against each other, sparks could be seen flying. This is also the ability that Lu Yi is proud of, the S-level strengthening ability, Body of Steel. With this special power, his body is as hard as steel. Even missile bombardment cannot break his defense. All the organs in his body are covered with a layer of hard steel film. He is covered with steel everywhere from the inside to the outside, with amazing defense. And judging from the situation, the attack is naturally amazing. Seeing Lu Yi rushing towards him, Qin Yu looked indifferent. Contempt. Ridicule. In Lu Yi's heart, Qin Yu's action was undoubtedly the biggest provocation to him. Arrogant, watch out. In an instant, Lu Yi's aura became even more astonishing, and he immediately let out a loud shout. He mobilized all his star power, causing even loud sounds of gas explosions to be heard around him. At the same time, all the stones and trees within 100 steps of Lu Yi were subjected to some extremely terrifying squeezing, and the surrounding gravity also suddenly increased. Even Qin Yu could feel as if there was a big hand on his body, pressing down on him madly, or perhaps the air had become heavier. Qin Yu knew that this must be the other party's second supernatural power. Spiritual Master. In this world, warriors who possess psychic powers are collectively referred to as psychics. He can use his own star power to strengthen his mental power, and then control certain objects around him, change the structure of objects, and even generate gravity out of thin air. But along the way, the exciting buff has been continuously maxed out, reset, and reset again, and it has not stopped until now. Moreover, I am a top-level rogue who possesses light and soul-related abilities, and I am 50% immune to mental abilities. Arrogant? Humph, then what if I just get even more arrogant? Let me tell you, I don't even need to use any supernatural powers. I can easily defeat you completely with just the strength of this body. Qin Yu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sly and confident smile, as if he had already secured victory. At this moment, The extremely heavy gravity came over him like a mountain crushing an egg, overwhelming him. However, what was shocking was that in the face of such terrible pressure, Qin Yu's body responded quickly as if it had been prepared. In an instant, his entire body seemed to merge into this space, and his perception of gravity became extremely sharp. Not only that, as time went on, the passive ability of excitement was constantly triggered, and the 6 abilities of his body increased rapidly like a roller coaster, like a blazing flame, constantly stimulating the latent power in his body. Under this dual effect, Qin Yu's physical strength increased at an astonishing rate. In addition, he was a man who possessed the rare light soul power in the universe. Under the effect of this light soul power, which made him immune to 50% of the mental power, the gravity that was originally enough to suffocate a person now fell on him like a breeze and could not cause any effect at all. The next second, Qin Yu's figure flashed and instantly turned into a flash of lightning, rushing straight into the gravity field controlled by Lu Yi. At this moment, a powerful aura of destruction emanated from his body, as if carrying an endless storm, sweeping towards Lu Yi with a devastating force. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making sharp whistling sounds that were extremely terrifying. The moment Lu Yi's eyes touched the shocking scene, an indescribable and unprecedented terrifying aura swept towards him like a surging tide. In an instant, Lu Yi felt as if he was in a bottomless abyss, surrounded by creepy darkness and coldness. Not good. Lu Yi thought to himself that something was wrong. Before he could even utter a word, he felt that the momentum that had been burning like a raging fire before was ruthlessly crushed by Qin Yu in an instant, just like a fragile sand sculpture encountering a violent wave, and it fell apart in an instant. At this moment, Qin Yu's attack was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, or like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. With an indomitable and fierce momentum, he pounced towards Lu Yi with an overwhelming force. Qin Yu's right arm muscles were tense, veins bulged, and he clenched his fist tightly, as if his fist contained endless power. The next second, the punch containing endless power hit Lu Yi hard like a thunderbolt. A loud bang resounded through the sky. The power of this punch was so great that Lu Yi was knocked back dozens of meters and fell heavily to the ground. However, this is just the beginning, because Qin Yu's punch was not an ordinary attack, but had the terrifying ability to ignore defense. The surging power rushed into Lu Yi's body like a flood that broke through a dam. These forces rampaged through his meridians and bones, wantonly destroying all obstacles that blocked their advance. Lu Yi felt as if every inch of his skin, every muscle, and every bone was being cut by countless sharp blades at the same time. The pain was beyond description. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he even felt like he was dead. Isn't it about not killing? He just felt dizzy and the whole world was moving away from him. His consciousness gradually became blurred and his body became heavier and heavier. Finally, his eyes went dark and he fainted completely. At this moment, looking at Lu Yi who had fainted, a look of shock appeared on Zhang Yang's face. Even though Lu Yi used all his supernatural powers and madly mobilized his star power, he actually lost? Lu Yi is a psychic who possesses psychic powers, and both of his powers are S-level. Even I have to put in a lot of effort when facing him, but what about facing Qin Yu? Taking a shower in the field of gravity? He acted like nothing had happened, and his speed was so fast that I couldn't see clearly. The last punch killed Lu Yi instantly? He knew that Lu Yi would not die, but he was beaten half to death. It is really physical pain. This kind of suffering may last for half a year. And the most painful thing is the pain in the heart. When a genius encounters a stronger genius and is defeated, it will leave a trauma in his heart. Come on, your brother is asleep. It's your turn. After Qin Yu glanced at the unconscious Lu Yi, he turned his gaze to Zhang Yang, his voice still calm and without any pressure. Good. The dark-skinned Zhang Yang's voice became a little dull for some reason, but he was still ready to compete with Qin Yu. Now he was getting excited and full of fighting spirit. He was trembling with excitement. Brush. But at this moment, Qin Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and everything in front of his eyes suddenly went dark, as if someone had turned off the lights, and his body staggered to the ground. I don't know what I'm shaking about. After Qin Yu glanced at him, he helped him and Lu Yi pressed the alarm on the communicator and continued to move forward. I think he has done his best. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous here, and it would be terrible to be eaten by ferocious beasts while fainting. At this time, observe the area. On the huge display screen, the image of Qin Yu was enlarged to the maximum. At this moment, there was no sound in the entire observation area, and everyone was staring at the screen in a daze. Some people were so shocked that their mouths opened wide, and some even doubted their own eyes. Zhang Yang and Lu Yi actually lost? And the defeat was quite complete. All of them were killed instantly with one move of the physical body. He doesn't even have the qualifications to allow Qin Yu to use his supernatural powers. Just like that, I was killed in seconds. Right now, the only one with S-level or higher abilities in the field is Huang Fuji, right? Hiss. After hearing this, everyone around gasped. All those who possessed S-level and above superpowers were defeated by Qin Yu. Only Guorongjuan and Lu Yi released their superpowers when fighting him. Everyone else was killed by him in seconds. Shin Mingnan on the side took another look at Qin Yu on the screen and said, yes, all of them were killed instantly. Even if the opponent has SSS-level abilities, he can't be that strong. No consumption at all? Back then, the first person who possessed SSS-level superpowers probably didn't have the strength of Qin Yu, right? The higher the level of this ability, the more it consumes. At the same time, the owner's star power is also greater than that of ordinary warriors with low abilities. However, even with such huge consumption, it is impossible to maintain the use of the ability all the time. But what about Qin Yu? There is no need to worry about using it, and you can even use it in different ways. Things like exploding paper airplanes, stones picked up from the roadside, etc. were all infused with supernatural powers to make them explode, killing many ferocious beasts. Now facing a genius, he is defeated again with his physical body. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. They didn't dare to imagine how strong Qin Yu would be in the future. At this moment, all the teachers who thought Huang Fuji was better also shut their mouths. They all thought that they might have really made a mistake. Qin Yucai is the dark horse of this year's Dongshan Province talent selection competition. Gao Yuan, Guorongjuan, Lu Yi, Zhang Yang, and even Huang Fuji, who possess 2 SS-level superpowers. These people consider themselves to be dark horses with S-level and SS-level superpowers, but now all their halos disappeared. The real dark horse has emerged. Chapter 29 Ghost Ape. Puff. We're almost at the top of the mountain. After killing a ferocious beast in front of him, Qin Yu could clearly feel that the closer he got to the top of the mountain, the more ferocious beasts would appear, and under the interference of special sound waves, these ferocious beasts became more and more violent. However, to Qin Yu, these ferocious beasts in a frenzy posed no threat at all. At this moment, he continued to move forward without stopping. However, before he had gone far, a dark shadow suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Looking closely, it turned out to be a huge black snake covered with black scales and flashing with cold light. He had learned about this black snake in class. It was called the shadow black snake. In class, the teacher had told them in detail about the shadow black snake. At that time, he had not yet used any cheats, so he could only listen to the teacher's description of this powerful beast with awe. I saw 2 fangs sticking out of the mouth of the shadowy black snake. They were extremely sharp, like 2 extremely sharp scimitars, emitting cold light. Even a hard steel plate several centimeters thick would be as fragile as thin paper under the fierce bite of its fangs. Not only that, the poison contained in the fangs is the beast's deadly killing move. Its toxicity is so strong that it can easily kill a 3rd-level warrior. In addition, the shadowy black snake's movement speed is as fast as lightning. In certain special environments and situations, it is like a silent ghost that reaps lives, appearing and disappearing out of nowhere, making it hard to guard against. It is no exaggeration to say that among the 2nd-level ferocious beasts, this shadow black snake is the most powerful, cunning, and difficult to deal with. But now, this cunning black snake is in a rare dilemma. The speed, sharp fangs, and venom that it was proud of, which could kill a level 3 warrior, were completely useless against this young man. The most terrifying thing is that it is now in a state of frenzy. As it attacked crazily, the young man in front of him seemed to be enraged. He stretched out a hand, grasped the black snake tightly in his palm, and then exerted force suddenly. Crack! Along with a series of bone-breaking sounds, the black snake's vital points and head were crushed into pieces as hard as paper. Snap! After killing the black snake, he threw its body on the ground. Immediately, continue climbing the mountain. Shadow black snake? Who is faster than me and has come here? Huang Fuji squatted down and looked at the dead black snake in front of him. The moment he touched its blood, he immediately came to a conclusion. Still hot. Qin Yu. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You were one step faster than me. He saw Qin Yu's location information at the moment. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a strong murderous intent emanated from his body. Along the way, he was naturally aware of Qin Yu's every move, which was why he did not go looking for him in advance. The reason was very simple. He knew very well that among those so-called geniuses present, no one except himself could be Qin Yu's opponent. Moreover, Qin Yu can only be killed by him. No one else has the strength to do so. If that's the case, why are you in such a hurry to kill him? We are finally going to meet. Don't let the beast up there kill you. After saying that, he flashed, leaving a trail of fire in the air, and disappeared. At this time, Qin Yu had already reached the top of Mount Tai. The first thing he saw was a huge iron cage appearing in front of him. In the solid and cold iron cage, a huge figure several meters tall was squatting quietly like a mountain. The figure had a human-like form, but its size was unusually huge, which made people feel frightened. The hair covering its entire body was as black as ink, with each hair standing upright and trembling slightly as if it had life. And that face was distorted like an evil ghost from the Nine Nether Hell, exuding a creepy and terrifying aura, with its mouth wide open, as if it would let out an earth-shaking roar at any time. However, what is most eye-catching is its eyes. The pupils are as deep as the sea, showing a strange dark green color and flashing with faint cold light from time to time, like two phosphorescent flames in the darkness, cold and ruthless. When it gazes outward, the cruelty revealed in its eyes can freeze one's soul. In addition, bursts of low and heavy breathing could be heard from its mouth and nose, and each breath was like volcanic lava rolling and surging underground. Along with a gasp, a stream of hot air gushed out of its mouth, making the surrounding air extremely hot. After seeing the physical characteristics of this ferocious beast, Qin Yu recognized it at a glance. Ghost Ape, a growing level 3 beast. When they saw Qin Yu appear on the top of the mountain, all the admissions teachers gathered around him. The images of Qin Yu and Huang Fuji appeared on the huge display screen in front of them. These are the two geniuses who are closest to victory and can be said to be the chosen ones of heaven. However, Huang Fuji was overshadowed by Qin Yu's brilliance. Everyone present was staring at the screen where Qin Yu was. Even Huang Fuji, who was closest to the screen, was not even looked at by any teacher. They don't care anymore. They don't care at all. In their opinion, Huang Fu is very likely to severely injure Qin Yu, but he will definitely not be able to defeat Qin Yu, and the final winner can only be Qin Yu. It's just a miserable life. This is what all teachers agree on. This is the last level, the growth type 3rd level fierce beast Ghost Ape. Do you think Qin Yu should take a break before attacking, or open the cage directly? At this time, an admissions teacher from the White Tiger Academy asked. He had been observing Qin Yu since the beginning of the competition and was very shocked by Qin Yu's performance. He, like the admissions teachers from other academies, believed that Qin Yu would win. We should open the cage directly. Qin Yu will definitely be able to handle it with his strength. Don't you see that he is still in an excited state? Or he has gone crazy with killing intent? I feel that this ghost ape can do nothing to him. An admissions teacher from Suzaku Academy spoke up. A teacher murmured, that is to say, Qin Yu can basically be considered the first in this competition. After hearing this, the other teachers' expressions became somewhat complicated. Yes, the advancement speed was so fast that it was far ahead of the other participating talents by several body lengths, and this speed was not at all what they had expected at the time. This was totally unexpected. After all, Qin Yu's remarks after he took the lead in pressing the communicator's positioning device had already been sentenced to death in the minds of these people. It's causing hatred, and it is a hatred that is sure to kill. However, this hatred was of no use at all, and almost all those who came to kill Qin Yu were killed instead. At that time, on the screen, many people who came to kill Qin Yu were also dealt with by Zhang Yang and Louis on the way. Their goal was to defeat Qin Yu first. And what about others? Qin Yu was seen being tracked by other geniuses, but he survived in the end. However, those geniuses who wanted to kill Qin Yu were killed, and the red positioning dots on their bodies disappeared. What does that mean? Qin Yu is simply not comparable to those contestants who don't even dare to open the positioning. If he goes there, he will just be seeking his death. They are here to participate in the competition. Even if they are so-called geniuses with A-level superpowers, it doesn't mean they are idiots. They won't act on impulse and seek their own death. Therefore, the teachers couldn't help but sigh. It's too fast, really too fast. Qin Yu's terrifying strength is obvious to all, and it is almost an indisputable fact that he is the number one. What's more, Qin Yu has become obsessed with killing people and ferocious beasts. The more I kill, the more excited I become. Qin Yu slowly came to a pillar, on top of which was embedded a red button. Click. The next second, a mechanical sound was heard, and the iron cage that imprisoned the ghost ape was slowly opened. In the eyes of everyone, a huge and terrifying figure appeared before their eyes. Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all, didn't even take a break, and started the final battle directly. Chapter 30. The game is not over yet. Qin Yu looked at the huge ferocious beast slowly walking out of the iron cage. It was as if a tangible breath of brutality rushed towards him, accompanied by a strong stench and smell of blood. Qin Yu was not afraid at all. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. A growing level 3 beast that even level 3 warriors would fear. The 3 words growth type reveal that this is a beast that can continuously grow, evolve, and become stronger. If it practices well, it is estimated that it can break through and even reach level 5 or even level 8. Moreover, according to the introduction in the textbook, the supernatural power within the star core of this ferocious ghost ape is a psychic power. It can use the opponent's fear to create illusions, and it can also make its own body virtual. It's a pity that this ghost ape met Qin Yu, an existence that doesn't know what fear is after cheating. Come on, let me see how powerful this growing beast of yours is. I'm in a hurry. After all, there's another guy waiting for me to deal with. Qin Yu muttered to himself as he began to move his body, with crisp, cracking sounds coming from his neck and joints. At this moment, seeing Qin Yu's great provocation to him, the ghost ape raised his arms and roared, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to fly, and one could even feel the vibration. It is very angry now. It was inexplicably caught from its own territory and brought to this weird place, and then met such arrogant and damn human beings. How could it not be angry about this? What's more, now there are irritating sound waves in its ears all the time, making its temper even more manic. It wants to bite off the head of this arrogant human. Let these damn bugs know the price of catching them. Roar. The ghost ape roared angrily and attacked suddenly. His thick black arms were so fast that ordinary people could not catch them with the naked eye. He turned into a phantom in the air and made a series of whistling sounds that tore through the air. Moreover, the ghost ape also began to use his own special abilities crazily. He wanted to take advantage of the human's fear and toy with him, so that he would bite off his head in endless pain and despair. I'll let you have a taste of fear. Qin Yu looked at the black mist emanating from the ghost ape and naturally understood that it had used its supernatural powers. The next second, Qin Yu's figure disappeared from the spot, almost turning into a series of afterimages. The ghost ape attacked frantically and continuously, madly mobilizing the supernatural powers in its body, and its fists also smashed deep holes in the ground one after another, but every attack could not hit the agile Qin Yu. In its eyes, Qin Yu was like a butterfly dancing flexibly in the air. He was light in body and could dodge its attacks skillfully. Moreover, every dodge was just a marginal one, and almost every time he almost smashed Qin Yu into a pile of meat paste. At this time, as the attacks continued, the ghost ape also completely realized that the supernatural powers he was proud of were completely useless, because this human who kept dodging his attacks flexibly did not even show the slightest fear of him. At this time, the humans in the observation area also discovered this. Qin Yu, this kid, doesn't even have any fear when facing the ghost ape. Only if you have absolute confidence in your own strength will you not feel fear when facing the ghost ape. Look, the ghost ape has been using his superpowers, but the effect has not appeared. Until now, this beast has stopped using its superpowers and can only launch a fierce attack on Qin Yu with his bare hands. Yes, but every time Qin Yu evaded the attack, he was very flexible, and his evasion method was very dangerous. He almost dodged it. If he made a mistake, he would be killed by the ghost ape's punch. Confident, too confident. He didn't take the ghost ape seriously at all, but kept provoking it. Yes, at present, Qin Yu's strength has not been fully demonstrated. What we have seen is just a tiny part of his strength. To him, it is not worth mentioning at all. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in approval. Indeed, from the beginning of the selection round to the battle against the ghost ape, they did not notice Qin Yu's embarrassed look, and they did not even see with their own eyes how strong his true strength was. What we see is just a tiny fraction, a drop in the ocean. However, while everyone was watching Qin Yu, their eyes finally turned to the other side of the screen. In the picture, Huang Fuji started to climb up after dealing with several contestants who wanted to reach the top. They all had a feeling in their hearts that Qin Yu's final battle would not be against the ghost ape, but against Huang Fuji, who was about to reach the top. The two of them are the real peak showdown. The admissions teachers couldn't help but look forward to it. They didn't mind the big deal, nor did they mind Huang Fuji's background. They just wanted to see who was stronger between the two, and who could defeat or even kill the other. What they want and what they want to compete with other academies for is the strongest genius, the most powerful child of destiny. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the impact force generated by the collision of the two fists actually formed an air wave that was almost visible to the naked eye. This powerful force swept across like a hurricane, shaking everything around. The already fragile gravel and debris instantly turned into countless pieces and flew everywhere under the impact of this air wave. The raised dust was like a thick curtain, covering the area and making it difficult to see the situation inside. The ghost ape, which was huge and as big as a hill, flew straight backwards like a kite with a broken string during the fierce battle with its opponent. With a dull thud, it hit the hard rocks in the mountains heavily. Because the impact force was so great, the ghost ape's entire body seemed to be embedded in the rock, like a painting hanging on the wall, looking extremely weird. Puff! Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of scarlet blood suddenly gushed out from the ghost ape's mouth. Blood mist spread in the air, emitting a pungent smell. At this moment, the ghost ape's eyes, which were originally full of violence and bloodthirstiness, finally revealed a deep fear. In just a short period of time, it had endured 5 full punches from this human. Each punch contained a terrifying force that was enough to split mountains and rocks, leaving it without any ability to fight back. What's worse is that in this final fight, the ghost ape not only failed to withstand the opponent's attack, but was instead knocked away by the powerful force. It could now clearly feel that the blood in its body was rapidly draining out of control, and its vitality was disappearing at an alarming rate. The shadow of death was gradually looming over it, making it feel unprecedented despair. However, despite being in such a desperate situation, the ghost ape still refused to surrender easily. It opened its bloody mouth and let out an angry and unwilling roar towards the sky. Roar! The sound resounded through the sky, as if it was launching a final struggle against fate. How could it be willing to be killed by a seemingly insignificant human being? It is a growing beast that can continue to grow and possesses intelligence. How could it possibly die at the hands of insects? Humans are food for ferocious beasts. But just as it was about to release its supernatural power, its deep green eyes suddenly shook. It discovered that the star core in its body had become dim and the supernatural powers in the star core could not be used at all. Now that even your supernatural powers have been sealed, why are you still yelling? Just go and die in peace. Chinyu seemed to see that the ghost ape still wanted to struggle, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his own buff, he was invincible. How could a ghost ape be his opponent, not to mention that the ghost ape could not use its superpowers? This is the horror of the hand of God. The reason why he didn't kill the ghost ape as soon as possible was undoubtedly because he was waiting for Huang Fuji to arrive. Secondly, he wanted to let the teachers in the observation area take a good look at his performance. I guess I'm very popular now. Only in this way can he get better conditions. Boom. But in the next second, there was another wave of air visible to the naked eye, and Chinyu attacked swiftly. The ghost ape flew out again, but this time it had no signs of life at all. In the observation area, all the admissions teachers had smiles on their faces. To be honest, the more they looked at Chinyu, the more satisfied they were. Very satisfied, especially satisfied. Now, to add one more point to satisfaction, all that remains is the final battle with Huang Fuji. Yes, the ghost ape is dead. This also means that the Dongshan province talent selection competition has come to an end. But looking at the teachers in the observation area, they didn't seem to want to end it. They wanted to continue observing and use Huang Fuji to dig out Chinyu's true strength, or to see if Huang Fuji could crush Chinyu. Although he is optimistic about Chinyu, he still has some respect for Huang Fuji. Chapter 31. My friend is immune to fire. Ding ding ding. At this time, Huang Fuji, holding 2 blazing swords, walked slowly to the top of the mountain. He looked at the corpse of the ghost ape which was already dead, and then looked at Chinyu who was sitting on a stone as if waiting for him. You're really slow. Seeing Huang Fuji finally appear, Chinyu's voice sounded faintly. Hearing this, a sarcastic smile slowly emerged on Huang Fuji's handsome but somewhat evil face. He raised his head slightly, revealing his slender neck, like a proud swan, and his expression seemed extremely arrogant. I just cleaned out some small fry. What does that matter? Do you naively think you are so powerful just by doing this? Huang Fuji's words were full of disdain and ridicule. Then, he stared at the other person with his narrow and sharp eyes and continued. Although you luckily killed the last beast, this game is obviously far from over. I believe that the guys in the observation area are also looking forward to seeing who is stronger between you and me. They can't wait to see with their own eyes how you will die miserably at my hands in the end. You know what? You are the first person who dares to go against my will. If I were willing to extend an olive branch to others, they would have kowtowed to thank me immediately. But you not only rejected me, but also humiliated me. You really don't know how to live or die. After he finished speaking, he swung his two swords and flames surrounded them. The temperature around him became extremely hot in the flames. He frowned and said again in a deep voice, Qinyu, I will give you a chance. Kneel down and submit to me. I can let you live and have a better life and resources. Qinyu raised his head slightly, his eyes cold. Have you said enough? I'm too lazy to talk to you. You don't deserve to listen. You only deserve to die here now. Besides, wouldn't it be better if it didn't end? They're also expecting me to kill you. Being despised by Qinyu, the other party immediately became angry and said angrily, Qinyu, I will make you wish you were dead. After hearing the last part, Huang Fuji's face, which was originally so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out, instantly turned ashen. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes widened into a round shape like copper bells, burning with rage. However, what was unexpected was that he did not directly draw out his two swords and launch a fierce attack as everyone expected. Instead, he unusually put the two swords slowly into the scabbard. Huang Fuji took a deep breath, stretched his muscles, tensed his body, and exuded a powerful aura. It was obvious that he was planning to give up his weapon and compete with Qinyu with his own physical strength. He wanted to use the purest power to show Qinyu the huge gap between them. For Huang Fuji, this battle was not just a simple battle of victory or defeat, but also a destruction and torture of Qinyu's soul. He wants to crush Qinyu in all aspects, both in martial arts and superpowers. Let Qinyu deeply realize how ridiculous his arrogance and ignorance are. The corners of Huang Fuji's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel and cold smile. He was secretly thinking in his mind, I must use martial arts to beat Qinyu so hard that he has no chance to fight back. When Qinyu has been tortured to the point of being exhausted both physically and mentally, it will be the perfect time for him to display his supernatural powers. At that time, he will make Qinyu completely fall into the abyss of despair and slowly die in endless pain and struggle. Kill. Without any more nonsense, Huang Fuji took action instantly. The heat waves around him were like surging waves, forming an extremely powerful heat wave storm. Just like a ferocious beast, it rushed towards Qinyu with its fangs and claws in an unstoppable posture. The rolling heat wave storm instantly made the temperature on the top of the mountain soar like a rocket. Looking closely, I saw that two blazing flaming dragon heads magically appeared on Huang Fuji's iron fists. The two fire dragon heads were lifelike, as if they were living creatures, with their fangs and claws bared, their eyes wide open, and from time to time they emitted bursts of angry roars, as if they wanted to devour everything in front of them. In the blink of an eye, the two fire dragon heads pounced towards Qinyu's face with the force of thunder, bringing up a wave of scorching air that was suffocating. Faced with such a fierce attack, Qinyu had no intention of retreating. He shifted his feet slightly and turned his body halfway in an instant. At the same time, a surge of powerful force suddenly burst out from the soles of his feet. This force was like a flood that broke through a dam, spreading rapidly upward along his legs, passing through his waist and back, and finally gathering in his arms. Immediately afterwards, Qinyu swung out his right fist without hesitation, with an indomitable momentum and overwhelming power, and headed straight towards the two roaring fire dragon heads. There was a loud bang, and the two collided violently. For a moment, flames splashed and energy overflowed, and the surrounding air was stirred violently. Qinyu's punch was like lightning across the night sky, unstoppable. It was also like a huge rock hitting the lake, stirring up thousands of huge waves. Its power was so fierce that it was simply astonishing. He naturally knew that Huang Fuji wanted to defeat him in every field, destroy his self-confidence, and finally make him kneel at his feet. Now it's a showdown between the physical body and martial arts. It's a pity that if it were any other contestant, it might be possible, but for Qinyu, it was simply a daydream. After all, I don't know any martial arts, and I'm playing with my physical body which doesn't require any star power. Boom. In an instant, a long dragon roar broke out. The horror displayed by the fierce dragon fist was completely defeated in an instant the moment it touched Qin Yu's fist. Huang Fuji completely underestimated Qin Yu's strength. When he felt that Qin Yu did not use any martial arts at all, but relied entirely on his physical body to fight him, he was suddenly horrified. He originally wanted to fight Qin Yu with his physical body first, but Qin Yu's contempt really made him angry, so he wanted to teach him a lesson with martial arts. But now, the physical strength displayed by Qin Yu actually surpassed his martial arts. That's a martial art. How could it be comparable to physical strength? After all, star power was also used in it. But he was still slapped in the face. Bang! Bang! Just when Huang Fuji was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, Qin Yu, like a ferocious beast, attacked with a punch like a storm, hitting the opponent's face hard. In an instant, blood splattered like a fountain. Huang Fuji flew backwards like a kite with its string cut. When the fist landed on his face like a hammer, his face collapsed in a shocking way. His eyeballs shattered like broken glass, and his flesh and blood were blurred beyond recognition. It was simply horrible to look at. One punch, just one punch. Huang Fuji was beaten so badly that he was no longer recognizable. Huang Fuji struggled to get up from the ground, and after tremblingly touching his unrecognizable face, the anger in his heart burned like a volcanic eruption. His only remaining eye was filled with endless murderous intent and resentment, as if he wanted to tear Qin Yu into pieces. I will definitely kill you. I will make your whole family suffer with you in a torture worse than death. Just by touching his handsome face, he knew it was in a mess. He had never looked so miserable before. He wanted to make Qin Yu pay a heavy price. The next second, he took out a fragrant pill from his body and swallowed it in one gulp. The moment he swallowed the pill, the blood flowing from his face stopped. His own star power was strengthened. His whole body's aura changed significantly, and even his own realm was improved. Now he is infinitely close to becoming a level 3 warrior. Chi. As Huang Fuji's anger surged, coupled with the fact that he had just taken the elixir, the strength and star power around him also completely erupted at this moment. The power in the body is like a spring. Huang Fuji's whole body was actually wrapped in a ball of golden flame, and he seemed to be bathed in the golden flame. The injuries on his body were miraculously recovered with the help of the golden flame. And this is his first SS-level fire ability, the Flame of the Holy Spirit. It can burn all evil and darkness, and has the auxiliary effect of quickly healing its own injuries, and can also enhance the power of its own flames. Moreover, his second SS ability is to continuously strengthen the flames, allowing the flames to form armor that attaches to his entire body, which can greatly increase his strength and speed, and even attacks can produce flame phantoms. The two can be said to complement each other. He wants to burn Qin Yu alive. Brush. The two blazing swords were unsheathed, and endless golden flames rushed towards Qin Yu unscrupulously. At this time, the teachers in the observation area could hardly be seen on the screen. All that could be seen was the supernatural powers displayed by Huang Fuji and the golden flames in the sky. Although it is not on the mountain, the scorching heat can be felt as if it is here. This is the flame of the Holy Spirit. Moreover, it is the flame of the Holy Spirit strengthened by the second superpower. I'm afraid this armor is made by the second superpower. What Huang Fuji is showing now is his true strength. Is this the true genius? He is indeed very powerful. It seems that we were a little careless. In fact, Huang Fuji has a greater chance of winning. This is to burn Qin Yu alive. This Holy Spirit flame can burn all sins. As long as you have killed someone, you have sinned. The power will become even more terrifying. The teachers all express their feelings. Such a person is really terrifying, especially with the blessing of supernatural powers. In this world, especially for warriors, killing is very common. Just imagine, which warrior doesn't have a few lives on his hands? This is the world where the strong prey on the weak. No matter whether you are good or bad, as long as you block the interests of some people or anger some people, they will do their best to kill you, regardless of whether you are a human or a ferocious beast. It's a pity that Qin Yu was about to be engulfed by the flames. His sin of murder is too great, destined to be burned to death by this golden flame. The other teachers also sighed. Now, all they can do is watch here silently, and some even regret not finishing the game. Fire. Qin Yu saw the sky full of golden flames, and a smile appeared on his lips. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Man, I'm immune to fire. Chapter 32, I want to join Qinglong Academy. Boom. The next second, The golden flame poured down like a torrential rain at a speed faster than the blink of an eye. These flames seemed to have eyes, and almost every one of them hit Qin Yu's body accurately. In an instant, the flames were like surging sea water, quickly engulfing Qin Yu completely. Seeing Qin Yu tightly wrapped in the raging fire, Huang Fuji's face, which was originally distorted by anger, finally relaxed a little. Then, a satisfied smile slowly climbed up the corner of his mouth. However, this smile looked so hideous and terrifying, which made people shudder. You know, Qin Yu has killed several contestants along the way. He has taken several lives and is burdened with a heavy sin of killing. Because of this, the power of the Holy Spirit flame will increase exponentially when facing a sinful person, becoming even more terrifying. Huang Fuji thought that at this moment Qin Yu had probably been burned by the flames to the point that he didn't even have the strength to scream. But just when everyone thought Qin Yu was about to die in the sea of fire, suddenly, a voice broke the silence at the scene. This fire is not enough. It can just get rid of the bad luck on my body. Give me some more. Some more? As the words fell, Huang Fuji was surprised to find that Qin Yu actually slowly walked out of the blazing flames. His body movements looked like he was leisurely giving himself a bath, without any sign of pain at all. On the contrary, his face revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if he was immersed in an extremely comfortable bath. The flame bath feels extraordinary. What? Seeing this scene, Huang Fuji's face was struck by lightning, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face again. It's my turn. I'm going to beat you to death with my fists. In a moment, Qin Yu rushed out like an arrow with an overwhelming force, and his punch was as powerful as a mountain crushing an egg. This punch was so brutal that it instantly shattered Huang Fuji's shoulder blade. The violent force rushed in like a flood that broke through a dam, causing huge waves in Huang Fuji's body again, directly shattering several spiderweb-like rifts and injuring his heart and lungs. After this attack, Qin Yu did not retreat, but punched again with all his strength. That's right, he wanted to beat Huang Fuji to death. I don't need any special powers. I will beat you to death with just my bare fists. Puff. Huang Fuji was like a deflated ball. A mouthful of blood gushed out. His breath quickly faded like a dying candle, and his whole body's momentum dropped sharply like falling off a cliff. Every attack Qin Yu made ignored the defense. The armor made of fire was like a piece of paper and had no effect at all. Even if the flame could heal the wound, it could not withstand Qin Yu's critical hits that ignored defense. Boom. Huang Fuji had no power to fight back and flew backwards again. This time it was even worse, as both of his hands were crippled by Qin Yu, and the white bones at his arm joints were exposed to the air. Now he only has one breath left. If you kill me, you will regret it. The Huangfu family will never let you go, let alone your family. Huang Fuji, lying on the ground, looked like a puppet with its strings cut. Apart from being able to speak, he could not do any other movements. He was like a useless person. Thank you for your concern. You should know that even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Besides, these are all confidential. Who would know that I killed you except those teachers? They will keep it a secret. People die in every competition. Have you heard of anyone asking the 4 major palaces about the murderer? Don't be ridiculous. These are the 4 major palaces. They are not short of strong people. Your family is nothing in their eyes. Okay, keep getting hammered. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he threw a punch. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red, and the surrounding rocks were stained with Huang Fuji's blood. Qin Yu brushed off the dust on his body and said, It's finally over. I haven't had much of a nap these days, so I didn't get a regular nap for free. He planned to have a good rest after returning and then prepare to go to Qinglong Academy. As for holidays, don't even think about it. None of the 4 major palaces have winter or summer vacations, and the reason is very simple. Not only are the resources in the academy abundant, but the speed of improving strength is much faster than at home or outside. Many equipment for improving strength are not available outside. Therefore, many students are reluctant to leave the academy in order to become stronger, even during the winter and summer vacations. After all, in this world, no one minds becoming stronger. Looking down at the headless corpse that had been hammered to pieces, or to be more precise, had been hammered to pieces, Qin Yu went down the mountain with satisfaction. How did he do that? In the observation area, a group of teachers couldn't help but exclaim, "Quick, replay it." Someone shouted. Soon, the scene of the battle between Qin Yu and Huang Fuji began to replay on the screen, and the speed was constantly decreasing, but the teachers still could not make out anything from the slow-motion footage. Because Qin Yu, who was burned by the flame of the Holy Spirit, did almost nothing. If you were to say that his only action was to use the flame to clean the filth on his body, or he was really using the flame to take a unique bath, Qin Yu did nothing and let the flames burn himself, but there was hardly a trace of pain on his face, and he even showed a look of dissatisfaction in the picture. It seemed to be saying that the temperature and power of the flame were too low and could not cause any harm to him at all. Moreover, during the battle, Qin Yu's attack speed kept getting faster and faster, and even at the end there were afterimages appearing on the screen one after another, and Huang Fuji was left with no power to fight back. It's really a crushing defeat. A complete crush. For them, they have been present at every talent selection competition, but they have never seen such a perverted genius. It is really too fantastic, and even movies dare not shoot it like this. God's proud son. A teacher sighed out loud. I'm afraid his appearance will change the martial arts world. The SS-level Holy Spirit flame has no harm to him at all. Did the Gao Yuan and others he killed before die in vain? Or did he not kill them at all? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Even if he didn't kill her, the power of the flames was too strong for him to bear. I feel like he used some high-level martial arts or his second ability, but why didn't he show any signs of using it? I think Qin Yu's realm should have reached the level of a third realm warrior. This is the first time I see a third realm warrior participating in the competition. The highest in the past was only between level 5 and level 9 of the second realm. Qin Yu completely crushed all the geniuses in the past, including now, and he is only 18 years old. Hiss. After hearing the admissions teacher's guess, everyone couldn't help but gasp. An 18-year-old warrior at the third level is truly a rare treasure. For a warrior to improve his realm is like ascending to heaven. His own talent and awakened supernatural powers are crucial conditions for practice. Some people only reach the third realm when they are in their 30s or 40s, but Qin Yu has become a true third realm warrior at the age of 18. He is simply a pervert among perverts and a monster among monsters. If they were asked to evaluate Qin Yu, perhaps only these two words could describe him. At this time, Qin Yu had already reached the foot of the mountain. While going down the mountain, he saw many contestants who were injured by ferocious beasts and were helped down by the invigilators. Of course, he also saw those who were carried down the mountain on stretchers. The most familiar ones were Zhang Yang and Lu Yi, who were knocked unconscious by him. They were still in a coma and had not woken up yet. Just as he was about to go find his homeroom teacher Zhang Chao, 3 admissions teachers, dressed differently but looking very tired, suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment they were gasping for breath, and behind the teacher, many teachers in the observation area were competing with each other with pressure, and an extremely terrifying momentum suddenly formed around them, as if the observation area would be blown to pieces with just a thought. Obviously, it seemed that these 3 teachers had finally broken out of the encirclement, and the fatigue on their faces disappeared immediately after seeing Qin Yu. Yes, they were waiting for Qin Yu. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at each other with eyes full of competition and were competing with each other with actual actions. After rushing out, there will be a more intense contest, which is to satisfy Qin Yu with all the requirements that the academy can meet. They wanted to fight for Qin Yu to join their academy. I want to join Qinglong Academy. If you are not an admissions teacher of Qinglong Academy, you don't have to talk to me. Dear readers, please urge me to update and recommend this book. Chapter 33. The Miraculous Effects of Chilling Soul Liquid. I want to join Qinglong Academy. If you are not an admissions teacher of Qinglong Academy, you don't have to talk to me. Qin Yu spoke first, looking calmly at the 3 admissions teachers in front of him, as if asking them who was the teacher of Qinglong Academy. No. Qin Yu, don't you want to listen to the conditions we offer? Suzaku Academy will definitely train you with all its strength. Your future is limitless. Qin Yu, as long as you are willing to join Xuanwu Academy, the academy will give you an S-level resource every year for cultivation, and will also give you the privilege of using some equipment limited to the school. Only 1 per year? We at White Tiger Academy are willing to give you 2, and we won't limit your time. The trial tower on campus is open to you at any time. At the same time, we will also give you a generous start-of-school bonus. We Suzaku. At this time, when these 3 teachers from different academies wanted to say something, Qin Yu simply waved his hand at them, indicating that they didn't need to say more, and that he had chosen the Qinglong Academy. After all, he had a goal a long time ago, which was to join the Qinglong Academy. Since none of these 3 people was from the Qinglong Academy, there was no need for him to stay any longer. So, he walked to the observation area. The teachers in the observation area had already stopped fighting, and all of them looked shocked. It seemed to be saying, were they still a step slow after all? In the end, Qinglong Academy actually benefited from it. Qinglong Academy hasn't made any moves since the start of the competition, so how did they succeed in recruiting Qinyu? I am the admissions teacher of Qinglong Academy. My name is Yang Feng. At this time, a male teacher wearing glasses squeezed out, panted, wiped the sweat from his head, and said to Qinyu. He is very excited now. Originally, all the teachers of Qinglong Academy were trapped in the observation area. They even thought that Qinyu had missed the opportunity to go to Qinglong Academy, but in the end, Qinyu chose them inexplicably. This is such a surprise. At first, they didn't have time to react at all, and were suppressed by the teachers from the other 3 academies. Not a single teacher from the Qinglong Academy escaped, but now there was a sudden reversal, and they became the protagonists. Teacher, my request is very simple. I don't need to attend classes after I go to the academy. I don't have any other requests. Qinyu nodded to Yang Feng, and then continued, Teacher, let's go and take me to receive the award. Ah, good. After hearing Qinyu's words, Yang Feng didn't react at all. It was not until Qinyu walked away that other teachers from Qinglong Academy called out to him, and then he reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Left behind were the cheering Qinglong Academy and the confused other 3 academies. The 3 academies, Suzaku, Xuanwu, and Baihu, couldn't understand why Qinyu didn't choose them, and they didn't understand why Qinyu's so-called request was so simple. Are the thoughts and ideas of today's geniuses so different? He didn't even ask about resources, let alone want them. Could it be that his realm improved after a good sleep? In fact, what they didn't know was that Qinyu didn't care about those high-level resources at all. He had even used cheats, and his upgrade speed was faster than others whether he had resources or not. It had reached the point where it didn't matter whether Qinyu got the resources or not, as long as they didn't disturb his lunch break. All he wants is an identity. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Yang Feng brought Qinyu to a bright training room with a clear pool in the center. Qinyu, are you ready? Yang Feng asked. Ready. Qinyu replied. Good. Hearing this, Yang Feng said to Qinyu again, take off your clothes and get into the pool. Qinyu took off his clothes and jumped directly into the pool. The moment he entered the pool, a biting cold feeling quickly swept through his body like a tide. Unconsciously, white mist would come out of his nose every time he breathed, as if he was exhaling white air in the cold winter. The water has been added with the juice of the soul-frozen grass. Just one drop will make your whole body icy cold, making you feel as if your soul has been frozen. With the blessing of the soul-frozen grass, dragon blood will be added in a while. At that time, the ice and fire will not only temper your flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and skin, but also improve your realm. If you are lucky, you can even gain a hint of dragon power from the dragon blood. Only by going through the biting cold can you withstand the ravages of dragon blood that is as hot as molten lava. These will be of great benefit to the soul. Of course, it also depends on your ability to absorb them. A strong soul means strong mental power, and mental abilities rely not only on the star veins, but also the strength of one's own soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the power or its control effect. If both the star veins and the soul are strong, they can exert more terrifying power. In his opinion, Qinyu must have used some means to become immune to the attacks of the Holy Spirit flame, but this dragon blood is completely different from flames. Even if he used that mysterious method, he could not be immune to the scorching tempering of dragon blood. At this moment, Yang Feng's eyes were fixed on Qinyu in front of him. Qinyu's entire body was covered in a layer of ice as thin as a cicada's wing, and he seemed to have turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. The originally calm pool of water suddenly froze into ice the moment Qinyu stepped into it, as if under a spell. The entire pool was filled with a thick layer of ice. In an instant, a bone-chilling chill surged out of the pool, sweeping across the entire training room like a flood. The originally warm and pleasant air seemed to be sucked away without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by an extreme cold that made people's teeth chatter and shiver all over. In just a moment, the temperature in the training room dropped sharply to more than 10 degrees below zero, and a layer of white frost formed on the walls and the ground. At this moment, Yang Feng did not act rashly. He stood quietly aside, staring at Qinyu in the pool. According to the plan, he needed to wait for Qinyu to completely absorb this pool of extremely precious cold soul liquid before dripping dragon blood into it, because only in this way can he maximize the effectiveness of the 2 SS-level resources and achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, Yang Feng was not without worries. He knew very well that this soul-cold liquid contained extremely powerful cold air, which had a huge impact on the human soul. If Qinyu cannot withstand this biting cold, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, while Yang Feng was waiting silently, he was also always ready to rescue. As long as Qin Yu showed any signs of exhaustion, he would rush forward without hesitation and pull him back from the brink of danger. Qin Yu, who was in the middle of the pool, was in a very critical situation. His body was covered tightly by ice, and even every hair on his body was frozen stiff and straight. The coldness that penetrated deep into his bones and reached his soul was like thousands of steel needles piercing his body at the same time, bringing him waves of unbearable pain. Thinking back to when I first obtained the Frostblade, I had a similar feeling, but that feeling was only fleeting. In comparison, the coldness brought by the soul-cold liquid was simply an endless torture, eroding his will and body at all times. He wanted to shout out loud, but his body had long been covered in ice and he couldn't make a sound. He even felt his heartbeat slow down. In the end, a beating heart became a luxury. At this moment, the soul-cold liquid seemed to possess endless power, instantly freezing the star veins and souls completely. However, if you look closely, you will be surprised to find that the ice in the pool and the cold air in it are decreasing at an astonishing speed. Obviously, this means that the soul-cold liquid has begun to be successfully absorbed by Qin Yu, and his body is slowly but steadily adapting to this extreme cold that is enough to sting the bone marrow and freeze the soul. The coldness was as piercing as 1,000 arrows piercing the heart and gnawing at the bones as if it was devouring the soul. When the ice covering his entire body finally melted away, the breath that came out of his mouth was still accompanied by a trace of coldness, but what made people feel relieved was that the extremely painful expression on his face had disappeared without a trace. During this long and arduous process, every part of Qin Yu's body, flesh, tendons, bones, skin, and even internal organs, is undergoing a thrilling and huge transformation. Under the continuous nourishment of this cold, the hardness of his bones continued to increase, as indestructible as fine steel that has been tempered 1,000 times. His fascia and flesh underwent gorgeous transformation time and time again through repeated impacts and baptisms, radiating new vitality and vigor. After about half an hour, the ice on the surface of the pool and the cold air it emitted gradually disappeared, and Qin Yu's crystal-clear body like glass slowly appeared in Yang Feng's sight. Yang Feng can be 100% sure that Qin Yu's realm has improved. Level 2 of 3 realms. Directly break through from level 8 of Realm 2 to level 2 of Realm 3. This also means that the cold soul liquid has been completely absorbed by Qin Yu. Great! You are the fastest genius I have ever seen who absorbs the cold soul liquid. Yang Feng was a little excited and immediately took out a special container containing dragon blood. This was a test tube made of special materials that could store dragon blood without allowing it to evaporate or damage the container. Qin Yu, I am going to pour this drop of dragon blood on you. The pain this time will be far greater than the cold soul liquid. You must absorb it carefully and don't be anxious. If there is any danger, stop immediately. Teacher Yang, let's start. Chapter 34, Awakening the Third Superpower. Teacher Yang, let's start. After finishing speaking, Qin Yu responded immediately. Immediately, Yang Feng turned on the device and dripped the only remaining drop of red, steaming blood onto Qin Yu's head. My physical fitness and mental strength have been enhanced now. Although I have a passive effect, I can clearly feel the enhanced feeling. I wonder what kind of miraculous effect this dragon blood will have. Qin Yu was secretly looking forward to it. It was the first time he heard about dragon blood, and the first time he used it. Maybe other warriors in the world have used dragon blood, but they have not published their experience, and no one knows how to deal with it after absorbing it. Just like the juice of the cold soul grass, he had to suffer a lot before he could completely absorb it. Since it is the first time to absorb dragon blood, it must make sense that one must first be baptized by the cold soul liquid to assist. This also shows the powerful effect of dragon blood. I am afraid that few people can survive it. Now, I can only experience it myself. If it really doesn't work, then stop absorbing. I have my own system, so I don't mind losing this drop of blood. At that moment, Qin Yu clearly felt a drop of warm liquid dripping on his head. In an instant, a strange and unique smell quickly spread throughout the training room. The smell was extremely strong, as if it had a mysterious magic. Just the moment he inhaled the smell into his body, Qin Yu felt a wonderful change taking place, as if the smell was directly acting on his cultivation genes. At the same time, he was surprised to find himself in the midst of a hot volcanic lava. Looking more closely at the dragon's blood dripping on his body, he saw that it was extremely thick and sticky like honey. As it flows slowly along the skin, Its speed is so slow that it is beyond imagination. Although it looks like only a tiny drop, as it flows slowly, the area of the body it covers is surprisingly large. Yu could clearly feel that this drop of dragon blood was gradually spreading to every corner of his body. At this time, the water in the originally calm pool also underwent amazing changes due to the incorporation of dragon blood. The pool water first turned a bright blood red, and then hot bubbles began to emerge from the bottom of the water and boiled violently. In just a short moment, the cold and ice-filled pool disappeared, replaced by a scene as hot as midsummer, as if the change of seasons was completed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yu seemed to be in a blazing sea of fire, and his whole body was completely immersed in the extremely scalding heat. The heat flowed like a flood that broke through a dam, rushing and flowing wildly in his body with overwhelming force. Every inch of his skin, every bit of flesh and blood, and even every strand of his hair, were all deeply immersed in the incomparably warm embrace of the dragon's blood. He greedily sucked in and madly devoured the powerful power contained therein. As time goes by, the intensity of the heat flow continues to increase, and its temperature continues to rise, just like a raging fire. At this moment, Yu's originally fair face had become extremely red, like a ripe apple. Even his usually deep and black eyes were filled and covered by an extremely violent energy. This violent energy was so fierce that even a man with a strong mind like Yu was secretly horrified. Although he had prepared himself mentally before this, when he really faced the huge energy contained in this drop of dragon blood, he realized that he had underestimated its power. Yu was seen clenching his fists tightly, and his movements seemed quite difficult and slow. Because of the surging energy inside his body, his limbs began to become a little stiff, making it difficult for him to move freely. In the boiling red water, his expression was slightly painful and his whole body was trembling slightly. Now he felt that his whole body was being bitten by thousands of red fire ants, and he had to endure this biting feeling unconditionally. After a few minutes of stiffness and biting pain, Yu gradually got used to it. If it hadn't been soaked in the soul-falling liquid first, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the heat of this dragon blood. As his body gradually adapted to the violent energy of the dragon blood, even Yu couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. If he hadn't just completely absorbed the cold soul liquid, he would probably have collapsed in less than a minute. Call. A breath of hot air spurted out of Yu's mouth, and the redness on his face gradually faded. The biting sensation of the violent dragon blood energy in his body also gradually weakened. In the end, it was not known whether it was due to numbness or the complete disappearance of the biting sensation, and his body had completely adapted to it. It was painful to endure this biting feeling, but it was also the most enjoyable because his strength was constantly growing. Sure enough, this feeling is not something that the fire immunity passive can resist. This is just like the indestructible King Kong in novels. The exterior of the body is the strongest defense against swords and guns, but it does not mean that the inside of the body is still invulnerable. Gulp gulp. The pool water was so hot that it seemed to melt everything. Countless bubbles emerged one after another, and then exploded in an instant, making crackling sounds. Yu was soaking in the boiling hot water. With his eyes closed, he continued to absorb the remaining energy contained in the water with full concentration. As energy continued to flow into his body, Yu's heartbeat became more and more rapid, like a war drum being beaten violently, thump-thump nonstop, making people feel that the rapidly beating heart would break through the chest and jump out of the body at any time. As expected, Yu secretly sighed in his heart. If you want to become stronger, you must first endure this endless pain. With the powerful mental power, he could clearly see that his bones had been tempered into a bright red color by the magical effect of the dragon blood. Hiss, hiss. Every time new dragon blood energy is integrated into the bones, such a slight but heart-pounding sound is heard. Not only that, under the tempering effect of dragon blood, every cell in Yu's body was like a hungry baby, madly devouring this tremendous energy, and then embarking on a thrilling journey of transformation. The speed at which these cells grow from small to large is beyond imagination, and the degree of exaggeration is astonishing. At this moment, Yu felt as if he had turned into an adult dragon-like beast, possessing an extremely huge body and terrifying power. No, to be precise, he is more like a terrifying dragon with unfathomable strength, but he exists in this world in the form of a human. Gradually, with the continuous circulation and flushing of energy in the body, many waste impurities that were originally hidden deep in the body were also excreted by Yu. The originally red water in the pond had turned turbid due to the influx of these dirt, and a thick layer of filth was floating on the water surface. However, this all-round improvement effect goes far beyond this. Compared with the previously used cold soul liquid, the improvement brought by the dragon blood this time was obviously more significant and more powerful. Even Yang Feng, who was standing aside and watching this scene quietly, couldn't help but smack his lips repeatedly and was amazed at what he saw. Genius! He is truly a rare genius that only appears once in a century. Yang Feng murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on Qinyu, unwilling to look away for a moment. These two words can't even describe it. I feel like the phrase, "he is no longer a human being," might be a better way to describe Qinyu. He witnessed Qinyu's crazy improvement in realm from cold soul liquid to dragon blood, and estimated that his realm is now at level 3, level 5. This shows that Qinyu completely absorbed these two precious SS-level resources into his body. The absorption effect of one drop is so significant. What if there are more? I dare not think about it. Because when absorbing these two SS-level resources at the beginning, many warriors would be amazing if they could absorb 50% at most. But Qinyu absorbed 100% for the first time. Judging from the way it absorbs, it seems that it is not satisfied yet. You know, the water in this pool is designed for them to absorb better, so when mixed with water, the pain will be relatively reduced. Of course, the relative effect will be weakened. The purpose is not to waste resources, but to enable warriors who are absorbing it for the first time to absorb it better. After all, if it is too painful, it will be difficult to complete the absorption, and you may even give up halfway. There was only a loud bang, as if the whole world was shaking. At this thrilling moment, the originally calm pool water suddenly splashed, and a figure leaped out of the water like an arrow. Looking closely, it was Qinyu. He was as light as a swallow. After drawing a graceful arc in the air, he landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, Qinyu exuded an incomparable powerful aura, which was like a surging wave, spreading to the surroundings one after another. His entire temperament has undergone a drastic change. He is no longer the slightly immature boy before, but exudes a kind of supreme majesty, as if a giant dragon has descended into the world, overlooking all living things and towering over millions of people. When Qinyu slowly opened his eyes again, two golden lights flashed across his eyes. Looking closely, it turned out to be a pair of rare golden vertical pupils. There is a mysterious and deep light flashing in these vertical pupils, making people dare not look directly at them. Good job, Qinyu. Wipe yourself first. Seeing Qinyu successfully complete the absorption, Yang Feng was so excited that he didn't know how to praise Qinyu, so he simply took a towel and handed it to him. Thanks. Qinyu took the towel and began to wipe the remaining water stains on his body. Even your height has increased by a few centimeters. Yang Feng looked at Qinyu, as if he was looking for his changes. At the same time, he felt a little strange in his heart, because the moment Qinyu came out of the pool, he actually felt a trace of dragon power. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. After all, it was just a drop of dragon blood. How could it possibly produce dragon power? After all, if you want to obtain the effect of dragon power, you have to soak and penetrate dragon blood frequently. I think Qinyu must have obtained dragon power. For this, he was very happy. After all, he had recruited such a rare genius who could be seen only once in a century for Qinglong Academy. It is not impossible to become a peak warrior of the 10th realm in the future. The future is promising. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? He looked at Qinyu and said with concern, "This is a good seedling. Even if nothing happens, you should show your concern and build a good network of relationships. This kind of genius may be able to protect you in the future." It's okay, teacher. I feel fine now. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 3rd realm and obtaining the SSS-level Dark Soul ability, the End of Evil. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 3rd realm and receiving the System Gift Blind Box, 3rd Realm Upgraded Version, X50. Chapter 35, Lottery. Oracle Set. It's okay, teacher. I feel fine now. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 3rd realm and obtaining the SSS-level Dark Soul ability, the End of Evil. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 3rd realm and receiving the System Gift Blind Box, 3rd Realm Upgraded Version, X50. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind, which immediately startled him. Can this also be rewarded? He thought that he had to have a regular healthy lifestyle to achieve breakthrough data in order to receive rewards, but he didn't expect that breakthroughs could also be triggered by external factors. Cool. It was really a great pleasure. Not only did I gain dragon power with just 1 drop of blood, but I also triggered the system reward. I'm afraid there is nothing better than this happening in the world. Chinyu? Chinyu, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? He walked up to Chinyu and waved his hand in front of him. It's okay. It's okay. Teacher, I feel the dragon blood is still stirring in my body. I need to absorb it quickly and thoroughly. Please lend me this training room for a while. You can leave first. Coming back to his senses, Chinyu began to push Yang Feng beside him, signaling him to get out quickly. Haven't you absorbed it completely yet? But I see you've absorbed it very well, so don't push me away yet. You really don't want to make some other conditions? While stepping back, Yang Feng did not forget to turn around and ask Chinyu. He was really scared now. He was afraid that Chinyu would not offer any conditions, and then turn around and regret and run away with the admissions teachers of other academies. If that happens, I will be in trouble when I return to Qinglong Academy. Teacher, don't worry. I will go to Qinglong Academy and I won't go anywhere else. Just don't worry. By the way, you must tell my high school teacher to wait for me. Okay. I want to continue practicing. After pushing Yang Feng out of the training room completely, Chinyu smiled and quickly closed the door. Outside the door, Yang Feng was left with a confused look on his face, but he soon recovered. With Chinyu's guarantee, he could finally rest assured. With such strong strength, he definitely wouldn't lie. I believe it. At this time, in the training room, Chinyu was extremely excited and quickly signaled the system to start introducing superpowers. SSS-level Dark Soul ability, the end of extreme evil. After entering the blackened state, they are not afraid of light, and extreme evil thoughts and extreme dark elements emerge in their bodies. They gain the power of the end, can control darkness, merge into darkness, devour life, or attack, and after the attack hits the target, they can instantly make the target lose vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch lasting 2.5 hours. The target's own lifespan enters the withered state. After the state is triggered, the body's lifespan will slowly deplete and enter the old age, and eventually reach the process of old age and death. Withering can also make the superpowers it releases have a false shake effect. Under the false shake effect, the superpowers will have a 99.99% probability of being completely ineffective. Friendly reminder 1. Possessing light soul and dark soul abilities will make you immune to the attacks and control effects of light, dark, and spiritual abilities. The duration and effect of Wither will be halved for warriors 2 realms higher, and so on. Friendly tip 2. When your realm reaches a certain level, you can freely summon darkness to descend. Boom. After seeing these messages, Chinyu's brain froze. I'm afraid that playing CF with cheats or playing the invincible version of the game is not as fun as this, right? Products produced by the system must be high quality. It was amazing in the early stage. What about in the later stage? Integrate into the darkness, control the darkness. Isn't this equivalent to Huang Fu Potion's SS-level Dark Power, the plus version of Night Transformation? And it's the super plus version. Not afraid of light. Devour life, attack, and when the realm reaches a certain level, can you freely summon darkness? A certain height? Isn't the peak of the 10th realm the endpoint for human warriors? After all, when it comes to a certain level of realm, the first thing people think of is the 10th realm. But looking at this situation, it seems that the 10th realm is really not the endpoint for human warriors. Chinyu was really puzzled by the riddle given by the system. Could it be that the realm would increase again in the future, and the 10th realm was just the beginning for a warrior? Damn it. Never mind. Just open the blind box. Chinyu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now, he has no time to think about the future. He doesn't know what will happen in the future. He didn't travel through time from the future of this world, so how could he know what will happen in the future? The next second, the blind box opened and prompts began to appear in front of his eyes. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained explosive clay grasshopper X5. Detonating clay, grasshopper. Small in size, with excellent jumping ability, can dodge attacks flexibly, jump to the target to explode. The explosion ignores defense, and can be infused with star power to enhance the power of the explosion. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 1-hour experience card for the 8th realm. 8th realm experience card. Instantly obtain the 8th realm, level 10, the ultimate warrior realm, lasting for 1 hour. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained the universe origin level combat suit. Oracle suit. Oracle suit. Also known as the Oracle origin suit, it can automatically penetrate the skin and fit perfectly with the body when worn. It has absolute defense, immunity to any mental attacks, any control effects, and the most extreme power of the origin of the universe. It can automatically leave the body to fight, and can exert the wearer's strength more fully. It is usually hidden in the flesh and blood. Friendly reminder, after wearing the Oracle suit, you will not be able to enter the blackened state, but you will retain the 2 effects of withering and false shaking. You need to activate star power and mental power to enter the blackened state while wearing the suit. First, the 8th realm experience card, then the combat uniform. In this world, the highest level of combat uniform is SS level. But what about your own? He had never heard of a combat suit of the origin of the universe level, so you can imagine how awesome this combat suit is. Seeing the reward in front of him, Chinyu became excited again. Isn't it just the combination of star power and mental power that can enter the dark state while wearing the Oracle suit? This is totally a piece of cake. He thought that the supernatural power was sealed directly. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Fortunately, it was a false alarm. At this time, the dark soul abilities and Oracle origin set instantly merged into Chinyu's body. He did not feel anything unusual at all, only an extremely comfortable warm current flowing through him. When he wanted to feel this warm current again, it miraculously disappeared. Oracle suit. As the voice fell, in the next moment, his body suddenly burst out with an incomparably dazzling and brilliant golden light. This golden light was like a rising sun, instantly illuminating the entire space like daylight. Under the cover of this dazzling golden light, Chinyu's whole body was quickly covered by a combat uniform with gold and white interwoven together. This combat suit fits his body closely, and every detail shows unparalleled craftsmanship. Between the gaps of the combat uniform, strands of golden light flickered, like flowing golden streams, giving people a lively and mysterious feeling. At the same time, 2 pairs of wings slowly spread out behind Chinyu. One pair was larger and the other was smaller, but no matter whether it was the big wings or the small wings, they were all as white as snow, like sharp blades, emitting a chilling cold light. The wings are surrounded by a faint golden glow, making them look even more sacred and inviolable. When Chinyu took a step and started walking, bits of starlight floated down from his body, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, which was beautiful beyond words. At this moment, Chinyu was already tightly wrapped in sturdy armor, and the helmet and mask were also made of gold and white tones. On top of his head, he wore a gorgeous golden crown, shining with noble light. However, although gold and white complement each other in this set of equipment, the dominant color is pure and flawless white. Looking at Chinyu's eyes again, they were now shining with a strong golden light, as if they could see through the mysteries of all things in the world. His entire body was bathed in this golden light, reflecting the mysterious colors of the universe and the galaxy, appearing both majestic and charming. What was even more shocking was that a huge golden cosmic ring suddenly appeared behind Chinyu. This ring is like a dazzling sun, emitting endless heat and light. If you look closely, you can find that on the inner and outer surfaces of the ring, the galaxies in the universe are constantly circling and rotating, just like a giant rotating roulette wheel, showing the vastness and infinity of the universe. In the next moment, the suit was hidden in Chinyu's flesh and blood. The 3rd level upgrade blind box is so awesome. What will happen in the future? Chinyu was shocked, but more of it was anticipation. These days are becoming more and more hopeful. Friendly reminder, the Oracle suit can be used once unconditionally, but now has 0 chances to use it. It can only be worn after reaching the 8th realm. What the hell? Why didn't you say it earlier? System, you are still 1 step ahead of me, host. I? Just use it like this? Chinyu wanted to die at this moment. He was a rude person with a bad mouth and even worse thoughts in his heart. Why bother summoning for no reason? It can only be used at the 8th level, which is relatively humane. After all, the qualification for wearing SS-level suits is also at the 8th level. Fortunately, the same is true for the SSS level. I think it has been blessed by the system, and many harsh conditions have been eliminated. With the system and the plugin to become stronger, reaching the 8th realm is a matter of time. Just be patient. Oh shit. Keep driving. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained one Dragon Blood Pill. Dragon Blood Pill. Made from the essence of dragon blood. After taking it, the body will be infused with dragon blood, strengthening the star veins and soul, and increasing dragon power and strength. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 2 Shuabi. Shuabi, an upgraded version of Sprite. After drinking it, you can release and control the flow of water. When combined with Lei, the power will be amplified. Water is clear? From now on, as long as there is no silly bitch, he will accept any bitch. However, this dragon blood pill is a genuine and good thing. Having just experienced soaking in dragon blood, he naturally knew the benefits of this elixir. After drawing all the remaining ones, the luck naturally disappeared, and all of them were blessings from the system. To be honest, blessings are unnecessary. He would rather prescribe good stuff. After taking out the dragon blood pill, one can clearly feel the heat of the dragon blood pill, as if it was a pill formed by the condensation of countless dragon blood. This pill is very big, as big as a fist. He wanted to see how much he would improve after eating it since he was now at level 5 in Realm 3. Let's eat. Thinking in his mind, Chinyu started eating. The taste was like chewing wax, or like eating a large bucket of hot peppers mixed with chili powder, but after eating it, the body didn't hurt at all, and there was no feeling at all, just like a flaw in the natural immunity pill. Soon, the infinite energy in the dragon blood pill was being rapidly absorbed by the body. This is the reward of the system. There may be pain, but not much. The effect is terrifyingly strong. Boom. A roar sounded in his body, and when Chinyu opened his eyes again, the golden vertical pupil that had flashed by before actually stayed for nearly half a minute before disappearing. At this moment, his realm had also been raised to level 9 of the 3rd realm. You will soon reach the 4th level of warrior. He was so excited thinking about obtaining an SSS-level superpower soon. What will the next superpower of the system give me? Chinyu asked in his heart. Host, rest assured, it will be of top quality. The next second, the system's mechanical voice rang out rarely, but it soon disappeared, and no matter how Chinyu asked, he remained silent. He simply stopped thinking about it, packed up his things, and walked out of the practice room. At this time, the class teacher Zhang Chao had already been waiting outside for a long time. He looked around and saw that the other contestants had all left. Congratulations, Chinyu, for winning first place in this talent selection competition and being selected by Qinglong Academy. Chapter 36 Huangfu Patian. Congratulations, Chinyu, for winning first place in this talent selection competition and being selected by Qinglong Academy. You are worthy of being my student. You are the pride of my teacher and the school. I have told the principal about this. He is now preparing to build a special honor wall and statue for you overnight. The first thing he will do after school starts is to introduce your deeds to the new students. When Zhang Chao saw Chinyu appear, he was extremely excited. He quickly walked up to Chinyu and gave him a big hug, as if he was the first place in the talent selection competition. After they separated, Zhang Chao patted Chinyu's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of pride and his heart full of pride. This is the student I taught, the most outstanding student I have ever taught in my decades of teaching. No doubt about it. Let's go, get in the car. He immediately pulled Chinyu into the car and prepared to take him away. At this time, Chinyu was also very happy after getting on the bus. However, he did not expect that after winning the first place in the selection competition, he actually alarmed the principal and had to publicize his deeds at the freshman meeting. It seems that I didn't have any outstanding qualities in high school. The only outstanding thing was probably that I took naps on time and didn't make a fuss. To be honest, he couldn't figure it out himself. Chinyu, why don't you say anything? Aren't you worried about the Huangfu family's revenge? After all, you killed the family head's son. Seeing that Chinyu hadn't said anything, Zhang Chao turned around and asked. The reason why he knew about this was because Yang Feng from Qinglong Academy told him just now. He thought about this before leaving, and was worried that Chinyu would be frightened because of this incident and be visited by teachers from other academies, who would use this incident as a condition to protect Chinyu's own safety and make him regret not joining Qinglong Academy. He wanted to use Zhang Chao's words to tell Chinyu not to be afraid, that Qinglong Academy would protect his safety, and that the Huangfu family was not qualified to touch the students favored by Qinglong Academy. Chinyu, don't worry. The teachers of the 4 major academies have signed a confidentiality agreement and will not reveal anything that happened during the competition. Therefore, the Huangfu family can't find anything on you. Besides, the Qinglong Academy will protect you. Even if they want to do something to you, they will think twice. Yang Feng said that the Qinglong Academy will reward you with a villa, so don't worry. Seeing that Chinyu still didn't speak, Zhang Chao spoke again. The Huangfu family? Yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? Now that I have the 8th Realm experience card, can't I just activate the experience card and destroy the Huangfu family? After listening to Zhang Chao's words, Qin Yu came back to his senses. He already had a plan in his mind. As for the word villa, he didn't even hear it. If the teacher hadn't mentioned this matter, I would have happily forgotten about it. He didn't want to be retaliated against, so he just used the experience card and experienced the strength of the top 8th Realm warriors through them. After thinking about this, Qin Yu turned to look at Zhang Chao and made up an excuse. Teacher, I just remembered that I need to go to my aunt's house. My aunt's house is nearby. Please stop the car now. I will be there in a few minutes. Are you going to your aunt's house? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were worried about the Huangfu family. Zhang Chao didn't think much about it. Seeing that Qin Yu looked relaxed and didn't seem to be lying, he found a place to park and parked the car. It's so late, be careful. If you really have to, stay at your aunt's house. Remember to tell your parents that the teacher is leaving first. After seeing Qin Yu get off the car, Zhang Chao still gave him some instructions. After getting Qin Yu's reply, he started the car and left again. Qin Yu found a noodle shop, sat down and ordered a bowl of noodles with soybean paste, then took out his cell phone and began searching for the location of the head of the Huangfu family. These top 8th Realm warriors almost always appear in the public eye. After all, the greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. Whenever ferocious beasts invade the city or the starfield is destroyed by ferocious beasts, these high-level warriors will take action. When some top-level resources are discovered, these high-level warriors will scramble for them or even fight each other. So many media will risk their lives to report on this matter. In a short while, Qin Yu found out the residence of the head of the Huangfu family. Nowadays, these big families don't live together at all. Even if they haven't split up, they all live separately. They only gather together during major festivals or when big events happen. Brilliant Galaxy Community, Hilltop Villa. Huangfu Ji's father is really rich. This is the place where the most powerful warriors live. If you don't have money, power, and strength, you can't live in the brilliant Starry River community. As expected, he is a top warrior in the 8th Realm. If it weren't for this talent selection competition, he really wouldn't have known what the Huangfu family was, let alone the existence of a person named Huangfu Ji. No one in the high school had ever heard of him, so he must have been a genius cultivated by the family. After finishing his noodles, Qin Yu waited for a while on the roadside and hailed a hovering taxi. Master, go to the brilliant Galaxy community. At the same time, in the dazzling Xinghe community that shines like a pearl in the city, a luxurious villa hidden on the top of the mountain and surrounded by lush vegetation stands quietly. On the rooftop of the villa, a tall figure in black training clothes stood there motionless like a sculpture. On his side, there were 2 corpses that had lost their breath. Their bodies had become stiff and cold. Looking closely, the 2 corpses were actually the 2 old men in tang suits who had always followed Huangfu Ji. And this mysterious man in black training clothes is none other than Huangfu Ji's father, Huangfu Patian. At this moment, his long, shiny black hair was scattered wantonly, as if blending into the night. His face, which seemed to be carefully carved out of rock, was cold as ice, without the slightest expression, but revealed endless murderous intent, which was chilling. He lowered his head slightly, staring at the photo of a family of 3 held tightly in his hands. 3 familiar figures were clearly visible in the photo. The handsome man on the left was himself. The gentle and quiet woman on the right with a beautiful smile was his deceased wife. And the little boy standing between them with an innocent smile was the fruit of their love, Huangfu Ji. Huangfu Patian gently stroked the photo, his fingers slowly sliding across his wife's beautiful face, and a mist unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Kaier, you left after giving birth to Xiaoji. Now Xiaoji has been murdered. Don't worry, I will kill that person and avenge our son. I will definitely find out. He set the 2 corpses beside him on fire and threw them directly into a lake in the mountains. Then he teleported again to the audiovisual room on the 3rd floor of the villa. Search the list of warriors. As Huangfu Potion's voice sounded, the giant instrument in the audiovisual room immediately projected a hazy light, which gathered in the audiovisual room to form a 3-dimensional projection. Gentlemen. There was a flash of dazzling light, and a figure suddenly appeared in the 3-dimensional projection. Looking closely, it turned out to be a humanoid robot in a neat black suit. It stood there quietly, exuding a heart-pounding mechanical coldness. Make a list of the contestants in Dongshan Province's talent selection competition and find out their identities. Huangfu Potion's eyes were wide open with anger, and a strong, murderous aura permeated his whole body. His voice seemed to come from the netherworld. icy cold and chilling. At this moment, he was staring at the numerous densely packed human identity displays in front of him, his eyes revealing an uncontrollable anger and anxiety. Among the many portraits, there is the portrait of his son Huang Fuji. Huang Fu Patian knew very well that the admissions teachers of the 4 major academies had signed a strict confidentiality agreement, and they would never easily reveal a word about what happened in the selection competition. Moreover, as a rule, these lists will never be announced immediately after the game ends. Therefore, even if he went to ask in person, he might not get the answer he wanted. What's more, in terms of the strength of his family, although it can be said to be powerful, facing such a behemoth as the 4 great palaces, he simply does not have the courage to compete with it. Because he knew very well that there were always some people in this world that he was intimidated by and dared not provoke easily. However, as a father, how could he watch his son being killed and remain indifferent? After thinking about it, the only way he could think of, and the most clumsy one, was to tirelessly check each contestant one by one. Select those who may defeat or kill Xiaoji. Huang Fu Patian roared, veins popping on his forehead, and secretly swore in his heart that he must avenge his son. Yes, sir, start screening. Soon, after screening by the robot, several avatars of contestants who had the ability to defeat or kill Huang Fuji appeared. Below his name were not only background information, realm information, and ability information, but also the probability of defeating or killing Huang Fuji. The 5 people who were selected were Zhang Yang, Lu Yi, Gao Yuan, Guorongjuan, and Qin Yu. These are the 5 most outstanding players in this talent selection competition. Not only the probability of defeating or killing a single player is analyzed, but also the probability of forming a team is analyzed. Among them, Qin Yu's probability is extremely high whether he is playing alone or in a team, reaching an astonishing 99.99%. After seeing this probability, even Huang Fu Patian couldn't believe it. There was actually someone better than his son participating in the selection, and the probability of killing his son was very high. Especially when he saw Qin Yu's SSS-level talent, he was even more surprised. However, when he saw his family background, he immediately felt relieved. Qin Yu was from an ordinary family. He was the only one in the family who became a warrior. At the same time, all the family information was also found out. My mother has been working on an assembly line making picture frames, and my father is a porter. He couldn't believe that a warrior with SSS-level talent appeared in such a family. There is no one in their Huang Fu family, and there are only a few warriors in the world who possess SSS-level talent. Qin Yu, we must investigate. Let's start with him. His voice was cold and emotionless as he looked at these selected people, as if he had sentenced them to death one by one. Even if these people joined the academy, he would still kill the person who killed his son. People will be protected when they are alive. If they die early, it is impossible for him to kill himself, a top warrior with the strength of the 8th realm, for a student, right? As long as you haven't fully entered the academy, you are not considered a real academy student. With this, he still has a chance to intercept the enemy halfway. I would rather kill someone by mistake than let anyone go. Chapter 37 Killing Huang Fu Patian. Cuckoo cuckoo. As the night wind blew, several owls slowly landed on the treetops, their eyes fixed on Huang Fu Patian who was standing on the rooftops smoking. Now his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and his body was filled with invisible evil energy formed by hatred. The temperature around the entire villa dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant. If an ordinary person were present, he would probably be frightened to death by this cold and terrifying evil spirit. At this moment, his eyes also met the gazes of several owls on the treetops, but in his eyes, the owls on the treetops were smiling at him. That smile was extremely weird, and even with the mentality of a strong man today, he felt a little scared. In his heart, there was a very bad feeling. Even his heartbeat was speeding up, almost so fast that it was about to jump out of his body. This feeling was very bad. It was a feeling that only appeared when facing fear. This feeling made him hate it very much and made him feel nauseous. He looked at the owl again. The owl still looked at him quietly with a weird smile, as if waiting for something. The owl has another name called the bird of morning. There is an old saying in China, night owls come into the house for no reason. I am not afraid of night owls calling, but I am afraid of night owls laughing. The owl symbolizes bad luck and death. At this moment, it has very boldly flown in front of him and is circling above his head. It looks like Patriarch Huang Fu won't be able to sleep tonight. You must be very sad that your son died. Sure enough, just when Huang Fu Patian was panicking, a voice suddenly sounded around the villa and entered his ears. Who is it? Whoever is here, come out quickly. Brush. After hearing the sound, Huang Fu Patian shuddered suddenly and immediately took a step forward and stood in the void, overlooking the entire villa and the mountain. This is an ability that only the top warriors in the 8th realm possess, teleportation. At this moment, his eyes were cold and sharp, and he kept scanning the surroundings, as if trying to find out the owner of the voice. Who am I? Haven't you been looking for me? Now that I show up, you're still asking me who I am? In an instant, Qin Yu appeared in the void wearing an oracle suit. The oracle suit burst into a dazzling golden light, and it even made the night appear a brilliant color. The universe surrounded him, as if he alone could form a cosmic galaxy. The white wings like sharp blades slowly opened and stood in the void. With every step of flight, a little starlight fell and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the helmet suddenly disappeared, revealing the handsome face, but the golden crown on the head still did not disappear. You are Qin Yu. He tried hard to recall this face, and soon it merged with the face of Qin Yu that he had seen in the audiovisual room. You killed my son? At this moment, he was also fully armed. He didn't know when, but he was wearing a set of black combat uniform. A black long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. This combat uniform blended perfectly with the night, as if as long as he put on this combat uniform in the night, he would become the night. At this moment, Huang Fu Patian had a hazy and mysterious aura about him, and even his own aura disappeared without a trace. Of course, I was the one who killed your son, so I'm here to kill you now, right? The family should be together. Oh, by the way, where's his mother? Qin Yu looked around and used his mental power to search the surroundings. He found that Huang Fu Patian was the only one there. As for Huang Fu Potion's wife, she was not there at all. That's not right. How come only the father is present when his son dies? Why isn't the mother there? But he soon realized that Huang Fuji probably had no mother. For such a serious matter, if mom is not here, it means it's definitely gone. Sure enough, the next second, Huang Fu Potion's cold and murderous voice rang out. Why did you kill him? Why kill him? You are the head of the Huang Fu family. How can you ask such weak questions? If I don't kill him, do I want him to kill me? And I'm really sorry. I didn't know he had no mother. Don't take it to heart when you die. Qin Yu spread his hands apologetically, saying that he had just said the wrong thing and he was sincerely sorry. Sizzle. Only a roar was heard, and then a black blade light, mixed with endless murderous intent, flashed across the air. The moment the knife light was drawn, it quickly merged into the darkness and was invisible to sight. Although he could sense the cold murderous intent, he couldn't see the source of the attack. And this is also the power he uses most often and the most outstandingly, the SS-level dark power darkness. As long as it is at night, all his attacks will blend into the darkness, and the enemy will not be able to see any attacks at all. Especially when combined with his SS-level combat gear, he has almost no weaknesses at night, and the enemy will not be able to detect any of his movements. Killing without being seen. At this moment, he could no longer tolerate it. This guy not only killed his son, but also insulted his deceased wife. He wanted to kill Qin Yu here and grind his bones to ashes. It's useless. You and your son will die in my hands. Qin Yu silently watched the figure that had disappeared into the darkness, but he knew that Huang Fu Patian was still standing there, but he didn't take any action. Arrogant. Huang Fu Patian roared, and several sword lights that merged with the darkness attacked at an extremely fast speed. Dodge? Too late. There is no need to dodge. Clang clang. For a few seconds, Qin Yu had no intention of dodging at all, and directly took on these invisible sword lights full of murderous intent. The knife light disappeared, and the oracle suit did not leave any traces of attack at all. Qin Yu still stood steadily in the void. Too weak. Qin Yu shook his head, not very satisfied. He had used the trial card and even wore the oracle suit. He felt that he could crush Huang Fu Patian with the suit alone. Now it seemed a pity. By the way, you still can't use the oracle set unless you experience the card to level 8. Thinking of this, he wanted to die right there. I have used up my most powerful trump card, and it's such a huge loss. Never mind, I've already used it, so I might as well enjoy it. What? Seeing Qin Yu standing in the void unharmed, his combat uniform did not show any signs of damage. At the same time, he quickly noticed the gold and white interwoven combat uniform, which was a combat uniform he had never seen before. His mind was recollecting the past frantically, but there was no trace of this combat uniform at all. Moreover, the energy released from it made him tremble with fear. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's pair of golden eyes, like bright stars, suddenly condensed slightly, and a sharp look flashed across his eyes. In his palms, strands of golden light quickly entwined and intertwined like nimble snakes. In the blink of an eye, all the light had gathered on his hands. The next moment, Qinyu disappeared from the spot like a ghost and appeared in front of Huangfu Patian at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. Then, he swung his right arm without hesitation and punched Huangfu Patian hard. This punch was as powerful as thunder, carrying with it unparalleled strength and momentum, as if it was going to smash everything in front of it. At the same time, while Huangfu Patian was being knocked away, two frost blades that were flashing with cold light and emitting bone-biting chill quietly appeared in his hands. What is surprising is that the two frost blades are now surrounded by a layer of sacred and dazzling golden light, making them look even more mysterious and majestic. At the moment when Huangfu Patian fell, the two frost blades in Qinyu's hands were like lightning that cut through the night sky. With bursts of whistling sounds, they chopped down towards the location where Huangfu Patian fell at lightning speed. In an instant, a cold blade light mixed with dazzling golden light broke through the air and slashed straight towards Huangfu Patian. There was a crisp, swish sound, and the cold blade light easily split a long crack in Huangfu Patian's extremely sturdy combat uniform. Not only that, as the knife fell, the special effect that originally made Huangfu Patian completely invisible in the dark night disappeared in an instant. Even the ability to turn into darkness that he had always relied on completely lost its effect at this moment, as if it was sealed by some terrifying and mysterious force. Pain. Bone-biting pain and bone-biting coldness. He felt like his blood was frozen, and his soul seemed to be experiencing the cold winter countless times. And the moment he was hit by the punch, his spine made a mournful sound and his internal organs were sending out dangerous warning signals. Impossible. You are only 18 years old. You must have used some kind of martial arts unknown to all warriors. He covered his chest and a mouthful of blood spurted out of the air. The moment it spurted out of his mouth, it was frozen by the ice and formed a blood-red ice cube. He was greatly shocked, and also analyzed the reason why Qinyu was now competing with him. It was definitely some kind of mysterious enhanced martial arts that could allow him to instantly reach the 8th level of top martial artist. He also believed that his body would also suffer corresponding damage. He wants to delay until this reinforcement is over, then kill Qinyu. But he was wrong. While thinking, his star veins seemed to be locked tightly by a ruthless lock, unable to break free. At the same time, his life passed away rapidly like a flood that broke through a dam, and the whole person seemed to be dragged mercilessly by the giant hand of time, slowly but firmly moving towards aging. He was originally 40 years old, but he aged to 80 in an instant, like a dead tree eroded by the wind and frost of time, and there was not even the slightest sign of stopping. What's worse is that Huangfu Patian's vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch seemed to be swept away by a sudden gust of wind and suddenly disappeared without a trace. He couldn't see, hear, touch, or smell, and suddenly endless fear rose in his heart. Slowly, he has aged to the age of 100 years. However, for a level 4 warrior like Huangfu Patian in the 8th realm, his maximum lifespan can reach 150 to 200 years as his realm level continues to rise. Now, it is time for him to die. While I'm letting you die of old age, I'll also have to beat you to death. Qinyu was suspended in the air, with infinite power of origin contained in his frost blade. As the endless energy continued to accumulate, the originally cold and sharp blade of the frost blade began to emit an extremely strange, dazzling color. Looking closely, the colors are dreamy, as if one can clearly glimpse the long trajectory of the formation of the entire universe. At the same time, the surrounding space seemed to be affected by some powerful force and gradually became distorted, as if it was being kneaded by an invisible giant hand, and endless energy, like a surging torrent, continuously gushed out from the blade. Swish, a clear and loud sound of breaking through the air was suddenly heard. In the next moment, an extremely gorgeous knife light suddenly bloomed in the inky black night, like a meteor falling at an incredible speed. The knife light was as fast as lightning, and its speed had already exceeded the limits of people's imagination. In this dazzling sword light, there is the most extreme power of origin in the universe. This power is mysterious and unpredictable. It contains both the chaotic energy at the beginning of the birth of all things in the universe and the meaning of destruction when the entire universe is coming to an end. It is no exaggeration to say that even if there is a peak warrior with the strength of the 10th realm standing in front of Qinyu, who is at the 8th realm and wearing the oracle suit, He will probably be turned into ashes in an instant under this shocking sword and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. No. At this moment, Huang Fu Patian, who had already lost his five senses and was on the verge of death due to aging, was filled with despair and unwillingness after feeling this terrifying force that could destroy the world. However, no matter how he struggled and resisted, he could not change his fate of impending destruction. Under the soul-devouring and bone-eating extreme coldness of the frost blade, his body quickly solidified into a thick layer of ice. This layer of ice exudes a strong smell of death, as if it is a curse from the nine nether hell. That's right, poor Huang Fu Patian was ultimately unable to escape the fate of death. After suffering the terrible withering curse, his life finally came to an end and he entered eternal rest. Puff. Boom. But when his body fell from the air, the dazzling and brilliant sword light pierced through his body, shattering Huang Fu Potion's body. Finish. After Qin Yu destroyed the villa, he left directly. He did not choose to go home, but instead took a few missions in the Star Network, ready to make some money. And when he opened his account, he found that the 40 million in it had turned into 50 million. And he also found the message he had not responded to for a long time. It was Jean Dehai's thanks to himself again. It was considered that he saved his life again. When Jean Dehai from the information center was about to try the black flame tiger blood, he found Qin Yu's information. After hearing the news, he was frightened. After Qin Yu simply replied a few words, he began tonight's hunting operation. Chapter 38. The Sky is Falling. Qin Yu is actually the top martial arts champion. The next day, early morning, after Qin Yu completed the last higher task, he slowly walked out of the gate of the East District of the Star Domain. At this moment, he was happy both physically and mentally. He earned 15 million in just one night, plus Jean Dehai deposited another 10 million last night. So there is now a total of 65 million in the card. The first thing he wanted to do with so much money was to buy a big house for his parents to live in. After all, he would go to Kyoto in the future and would definitely not be able to take care of them for a long time. So he wanted to take this opportunity to earn more money. At least before leaving, he must make them live comfortably. Only then will he feel at ease. Have you heard? Last night, the head of the Huang Fu family, Huang Fu Patian, was killed, and his death was extremely tragic. His body was pierced and blown to pieces, leaving only his head intact. What's even more terrifying is that he turned from a man in his 40s into an old man who was about to die at the end of his life. What kind of supernatural power caused this? It's really too horrifying. What kind of person could kill an 8th-level warrior silently at night without the other warriors living nearby noticing? A top warrior at the 8th level died just like that? I can't believe it. At this time, the soldiers standing guard around the gate spoke quietly, their eyes full of shock and horror after talking about this incident. A top warrior at the 8th level was actually killed so quietly. You know, those who can live in the brilliant galaxy community are all big shots who are feared by everyone. Almost everyone is a warrior, and their realm is unfathomable. However, they were completely unaware of Huang Fu Potion's tragic death. Looking at the battle situation around, it is not difficult to analyze that Huang Fu Patian was completely crushed and had no ability to fight back. Could it be the work of a top warrior above level 5 in Realm 8? The gap in levels between the top warriors in the 8th realm is far beyond what ordinary people can expect. It is simply an extremely grim hierarchy. If it were not for some special means, it would be quite difficult for top warriors to challenge each other across levels. What's more, Huang Fu Patian has an extremely strange ability at night, which makes it even more difficult to deal with him at night. But unexpectedly, he was easily killed in his own home court at night. After listening to a few words, Qin Yu ignored it and took a taxi home after leaving the starfield. Boom, boom, boom. Beep, beep, beep. What's that noise so early in the morning? At this time, downstairs in Qin Yu's house, a woman of average appearance sat up from the bed, with messy hair and an angry face, and he was upset by what she heard. Who is beating the gongs and drums so early in the morning? Can we sleep? It looks like a guard of honor. They are almost at the foot of our building. The woman's husband opened the curtains and looked out the window, and saw a guard of honor consisting of dozens of people walking slowly towards them. At the forefront of the team were two men with very tall and strong figures. One on the left and one on the right. They were holding a plaque as big as a door. It's really unlucky. Either I get harassed by my upstairs neighbors, or I run into things like this. The woman really couldn't sleep, so she also stood by the window and watched, her eyes full of anger. Hearing this, the woman's husband's face turned a little ugly. Okay, you went up there and made a scene yesterday. There was no one at home, not even a dog or a cat. There was no noise like you said. I think you have a mental problem. Be nicer to your neighbors next time. You'll see them every day. I just heard the noise, and I don't have neighbors like that. Just yesterday, when Chinyu was participating in the talent selection competition, this woman went up and made a big fuss, saying that she could always hear noise that disturbed her rest. But when the property management came out to mediate, they found out that there was no one at home at all. Chinyu had gone to participate in the competition, and Qin Hai and Zheng Yufin were both at work, so there was no one at home. Even the other neighbors came out to talk, and there was no noise at all. However, this woman still went her own way and was unwilling to believe it, and even made trouble in the group from time to time. Chinyu, who had confronted her several times, was immune to this, so no one responded to her making a fuss in the group, so he just let her continue. Anyway, I'm telling you, we have to move to another place. I can't stay here for a moment. I haven't had a good rest during this period. The woman was still complaining, obviously not listening to her husband's words. After hearing this, the woman's husband was speechless and didn't know what to say. Can you just change the place whenever you want? Isn't it necessary to have money as a prerequisite? If they have money, do they still need to live in this 66 square meter house? However, his tone softened. He looked out the window at the honor guard parked downstairs of his house. After seeing the words on the plaque, he was even more shocked and said, "Martial Champion. Look, it says Martial Champion on the plaque." The woman insisted, "Martial Champion? What does the Martial Champion have to do with you? I'm talking to you about buying a house in another place." Although she said this, she also became a little curious. Could it be that the unit where she lived had produced a martial arts champion? It seems that the only one taking the college entrance examination this year is the kid from the Qin family who lives upstairs from me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their family are all ordinary people with low economic conditions. How could they possibly raise a martial arts champion? Although she had heard that Chinyu had awakened his special powers, it was impossible for him to become the top martial artist even so. I won't argue with you anymore. Let's go down and take a look. I really want to see who this martial arts champion is. The woman's husband washed up, put on his clothes, and prepared to go downstairs. In his opinion, if he could get in touch with the martial arts champion's family and build a good relationship with them, perhaps his future would be smoother. He is the martial arts champion, and his future achievements will definitely be great. There will be only benefits and no harm in trying to please him now. Boom, boom, boom. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, the honor guard was still playing music and drums, but in the end it was discovered that except for some people who came to watch the fun, the martial arts champion and his family were not there, and the sound became lower and lower over time. "Hello, may I ask, is Chinyu from your building at home?" At this time, someone finally came out of the building, and a man wearing black-framed glasses and a black suit hurried forward and asked, "Chinyu? He went out yesterday. No one is home. His parents are at work." The middle-aged man heard this and said, "What do you want from this Chinyu? He is the top scorer in the Dongshan Province College entrance examination this year. I came here on behalf of the governor to express my condolences." "What did you say? This kid from the Qin family. Isn't this Chinyu the martial arts champion? How is that possible?" Chapter 39, The Wu Chu Star of the World. "What did you say? This kid from the Qin family. Isn't this Chinyu the martial arts champion? How is that possible?" After hearing this, the woman who lived downstairs from Chinyu quickly pushed her husband aside and asked with shock on her face. She really didn't want to believe that the owner of the plaque with the 3 characters, Wu Zhuangyuan, was actually the family living upstairs. That abominable guy who often confronted me in the owner group, that guy with absolutely no manners, actually became the top martial artist? Is he worthy? I believe that Chinyu will become the top martial arts champion in Dongshan Province this year, which is more difficult than killing her. Yes, Chinyu is indeed the top martial arts champion of Dongshan Province this year. At this time, the man wearing black-framed glasses said. After saying this, he continued to wait with his men on the side, and at the same time began to use channels to look up Chinyu's phone number. Ever since he started working for his leader, he has developed the ability to read people's expressions. He can analyze 80 to 90% of an ordinary person's every move just by letting him take a look at them. The couple in front of him, especially the middle-aged man's wife, must be at odds with this year's top martial arts champion Chinyu's family. Secretary General, Chinyu is here. At this moment, the staff saw Chinyu walking towards here and hurriedly ran to the man and said. Hearing this, he also looked over. The real owner is finally here. At the same time, Chinyu also looked at them, and in the next second the sounds of gongs and drums and firecrackers rang out again. Everyone seemed to be welcoming his arrival. Chinyu walked forward calmly, and after seeing the 3 words martial champion, he instantly had the answer in his mind. It seems that this year's college entrance examination is over and the results are finally out. Each college entrance examination is conducted in waves. It is impossible to allow all candidates to enter the starfield at once. This would be difficult to control and would not protect the lives of the candidates. There is a possibility of death in the exam itself. If everyone enters the starfield, more people will die, and it will be difficult for them to control. I think after yesterday's selection competition, the college entrance examination is completely over, and all the results have been counted. Hello Qinyu, congratulations on becoming the top martial arts student in this year's college entrance examination. I am also congratulations on joining the Qinglong Academy. I am Chao Yuha, the first secretary beside the governor. The governor is currently dealing with a beast riot in the starfield, so I am the only one left to come. And this is Bian Rue, the mayor of Fengming City. After seeing Qinyu appear, Chao Yuha hurried over and shook hands with Qinyu. The same is true for Mayor Bian Rue. Qinyu is not only the top martial arts student of this session, but also the first place in the Dongshan Province talent selection competition and joins the Qinglong Academy. Such a talented young man actually came from Fengming City. As the mayor, he naturally feels proud. At the same time, after learning that Qinyu was indeed the martial arts champion, the neighbor woman also heard that Qinyu was actually the first place in the genius selection competition and joined the Qinglong Academy, one of the 4 major academies. Her mind went blank in an instant. The whole person suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. There was only one thought in her mind. The top martial arts student in Dongshan Province, who had won first place in the college entrance examination of Dongshan Province, turned out to be the son of her upstairs neighbor, whom she had long hated and felt had no manners. This shocking fact hit the woman like a bolt from the blue. She sat there in a daze, her mind blank and completely unable to think. She just sat there in a daze, as if time had stopped. After a long while, the woman turned her head woodenly as if she had just woken up from a dream, but was surprised to find that at this moment, her husband's face was also as pale as paper, his body was shaky, and he was leaning weakly against the door of the corridor and slowly sat down. Thinking back on the past, the woman couldn't help but feel regretful. In the past, she always kept a close eye on the family upstairs and kept complaining to the property management and relevant departments about their disturbing the public. But each time the case ended up in nothing because she could not provide any solid evidence. However, now, the boy next door who was regarded as a thorn in her side has not only achieved such brilliant achievements in the field of martial arts, but also become a highly regarded martial arts champion and a martial arts champion with extremely high gold content. All this was so unexpected that she found it hard to believe. At this time, her neighbor who lived in 101 building downstairs also came out to walk the dog. The dog had a ping-pong ball in its mouth, and when it fell to the ground, it made a ping-pong sound, which shocked her mind. Isn't this the sound I often hear? But every time I asked, this guy from 101 said that it was not sent from their company. I've been hearing it wrong all along. It's over. It's all over now. The woman murmured, as if she had lost her soul. However, Qinyu did not take this scene to heart at all. He now treated such people as ants and had no interest in them at all. It was estimated that this woman was full of fear of his revenge in the future. Moreover, Qinyu himself did not expect that the one who had been making noise was actually the guy on the first floor, causing their family to bear the blame for so long. But he is rich now and is ready to move. He just went to a newly built community with a good environment. It is about 150 square meters, which is just right for living as a new home. This is a 50 million yuan bonus. Although the money is not much, it is a token of the province's appreciation. Qinyu came back to his senses and quickly took the card given to him by Secretary Chao. 110 million. The level has been directly improved. And then this? Chao Yua took out a big red notebook with the words real estate certificate written on it. This is your reward for joining the Azure Dragon Academy. The villa is located in the city center, called the Jinding Community. The villa has some special equipment for martial artists to practice, and the furniture is also complete. It is very suitable for martial artists to practice and live in. You can go there with your family at any time. After that, Chao Yua paused and continued. In addition to this, we will also give you a 3-star body movement martial arts technique for you to practice. Save money. Save all. They gave me money, a house, and now they gave me martial arts skills. Of course, he won't learn. But Qin, you would never tell this. Thank you for the reward from the governor and mayor. I like it very much, and I will definitely practice hard, serve the country, and defend my homeland. Qin Yu wrote solemnly. This scene also made Xiao Yuha and Bian Rue very satisfied. Be polite, know your limits, and don't be arrogant or impatient. They have seen many martial arts champions, and each of them had high aspirations, as if these rewards should have been given to them earlier. However, Qin Yu's performance was quite different. He was neither arrogant nor impatient and was very steady, and it did not affect his mentality. The mentality of a martial artist in cultivation is very important. He must guard against arrogance and impatience. Only in this way can he go higher and fly farther. Okay, we won't bother you anymore. You should also discuss with your family as soon as possible to see when to move out. If you have any trouble, just tell me and Mayor Bien. Xiao Yue smiled. Yes, Qin Yu, don't be polite to us. Bien Rue also quickly expressed his opinion. For such a talented warrior, the future is limitless, and it is not a bad thing to get to know him and build good relationships with him as soon as possible. Having come to this point, they both have a longer-term vision than others for many things. Even if Qin Yu doesn't look for them, they must make sure that Qin Yu remembers their attitude today. By the way, Qin Yu, what realm are you in now? Can you tell me about it? Mayor Bien Rue asked curiously. After all, this selection tournament ended too quickly. The competition was originally scheduled to last 1 day and 1 night, but it was completely over in 1 day. It is also said that Qin Yu's performance in it was extremely outstanding. Level 3, Level 9. Qin Yu did not hide anything and answered honestly. Boom. After hearing this, Bien Rue and Xiao Yuha beside him were stunned for a moment. At the age of 18, he actually reached the 9th level of the 3rd realm? This is too outrageous. Looking at Qin Yu's temperament again, he is truly a peerless talent in the country and the Wu Chu star of the world. Otherwise, how could he have such talent? At the same time, they also compared themselves secretly and felt too embarrassed to face it. When they were this age, they had just reached the 2nd realm with the help of family resources and their own efforts. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. At the same time, they were also very fortunate, because with the existence of a genius like Qin Yu, those beasts in the starfield would be cleared out sooner or later. As long as all the ferocious beasts disappeared, mankind would be able to truly settle down. After all, the top priority of the entire Blue Star now is to prevent ferocious beasts from escaping from the starfield, and at the same time, to hunt ferocious beasts in the starfield to reduce their numbers. And now Qin Yu is almost at the 4th level at this age. As long as he keeps growing, he will definitely be a great help to mankind in the future. Chapter 40. My son is the first generation of rich people? 5 p.m. Brother Chow, Brother Bien, please come again next time. By the way, please give my regards to the governor. After opening the door, Qin Yu stood between Xiao Yuha and Bien Rue, put his hands on their shoulders, and said with a smile, Okay. I will definitely speak well of you in front of the governor, and I will even send you more resources for your cultivation. You are a talent, and we should vigorously cultivate you. Next time I come, I'll go to your new home, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuha and Bien Rue immediately responded with a smile. They have been staying at Qin Yu's house since morning until now, and their relationship has become more and more familiar. They also promised Qin Yu that they will take good care of his parents after leaving Foaming City. Finally left. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Xiao Yuha and Bien Rue's car leave. Today's visit finally came to an end. Ever since they knew that they were about to reach the 4th level of warriors, these two people were unwilling to leave. They insisted on going into his house to take a closer look at the environment in which he had been practicing. It's more like I want to study Qin Yu carefully rather than being curious. But when he looked closely, he found nothing except some furniture and daily necessities. Not even the shadow of any equipment for martial arts training. This made them wonder how such a genius could be born under such conditions. It was amazing and shocking. This also made him want to build a good relationship with the genius Qin Yu even more. He threatened to treat him as a brother. He also said that he would take care of Qin Yu's parents after he went to Kyoto and would send people to protect them secretly. For such a genius, his only weakness is his family, nothing else. Only by protecting it well will we feel more at ease when dealing with ferocious beasts and some warriors with ill intentions. After returning home, I looked at the time and saw that my mom still had an hour and a half before she got off work, but I had no idea what time my dad would get off work. The job of a porter is paid by piece. The more you move, the more you earn. As long as there is too much work, there is no fixed time to get off work. I took out my cell phone and started calling my parents separately, asking them to come home quickly. Now that I am able to earn money, and I have a full 100 million yuan in my card, this money is enough for my parents to spend. So when I told them I was moving, I also hoped that they would quit their hard jobs so that I could enjoy themselves. I have a system, And although money is an important resource for a warrior to practice, it is of no use to me. In the evening, the dim streetlights in the Xingfu Garden community lit up one by one. I only saw two middle-aged people, a man and a woman, walking in the community. The man was covered in sweat, and I could smell his sweat as long as I got closer to him. As for the woman, she had her hair tied up and did not even have time to take off her sleeves. She hurriedly walked towards the apartment building where she lived with the man. I don't know what important matter Xiaoyu has, but he insisted that we come back quickly. We will definitely earn $100 less today. Qin Hai held his waist, took out the key, and opened the door of the apartment building, muttering to himself, "Okay, stop complaining. We were called back to discuss something important. It's not like we're stopping you from making money. Look at your waist. Don't just be busy making money. It's not worth it if you tire yourself out," Zhang Yufan said, her eyes full of concern, and she reached out to hug his waist. Click. After the door opened, Qin Hai and his wife saw a table filled with extremely sumptuous dishes. There were more than a dozen dishes on the table, and they were all dishes they had never eaten or seen before. Even during the Chinese New Year, their family would not be so extravagant. What's the big deal? Why did you prepare so many delicious foods for us to come back quickly? Qin Hai was dissatisfied in his heart, but he still walked into the house and asked with a smile. Yes, Xiaoyu. What's the matter? Zhang Yufan said quickly. She didn't seem to care about the dishes on the table. She wanted to know more about what big thing had happened that made them rush back in such a hurry. Qin Yu took out the bench from the dining table and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, you can now enjoy your retirement life in advance. Isn't this the greatest thing? And I have passed the selection competition and will go to Qinglong Academy tomorrow. After that, Qin Yu hurriedly asked them to close their eyes and not peek, then took their hands and walked to the living room and said again, There is another surprise. Are you ready, Dad and Mom? Huh. Qin Hai and Zhang Yufan were stunned. With their eyes closed, they carefully chewed over what their son had said in their minds. Then a look of joy appeared on their faces, and they were extremely excited and happy. Their son was actually admitted to Qinglong Academy. That is the Qinglong Academy, one of the 4 major academies in China. He is worthy of being their son. Good job. Didn't lose points for him. Mom and Dad, you can open your eyes now, Qin Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Hai and Zhang Yufan also opened their eyes. They were in a very good mood now. They were not as happy as they were today, even during the Chinese New Year. They were not as happy as when they received their salary. Now they were full of expectations after opening their eyes. Brush. After opening his eyes, he saw a piece of red cloth in front of him. After pulling the red cloth aside, he saw a plaque as big as a door. Next to the plaque lay a black bank card for warriors and a big red book with the words real estate certificate written on it. They were especially shocked after seeing the plaque inlaid with gold letters. Martial arts champion. He turned out to be the martial arts champion. This martial arts champion is Xiaoyu. Your college entrance examination results are out. Qin Hai was shocked. Then what about this bank card and real estate certificate? At this time, Zhang Yufan's eyes were red, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes as she looked at her son. These are tears of joy, tears of pride for my son. This feeling cannot be described in words. The results are out. I am now the top martial arts student in Dongshan province. This card contains a bonus of 50 million. This certificate is the reward for joining Qinglong Academy, and it is the reward for winning the first place in the selection competition. Qin Yu explained patiently, Mom and Dad, plus I also took some hired tasks last night, plus the bonus is 100 million. You can retire early and enjoy life. Ha, ha, ha. Qin Hai couldn't control himself at all, and tears began to well up in his eyes. For so many years, he has worked hard for this family, relying on his job as a porter and his wife's job as a picture frame operator. They had no chance of turning things around in their lifetime, but now they finally have. 100 million, a villa, Qinglong Academy. What does this mean? This is a concept they can never let go of. In their eyes, these things were like legends, but now the legend was firmly in their hands, and they had obtained it thanks to their own son. Wife, pinch me. Is this true? I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. Ah, hiss. Honey, don't be so hard. Didn't you ask me to pinch you? And now you blame me for satisfying your demands? Do you want to sleep on the sofa? Zhang Yufan rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, Real. It's all true. We will also have the opportunity to live in a villa one day and to brag about our outstanding and talented son. How should we spend 100 million? When can we live in this villa? Qin Hai couldn't help but fantasize about his future life, But soon this wonderful life posed a problem for him. He had never seen the world, and when he was suddenly given so much money, he really didn't know how to spend it. He didn't even know how to spend the money his son earned from StarNet before, and now that he suddenly had so much more, he had even less idea how to spend it. The level of tens of millions rises to hundreds of millions. What a difficult problem. That's right. As if he had thought of something, Qin Hai quickly took out his phone and called his boss directly, saying, "Mr. Yu, don't say anything first. I'm quitting." "Yes, you heard me right. I'm quitting. But you have to pay me the salary. My son is a student of Qinglong Academy. You know what the consequences are if you don't pay me the salary." After saying that, he hung up the phone, raised his head and drank a glass of water, feeling happy. Cool. So cool. Firing your boss is the most satisfying and exciting thing, no matter who it happens to, whether young or middle-aged. "Son, when are we moving there? I've long wanted to experience villa life. I've been annoyed by the family downstairs for a long time. I really want to make some noise today. Let's see what they can do." Qin Hai looked at his son Qin Yu and said with a smile. His wife Zhang Yufan beside him also said with a smile, "If you want to live here, you can go and live here now, but you may have to sleep on the floor." "You can't sleep on the floor. The villa has been renovated. The furniture and daily necessities are ready. Let's move in tomorrow," Qin Yu said with a smile. Qin Hai became even happier after hearing this. He plans to show off to his relatives and friends. Not low-key at all, the main focus is on showing off. "My son has become Jackie Chan, and our family is living a wealthy life," etc. So, am I a rich second generation? My son is the first generation of rich people? Never mind. Why bother with these cliches? Just enjoy it. I've been moving goods all my life. Can I enjoy myself? "Mom and Dad, let's eat first." Seeing his father's current appearance, Qin Yu also had a smile on his face. This was what he wanted to see. "No, I need to take a shower first. Life has finally become easier, and I don't have to worry about money. I need to take a shower while thinking about where to take your mother to play." Qin Hai laughed. "Okay, then Dad, you have to wash it quickly, otherwise my mom and I will eat all the delicious food. Besides, this is made from ferocious beast meat, and it has high nutritional value for ordinary people." "What? Then I have to hurry up. You better not touch them before I finish my shower, otherwise, I can only ask you to order another one for me." That night, Qin Yu's family was completely immersed in unprecedented joy. P.S. I have started recommending it. If you like it, please click to urge the author to promote the book. Thank you. I have to say that the class today took my life. Chapter 41. I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Early the next morning, a large truck stopped downstairs and 4 movers began to load the sofa onto the truck. This sofa looks quite old. It is not very comfortable to sit or lie on. It is too hard. "Wife, don't take this sofa with you. Aren't there new ones in the villa?" Qin Hai changed into new clothes and said this in Zhang Yufan's ear with a very flattering tone. "No, that won't work. You'll be able to fly after you move to your new home, won't you? Letting you sleep on the sofa in the villa is a reward for you, so this old sofa must go with you. If you make a mistake in the future, you must sleep on the old sofa." Zhang Yufan shook her head and quickly made way for the movers, motioning them to move the things to the truck. After hearing what his wife said, the smile on Qin Hai's face disappeared instantly, and that expression was uglier than crying. He always thought that after moving into his new home, he could finally get rid of this broken sofa. Even if his wife asked him to sleep on the sofa in the future, the sofa in the villa would definitely be 100 times more comfortable than the sofa here, and he wouldn't feel tired even if he slept there all the time. However, his wish was dashed. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was still sleeping in the house, naturally heard the noise in the house. He knew that the people from the moving company had come, and he woke up after lying in bed for a while. Get up, put on clothes, wash up, then have breakfast, fried dough sticks and soy milk, and exclusive supplies, and thus begin the day's system, punch in time. If you don't develop the bad habit of smoking within 24 hours, you are 80% away from the next breakthrough. If you don't develop a drinking habit within 24 hours, you have 60% left to break through next time. If you don't develop gambling or drug addiction within 24 hours, you have 20% left to break through next time. Maintaining good health for 24 hours will trigger a random breakthrough reward, and your realm will break through to level 2 of level 4. Sleep for 8 hours a night on a regular basis, complete the night sleep target, and reduce 10% every hour to break the data. After washing up and solving the breakfast problem, and taking the exclusive nutritional supplements, my realm has broken through to level 3 of the 4th realm. Ding congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 4th realm and obtaining the SSS-level space-related ability order shuttle. Ding congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 4th realm and receiving the system gift blind box, 4th realm upgraded version, X50. Friendly reminder. After reaching level 4, the data of lunch break will be cancelled. SSS-level space-related ability order shuttle. You can shuttle through any independently formed space order, and you can adjust your position at will during the shuttle process. Each time you shuttle, you can create an independent space of about 100 square meters and have one chance to use Blade of Breaking the Sky and Space Seal. Each time you shuttle, the space can be increased by an additional 100 square meters, and the effects of Blade of Breaking the Sky and Space Seal can be enhanced. When the space you create occupies the original space, you can devour the space and everything in it. Blade of Breaking Space creates a space crack, and an energy blade is cut out from the space crack. The blade has the attack effect of ignoring defense and splitting space. The power increases every time it shuttles through the space. Space Seal can seal any independent space order that enters. All creatures except the space itself cannot leave the space. The seal effect is enhanced every time the space itself passes through. Friendly reminder. Unlocking the space ability will give you the ability to teleport in advance. You need to consume star power to reach the teleportation conditions. The teleportation distance is mainly determined by your own star power consumption. This time the system product is still the best of the best. The most important thing is that it also gives you free teleportation. Teleportation is an ability that can only be achieved in advance by awakening the space-related supernatural powers. If you do not have the space-related supernatural powers, you can only use teleportation after reaching the 8th realm. Teleportation is different from flying. You can use the star power in your body to move to a certain location you want to reach in an instant. However, there is also a big disadvantage. Teleportation consumes a lot of star power. If the star power is insufficient, it is impossible to teleport continuously. However, teleportation does have its advantages, which is that you can reach your destination quickly, and in battle you can catch the opponent by surprise and make it difficult to react, while also making it difficult to predict your landing location. As for flying, a warrior only needs to reach the 6th realm to be able to fly at low altitude. As the realm is further improved, the flight altitude and speed will also increase. A psychic with psychic powers only needs to reach the 5th level, and, with sufficient mental strength, he can use his mental strength to stand on an object and fly. The only difference between flying and teleporting is that teleporting consumes a lot of star power, while flying only requires a very small amount of star power. However, all this is nothing compared to Chinyu, who possesses infinite star power and infinite mental power, not to mention that he now also possesses space-related abilities. You can travel through any spatial order, and every time you travel you have a chance to create space. This is a fucking 100 square meter space, and the most infuriating thing is that it can be expanded. And every time you travel through time and space, you will have 2 major bugs, Sky-Breaking Blade and Space Seal. How can we play this? Oh shit. So cool. It's just a pity that in this world, there are very few people who possess space-related abilities, and their level of rarity is even far greater than that of mental abilities. Where can I find opportunities to use my supernatural powers? After all, in order to trigger it, an independent space must be created first. Although it's awesome, it also makes me worried. However, Chinyu is still very excited. Now he not only possessed the 2 rare supernatural powers of the Light Soul and Dark Soul, but he also awakened the space system with the help of the system. Cheating is more important than hard work. Oh, and the lucky draw. As a lottery gambler, he is looking forward to the upgraded version of the 4th level blind gift box. He even couldn't help but wonder, is drawing the system blind box considered gambling? Never mind, just smoke it. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. The system blessing of 10 draws against the sky. Do it. Continue. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Oh God. 30 draws for full body blessings. I really don't need that much. I really don't need it. Bite. 40 draws. Still a blessing from the system. Chinyu really wanted to grab the system and give it a good beating. There are only 10 draws left. Qin Yu began to pray unconsciously in his heart. He put his palms together and began to pray to the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Then he put his hands together, lowered his head and closed his eyes, and began to pray to God. 1 minute later, after praying for both buffs, Qin Yu was finally ready. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Super Lei X10. Super Lei Bai, an upgraded version of Lei Bai. Drinking Super Lei Bai for a long time can strengthen your physique. All attacks will automatically be accompanied by electric current. The effect will be doubled when combined with lightning abilities. Drink more Super Lei Bai, and you will have a chance to gain the passive ability of lightning immunity. It can be drunk together with ordinary Lei Bai for better results. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 5 explosive clay clone. Detonating clay clone. You can create a clone that is exactly the same as you. You can use your body to attack, but cannot use supernatural powers and martial arts. Your body is relatively fragile but extremely fast. You can detonate at any time. The explosion ignores defense. You can infuse star power to enhance the power of the explosion. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 dragon blood pill. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 2 water of life. Water of life. It can repair all injuries and slowly regenerate the body. Ordinary people can strengthen their bodies, prolong their lives, prevent diseases, and increase their lifespan after taking it. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive ability. I bet there are no bullets in your gun, cannon. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. Any star-level thermal weapon, any level of railgun, laser gun, star destroyer gun, etc. will jam 100 when aimed at you. After jamming 3 times in a row, it will be scrapped or explode. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Sure enough, the good stuff is all at the back. I bet there are no bullets in your gun. Please call me Yin Shuangying. Qin Yu was very excited looking at the reward he had drawn from the blind box. First, take out the dragon blood pill and eat it together with soy milk. It would be a bit unpalatable if eaten alone, so it is better to find something to eat or drink to pair it with. Not to mention the combination, it really tastes just as bad. The moment he took it, Qin Yu felt his whole body burning with heat, as if he was immersed in a pool of dragon blood again. However, this feeling completely disappeared after a few seconds, and was followed by the powerful energy brought by the dragon blood pill. 4th level, 5th level. This time it was upgraded by 2 levels. As the realm improves, the realm improvement brought by the dragon blood pill also decreases relatively. However, the effect of the elixir still exists. Qin Yu can feel a power in his body that is not a warrior's power, and this power is the dragon power that Zhang Chao explained to him before. Qin Yu was also confident that he could use this new power to fight and activate the dragon's might effect in his body at the same time. Every time he took the dragon blood pill, he felt like he was reborn. In his subconscious, he even believed that he was a dragon. The human blood flowing in his body gradually disappeared after each time he took the dragon blood pill and was replaced by real dragon blood. However, the feeling is not very obvious. I think the amount of dragon blood pill is too little. If I take 4 or 5 pills, the effect will be fully revealed. Without thinking about it anymore, he looked at the Super Lei Bai that contained a strong electric current. He opened the bottle cap with the sound of bubbles coming out, and Qin Yu began to taste it. This thing is like wolfberry and ginseng. It must be consumed for a long time to be beneficial. Eating it occasionally will have no effect at all. The moment he drank it, he couldn't help but shiver. His whole body from inside to outside seemed to be immersed in a sea of electric current. He felt numb and had no strength at all. He even felt convulsing and painful. However, Qin Yu still endured the feeling of being electrocuted and began to pour it into his mouth frantically. Belch. After finally drinking all the Lei Bai, Qin Yu felt unwell. He felt like there was a lot of gas in his stomach that wanted to come out, and he burped a lot. But slowly, the feeling of being electrocuted slowly disappeared, and my body gradually began to adapt. Add the 5 bottles of Lei Bai from last time and the 9 bottles of Super Lei Bai now, and try to become immune to lightning. Qin Yu summoned another bottle of ordinary Lei Bai, made up his mind and continued drinking. Don't mention it, the effect is really better after drinking it. Xiao Yu, are you awake? Let's get ready to go to our new home. P.S. I am really tired from work, so I decided to take a day off tomorrow. Chapter 42. Living in Jinding Community. Xiao Yu, are you awake? Let's get ready to go to our new home. Just then, Zhang Yufan came up and saw her son eating breakfast after waking up. She walked up to him and asked, but when she saw Qin Yu eating fried dough sticks and drinking a beverage, she was stunned for a moment because the words lay by were clearly written on the beverage bottle. Shouldn't it be Sprite? Lay by? What kind of drink is this, Xiaoyu? Why have I never seen it before? He held the lay by in his hand, but was surprised to find that there was a trace of electric current flowing in the drink. These are my cultivation resources. Now that we have moved everything, let's go. After taking lay-by back from his mother Zhang Yufan, Qin Yu also packed his clothes, put them all in the suitcase, and went out together. After taking a step forward, Qin Yu looked back at this home which was only 66 square meters, but had been home for a family of 3 for so many years. Although he had many dissatisfactions with the house, for some reason he felt a little reluctant after leaving. But they still have to leave here eventually. Now that they have achieved success, they naturally don't need to live in this small house anymore. They are going to live in a bigger and more luxurious house. People go to high places, and water flows to low places. No matter where you are, this truth is an unchangeable fact. After walking out of the apartment building, Qin Yu saw that the area was already full of people, including neighbors in the community and relatives, who had all come from far away. With the introduction of his mother, Qin Yu met many relatives he had never met before. When he learned that these people were his relatives, he was completely stunned. He has so many relatives? If his identity had not changed, he would not have known that he had so many relatives. As expected of our Qin family, they actually produced a martial arts champion. Qin Yu, I am your second uncle. Qin Yu, your aunt held you in her arms when you were a child, and now you have grown up to be so handsome. This is your cousin. Now that you have been promoted, you must take care of your family. Xiaoyu. The relatives came up and started introducing Qin Yu one round after another, while Qin Yu could only stand aside, smiling and nodding awkwardly, unable to utter a word. I believe many people understand this feeling, but I really don't know what to say. What's more, these are relatives you haven't seen for several years. To put it bluntly, these relatives are limited and out-of-print characters in the game, and you usually don't see them unless it's an important occasion. Old Qin, are you leaving now? I was just looking for you to have a drink. Sister Fawn, after you leave, will you come back? It's better to leave and live a good life. I don't know if our family can still be like this. I say, Lao Qin, even if you live a good life in the future, don't change your phone number. We will have to play cards with you in the future. Hey, speaking of playing cards, are you free the day after tomorrow? Let's call Lao Luo and the others to play Bao Huang. At the same time, many familiar friends and neighbors in the community came over to talk to Qin Hai and Zhang Yufan. You can see the emotions revealed in their eyes. Some are envy, some are jealous, but there is no hatred. This was earned by their son's own ability. At most they could be envious, but how could they possibly hate him for it? What's more, Qin Yu's family was very popular in the community, and everyone liked to play together. Of course, except for the family on the second floor. Haha, my Xiaoyu has joined the Qinglong Academy and has now moved to the Jinding community. Come over to my house to play cards the day after tomorrow. Qin Hai answered confidently, there will also be a banquet, so you old friends have to come and join us. Now that he has turned things around thanks to his son, he speaks more confidently, stands up straighter, and looks full of energy. But after saying that, he looked in his son's direction again, and saw that he was still surrounded by that group of so-called relatives. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. He was not a fool, so how could he not see what these relatives were planning? They also want to rely on their own son to turn things around. I didn't see it when I was living in hard times, but I knew it was coming when I was living in good times. Although there was flattery in their eyes, it was mixed with jealousy and hatred. After all, their family had the hardest life among all the relatives. If things suddenly got better, how could they bear it? Obviously not. Didi. At this moment, a suspended commercial vehicle appeared in sight, and a humanoid robot in a white suit slowly walked out from the cab of the commercial vehicle. He passed by everyone and appeared beside Qin Yu, looking very gentlemanly. He said, Mr. Qin Yu, I am the artificial intelligence FAR who is responsible for taking you to Jinding community this time. I am also your future housekeeper. Do you want to go to Jinding community now? Go now. Qin Hai couldn't stand these relatives anymore. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his friends, he waved his hand and said, Xiaoyu, wife, let's go. Oh, here I come, cousin, uncle. Please make way, please pass. Qin Yu said as he walked through the group of relatives and soon came to the luxury business car. He got in without looking back. Zhang Yufan said something simple to the relatives, which basically meant to apologize for Qin Yu's behavior. Naturally, The relatives did not dare to have any opinions. After all, their family was really powerful now, and they could not afford to offend them. In the end, they could only watch Qin Hai and his family leave in a graceful manner, but their expressions were not good, as if their wishful thinking had failed and did not succeed. After driving for about half an hour, the luxury business car stopped with a whoosh. Only after seeing the car stop did Qin Hai give up his research on artificial intelligence foul. The family got out of the business car, and a middle-aged man walked out of the guard duty room of Jinding community, smiling and saying, "Qin Yu, right? I am Hu Wei, the mayor's secretary. Although the villa is fully equipped, considering that you may need to move some things here, the mayor specifically ordered me to bring people here to wait for you and move things for you. Porters are not allowed to enter this community. Only designated porters can enter. I hope you understand. Thank you for your kindness, Mayor. I understand that ordinary porters really can't get in." Dad Qin Hai scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Then I'll start." Hu Wei said with a smile, then waved his hand. Soon, 7 or 8 exclusive porters of Jinding community came to the big truck, ready to start moving things. But when they saw the furniture that needed to be moved, they were stunned. It turned out to be an old sofa, and you could tell from its appearance that it must be uncomfortable. If you sat on it, you would definitely feel pain all over. "The only thing we moved is this sofa." Zhang Yufan walked forward and said with a smile. As for Qin Hai standing aside, his expression was not so good. "I finally got rid of that home with the help of my son, but I couldn't get rid of that hateful sofa. Sleeping on it is really tiring, very tiring. Mr. Qin Yu, your home is the one in front." Hu Wei stopped when he began to lead Qin Yu's family to number 166. "Mr. Qin Yu, this is your home. This villa has 3 floors, a basement, an independent swimming pool, a video room, a gym, a large terrace, and is equipped with a dedicated artificial intelligence nanny and housekeeper far. The second floor has a dedicated martial arts training room, which has the latest gravity equipment, and an audio-visual room that can help you look up some training materials related to improvement. The total area is 672 square meters. If you add the terrace, basement, courtyard, etc., it will be nearly 1,400 square meters." The Qin Yu family looked at each other. "The rewards from Qinglong Academy are so damn luxurious. In order to keep me, you directly gave me a 1,400 square meter villa. It would be great if you could just use some tricks to let me go to the brilliant Starry River community. Wouldn't that help keep me even more?" The family looked at the surrounding bridges, flowing water, rockery, and ponds, and then looked at the luxurious Chinese-style villa in front of them. This would be their future home. "Wife, I won't sleep with you these days. I want to sleep in every room. Before that, Xiaoyu, please hire a swimming coach for me." Qin Hai looked around, his eyes shining. Chapter 43 Leaving. The next day, early morning. If you don't develop the bad habit of smoking within 24 hours, you are 80% away from the next breakthrough. If you don't develop a drinking habit within 24 hours, you have 60% left to break through next time. If you don't develop gambling or drug addiction within 24 hours, you have 20% left to break through next time. Maintaining good health for 24 hours will trigger a random breakthrough reward, and your realm will break through to level 7 in realm 4. Sleep for 8 hours a night on a regular basis, complete the night sleep target, and reduce 10% every hour to break the data. After washing up and solving the breakfast problem, and taking the exclusive nutritional supplements, my realm has broken through to level 4, level 8. After breakfast, Qin Yu pulled his suitcase and got ready to go. "Mom, I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself at home, and don't be angry with Dad. By the way, this is the water of life. You and Dad should drink it. It can prolong your life and has many benefits." Before leaving, Qin Yu took out 2 small bottles of water of life from the system space and handed them to his parents respectively. "Xiaoyu, you should keep the water of life for yourself. Now that you've become a warrior, you still have a lot of room for improvement. It would be a waste of resources to use it on me and your father." Looking at the crystal-clear water of life in her hand, Zhang Yufan handed it to Qin Yu again. In her opinion, her son needed the water of life more than she did. "Yeah, Xiaoyu, you keep it for yourself. Dad won't easily make your mom angry," Qin Hai murmured, feeling as if his son's love was about to disappear. "You guys should drink it quickly. I still have a lot of this. This water of life is specially prepared for you. You can't let me worry about your health all the time," Qin Yu said righteously, with an unquestionable look. "Okay then." Seeing their son's determined look, Qin Hai and Zhang Yufan said nothing more and drank all the water of life in front of Qin Yu. The moment the liquid touched their lips and was swallowed, An indescribable force quickly swept through Qin Hai and Zheng Yufin's bodies like a torrent. This is the legendary water of life, and the amazing effects it brings are simply jaw-dropping. The white hair on Qin Hai's head seemed to be cast by magic. It gradually faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was replaced by black, shiny, and healthy hair. The same was true for Zheng Yufin beside him. The silver hair that symbolized the vicissitudes of life disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only the ink-like black hair hanging on her shoulders. Not only did their hair change, but their faces underwent a miraculous transformation. The face that once looked extremely haggard due to fatigue and worry now exudes an unprecedented vitality and energy. The skin regained its elasticity, wrinkles were quietly smoothed out, the eyes became bright and energetic, and the whole person looked decades younger than his actual age, as if time had gone back to his youth. It's amazing that my back injury has healed. My eyes can see things more clearly now. This water is really amazing, right? Wife, you have become younger. The same to you. Qin Hai and Zheng Yufin looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. As a porter, Qin Hai often bent over to carry goods, and his waist had problems for a long time. He would feel pain from time to time, but now he has completely recovered. His waist no longer hurts, his legs are no longer sore, his eyes are brighter, and he can see things more clearly. The same was true for Zheng Yufin. She looked in the mirror and found that she had indeed become younger. Even the white hair on her head had turned black, and her originally rough hands had become delicate, as if she had returned to her 20s or 30s. After all, they are women, and they care a lot about their appearance and age. Which woman doesn't love beauty? But now, I feel younger and younger, and even feel that I have endless energy and vitality. I didn't lie to you, did I? Well, I have to go. Qin Yu looked at the changes in his parents, and a smile appeared on his face. Now not only is there someone secretly protecting them, but their health has also improved, so he doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Son, drive slowly and remember to call me when you arrive at the academy. After helping Qin Yu take down the suitcase, Zheng Yufin tidied his clothes and said with reluctance. Qin Hai did not move forward, but stood aside and watched quietly. The son they had raised for more than 10 years was finally leaving them. But they couldn't keep him and couldn't delay their son. Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. But you have to pay attention to Dad. He lives in separate rooms now. He must be looking for a better place to hide his private money. You have to supervise him closely. Qin Yu said. Rebellious son, don't come back again. Go away. Go away. Qin Hai, who seemed to have been exposed and shot inexplicably, felt very bad, and his previous reluctance to Qin Yu disappeared in an instant. Such a perfect plan of mine was actually exposed by this little bastard. Hateful. It's so abominable. Okay, I got it. Be careful on the road. Zheng Yufin nodded and looked at her husband Qin Hai deliberately and found that what her son said was indeed true. After seeing Qin Yu off, her eyes became sharp. Qin Hai felt unwell instantly when he saw this. When he looked into Zheng Yufin's eyes, he actually felt like he was about to be interrogated. Just at this moment, the artificial intelligence nanny, who had just finished cleaning the room, found Zheng Yufin and Qin Hai in the courtyard. Madam, I found some money in the room on the first floor. Kyoto. Mom, I'm in Kyoto. Don't worry, I'm in Kyoto. Where is Dad? Oh, he's kneeling. It's okay then. After landing, Qin Yu at the airport called his mother Zheng Yufin back. After all, it was my first time traveling far away, so it was normal for my mom to be worried, but it was just too bad for my dad. Master, please go to Warrior University City. Qin Yu hailed a taxi and told the address he wanted to go to. The Qinglong Academy is located in the university town, and there are other schools in the university town. There is a long distance from the airport to the city center. Along the way, towering buildings are coming towards Qin Yu, and all kinds of vehicles are flowing on the wide road. Compared with Fengming City, Kyoto is undoubtedly much more prosperous. Even Qin Yu felt a little shocked in his heart. 1 hour later. Young man, we have arrived at the university town. Thank you, master. After arriving at the destination, Qin Yu paid the money and got off the car dragging his suitcase. Dragging the suitcase along the university town, Qin Yu saw that the pedestrians on the road were basically young men and women. Almost every one of them had full of energy and a strong body. Qin Yu could see that these men and women were all warriors. Similarly, he also found some people on the road who were looking around like him. He thought they were students who had just registered and who had joined Qinglong Academy with him. At this time, other universities were on holiday and no new students had registered yet. However, The Qinglong Academy was completely different. The students in the Qinglong Academy never knew what a holiday was and never left in order to improve their strength. Qinyu thought that these men and women coming and going should be students of Qinglong Academy. When he went to other universities, he found that the doors were closed and there was no one in sight. This confirmed his thoughts. Chapter 44. Senior Sister's Care. Qinglong Academy. Qinyu looked at the university in front of him, his eyes shining. Unlike other universities he had seen, the entrance of Qinglong Academy was bustling with people coming and going, and everyone was talking and laughing as they entered and left the academy. Moreover, the Qinglong Academy is very big, really very big, much bigger than Qinyu had imagined. Just at the entrance, there stands a gate tower that is hundreds of meters wide and 100 meters high. When Qinyu just stepped into the door, a strong sense of shock instantly surged into his heart. Not far in front of me, there stood a jaw-dropping giant dragon specimen. This black dragon specimen towers into the clouds, 100 meters in size. Its extremely huge dragon eyes seemed to have life, staring at Qinyu intently. In an instant, an endless dark aura swept in like a surging wave, pressing towards Qinyu with an overwhelming force. This powerful and terrifying aura made it difficult for Qinyu to breathe, and an indescribable feeling of suffocation tightly strangled his throat. However, Qinyu was not the only one who was frightened. Right behind him, there were also several new students who had just arrived and had not yet reported to Qinglong Academy. The moment they saw the black dragon specimen, their bodies froze in place completely out of control, with their feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. At the same time, their pupils contracted sharply and their eyes revealed expressions of extreme fear, as if they had seen the end of the world. These freshmen opened their mouths wide, but could not make a sound. They could only stare blankly at the majestic and terrifying dragon specimen in front of them. Look at those 5 people. They were so scared by the black dragon specimen that they couldn't even walk. How dare you criticize others? Were we not the same as them when we first entered the school? I remember you almost peed your pants out of fear, and your legs went limp. All right, the freshman is here. Please give me some face. Every year I can see such an interesting scene. It's like seeing myself back then. Hey, look, there's a very handsome guy among these 5 people, and he didn't seem to be scared to the point of weakness. Hey, freshman, if you keep watching this, something bad will happen. At this time, several seniors saw Qinyu and the other 4 standing motionless in front of the black dragon specimen and said with a smile, "This is the first step for freshmen after they enter the school. Every year, they see some freshmen who are frightened by the statues and faint, their legs go weak, or even pee their pants. Some are so frightened that they can't recover for several days. Therefore, while watching the fun, the seniors will also give the freshmen appropriate reminders. If they don't remind them, it may affect their future practice. After all, they came here this way." In their eyes, the moment these freshmen stepped into Qinglong Academy, their identities as geniuses were completely changed. Because whoever is able to join Qinglong Academy is not a genius. Or who dares to call himself a genius? After hearing the sound, Qinyu suddenly came back to his senses, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The pressure of this black dragon specimen was too great for him, and the feeling of fear was unprecedented. It seemed that if he continued to stare into its eyes, the black dragon specimen might come back and swallow him in one bite. "Brother, you're great. You were only scared to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. You're much better than the others." Just at this time, a fat boy came up to Qinyu and started a conversation in a familiar manner. "My name is Yang Chengkai, from Anyang City, Huiyan Province. We will be classmates from now on. Please take care of me." "Much better than others? Have you been here for a long time? By the way, what was it like when you first saw the specimen?" Qinyu did not feel disgusted by the fat boy who took the initiative to talk to him. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Me? Come on, you haven't reported in yet, right? Come on, I'll take you there. By the way, what's your name? Where are you from?" Yang Chengkai scratched his head awkwardly after hearing Qinyu's question and changed the subject directly. "My name is Qinyu, and I'm from Fengming City, Dongshan Province." Qinyu obviously didn't mind the other party changing the subject and didn't keep asking questions. "Let me tell you, the black dragon specimen just now was actually a 9th level ferocious beast. It was killed by the principal of the Qinglong Academy. It is said that the principal is a peak warrior of the 10th level." Yang Chengkai chatted with Qinyu as he took him to report. 10th level? After hearing this, Qinyu couldn't help but be shocked, as if he was back to the time when he was stared at by the black dragon specimen. Perhaps only a warrior at the peak of the 10th realm could kill a dragon-shaped beast. When he was in high school, he was very interested in history classes. The textbook mentioned that the reason why humans successfully drove the ferocious beasts into the starfield was that the people who made the greatest contribution were the peerless warriors of the 9th realm and the peak warriors of the 10th realm, and they truly stood at the top of the world. But I didn't expect that this terrifying existence would be the principal of Qinglong Academy. In his impression, this kind of terrifying existence should not be worshipped by the world. It is the image of an otherworldly master who will never appear unless there is a world-destroying crisis. But now he is his own principal, which completely shatters the previous impression of the 10th realm in his mind. What do you think? You didn't expect it, did you? When I learned that our principal is the legendary 10th level peak warrior, I was also shocked. We have arrived at the freshman reception desk, Yang Chengkai said. After arriving at the registration location, what caught our eyes were several young men and women standing or sitting under a welcome banner. One woman was looking at something, and the other was putting her long legs on the table and doing her nails out of boredom. There was also a young man with a crew cut who was half sitting on the edge of the table. He was holding a meter-long sword made of star iron, and was wiping it carefully. Each of them had a rather casual posture, yet their ferocity was not diminished at all, like a cheetah licking its claws. "Hello, I'm here to report." Qinyu walked up to the girl who was having her nails done and started talking. The girl who was trimming her nails stopped what she was doing after hearing Qinyu's words and looked up at him. "Bring me the notice." Qinyu also took out the Qinglong Academy admission letter that he had prepared. After the latter took a glance at it, his eyes suddenly lit up. "What? Qinyu? Are you the Qinyu? Come and have a look." The girl called to her companions and pointed at Qinyu and said, "He is the person that Senior Meng Nin asked us to take care of. Even teacher Yang Feng said that if Qinyu comes, we should call him the first time. The top martial arts student in Dongshan Province, and the first place winner in the Dongshan Province talent selection competition? Let me see." After hearing these words, the boy who was wiping his spiritual weapon instantly became alert. He snatched Qinyu's admission letter, looked at it over and over again, and looked at Qinyu with sharp eyes from time to time, with fighting spirit boiling in his body. Yes, he wants to fight with Qinyu. The girl who was reading something also took a look at the information on the admission letter and kept making clicking sounds. He is truly a martial arts champion. I didn't expect that he took the college entrance examination before participating in the talent selection competition. This is the first time I have seen such a person. The girl looked at Qinyu with a smile, licked her lips, and said, "This is the first time that our Qinglong Academy has recruited a martial arts champion." Other freshmen directly participated in the selection competition, but he also took the college entrance examination. If I were him, I would definitely practice at home to conserve my energy and would not have the time to take the college entrance examination. Besides, he is a young and handsome boy, so handsome. "Qinyu, do you dare to challenge me in a duel in the martial arts arena?" "Li Bin, are you sick again? When you see a talented junior, you want to challenge him. Why don't you challenge someone in the same grade?" "I just want to improve my shortcomings through sparring. How can that be considered a disease?" "You martial arts idiot, if you dare to fight him, I feel that Senior Meng Nin will beat you up right away." I think he is jealous of this handsome boy. He was singled out by Senior Meng Nin for attention before he just reported in. He might be unhappy about it. Roll. After saying this, the young man holding the spiritual weapon glanced at Qinyu, squinting his eyes and looking him up and down. "Do you dare to compete? I won't bully you. We can just shake hands." What the girl said was right. He was there because of Shen Mingnan. He wanted to see why this guy got the care from the senior. On the other hand, Qinyu frowned. He really didn't like this feeling. He felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast and treated as prey. At the same time, he was also shocked that Shen Mingnan, the invigilator of the previous selection competition, was actually a student of Qinglong Academy and his senior. What a small world this is. But I don't have any connection with her. Why should she take special care of me? This made her little fans unhappy. But he was still prepared to reach out and simply do as he wished. But at this moment, Yang Chengkai, who had been standing nearby, stood in front of the two of them and said, "Excuse me, senior. My brother and I have something else to do, so we'll leave first." After saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, he directly grabbed Qinyu's clothes and left. "Wait, Qinyu, this is the dormitory specially arranged for you. Take the key." Just as the two were leaving, the girl who had done his nails before came over, handed the key with the house number on it to Qinyu, and then waved her hand to let him leave. She could feel that if Qinyu was left here, Something bad would definitely happen given Li Bin's personality. Just like that, after taking the dormitory key, Qin Yu turned around to look at Li Bin and left. Seeing Qin Yu leave, Li Bin showed a meaningful sneer on his face. Chapter 45 Campus Rules. The strong respect the strong. Qin Yu, you are really a ruthless person. On the first day of reporting here, you want to compete with your seniors, aren't you? Asking for trouble, as he walked. Young Chunkai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking back now, he was glad that he led Qin Yu to run fast. So what if he is the top martial arts champion? Of course, before participating in the selection competition, he also took the college entrance examination. Although he was only a third place, and although it was not as valuable as Qin Yu's martial arts champion, he has been very low-key since he came to Qinglong Academy. In Qinglong Academy, no matter you are the top or third place in martial arts, you have to keep your head down and do your work, because there is no such thing as genius here. After all, who among those who can become students of Qinglong Academy is not a genius, and who among them does not have the ability to become the top martial arts student? Besides, he is not stupid. If he shakes hands with her, there will be trouble. Qin Yu was his first friend in Qinglong Academy, and he didn't want Qin Yu to have a bad life in the future. I know you mean well, but there's no need to be afraid of him, Qin Yu said calmly. In Qinglong Academy, the strong are always respected, but students have also formed a kind of group. I am worried that you will be disrespectful to seniors when you first arrive, and you will inevitably be targeted in the future. Yang Chunkai explained. And what was the drink you drank? Super lay by? Shouldn't this be Sprite? Did you buy one of those spoof drinks? Seeing Qin Yu drinking with relish, it was even said that he was poisoned. Every time he swallowed, his body would tremble involuntarily, and he even felt soft and numb when walking, and he would get an electric shock inadvertently from time to time. But considering the weather, he could only assume it was caused by static electricity. There's no choice. I've already bought it, and I have to drink it. It doesn't have any effect after drinking it. It's just that the name is not very good. It doesn't matter. Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand, and continued to drink the super lay by he got from the system blind box. Every time you drink it, you get a different feeling. The feeling is different whether you drink more or less. If you take a small sip, you'll feel like you've been electrocuted, and your body will feel numb. If you take a big sip, the feeling will be severe, as if lightning is beating drums and having a party inside your body. Your body will constantly tremble, and even people who touch you will be electrocuted. Can I have a taste? I've had Sprite before, but I've never had Super Sprite. At first I thought it was Super Silly Sprite. No, I'm a germaphobe, and this stuff has a high sugar content. It's not suitable for you. Qin Yu shook his head, drank the last sip, and found a trash can to throw the empty bottle into. Okay, give me a bottle next time. I want to taste how sweet it is. Hearing this, Yang Chunkai did not doubt but nodded. Qin Yu did not answer this time, not because he did not want to give it to him, but he could not control this super lay-by at all. After drinking it, this guy might really become a fool. The two walked around the academy campus for a while, and found that the area was so huge. Just by looking around, they found that tall green plants were planted everywhere. The Qinglong Academy campus was as large as a maze, and it was very likely that one would get lost while walking around, especially when meeting new students. However, because Yang Chunkai was there, I asked many people along the way and finally found the location of the accommodation area. When we arrived at the accommodation area, we saw a large group of freshmen dragging suitcases, all gathered here. These young men all have a hint of immaturity on their faces, but there is a hint of pride flowing between their brows. However, at this moment, the arrogance that has accompanied them for a long time is rapidly dissipating and fading. Boom! As a loud roar was heard, smoke suddenly rose from an open space in the accommodation area. A figure with flames burning on his body flew backwards and landed heavily outside the crowd. As for the student who was blown away, he was surrounded by his friends at this moment. A student with water-related abilities immediately came over to put out the fire on his body, but after that the student also fainted. However, when looking at his expression before he fainted, one could clearly see that his face was filled with shock and horror, and there was also a hint of unconscious fear in the eyes of the person in front of him. TSK. It's just SOSO. The first place in the selection is not that great. At this moment, a tall young man in a black t-shirt came over with a smile. The fire in his hand disappeared instantly. He looked at the handsome boy who had fainted and shook his head with dissatisfaction. Is there anyone else who wants to compete? I am a very gentle senior. I will not beat you to death. At most, you will faint like Zhou Yifan. The young man in black looked at the freshmen around him and smiled again, as if welcoming everyone to challenge him, looking very arrogant. Everyone, please speak up. I believe there must be capable people among you. Don't you want to go into your own dormitory and take a look? If all else fails, give me some goodies as a bribe, and maybe I will agree to let you in. After hearing this and looking at the arrogant attitude of the young man in black, a freshman finally mustered up the courage and said loudly, You won't let us in. Aren't you afraid that the teacher will cause trouble for you? What's the point of bullying freshmen? Yeah, what's the big deal about bullying freshmen? If you can give us time to catch up, believe it or not, the person who fainted afterwards will be you? Let us in, or I'll call the teacher. Yes, get out of the way quickly. I'm going to call the teacher who recruited me and ask him to teach you a lesson. After hearing the freshman's voice of resistance, the others seemed to resonate with it and spoke in the same loud voice. Seeing this, the young man in black was not afraid or angry. Instead, he looked at the freshmen around him with an attitude of, What can you do to me? Haha, you guys are so funny. I'm telling you, I was just like you at first. I wanted to use the teacher to suppress the senior, but it was useless in the end. The teacher will never care about you. Qinglong Academy has always respected the strong. Only the strong can have good resources and the right to speak, while the weak have no chance to speak at all. This is the unchanging rule of Qinglong Academy, and it is also the survival rule for all of you freshmen. The strong are tolerated, while the weak don't even have the right to speak. The strong go up and the weak go down. The teacher won't take care of these things. On the contrary, if you can't beat me, I'm afraid you can only camp outside the accommodation area at night. Haha. Upon hearing this, all the freshmen showed a hint of fear on their faces. Even they did not expect that Qinglong Academy would be so cruel. Doesn't this mean that if the students are weaker, their life in Qinglong Academy will not be easy in the future, and they may even be eliminated from the academy directly? This is Qinglong Academy, the most demanding of the 4 academies. Their school rules emphasize that the strong are respected and the weak suffer. I also asked about this when I came here. This is why students set up clubs. The purpose is not only to obtain more training resources, but also to keep each other warm and have a backer. In a corner of the crowd, Yang Chengkai told Qinyu everything he knew. Qinyu was not surprised when he heard this. Instead, he appreciated this rule even more. As long as you are strong, you have the right to speak and can be unconditionally supported by the teacher. Damn, isn't this something I built for myself? The only rule is that you cannot kill. Doesn't that mean you don't have to take any responsibility at all if you beat someone half to death or cripple them? Thinking of this, Qinyu burst into laughter. Chapter 46. Beat him half to death, and that means he is half to death, 4,000 words. Bullying freshmen is a very common thing in Qinglong Academy or the other 3 major academies. The reason is very simple. When I was suffering, no one helped me. Now I naturally want the newcomer to suffer as well and feel the pain and experience I had in the past. There is no way. Once the new students arrive, they become old students and naturally have to stand up. At the same time, these freshmen also noticed that the strength of the black-clothed young man in front of them had reached the 4th level of warrior, and the only superpower he had displayed so far was a firepower of unknown level, while the other 3 superpowers had not yet been used. They all participated in the talent selection competition and entered the blood pool for training. Their own realms had already reached the level of 3rd realm warriors, but when facing 4th realm warriors, they still felt a little reluctant. Don't waste time. I'll lower the entry requirements. Just take 3 of my moves and you can go in. The young man in black looked around. I don't care who you are or what your background is, or what place you ranked in the talent selection competition, or how you did in the college entrance examination. After all, the standard of the college entrance examination is still too low. I don't think there will be people who will take the college entrance examination after registering. This is Qinglong Academy, where geniuses are everywhere. Even if you are a genius, you can only become an ordinary person here. The halo you once had is worthless here. Without real strength in Qinglong Academy, you don't even have the qualifications to join the club. After the young man in black finished speaking, he looked at all the freshmen around him, his eyes looking down on the whole audience, as if telling the freshmen that in his eyes they were just ants. So much talk? Damn it, I'm already tired. Qinyu frowned, feeling that his ears were about to get calluses. If he were sitting in the classroom, he would have already started having sweet dreams. Listening to this guy in black nagging, he was in no good mood at all. This guy is so arrogant. If I could beat him, I really want to go up and beat him up. Yang Chengkai beside Qinyu whispered. He didn't dare to speak louder, for fear that the young man in black would hear him and cause trouble for him. Today is the first class I, as a senior, will give to you freshmen. Okay, You've already told me you're sleepy, you know that? You're more nagging than my high school class teacher, and you can reason with him. Chinyu covered his ears and slowly walked through the crowd with an impatient look on his face. Fuck, brother you. What are you doing? Hearing that the person speaking was Chinyu, a friend he just met, Yang Chunkai immediately called him brother with shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that Chinyu would be the one who stood up in the end. However, as a friend, he followed Chinyu, walked through the crowd together, and appeared in front of the young man in black. When the black-clothed young man saw the person who interrupted him, he did not get angry. Instead, he looked down at Chinyu with a playful look in his eyes. You don't even wear a spiritual weapon or combat uniform, and you're just going to take my 3 moves? Dude, who do you think you are? You look like you are only level 2 in Realm 4? What a loser you are, pretending in front of me. And you are really offensive to me. What? You have nothing to do after taking the college entrance examination? Then do I have nothing to do if I beat you half to death now? Chinyu looked at the young man in black as if he were an ant and said in a calm tone, Oh shit. The cow forced it. Is this freshman so awesome? We are both freshmen. Why are you so arrogant while I am so cowardly? After hearing what Chinyu said, not only young Chunkai beside him was shocked, but even the freshmen behind him and the seniors passing by were instantly shocked. Is this new student, brother you, so fierce? Because of this, the seniors passing by also came over and looked at Chinyu and the young man in black as if they were watching a fun event. What Chinyu did was truly the first time since the establishment of Qinglong Academy. There were naturally some familiar faces watching as well, including Li Bin, who had always wanted to compete with Chinyu. He felt that Chinyu was really too arrogant to dare to speak to a senior student like that. You think you can beat me? You know what? You're a lot like those freshmen I knocked out before. Happy. The young man in black immediately laughed. He was amused by Chinyu's inexplicable self-confidence. Since the establishment of Qinglong Academy, Chinyu was the first freshman who dared to talk to the seniors like this, and he was also the first freshman who wanted to beat the seniors half to death. Mad. Too crazy. Funny too. Chinyu ignored the mockery in his words and eyes and said calmly, Can we start now? Of course, as you wish. The young man in black smiled slightly and licked his lips with a cold look in his eyes. I'll let you know what it really feels like to be beaten half to death. Just as he finished speaking, a ball of extremely hot red flame suddenly rose from his feet, and the raging flame seemed to set the whole world on fire. Then, he kicked up high with a whip kick, and the action was like a sharp long sword being unsheathed, with endless power and fierceness. This blazing flame seemed to possess infinite power, as if even space could be burned up easily by it. As the flames raged, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted and deformed by the high temperature, making a crackling sound. At the same time, the sharp whistling sound produced by the rapid passage of air was resounding through the sky and was deafening. What is even more shocking is that under the influence of this powerful force, a strong wind suddenly blew up around them. The strong wind clung to the young man in black like a loyal follower, making his attack speed become faster and faster. And in the blazing flames, one could vaguely see sharp blades formed by wind covering his legs, flashing a chilling cold light. Faced with such a fierce attack, Chinyu seemed to have heard or seen nothing. He just stood firmly in place and then stretched out a hand calmly. This scene couldn't help but surprise the people around. They all widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. In the eyes of everyone, Chinyu's move was undoubtedly too arrogant and was simply courting death. Many people have been secretly guessing in their hearts that what they will see next is probably the tragic scene of Chinyu flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. There was only a loud bang. In the next moment, a roar like thunder suddenly exploded, and a strong wind came with an overwhelming force. The powerful wind made the people around subconsciously close their eyes and dared not look directly at it. However, when they finally opened their eyes again, the scene they saw left everyone dumbfounded. The strong and long leg that was originally attacking Chinyu with great momentum was now firmly held in Chinyu's hand. What was even more shocking was that, despite the blazing flames burning on his legs, these flames did not affect Chinyu at all, as if they were just an insignificant embellishment to him. Seeing this scene, everyone present was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. An incredible thought surged in their minds. Is this person not afraid of fire? Not afraid of fire-related supernatural powers? At this moment, the young man in black's eyes were filled with astonishment. In his eyes, the hand that Chinyu held on his leg was like a giant steel clamp, extremely solid and powerful. No matter how hard he struggled, the hand did not move at all and held his leg tightly. No matter how wildly the fire on the leg raged, the hand remained as solid as a rock and was not affected in the slightest. Damn it! The young man in black cursed with gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead and his face flushed red. Faced with such a predicament, Qin Yu remained calm, even with a hint of contempt. You are too slow. How dare you show off your wind-related ability? He sneered coldly. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu flashed and kicked out in an instant, as fast and sharp as lightning across the night sky. There was only a crisp crack sound, and the kick hit the black-clothed young man's ribs hard. The crisp sound of the broken bone was clearly audible in the air, which was creepy. There was a loud bang. The black-clothed young man flew backwards like a kite with its string cut off. His speed was so fast that no one could react in time. In the blink of an eye, he slammed heavily on the stone steps in front of the dormitory building, making a dull thud. Along with the loud bang, a huge deep pit was instantly smashed out of the stone steps, with gravel scattering and dust flying everywhere. Puff! As the young man in black landed on the ground, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of bright red blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably, splashing on the ground, forming a shocking blood flower. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Qin Yu not far away, his eyes filled with unspeakable fear. You know, I am a warrior of level 2 in Realm 4. Although I am not considered strong in school, I can definitely crush the freshman in terms of strength. However, this seemingly ordinary freshman in front of him actually possessed such terrifying strength that he was left completely defenseless with just one move. What is going on? Aren't all the new students in previous years at level 3? How come there is a new student at the same level as him this year? How did he break through to this level? At this moment, an airplane made of folded paper was flying towards this side slowly at a leisurely speed. When the young man in black saw the paper airplane, he was visibly stunned at first. He obviously did not expect that such an inconspicuous thing would suddenly appear in such a fierce battle scene. However, as the paper plane got closer and closer to him, a sense of fear as real as a substance quickly surged into his heart and occupied his entire body and mind at an extremely fast speed. It felt as if he was facing not a paper plane, but an extremely ferocious beast, which made people feel terrified. Not good. Not only the young man in black, but also the seniors standing by and watching were suddenly shocked at this moment. Although it was just an ordinary and unremarkable paper airplane, for some reason it brought a strong sense of palpitations to everyone present. This feeling was so real that everyone knew clearly in their hearts that this paper airplane was definitely not as simple as it seemed, and no one could catch it easily. They can't catch it at all. This is the first thought in their minds. But after all, it was not them who caught the paper plane, but the young man in black lying on the stone steps. The young man in black was already extremely weak at this point, and he didn't even have the chance to mobilize a trace of star power to display his supernatural powers. This was undoubtedly a luxury for him. All over his body, from inside to outside, there was only the excruciating pain that surged like a tide, as if every inch of his skin and every bone were being gnawed by millions of poisonous insects. His body was completely unable to move at all. It was obvious that Qin Yu's kick just now had caused him extremely serious trauma. However, he knew very well that neither his classmates nor the seniors would lend him a helping hand. Because this is the unwritten rule of Qinglong Academy, a deeply hidden, unspoken rule. At this moment, the paper airplane suddenly burst into a dazzling white light, like a blazing day exploding in an instant. The light spread at an alarming speed, and in a flash it engulfed the young man in black who was lying on the stone steps, accompanied by a deafening sound, boom. The whole world seemed to tremble. The strong light was like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly tearing apart everything around it. When the light gradually dissipated, people were surprised to find that the huge pit that was originally deep in the stone steps had become even bigger at this moment, like a huge bloody mouth of the abyss, which was chilling. At the same time, all the glass in the dormitory building shattered and fell under this powerful impact, hitting the ground with a crackling sound. The surrounding ground shook violently, raising a cloud of dust. Such a horrific explosion power made everyone present dumbfounded, and their hearts were filled with shock and fear. They stared blankly at the devastating scene before them, unable to recover for a long time. What would happen if this happened to them? The young man in black at this time was no longer a young man in black. His clothes had long been melted by the power of the explosion, and his body was blown black, with his horrible white bones exposed. There were even bits of flesh that had been blown off his body, including his limbs, around the ground. I told you. I'll beat you half to death, but at least you won't die now. Whether you die in the future or not is none of my business. Bye. Good luck, senior. Looking at the masterpiece in the pit, Qin Yu nodded with great satisfaction, took out the lay-by and drank a big sip, his body trembling. Good electricity. Let's go. What are you still doing here? Qin Yu patted young Chunkai, who was standing beside him with his mouth open, then dragged his suitcase and started looking for his dormitory. He wanted to see what the dormitory arranged for him looked like. Oh, here it comes. After coming back to his senses, young Chunkai almost closed his mouth with his hands. He was so shocked that Qin Yu was so ruthless. He was completely different from the calm and peaceful chat he had before. He also dragged his suitcase into the accommodation area to find his dormitory. P.S. If you like this book, please click here to urge me to update and recommend it to me. The temperature has dropped. Everyone should be careful not to catch a cold. I was not careful. Chapter 47. Hot Campus Network. So scary. So scary. So awesome. After watching Qin Yu leave, all the freshmen came to the deep pit and took a look at the young man in black inside. It's so miserable. In other words, it was no longer just half dead, but he was extremely close to death, and just when he was about to die, he was given a slight push to prevent him from dying. Every piece of good flesh on his body, including his arms and legs, was blown off. He must be a warrior. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely be dead, and there would be no way to save him. They thought of many possible outcomes, but they never expected that the young man in black who stopped all of them would have such a tragic end. Even the seniors were the same. They witnessed everything with their own eyes. Qin Yu's attacks were almost perfectly fast, accurate, and ruthless, and their power was extremely terrifying, as if this was not a freshman, but a senior. At this time, Li Bin, who had been wanting to see Qin Yu's excitement, was stunned. He could feel that Qin Yu did not use his full strength at all, but only used a very small part of his strength to defeat Lu Tongzhou. Yes, the young man in black was named Lu Tongzhou, and he was a sophomore like him. And the most important thing is that this tiny part of the power can actually be stopped. This made him feel terrified. What level of realm was this freshman that senior sister Meng Nan and teacher Yang Feng had specifically asked him to pay attention to? He couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't see through Qin Yu, who had left you long ago. Just at this time, Qinglong Academy's exclusive medical team quickly arrived at the scene. They are all warriors with strengthening abilities. They can strengthen their bodies while also having healing abilities. They are true auxiliary warriors. But when they were about to infuse the star power into Lu Tongzhou's body, they were all stunned. It can't be instilled. There are only two reasons why it cannot be instilled. First, Lu Tongzhou was already dead. But in their eyes he was still breathing. He was just fainted. Obviously, that is the second possibility. Lu Tongzhou has been beaten to a pulp, the star veins in his body have been broken, and he can no longer use star power. His physical fitness has remained at the level of a 4th-level warrior, and will decline rapidly over time, eventually becoming a truly ordinary person. However, he is now just like an ordinary person who cannot become a warrior. Even though his body remains at the 4th level, he cannot use his martial arts and superpowers at all. In addition, one of his arms and legs were blown off, so the possibility of him getting better is very low. Moreover, Qinglong Academy would naturally not care about such a student. Even if he survived in the end, he would have no resources to support himself and his realm would fall. He would eventually die due to the recurrence of his injuries. Now I am really in a state of half living and half dead. Everyone present, whether freshmen or seniors, understood that Lu Tongzhou was useless. He would not die at the moment, but he would definitely die after leaving the academy. In the past, there were also examples like Lu Tongzhou who left Qinglong Academy after being dismissed, but those who left were not in such a miserable state as him. This also made all the viewers feel horrified. Qin Yu's actions were so cruel and vicious. If you go against Qin Yu, it is better not to provoke him easily unless you are absolutely sure of defeating or killing him. This new student is not simple. He can even be said to be extremely dangerous. Finally found it. Qin Yu walked around the accommodation area and finally found the residence corresponding to the house number in his hand. It's hard to imagine. This dormitory is actually a bungalow with an area of about 120 square meters. It is fully equipped with home appliances and daily necessities, and even the refrigerator contains fresh food. There is also a yard outside, with a small pavilion and rockery. It's really outrageous. Because in his impression, a dormitory should not be about 40 or 50 square meters, with 4 or 5 students living together. But now it seems that it is completely beyond my expectations. This is completely my home in the school. Afterwards, he came out of the yard, walked to the gate of the house, and engraved his name on the plaque on the door with star power. This also meant that this residence belonged to Qin Yu during the next few years in Qinglong Academy. You, brother you actually live here? Where is your roommate? At this moment, young Chengkai, who was about to find Qin Yu to eat in the cafeteria, was shocked when he saw this. Why is Qin Yu the only one in the dormitory? Where were his other two roommates? Roommate? I'm the only one here. Do you have a roommate? Qin Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this, then looked at young Chengkai who was standing beside him with a shocked look on his face and asked. He thought all the freshmen were like him. I have roommates, 2 of them. The dormitory is also 120 square meters, but it doesn't have the small yard behind you. Brother yours is really better than mine. He looked at the yard at the back and saw that there were rockery and a small pavilion, which made him even more envious. Ever since witnessing Qin Yu's terrifying strength, the way he addressed him completely changed, and he began to call him brother unconsciously. He came in for a look and found that the place had almost everything one could need. Every time he went into a room, he would exclaim, "Wow," and the envy in his eyes grew stronger. The reason was simple. There was nothing in his dormitory, so he had to prepare everything himself. There wasn't even any food or fresh meat, but Qin Yu's refrigerator was surprisingly full, with even beer, happy water, and other drinks available. Qin Yu didn't care how young Chengkai visited, but took out his mobile phone and started taking videos. He planned to show his parents the place where he would live after coming to Qinglong Academy. After shooting a 2-minute video, Qin Yu immediately sent it to the family group. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Not long after the message was sent, the sounds of receiving messages were heard. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately clicked in. The moment I entered, I saw more than a dozen videos sent by fathers. The video is full of videos and photos taken when my dad took my mom out to play, and they ate a lot of delicious food. Oh my god, son. Is this your dormitory? It doesn't seem to be a dormitory at all. The lower echelons of power. Are you the only one living here? If you have roommates, you'd better build a good relationship with them. The lower echelons of power. Have you seen the video your mom and I took? We are traveling outside right now. We were planning to climb Mount Tai, but for some reason it was closed off and we were not allowed in. We had no choice but to go somewhere else. Qin Yu, it's very dangerous inside Mount Tai now. If it's going to be the venue for the talent selection competition, I'm sure you won't be allowed in. Besides, I don't have a roommate. I live alone. The lower class of power. Living alone? How wonderful it is. I can't imagine how happy I would be. Oh my god. I can also let you live alone in the basement and sleep on the old sofa. The bottom of power? After chatting with his parents for a few more words, Qin Yu and young Chengkai went to the cafeteria. Fuck. Brother Yu, check out the Qinglong Academy's campus network. There's a video of you beating up the senior in black, and it's very popular. Brother Yu, you're famous. When they arrived at the cafeteria entrance, young Chengkai placed his phone in front of Qin Yu and shook it a few times, then said worriedly, Brother Yu, although you're famous, you're also in trouble. You're a freshman who beat up the senior so badly, you're definitely going to be targeted, and this guy just joined the Black Ice Club not long ago. You better be careful. Hearing this, Qin Yu also took out his mobile phone and logged into the Qinglong Academy's campus network. After clicking it, the first thing that appears is a video. The video shows a young man in black being kicked away by a freshman. The last second of the video shows the young man in black in an extremely miserable state. One of his hands and one of his legs were blown to pieces, and the star veins in his body were completely destroyed. He has become a disabled person. Qin Yu naturally knew that the ruthless person in the video was himself. Qin Yu looked through the comments below again. All of them are like, wow, that's awesome. The general meaning is very simple. Qin Yu is the first freshman in the history of Qinglong Academy who completely defeated his seniors. He is also the first freshman who is so arrogant and presumptuous when he just entered Qinglong Academy. Anyway, in the comments, freshmen worship him, while seniors hate him. After all, in the eyes of the old man, Qin Yu was too arrogant, and his attack was so vicious that he did not take the word old man seriously at all. In the comments section, some senior students even wanted to teach Qin Yu a lesson. After reading it, Qin Yu directly gave a wave of human and machine comments. 666. Chapter 48, Dragon's Might begins. Enter the cafeteria. The school cafeteria of Qinglong Academy did not disappoint Qin Yu. It had a unique Kyoto flavor and tasted quite good. Among these delicacies, one can even see edible parts of ferocious beasts. Qin Yu was shocked to see this scene. He only knew that the blood of ferocious beasts could be used for martial artists to practice, but he never thought that the bodies of ferocious beasts could also be eaten by humans. Moreover, After eating it, it will have very strange effects. It will quickly restore physical strength and improve the body's immunity. Some even have the ability to heal wounds. Not only is the effect good, but the taste also makes him amazed. Brother, you try this. I waited in line for a long time before I got it. I heard that this is the egg of the flame-tailed scorpion. It tastes very delicious, but it's a little hot. At this time, Yang Chenkai came over with a fiery red egg. The egg was as big as a human head, and there was a hole in the eggshell, so people could clearly see everything inside the egg. Brother, it's really delicious, and it smells delicious. You eat it first, and I'll get a few more. After saying that, Yang Chenkai went to queue up again, ready to get 1 or 2 more flame-tailed scorpion eggs. After all, they are warriors, and warriors tend to eat more than ordinary people. When they see someone taking more, the other students were not surprised, but thought it was normal. The fat boy ate 2 flame-tailed scorpion eggs in succession. With each bite, he exhaled a thin smoke between his breaths. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his lips turned red without him noticing. When Qinyu saw Yang Chenkai eating with such relish, he couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity in his heart. He carefully picked up a flame-tailed scorpion egg, scooped out a little red egg white from it with a spoon, and then put it into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, a wave of scorching heat suddenly hit him, as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of blazing fire. However, just when he thought he could not stand the heat anymore, something miraculous happened. As the heat gradually subsided, an extremely rich and delicious taste flowed in his mouth like a clear spring. The taste was so mellow and unique that it made people feel as if they were in a food paradise. Qinyu finally understood why everyone was so obsessed with flame-tailed scorpion eggs. It turned out that in order to taste such an ultimate delicacy, one must first endure some small pain as a price. At this moment, he turned his head to look at Yang Chenkai beside him, only to see that his lips had been burned red, beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and even a faint smoke could be seen rising between his breaths. But even so, Yang Chenkai continued to put the flame-tailed scorpion eggs into his mouth, with a satisfied and happy smile on his face. Qinyu found a calf of a ferocious beast, which was the calf of a black-toothed saber pig. It tasted smooth and tender, with firm and chewy texture, and melted in the mouth. After tasting such delicious food, Qinyu completely relaxed. He began to go to each window frantically and took a portion of all the ferocious beast meat he had never seen before. Yang Chenkai was shocked when he saw this scene. Can you eat more than me? Whose subordinate is this? Brother, you. Yang Chenkai took a mouthful of rice. He felt much better now, not as awkward as when he was eating the flame-tailed scorpion eggs just now. He looked around furtively and then said to Qinyu, So many people are looking at us? No, they're all looking at you. Yes. The entire cafeteria was filled not only with freshmen like Qinyu and Yang Chenkai, but also with old students. Qinyu is now very popular in Qinglong Academy, almost to the point where everyone knows him. At the same time, he is also followed by many old students, especially those in the Black Ice Club that Lu Tongzhou joined. Is this the freshman Qinyu who beat up the sophomore as soon as he entered school? Yes, it's him. He looks exactly like the one in the campus video. But how can he eat so much? I've been in Qinglong Academy for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a crazy freshman. He actually dared to hit a senior. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Awesome. I don't know why I actually admire him a little bit. Lu Tongzhou is a member of the Black Ice Society. Qinyu beat up the members of the Black Ice Society like this. I guess someone will come to cause trouble soon. Looking for trouble? Isn't that good? Our Qinglong Academy hasn't been lively for a long time. Although Qinyu was eating, his mental power was spreading around. He could naturally hear the conversation of these old students clearly, but he didn't care about that. His first priority now was to taste more delicious ferocious beast meat. Moreover, as a warrior, his appetite is bigger than that of ordinary people. He always eats home-cooked meals at home and keeps his stomach filled. Now, after coming to Qinglong Academy and eating the meat of ferocious beasts, he immediately became addicted to the taste. Delicious, tender, and melts in your mouth. To put it bluntly, he is like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. It's an eye-opener. You must try them one by one. Although we warriors do eat more than ordinary people, I have never seen you eat so much. Are you a pig reincarnated as a human? Haha, I didn't expect this guy to beat Lu Tongzhou to a cripple. Not only was he not afraid of it, but he was also eating here with gusto. He's got guts. Damn it, I think this guy knows we're here to find him, but now he's pretending not to see us. He's simply not taking us seriously. Just as the old student said, from the moment Qin Yu appeared in the cafeteria, he had already been targeted. Qin Yu, right? 3 people stood in front of Qin Yu, led by a tall boy who was about 1.8 meters tall and had a muscular physique. He has a neat short buzz cut with a few slashes on both sides, wears black-framed sunglasses, has fair skin, and looks refreshing and handsome when he smiles. Brother Yu, why don't we just go? Yang Chenkai, who was standing by, saw that the 3 men had bad intentions. His face twitched, he was frightened, and wanted to stand up and leave. Before he could stand up, he was pushed down by the boy in sunglasses. Junior, why are you leaving? Don't you want to get to know the senior? Make friends or something? The boy in sunglasses pushed Yang Chenkai back to his seat and said with a smile. However, in Yang Chenkai's eyes, this smile was simply the smile of the devil, which made his body tremble violently, and even the hand holding the chopsticks began to tremble unconsciously. The scene of Lu Tongzhou bullying the freshman still appears in his mind. Especially after he knew that these 3 people were here to cause trouble, he became even more scared. Don't be afraid, just keep eating. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, then raised his head and took a sip of super lay-by. The electric current in his body danced, causing his hand holding the black-toothed saber pig calf to tremble slightly. On the other hand, Yang Chenkai had no time to continue eating. He now wished he could run away with Qin Yu. Although I admit that Brother Yu is very strong, he can't beat 3 seniors alone. Yes, even if I add myself to the 2 against 3, I am only half a team at best. The boy in sunglasses took off his glasses, his eyes were fierce. He saw Qin Yu's trembling hands just now, and he sneered in his heart. This arrogant boy is scared. But it's too late. If you want to blame someone, blame him for provoking the people from the Black Ice Society. He sneered and looked at Qin Yu, who was still gnawing on his calf. Although he looked calm, he thought he was ridiculous. He immediately said, Qin Yu, nice to meet you. My name is Gao Xi. I'm a member of the Black Ice Society. Today. Before he could finish his words, Qin Yu swallowed the last bite of meat, stretched out his greasy hands to wipe Gao Xian's clothes, and said calmly, Who are you? Did I ask you to introduce yourself? You. The 2 people behind Gao Xian saw Qin Yu's arrogant look at this moment, and suddenly felt an irrepressible anger in their hearts. They wanted to go up and teach Qin Yu a severe lesson. However, in the next second, something unexpected happened. Qin Yu stood up suddenly as if he was struck by a thunderbolt. The moment Qin Yu stood up, time seemed to freeze. The faces of Gao Xian and the other 3 turned pale as paper, completely bloodless. If Qin Yu, who was sitting in his seat and eating leisurely, gave people the impression that he was just a sickly kitten who didn't know his own limits and didn't know what to do. At this moment, when he suddenly stood up, his whole temperament changed abruptly, and he turned into a ferocious tiger that was concentrating on looking for prey, exuding a terrifying pressure and momentum. However, this perception did not last long, because immediately afterwards, they were shocked to find that their previous judgment had a huge deviation. The person who stood up in front of me is not just an ordinary tiger. It was clearly a giant dragon with blazing light flashing all over its body and extremely majestic. What was even more bizarre was that, without knowing when it started, they could clearly see a looming dragon shadow staring at Qin Yu. At the same time, Qin Yu's originally dark and deep eyes, as if cast by magic, changed from black to a frightening golden vertical pupil in the blink of an eye. They were like 2 burning flames, staring straight at them, making them feel fear involuntarily and their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 49 Battle with Li Bin. Humph, I don't care whether you are good at black ice, white ice or skating, you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise you will be even worse off than that guy called Lu Tongzhou. Qin Yu snorted coldly, and the fierce aura on his body became stronger. He said again, You can get out now. The moment he finished speaking, the entire cafeteria fell silent, terrifyingly quiet. Gao Xian and the other 2 looked at Qin Yu with fear in their eyes. Their legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and their backs were wet with cold sweat. The coldness and hostility from Qin Yu came like a tide, accompanied by the looming might of a dragon, which made Gao Xian and the other 2 terrified. Their previous arrogance disappeared in an instant and turned into endless fear. They didn't expect that Qin Yu, who was so frightened just now that he couldn't even hold his body steady, would now burst out with such terrifying momentum. In their eyes, Qin Yu was an existence full of unknowns, and the unknown was often the most despairing and frightening. Qin Yu was like a bottomless pit, so they couldn't see the edge, and they couldn't see through Qin Yu's own realm. At this moment, they recalled Lu Tongzhou's miserable condition. Lu Tongzhou was a level 2 warrior at the 4th level, but Qin Yu easily killed him in 1 second. Doesn't this mean that the new student in front of them, who frightened them, had already broken through the 4th level? Boom. After thinking about this, the feeling of fear became even stronger, because their realm was not much different from Lu Tongzhou's. But now they came to find trouble with Qin Yu. Wasn't this just seeking death? At this moment, they finally realized how stupid they were. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you just go away? Do you want me to help you? Qin Yu's momentum gradually subsided, and he spoke in a calm tone. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Gao Xian and the other two were stunned for a moment, and then nodded frantically. Their faces were pale, but they showed a hint of joy at being alive. I'm actually fine. 3 pieces of trash. And just at this moment, sizzle. There was only a roar, and then there was a blue sword light flashing through the air. When the crisis occurred, the passive skill of excitement was activated instantly, and Qin Yu entered the combat state in an instant. At the same time, the passive effect continued to strengthen Qin Yu's 5 items. Qin Yu jumped up to avoid the sword light, and when he landed, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Li Bin. Qin Yu naturally knew that he would have a battle with this guy sooner or later, but he didn't expect that this battle would come so soon. Yes, it's Brother Bin. Brother Bin, why are you here? Yes, you must be here to teach Qin Yu a lesson? He was disrespectful to our club just now, Brother Bin. You have to teach this kid a lesson? After seeing that the person who made the move was Li Bin from the same club, Gao Xian and the other two sphere disappeared instantly. They quickly came to Li Bin and looked at Qin Yu with unfriendly expressions. But in the next second, Li Bin directly knocked Gao Xian and the other two out, but the blow was not heavy. In his opinion, these 3 pieces of trash were not qualified to stand with him. At the same time, he didn't understand why these 3 cowardly guys were members of the Black Eye Society. Gao Xian and the other two who were knocked away got up from the ground. Although they had cursed Li Bin thousands of times in their hearts, they still had smiles on their faces and did not dare to offend the person in front of them. Li Bin was one of the top 5 sophomores, and he was also an elite member of the Black Eye Society and was highly respected. As small members, they naturally did not dare to offend him, so they could only direct their hatred towards Qin Yu, hoping that Li Bin would take action to deal with Qin Yu. It seems that you are also a member of the Black Eye Society. Why do you want to avenge Lu Tongzhou? Qin Yu smiled slightly, not taking Li Bin seriously at all. He was at level 8 in Realm 4, and in addition to the crisis he was facing, the passive effect of excitement had already begun to increase continuously. He felt that he only needed 1 punch to kill this annoying guy in front of him. Revenge? He is not worthy of me to avenge him. I didn't want to cause trouble for you, but who told you to insult the society? I will teach you a lesson today. Li Bin wiped the spiritual weapon in his hand, his eyes revealing a chill and murderous intent. Lessons? I'm afraid there are more than that. You should know that my realm is also the 4th realm. Are you so sure that you can defeat me? Qin Yu said with a smile. His face was very calm. It seemed that he was not interested in what Li Bin said, and he even showed a hint of teasing. Then let's take a look. Cold Rain. Frost Sword Technique. Li Bin's eyes narrowed slightly, like 2 cold lightning flashes, and the spiritual weapon Hanyu in his hand seemed to be given life at this moment, and it suddenly stabbed out with unparalleled momentum. At the same time, a layer of extremely sharp ice condensed on the sword body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ice flashed with cold light and emitted a heart-pounding chill, causing the surrounding air temperature to drop sharply in an instant, as if being in a world of ice and snow. And within this bone-chilling coldness, there is also a hidden, terrifying, murderous intent and an indomitable fighting spirit. It was obvious that as soon as the battle began, Li Bin used all his strength without any reservation. However, it is worth noting that he did not use his own special abilities at this moment, but chose to rely purely on martial arts to deal with Qin Yu. For warriors, they will often take the lead in displaying their martial arts to compete in the first confrontation. Only when the martial arts of both sides are evenly matched and the situation is at a stalemate will they each display their unique abilities in the hope of breaking the deadlock and achieving ultimate victory. Unfortunately, the development of things seemed to be beyond Li Bin's expectations. Qin Yu faced Li Bin, who was attacking him with a sword like a gust of wind. His deep black eyes narrowed slightly. Then he stretched out his right hand without hesitation and grabbed Hanyu, who was stabbing at him like lightning. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and a terrifying aura like a tidal wave suddenly burst out from Qin Yu. The next moment, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Qin Yu actually firmly grasped Li Bin's unstoppable Hanyu in his hand. Seeing this scene, Li Bin's face turned pale as paper in an instant. He never thought that his all-out attack would be so easily resolved by the opponent. He couldn't help but feel shocked. But he soon calmed down, worthy of being one of the top 5 sophomores. A look of determination flashed across his face, and he began to use spiritual tools to trigger his supernatural powers. S-level water-based ability frigid. At the moment when the supernatural power exploded, it seemed as if time had stopped, and the originally calm air around suddenly cooled down sharply, and the coldness surged like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the entire cafeteria was filled with a biting cold atmosphere. Under the impact of this cold wind, a thick layer of frost instantly condensed on the tables, chairs, and benches, which was crystal clear, as if they were covered with a silver coat. The neatly arranged drinks and steaming soups were not spared at this moment. They were completely frozen in an instant, the liquid solidified into a solid, and a hint of coldness appeared on the surface. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind howled like a wild beast, and the sound was deafening. The glass on the windows could not withstand such extreme cold, and tiny cracks began to appear gradually and continued to spread. The ground became extremely slippery due to the ice, and people would slip and fall if they were not careful. At this moment, the entire cafeteria had turned into a world of ice and snow, which was beautiful but also terrifyingly cold. As for the students who were watching the battle from the sidelines, they had already sensed the danger as soon as the superpowers started to explode, and they all fled the scene in panic. After all, no one wanted to be affected by this fierce battle and become an innocent victim. However, Chinyu, who was standing not far away, simply narrowed his eyes slightly, and a barely perceptible smile of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth in response to everything that was happening before his eyes. In his eyes, the tricks performed by Li Bin were nothing but child's play and not worth mentioning at all. The only thing that made him feel interesting was his water-related ability, which was actually a mutated water-related ability that used star power to turn water into ice for attack and control. Moreover, he performed it very well. If the full score is 10, he can be given a 9. The reason why it is not a full score is because the person he is facing is Chinyu. At this moment, Li Bin was secretly feeling proud of himself. He thought that after the baptism of the previous round of supernatural power, Chinyu's hand that was tightly holding Han Yu must have been disabled, but the fact was far from that. It is estimated that it has been frozen by ice, and it will shatter instantly if I touch it lightly. But when he looked, he found that Chinyu was completely unharmed. Not only was his hand not frostbitten, but it was not scratched by the sharp blade he was holding. At the same time, Li Bin discovered that when the frost condensed on Chinyu's body, a heat would form on Chinyu's body. The frost would be melted away the instant the heat formed, and would not have any effect on him at all. Chinyu naturally understood this point. This was the benefit of dragon blood. He absorbed dragon blood and cold soul liquid, both of which are extremely hot and cold substances, and his body had already developed resistance to them. This little bit of cold will not cause any burden to his body at all. Li Bin, you are too weak. You don't even have the interest to let me use my supernatural powers. Along with this disdainful sneer, Chinyu's mouth corners slightly raised, and a hint of contempt was revealed in his eyes. At this moment, Li Bin's face was full of disbelief. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Obviously, he had never expected such a situation. While Li Bin was still in extreme shock, Chinyu had already started the next step. He took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right leg tensed up instantly, like an arrow with a fully drawn bowstring ready to be shot. The next moment, he swung out his right leg with such speed that it was astonishing. There was a crisp crack sound, followed by a deafening roar. Everyone looked closely and saw that Chinyu's right leg was like an indestructible iron whip, kicking Li Bin's abdomen with the force of thunder. The kick was so powerful that it tore the surrounding air apart, making a piercing whistling sound. Li Bin, who suffered such a heavy blow, had no time to react at all, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In midair, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body involuntarily curled up into a ball. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Looking at the spiritual weapon that Li Bin had once treasured, the cold rain, it was now shattered into pieces, turning into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Those fragments that flashed with cold light seemed to be telling the fierceness and cruelty of this battle. Chapter 50. Something convenient. Suddenly there was a loud bang, bang. Li Bin flew out of the busy cafeteria like a cannonball and fell straight onto an empty ground not far away, raising a cloud of dust and attracting the attention of people passing by. In the blink of an eye, Chinyu's figure flashed by like a ghost and appeared in front of Li Bin in an instant. He stretched out a hand, easily grabbed Li Bin's collar, and then slowly lifted him up little by little. Li Bin looked extremely miserable at this moment. Blood was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth, staining his shirt red. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to spit out fire. His expression was extremely complicated, containing hideous anger and unwillingness, as well as unbearable pain and despair. He could never have imagined that he, a warrior who usually boasted of his strength, would be so vulnerable in front of Qinyu, and couldn't even resist a single move from the other party. What made him even more distressed was that the spiritual weapon that he regarded as a treasure was also ruthlessly crushed into countless pieces by Qinyu in the previous confrontation. He had earned that by completing tasks at the task center, earning points. It was a genuine 5-star spiritual weapon, but it was broken just like that. I seem to have said just now that anyone who dares to provoke me will end up in a much more miserable situation than Lu Tongzhou. But well, Qinyu looked at Li Bin in his hand calmly, and slowly said, I heard that you are a person obsessed with martial arts to the extreme. I quite admire this, so I will spare your life today and let you go. After saying this, Qinyu frowned slightly, staring at Li Bin's bloodshot and unconvinced eyes. You don't seem to be very convinced? It's okay, I'll give you a chance to catch up with me. Of course, if you have the ability. At this moment, Li Bin seemed to understand what Qinyu meant, and endless fear appeared in his eyes. He began to struggle hard, trying to break free from Qinyu's control, but he was horrified to find that the moment he was lifted up, the star veins in his body seemed to be sealed by some strange force, and not a trace of star power could be activated. Li Bin also wanted to struggle relying on his physical strength, but he found that no matter how hard he struggled, Qinyu remained motionless. His struggle was met with contempt from Qinyu, and Qinyu's left hand held him tightly like an iron clamp. As if he had noticed something, Li Bin's eyes revealed fear, unwillingness, and regret. He really shouldn't have come. He didn't expect that Qinyu's realm had already surpassed level 5 of the 4th realm. He was a true genius, while he was a complete joke. When Qinyu entered the school, he actually wanted to challenge him in a duel. Yes, Li Bin fell into deep despair at this moment. I said, I will give you a chance, but before that, you have to go through some little pain. Qinyu showed a smile on his lips, but in Li Bin's eyes, this spring-like smile was like a devil, extremely terrifying. All I heard was a muffled, buzz sound. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The next second, Qinyu's originally still right hand suddenly clenched tightly with lightning speed, and a powerful force instantly gushed out from his palm. At the same time, countless star powers sparkling with bright light gathered towards his right fist like a tide. As everyone was watching in astonishment, Qinyu's punch, filled with endless power, hit Li Bin's abdomen mercilessly like a thunderbolt. However, what was unexpected was that this time Li Bin was not knocked far away like before, but was still firmly held in Qinyu's iron-like hand, unable to move at all. But even so, the trauma Li Bin suffered was more serious than before. I saw him spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The bright red liquid drew shocking arcs in the air and then scattered all over the ground. At this moment, he was like a completely disassembled machine. All the bones and muscles in his body had lost their original connections and supports, and he was in a shaky state and on the verge of collapse. His eyes were filled with deep dejection and unconcealable fear, as if his soul had been pulled out of his body. Finally, when Qinyu slowly released his right hand, Li Bin's body seemed to have lost its last bit of support and collapsed to the ground. He just lay there lifeless, like a puddle of mud, no longer having the strength to struggle to get up. His once lively eyes were now staring blankly at the sky. Their look was frighteningly empty, without even a hint of spirit. At this moment, he seemed to have become a completely unconscious vegetative person. The sounds and sights of the outside world were meaningless to him. He could neither hear the shouts of the people around him, nor see the blue sky above his head or the white clouds passing by. Now he knew one thing: it was useless. All the star veins in his body containing star power were destroyed by Qinyu's punch. Let's go. I'm sleepy so late. Qinyu yawned and patted Yang Chengkai on the shoulder. Hearing this, Yang Chengkai woke up as if from a dream. A huge excitement quickly appeared on his face. He looked at Qinyu as if he was looking at an idle star, and quickly followed him. Brother, you are simply awesome. Now, Yang Chengkai can't find any adjectives to describe Qinyu. Qinyu started to fight as soon as he said he would, and he was extremely ferocious and violent. He could see that Li Bin had become a disabled man now. All the star veins in his body were destroyed by Qinyu's punch just now. He would never be able to become a warrior in the future. Similarly, the name Qin Yu will always be deeply imprinted in Li Bin's heart. As long as the name Qin Yu is mentioned, he will face unprecedented fear, and it may even become an indelible nightmare that will accompany him forever. Yang Chenkai was very curious about what kind of resources Qin Yu had grown up on to reach such a high level. You have to know that he is only at level 4 of Realm 3. This is the level achieved after receiving the reward from the talent selection competition. But what about Qin Yu? First it was Lu Tongzhou who was at level 2 of Realm 4, and now it's Li Bin who is at level 5 of Realm 4. Both of them are in a miserable state. Lu Tongzhou, although still alive, but as long as Qinglong Academy does not help, his life will enter the dying stage, and death is only a matter of time. However, in Yang Chenkai's opinion, Li Bin was the worst off. He had always wanted to challenge Qin Yu, and now he had finally achieved his wish as a representative of the Black Eye Society, but he had become a disabled person. The destruction from Qin Yu's strength and words was simply an attack on the physical and spiritual levels, which directly caused real damage. Li Bin will live in a muddle-headed way in the future. All the honors he has obtained in the past will be blown away by the wind. Those who were once stepped on by him will laugh at him and torture him mercilessly. It is hard to imagine how miserable Li Bin will be in the future. As for Qin Yu, he was not as excited as Yang Chenkai. In his opinion, getting rid of Li Bin was just a matter of convenience. On the way back to the accommodation area, Qin Yu felt that many people were looking at him. Of course there is awe, but more of it is eagerness to try and unfriendly looks. Qin Yu understood them very well on this point. Becoming a warrior naturally means embarking on a path of striving for supremacy, not to mention that this is the famous Qinglong Academy, which gathers the best warriors in the country. What they lack the most is people like Li Bin who are stubborn. Even though they all knew that Qin Yu was the one with the highest realm among the freshmen, reaching level 4 and level 5, they still wanted to compete with Qin Yu. After all, there were more than one person who was at level 4 and level 5. Of course, the realm of level 5 of Realm 4 is just their guess. Fuck. Brother Yu, check the campus network. The video of you beating up Li Bin has been uploaded. It's even more popular than the one where you beat up Lu Tongzhou. Yang Chenkai looked at his phone and said in shock. As he spoke, his gaze towards Qin Yu became more respectful. Brother Yu is simply a godlike existence. He was so fierce on the first day of school. He gave people the impression that he was a madman who did not care about any consequences. What's so good about this? It's just Li Bin, not worth mentioning. Qin Yu's tone remained unchanged, and it was obvious that he didn't take the matter to heart. At the same time, he was unwilling to pay attention to it. In his opinion, anyone who provokes him will have to pay a heavy price. If it weren't for the fact that Qinglong Academy does not allow students to fight among themselves, he would have killed Li Bin long ago. How could he possibly destroy his star veins? He is not a saint who would give people so many opportunities for revenge. Qin Yu. And at this moment, someone suddenly called Qin Yu's name. Qin Yu and Yang Chenkai stopped together and turned to look at each other. This time Qin Yu did not burst out with momentum, because he could feel that the person who came did not show any hostility towards him. When the man saw Qin Yu and listened to what he said, he found that Qin Yu was completely different from the way he was in the cafeteria just now. He was stunned at first, but then he quickly came to his senses and told him the purpose of his visit. I'm from the student union. The vice president wants to see you. Please come with me. P.S. Boss, please urge us to update more. There are too few people. I am so tired from working today. Chapter 51 The Cheating Man. The night gradually deepened, but the entire Qinglong Academy was in an uproar. Monster freshman, madman, lunatic, strongest freshman ever, most ruthless freshman. One title after another was given to Qin Yu. But that's true. Qin Yu had just arrived at Qinglong Academy when he defeated 2 senior students in succession. Each of them looked extremely miserable at the end. One was almost dying, and the other was alive but no different from being dead. Such cruel means are even more horrifying. You know, when the old students first entered the Qinglong Academy, they were all newcomers and were very obedient and understood the rules. They simply didn't dare to go against the senior students. Even if there were some, they would soon be beaten to a pulp, and their pride would be completely shattered. From then on, they became obedient in their freshman year. But looking at Qin Yu, he completely broke the rules. But now, the old students all understood. Qin Yu was a 4th level warrior. He had just easily defeated Li Bin, who was at level 5 of the 4th level, which shocked the old students even more. Qin Yu was the first such freshman. And now, Qin Yu was in an office, holding a cup and drinking tea. If other students saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop, because Qin Yu was actually in the vice president's office at this moment, sitting cross-legged and sipping tea leisurely. Who is the vice president of Qinglong Academy? He is the second in command of Qinglong Academy and the most powerful person after the principal. But now, he was just looking at Qin Yu drinking tea calmly, as if Qin Yu was the boss. This was simply incredible. At this time, after Qin Yu finished drinking the tea, he put the teacup in his hand aside and slowly looked at the elegant old man in front of him. Qin Yu did not feel any oppression from him, but what he felt most was the strong scholarly air. The gold-rimmed glasses used to decorate the face further intensify the aura, preventing people from being too intimidated. You are the first student who is so casual in my office, and you are a freshman. Vice President Zhao Guodai has a gentle attitude and seems approachable. He did not feel disgusted with Qin Yu's performance, but instead felt a hint of appreciation. He thought Qin Yu was so special, completely different from all the other freshmen who had joined Qinglong Academy. Other students, even teachers or deans, would have to be more polite when they saw him. But Qin Yu seemed very relaxed and at ease, giving him the feeling that coming to his office was like being at home, very natural. Didn't you specially leave this tea for me? Otherwise, why did I see a cup of tea in front of me when I came in? If I don't drink it, wouldn't it be a disrespect to you? Qin Yu smiled and said, giving people the impression that he was a rogue. He was not afraid, because he did not sense any danger from the second-in-command of Qinglong Academy in front of him. If there was, Brother System would have already sounded the alarm and given a countermeasure. Brother System did not want to die like this. Right, System Brother? System, host, you can answer all the questions. Hearing this, Zhao Guodai was not angry, but smiled and said, interesting, you are indeed an SSS-level supernatural power owner. You are very confident in both speaking and doing things. I like this about you. The purpose of calling you here is very simple. All the freshmen will arrive at school tomorrow, and the school will also conduct a ranking assessment for all the freshmen. I want you to use all your strength. That's it. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Yes, what do you think it is? Zhao Guotai smiled and asked. Nothing. I thought you wanted to see me about what happened today. After all, I pissed off a lot of seniors. Qin Yu spread out his hands, obviously not expecting that this would be the purpose of looking for him. At the same time, he also received news that there would be a ranking assessment tomorrow, but he couldn't understand why he was asked to use all his strength. I just reported in today and showed my ability. Isn't that enough? He didn't believe that the kind old man in front of him didn't pay attention to him. Of course I know what you did today, but you didn't kill anyone, so why should I look for you? It was obvious that Zhao Guodai didn't care about what happened today, and then he continued. You are very strong and possess one of the few SSS-level abilities. This is very clear to both the Azure Dragon Academy and the other 3 academies. In the past, freshmen who joined the 4 academies would have a ranking assessment, and this is still the case for this year. I want you to use all your strength in this assessment, but you cannot use your SSS-level fire ability, the advent of the art world. This is a condition of the assessment and the bet with the other 3 academies. After hearing this, Qin Yu was even more confused. These 4 great academies actually engage in gambling, and they make use of the freshmen of each class. As if he could see Qin Yu's shock and confusion, Zhao Guodai continued to explain. The assessment is conducted in the form of a simulated tower rush. This is the assessment method that the 4 major palaces have always agreed on. The bet is just a bet between the principals of the palaces. The palace that has the most tower rushes in the past will receive generous betting resources from the other 3 palaces. But you have SSS-level superpowers, so the bet would not have gone on this year. However, the other 3 major academies also recruited many new students with high superpowers, so the bet went on. But you have to suffer a little and cannot use your only SSS-level superpower. Yes, Zhao Guodai believed that Qin Yu only had an SSS-level superpower. After all, it was the only known superpower. Even other super warriors who possess SSS-level superpowers can only awaken one SSS-level superpower in their lifetime. This is an unchangeable rule. It is also this rule that makes warriors believe that every warrior has only one chance to awaken SSS superpowers, and will never be able to awaken it no matter how they practice in the future. I see. Qin Yu nodded. His eyes rolled as if he had thought of something. I don't need the art world to come, but if I help you win the bet, will I get a reward? Hearing this, Zhao Guotai seemed relieved and a smile appeared on his face again. This is the answer he wants. If it were any other warrior, he would definitely be reluctant if he was not allowed to use his highest level and strongest supernatural power. At first, he was worried that Qin Yu would not agree. If this is the case, this bet will definitely fail, and Qinglong Academy will have to pay a lot of high-level resources. Because this year, Qinglong Academy was in a bad situation. The ability levels of the new students recruited were not very high. The only one they could brag about was Qinyu, an SSS-level artist, but other academies were not allowed to use him. After all, it's too shameless. That's SSS level. Then, Zhao Guotai rolled his eyes and said, "Of course, I will select one of the gambling resources for you to practice, and the school will give you one SS-level resource every month in the future. This is the highest level of resources in the world of warriors nowadays. Ordinary freshmen who have just come to the academy will not have this treatment." "Okay, I'll do my best. I'm sure I'll win this bet." Qinyu poured himself a cup of tea, drank it all in one gulp, and patted his chest to make a promise to Zhao Guotai. "Art World Advent cannot be used?" "Can. But I also have other SSS-level abilities. I am a man who is good at cheating." Chapter 52, New Power Exchange Contract. Seeing Qinyu's statement, Zhao Guotai nodded with satisfaction, and then after asking some trivial questions, he let Qinyu leave. "How does this Qinyu feel?" After Qinyu left, the space in front of Zhao Guotai suddenly twisted, and an old man in a black robe appeared there, sat opposite him without any hesitation, and poured himself a cup of tea. "I feel good. He is a rare good seedling. I believe his future achievements will definitely surpass you and me. But he is a bit of a thorn now. He has just arrived at the academy and has ruined 2 old students. One will die in a few months, and the other can no longer ignite his fighting spirit and lives like a walking corpse." Zhao Guotai looked at the person in front of him, took off his glasses, and his originally calm and gentle eyes became sharp. "Haha, I think Qinyu is pretty good. So what if he's a troublemaker? Don't forget the rule of our academy that the strong are respected. If you're too weak, you're not worthy of entering the gate of our Qinglong Academy." The old man in black robe was obviously very satisfied with Qinyu's performance. He found a report about Qinyu and read it carefully. Every time he read a piece of content, the corners of his mouth would slightly rise, and his eyes were full of approval. He completely believed what Zhao Guotai had just said. In the future, Qinyu's achievements will definitely surpass his own, and he will even go higher and further. This was a premonition of his, and it made him look forward to it. Perhaps Qinyu's appearance would really change the current situation. "Humph, you are so careless. But don't forget that I am the one who manages the academy now." Zhao Guotai snorted, but he did not have much opinion on the words of the black-robed old man in front of him. Instead, he had a hint of approval, and then continued, "Have you found the person who destroyed the starfield?" After hearing this, the atmosphere in the entire office froze instantly, and both of them showed extremely serious expressions on their faces. Starfield. This is the place where countless ferocious beasts are trapped. Now it has been destroyed by humans. This will undoubtedly bring another disaster to the human world. All our previous speculations were wrong. I found out that it was not just one person who destroyed the starfield, but an organization called Blood Ray. The old man in black robe put down the teacup in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Blood Ray? Zhao Guotai showed a puzzled look when he heard this. Obviously, he had never heard of this organization. Well, there are many high-level warriors in this organization. It has been developing and operating quietly in the past few years. The weakest in the organization are all 4th-level warriors. They are distributed in the star fields of various provinces and destroy all the monitoring facilities in them. They use some sound waves that make the beasts go berserk to guide the beasts to destroy the star fields. At the same time, people in the organization will also destroy the star fields in secret. Sometimes they even secretly attack warriors who enter the star field to train and kill ferocious beasts, kill the warriors, and extract their blood. This is all we have found out so far. The ultimate goal of this organization is still unknown. But what is certain is that the leader of this organization is a 10th-level warrior. After the old man in black robe finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and his aura changed. The whole office became extremely depressing. He was extremely angry at this evil organization and wanted to wipe them all out immediately. It's a pity that even though he was angry, he had no idea what to do with the Blood Ray organization, let alone where to start. He knew that he could not be exposed, because once he was exposed, it would alert the Blood Ray, and then the difficulty of destroying this organization would increase significantly. Now he could only take it step by step. A warrior at the 10th level? After hearing this, Zhao Guotai's eyes showed shock. But on this blue planet, he knows all the peak warriors of the 10th realm, and each of them is a hero who saves humanity and defends the blue planet. How could they possibly establish such an evil organization? If this is the case, why bother saving the Earth? Why bother using the energy from the cracks in the starry sky to create star fields? He could have taken advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and kill all these people while the other 10 realms were working together to create the starfield. He, like the old man in black robe in front of him, couldn't figure it out and couldn't find any ideas. Well, it's time for me to leave too. I can sense that you're about to break through. Before you leave, you'd better entrust Qin Yu to Lao Xiang and the others. I have a feeling that Qin Yu has the ability to reverse all this. The black-robed old man stood up, and a black vortex passage suddenly formed behind him. When he stepped into it, his voice rang out again. By the way, I'll be in charge of investigating the Blood Mang organization. Before that, don't act rashly, just focus on breaking through. After saying this, the old man in black robe disappeared completely, as if he had never been there. Seeing the other party disappear, Zhao Guotai sighed and stood in front of the office window looking at the night. At this time, Qin Yu had returned to his dormitory. He had no idea what was happening in the vice principal's office, and at the same time, the entire Qinglong Academy was shaken tonight. The reason is very simple. That is, Qin Yu went to the vice principal's office. They were all wondering why Qin Yu was called to the office. Was it because even the vice president couldn't stand what Qin Yu had done today and was preparing to punish the new student? But all this is just speculation, and we can only wait until tomorrow to find out. Qin Yu was lying on the soft bed. The cell phone next to the pillow was flashing and the message alert tone was ringing continuously. Qin Yu picked up his phone and saw that it was full of messages from Yang Chengkai. Yang Chengkai, brother you, why don't you say anything? Did the vice principal punish you? Yang Chengkai, brother you should keep a low profile in the future. The vice president can't stand it anymore. Now the principal of Qinglong Academy has left for something, and the vice president is the most important person. Yang Chengkai, I just received a message that there will be a freshman ranking assessment tomorrow. Seeing that the other party was still asking questions, Qin Yu was a little speechless and replied directly, I'm fine. I just want me to use my best in the ranking assessment. You don't have to guess about this. I'm going to sleep, don't send messages. After saying that, he turned his phone to silent mode. At this moment, Qin Yu felt that the whole world had become quiet. The next day, early morning. Ding, your breakfast is here. The prompt sounded. Qin Yu put on his clothes, washed up, came to the dormitory door and opened it. The moment the door opened, a food delivery robot about 1 meter tall appeared in front of him. After seeing Qin Yu appear, the robot took out breakfast from its body. Soy milk and fried dough sticks. After taking breakfast, Qin Yu officially started a wonderful day. Soon, the system prompt sound rang in his mind. If you don't develop the bad habit of smoking within 24 hours, you are 80% away from the next breakthrough. If you don't develop a drinking habit within 24 hours, you have 60% left to break through next time. If you don't develop gambling or drug addiction within 24 hours, you have 20% left to break through next time. Maintaining good health for 24 hours will trigger a random breakthrough reward. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully broken through to level 1 of level 5. Sleep for 8 hours a night on a regular basis, complete the night sleep target, and reduce 10% every hour to break the data. After washing up and solving the breakfast problem and taking the exclusive nutritional supplements, my realm has broken through to level 2 of the 5th realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 5th realm and obtaining the SSS-level Light Soul Ability Exchange contract. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 5th realm and receiving the System Gift Blind Box, 5th realm upgraded version, X50. P.S. Please urge for more updates. If you like the author, please recommend it to Shu Huang. Thank you. Chapter 53 The Source God is activated. SSS-level Light Soul Ability Exchange Contract. When you encounter a target with a higher realm than yourself, this ability will be triggered, and you will be forced to sign an exchange contract. After the contract is formed, the target's realm will be forcibly exchanged with your current realm. The target will return to its strength after the realm exchange, and the target's awakened ability after the realm exchange will be sealed. The number of contracts that can be forcibly signed each time is 1. Analysis. Not counting words assuming Xiao Ming's realm is the 5th realm and Xiao Chang's realm is the 6th realm, they can be exchanged. Xiao Chang can only use the awakened superpowers of the 5th realm and before, and the superpowers after the 5th realm will be sealed. Friendly reminder. The contract signing condition is that the host cannot cross the border to kill, and it can only be signed once. The time is 3 hours. After learning about the use of superpowers, Qin Yu showed an excited smile on his face. This is undoubtedly a life-saving ability. With this ability, when crossing the border is not possible to win, you can use the exchange contract, which not only saves your life, but also allows you to counterattack in battle. Although the number requirement after triggering is 1, it is enough to deter many warriors who are watching the fire from the other side. After all, they don't know how many times this ability can be signed. Moreover, warriors are extremely sensitive to realm. When they cannot sense the opponent's realm and strength, they tend to become extremely cautious. Only when they can sense or are able to defeat the opponent will those warriors of a high realm take action. After all, the higher the realm of a warrior, the more afraid of death he is. Now that we have this special power, I believe that as long as you are not stupid, you will find it very strange. For some reason, Qin was now looking forward to seeing who would get the first bite of the crab. Imagine that in the future there is an opponent stronger than you who wants to kill you, but as soon as he attacks you, his realm starts to change. How terrible would it be to become immortal in a moment of thought? Although you have a cheat, you still need to know that there are always people better than you. After all, one's own momentary efforts may not necessarily surpass the accumulation of others over hundreds of years. Call. Qin blew on his hands, then rubbed them vigorously and began a series of blessing steps. It can be said to be all kinds of blessings, from the east to the west. It's time to open the blind box again, and he can't wait even a moment. We will be heading to the assessment site soon, so I have to become stronger. System, open the blind box. Qin whispered in his heart after making up his mind. Soon, the system prompt sound in my mind began to sound. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Super Labi X10. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 5 Dragon Blood Pills. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Detonating Clay Giant Bird X10. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Lay by X20. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive, Poison Immunity. Toxin Immunity. You will be immune to any toxins in the universe, greatly enhancing your physical fitness. Well, not bad. At least it's not a blessing from the system. Now Qin Yu's mentality has almost completely calmed down. As long as it's not all blessings, he can accept it. Next, continue opening the blind box. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Cosmic Magic Weapon. Source, Magic Weapon. Source, Magic Weapon. Exists in the past, present, and future of the universe. A truly cosmic magic weapon. A companion weapon to the Oracle suit. It can change into any weapon form it will. Each form has its own independent attack moves. When paired with the Oracle suit, it can better exert the power of origin. The Source Magic Weapon can destroy everything in the universe. It can reshape and create everything. Friendly reminder 1. The Source Magic Weapon can only be used when the host reaches the 10th level. The Source Magic Weapon has many uses that can be developed and used. Boom. After seeing the above information, it was as if a nuclear bomb had fallen into Qin Yu's mind. Just like that, his brain suddenly froze. This time the reward is really awesome, isn't it? Last time it was the Oracle suit, and now it's the Source Magic Weapon that matches the Oracle suit. The most terrifying thing is the introduction at the beginning and the end. Destroy everything and create everything. Concept. The concept of the universe. A truly magical weapon. The word concept cannot be expressed in words. Doesn't it mean that how to use it in the future depends on your own exploration step by step? It's like opening blind boxes for yourself unlimitedly. Every time you open it, it's full of surprises, and it's the kind of blind box without any loss. As long as you open it, there is only excitement and joy. Thinking of this, Qin Yu was about to take off on the spot. He now wished he could kneel down and kowtow to the system. With such a system in place, there is no point in working hard. Just rely on the system 100%. The next second, a sphere representing the universe and the stars appeared in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu stood in front of the sphere. Although he did not reach out to touch it, the familiar power of origin surged towards him like a tide. Especially after he possessed the Oracle suit, this feeling became even stronger, as if this mysterious power originating from the depths of the universe had been released and enhanced in him like never before. Through the surface of the sphere, Qin Yu seemed to see a grand and shocking picture slowly unfolding. He witnessed how the universe gradually gave birth to stars, galaxies, and countless unknown mysteries from its initial state of nothingness and chaos. And then he witnessed how these brilliant and splendid things gradually disappeared into endless darkness as time passed. Every moment was so gorgeous and breathtaking. Just as Qin was immersed in this magical scene, suddenly, a strange feeling surged from his body. He clearly felt that his blood was ignited, starting to boil and become restless. However, this irritability did not bring pain or discomfort. On the contrary, it aroused an indescribable excitement deep in Qin heart. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed across the night sky like lightning and suddenly burst out from Qin body. The golden light expanded at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye it completely engulfed the entire dormitory room. The amazing thing was that not only did the golden light not weaken at all, but it became even more dazzling, like a burning sun, illuminating every corner. At that moment, all the furnishings that were originally quietly placed in the dormitory room suddenly floated in the air without any warning, as if controlled by a mysterious and powerful force. They were flying freely in the air, as if they had lost the constraints of gravity. Even the surrounding magnetic fields were greatly affected and became restless, rising and falling, and swaying from side to side along with these floating objects. Time passed minute by minute, and just a few seconds later, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out, so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. When the light dimmed a little, everyone was surprised to find that a set of extremely gorgeous armor was slowly emerging before their eyes. This set of armor is shining with brilliant golden light all over, as hot and dazzling as the sun, with galaxies circling around it, making people dare not look directly at it. Oracle suit. Qin widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He could never have imagined that the Oracle suit, which had always been integrated with him, would automatically leave his body at this moment. What shocked him even more was that he was completely unable to exercise any effective control over it. At this moment, the Oracle suit seemed to have life. Two pairs of wings as sharp as blades waved gently in the air, bringing up gusts of sharp airflow. Every dance of the wings seemed so graceful and powerful, as if ready to tear apart the space at any time. At the same time, the cosmic ring on the back of the armor began to emit a strange light, and gradually presented a scene of the replacement cycle of cosmic stars, which was magnificent and breathtaking. At this moment, the magic weapon of Source seemed to sense some special call or connection, and flew towards the cosmic ring of the Oracle suit at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, this Source magic weapon sank into it and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. After absorbing this Source divine weapon, the Oracle suit seemed to have completed its mission and automatically turned into a stream of light and entered Qin body. At this moment, the entire dormitory room returned to its original state. Qin touched his body and found nothing abnormal. He planned to continue opening the blind box as there was still some time. Unfortunately, after opening this Source magic weapon, nothing else can be opened. All that is left is the blessing of the system and an extra 20 bottles of ordinary lay-by. It can be considered as replenishing the stock. After all, he had already finished the one given to him before. Open a bottle of super lay-by and pour the dragon blood pill directly into your mouth. This time, the body did not react at all, as if it had long been accustomed to this feeling. However, the unpalatable taste of the dragon blood pill still did not change Qin taste buds, and it really caused some discomfort to his taste buds. But he still managed to finish eating. His own realm has also reached level 5 of the 5th realm. He could feel that the dragon might and power in his body had become more pure and mature, as if he was a giant dragon walking in the human world. Bang bang. Brother are you up yet? You didn't reply to my message. The test is about to begin. Chapter 54 Shinmingnan. Brother are you up yet? You didn't reply to my message. The test is about to begin. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Qin came back to his senses, opened a bottle of super lay-by, and rinsed his mouth. When he swallowed it, he felt a faint electric current on his body, which was looming. Then he got up and opened the door. When he opened the door, he saw Yang Chengkai, who had been waiting for a long time. He felt the same way about Yang Chengkai as he did about his best buddy Wang Dali in high school. Both were his best friends and brothers. Qin felt a little regretful when thinking of Wang Dali. He knew that they were no longer from the same world, and he didn't know if there would be a chance for them to meet again. Brother what are you thinking about? Let's go, or you'll be late. You asked me to call you, but you didn't reply to my message. I have to come to your house in person to invite you? When Yang Chengkai saw Qin actually coming to him again, He began to stare into space and waved his hands in front of his eyes speechlessly. He is in a hurry now. If he continues to be in a daze, he will be late for the test. If it weren't for the Brotherhood, he would have wanted to go directly to the assessment site without even calling out. Nothing. I just forgot to check my phone. Let's go. After coming to his senses, Qin Yu smiled at Yang Chengkai and then pushed him on the road. This scene made Yang Chengkai even more speechless. You didn't know how to be anxious when I called you. What's the use of being anxious now? Both of them almost ran to get to the freshman assessment site. This is a very spacious training hall, as large as 3 football fields. It is already full of people, all of whom are freshmen who have come to take the assessment. Of course, there are also many senior students. For every freshman assessment, the old students would come and watch in their free time, wanting to see the freshmen's abilities. At the same time, they also have a mission, which is to represent their own clubs to recruit fresh blood. Coming to watch the assessment is the best choice. In the spacious and bright simulation training hall, an eye-catching scene is taking place. A beautiful figure is tightly surrounded by a group of senior students. This figure was like the brightest star in the night sky, emitting dazzling light and attracting the attention of everyone present. She was wearing a black suit. The clothes-fitting design perfectly outlined her graceful figure and long legs. The material of the clothes is tough and elastic. It sways gently with her movements, making her look more heroic, as if she can conquer the world with overwhelming force at any time. However, just when everyone was captivated by her heroic appearance, she tilted her head slightly, and in an instant, an indescribable enchanting aura came over them as gently as a spring breeze. Her beautiful eyes were like a pool of clear autumn water, with endless charm hidden in the rippling waves. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings, and every blink seemed to carry a kind of fascinating magic. Her scarlet lips opened slightly, revealing a row of neat white teeth. The corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a faint smile. This smile was as delicate, fragrant, and charming as a flower blooming in spring, making people intoxicated. Look at her figure again, graceful and with curvy shapes. The slender waist is not even as thick as a hand, but it contains amazing strength. The round and firm buttocks and the long and straight legs set off each other, forming a picture with great visual impact. Her every move and gesture exudes the strength and power of a man, yet reveals the softness and grace unique to a woman. Such a unique combination of temperaments gives people a wonderful feeling of both contradiction and incomparable harmony. In the eyes of her suitors, she is undoubtedly a perfect being that combines the bravery of a female warrior with the charm of a woman. They are obsessed with her sharp skills and determined eyes, and are also intoxicated by the charm she reveals inadvertently. This seemingly conflicting but actually natural charm makes her an unattainable goddess in everyone's mind. And this person was none other than the invigilator in the previous Dongshan province talent selection competition, Shun Mingnan. Senior, where have you been these days? Why haven't I seen you? Senior Mingnan, what realm are you at now? I feel like your strength has improved a lot. Senior, you have become more beautiful again. Do you have any secret? I heard that the senior came back this time for the ranking battle. Li Ziyang, the second-ranked junior, challenged the senior to a ranking battle. It seems to be tomorrow morning. Senior Li Ziyang is very strong now. You must be careful. Li Ziyang? That guy is definitely not a match for me. I'm still betting on you to win this time. Mingnan, when are you leaving this time? At this time, the sophomores were surrounding Shen Mingnan, chatting with each other. Among them were some juniors and seniors, and some were Shen Mingnan's admirers. Shen Mingnan can be said to be a true genius in the Qinglong Academy, with the potential to become a peak warrior at the 10th level. Now he is basically training outside. I think he must have encountered many difficulties in life and death battles. Now that he is back, his strength cannot be underestimated, which also puts them under a lot of pressure. Even some seniors in the senior year felt a deep pressure from Shen Mingnan, as if Shen Mingnan was like an insurmountable mountain standing before them. They all knew that Shen Mingnan had become stronger after this training. In the Qinglong Academy, students can go out for training in their sophomore year, and they will only be called back by the school for some exams or competitions. Under normal circumstances, students will be allowed to train outside. Of course, even if they train outside, they will still be given annual training resources. Now, Shen Mingnan came back not only for the ranking match with Li Ziyang, but also to receive training resources. She is different from other students. She also has the privilege of receiving an A-level resource every month. This time she plans to take out all of them and improve her own realm. After all, Shen Mingnan has been stuck at level 5 of the 6th realm for too long. The method of training outside by constantly fighting to stimulate her combat potential can no longer allow her to improve quickly. It is time for her to need something substantial to help her improve. Brother Yu, the one surrounded by senior students, is Senior Shinmingnan. I heard that she is a legendary figure in Qinglong Academy and is very powerful. After looking at Shinmingnan, Yang Chengkai said to Qinyu beside him. At the same time, his gaze also changed at this moment. It must be said that even without makeup, senior sister Shinmingnan gave people an extremely stunning feeling. She was really beautiful. He couldn't believe what his senior sister would look like after putting on careful makeup. Brother, he doesn't like you, so take your eyes off him. Qinyu patted Yang Chengkai on the shoulder and said. After hearing this, Yang Chengkai felt terrible. He felt like he was stabbed by his brother, and the knife went straight into his waist. It hurts. It hurts so much. He sighed and had to return to reality, because what Qinyu said was right. No one would look down on his strength. Just at this time, Shinmingnan also saw Qinyu, who was taking the test in front of him. She had just heard from others about what Qinyu did when he came to Qinglong Academy, and that was why she became even more curious about Qinyu. After all, such people are rare. People like her who have just arrived at Qinglong Academy are all low-key and never take the initiative to argue with senior students. But Qinyu is different. He ruined 2 senior students as soon as he arrived. However, she had another purpose for coming this time, which was to observe Qinyu's strength and see how he ranked among the freshmen. For some reason, she had a feeling that Qinyu could surpass her. Because every freshman assessment is saved by time, and she took 2 hours to complete the 10th level, which was the best performance among her freshmen and ranked first. Shinmingnan also noticed that Qinyu was looking at her. She blinked at him with her bright eyes, and an indescribable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This smile was very touching, but it also made Qinyu tremble all over and almost spit out the super lay-by in his mouth. This kind of smile seems to be about being sure of oneself, or as if one wants to study oneself. Anyway, it was difficult for him to analyze this smile. After all, he and Shinmingnan had no connection at all. He even had a feeling, a man's 7th sense, that this woman came to see him. It's a pity that he's been trying to become stronger and has no interest in women. Of course, it could be that he was overthinking it, and Shinmingnan just wanted him to do his best in this assessment. Chapter 55. One word. Quick. Fuck, brother Yu. Did you see that just now? Senior sister Shin just smiled at me and asked if I really had a chance. Yang Chengkai on the side nudged Qinyu beside him with his arm and said with a laugh. He felt his confidence coming back. There should be a chance. Qinyu scratched his head and decided not to attack the little fat guy anymore. At this moment, 10 old men appeared in the void. The moment they appeared, the entire training hall became quiet, as if a pin drop could be heard clearly. They have white hair but youthful faces and are in good spirits. Although the years have left their marks on them, it has not taken away their vigorous spirit. Their eyes are as sharp as torches, flashing with pride and wisdom. Standing in the void, they are like the rising sun in the morning, shining with golden light. The moment every senior student saw them, they showed awe and admiration in their eyes. Hello, Dean. The respectful voices of the senior students rang out, and only then did all the freshmen come back to their senses. The freshmen were all breathing heavily, obviously not having recovered from the pressure emanating from the 10 deans. Each of the 10 deans wears a very unique badge on the right chest, which also represents the college they manage. The purpose of their coming this time is very simple, which is to select good talents to join their own college. I didn't expect that all 10 deans would be here. Yang Chengkai looked up at the 10 old men standing in the void and said in a shocked tone, Dean? Which colleges do they belong to? Obviously, Qinyu knew very little about everything in the Qinglong Academy, including the people. From left to right, they are divided into Gold College, Wood College, Water College, Fire College, Earth College, Thunder College, Wind College, Soul College, Light College, and Dark College. These are the 10 colleges in the Azure Dragon Academy. The strength of their deans is only second to the 2 principals. It is because of them that the Azure Dragon Academy can become the strongest among the 4 major academies. But this year there is obviously a downward trend. The new students recruited this year are not as outstanding as in previous years. Seeing that they came here today, they should be here to snatch people. They will grab whichever new student performs outstandingly. Didn't you see that there was a sense of competition among the 10 of them when they looked at each other? Yeah, that's true. How do you know so much? Aren't there strengthening and space systems among the superpowers? Why are there only 10 here? Qinyu asked again. That's because there was a space academy before, but space abilities are rarer than psychics in this world, and there are very few students with space abilities, so the Space Academy was merged into the Soul Academy. As for strengthening abilities, every student in the academy has them, and they are very common. In addition, they can only strengthen the body and attack power or assist others, so there is no separate academy for them. As for why I know this, it's very simple, because my brother just graduated from here, and I went to him for advice. After saying that, Yang Chengkai gave Qin Yu a look that said, "There's someone behind me," as if to tell him that if he had any questions in the future, he could come to him and he would not charge him any fees. Hearing this, Qin Yu finally understood and looked up at the sky again. Just as Yang Chengkai had said just now, the 10 deans looked at each other with unfriendly eyes, as if they were warning each other. Just when he was about to ask something else, the majestic voice of the Soul Academy dean suddenly sounded. "Today is the first test for you freshmen after you come to Qinglong Academy. This test will divide the cultivation resources you will receive each year according to the time you spend in the tower and the level you reach. At the same time, we 10 will also select students with good qualifications to join your respective academies. After the assessment, the system will record your comprehensive strength data and passing time. You can select any student's data at will and conduct simulated competitions in the future." All the freshmen were stunned when they heard this. Will they rely on this assessment to divide up future resources? What the hell is this? Didn't we already discuss this when we came here? At this moment, they truly understood the dangers of society. It really is as easy as playing to deceive them, and I'm afraid it's the same for the other 3 academies. At the same time, each of them became more motivated. They were all people with self-esteem and pride, and they naturally wanted to get a ranking that satisfied them. This time, it is not only an assessment, but also a competition of strength among the freshmen. Now, all freshmen whose names I read will enter the practical simulation room to take this assessment. Jiang He, Zhang Buotao, Shi Yuankai, Shi Jiaming, Yang Kaiki. The dean of the Soul Academy began to call out the names of the freshmen one by one, and those whose names were called entered an independent simulation room. Qin Yu. Just at this moment, after reading out about a dozen names, Qin Yu's name finally sounded. Qin Yu heard it immediately and ran into the simulation room. "Brother Yu, come on. I'm betting on you to be the first this time." Seeing Qin Yu getting farther and farther away, Yang Chengkai immediately spoke loudly and began to pray for Qin Yu in his heart, hoping that he could become the first in this assessment and be ranked first among the freshman warriors. This is his first gamble since coming to Qinglong Academy, and he must win. At the same time, all the old students also looked over there. Qin Yu was now a celebrity in Qinglong Academy. Both new and old students paid close attention to Qin Yu and wanted to know the results of his assessment this time. The first thing Qin Yu saw when he stepped into the simulation room was a hibernation capsule that humans enter when traveling in outer space in a movie. The entire capsule was about 2 meters long. The moment Qin Yu appeared, the actual combat simulation capsule automatically and slowly opened. Seeing this, Qin Yu immediately lay down in the simulation cabin without any hesitation. The moment he lay down, the door of the simulation room slowly closed. A few seconds later, Qin Yu's consciousness also awakened in the cabin, but now he was no longer in the simulation cabin, and the world before his eyes had become another world. In front of him stood a training tower that reached into the sky. From time to time, he could hear the roars of surrounding creatures, and the atmosphere around him was extremely depressing and dark. Before he could react, a blue screen suddenly appeared in front of him. A series of messages suddenly appeared on the screen. Freshman ranking assessment task. Complete the 1st to 10th floor tower rush. Difficulty: easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Scenes: plains, lakes, forests, small towns, mountains, deserts, snow. Ferocious beast: iron-armored giant rhinoceros, D-level, level 1 of level 3 realm, level 9 of level 3 realm. Evil beast spawn time. Seeing this, Qin Yu was shocked. It's really smart. You can choose the scene and difficulty. The best one even has the time and number of the ferocious beasts to be generated. You can even generate a new ferocious beast after killing it, and so on. I have to say, it's really smart and considerate. But Qin Yu did not hesitate. Since he had promised the vice principal that he would use all his strength, he naturally chose the nightmare level of difficulty. The scene was chosen to be a plain, if for no other reason than for the boundless expanse. The ferocious beast is at level D, which is equivalent to the strength of a warrior at level 3, and the new students currently enrolled are at level 3. There are 50 ferocious beasts on the 1st to 9th floors, and by the 10th floor, the number of ferocious beasts will reach 100. They will be generated according to time. With each floor, the the strength of the ferocious beasts will increase, and the generation time will also change accordingly. However, the trial tower has one advantage, which is that there will be replenishing potions. After drinking them, you can quickly replenish the lost star power and physical strength in the body. This potion will appear once every 5 minutes. Qin Yu simply ignored these rules. He didn't have the patience to continue reading. He simply raised the difficulty to the maximum and generated all the armored rhinos in 1 second. Not for anything else, just for a word. Quick. Chapter 56. No more pretending, let's show our cards. After the selection was completed, the freshmen whose names were called, including Qin Yu, felt a black screen before their eyes, and the next moment, their consciousness was all drawn into the mysterious trial tower. At the same time, the bodies lying in the actual combat simulation cabin seemed to have lost their vitality and slowly fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, these freshmen finally opened their eyes again. But at this time, they were already in the world of unknowns and challenges in the trial tower. After some observation, everyone found that most of the freshmen chose the plane as their trial scene. It turned out that their idea was exactly the same as Qin Yu's. On this vast plain with a very wide view, there would be almost no risk of being attacked by ferocious beasts. You know, the appearance of ferocious beasts is irregular, and they might suddenly appear from behind at any time. In contrast, it was much safer to choose a plain scene, because there was no cover to hide in, and beasts and other dangers could be easily discovered. Moreover, such a flat and open terrain was also very advantageous for running and guerrilla warfare. Just as the freshmen were nervously adapting to the new environment and preparing for the upcoming test, an extremely huge screen suddenly appeared in the void outside. This screen was like a high wall that stood from heaven to earth, clearly showing every move of every freshman in the trial tower. The purpose is not only to discover new talents with potential through this fierce trial and assessment, but also to use the tremendous pressure brought by this public viewing to stimulate the sense of competition among freshmen, prompting them to constantly surpass themselves and show stronger strength. A scene with dozens of people appeared on the screen. Almost every scene had chosen normal difficulty, and the weather in the scene was also clear. However, there was an outlier in the lower right corner of the screen. As everyone turned their eyes, they saw a figure standing proudly on the vast plain. However, at this time, the sky above the plain was changing color, lightning and thunder were flashing, and endless darkness quickly enveloped the entire plain like a huge curtain, making people feel an endless sense of oppression and murderousness coming towards them. Just at this moment, the ferocious beast that needs to be faced in this tower attack gradually reveals its hideous figure. What is surprising is that the generation time of the ferocious beasts summoned by everyone is almost exactly the same. It turns out that most of them choose to successfully hunt down an armored rhinoceros first, and then rest on the spot for 5 to 10 minutes before a new armored rhinoceros will be generated again. Moreover, because they are in the trial tower, the human body's recovery speed will also be improved accordingly. This is undoubtedly a special privilege given to participants in the simple and normal modes. When everyone was ready to face the first armored giant rhino in their assessment, their attention was attracted by the unique existence in the lower right corner of the big screen. Just as the timer started counting, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. After just 1 second, 50 armored giant rhinos suddenly emerged from the entire first-level plane. What does this mean? You know, normally one person would only face the challenge of one armored giant rhinoceros at a time, but now there are so many of them, it's really beyond imagination. There are 50 armored rhinos in total from 1st to 9th floors. Everyone arranges them according to the generation time, but this alien generates all the armored rhinos in seconds. Moreover, the freshmen who have not yet taken the assessment may not be clear about the surrounding environment, but the old students, including the deans, know it clearly. There were flashes of lightning, thunder, and darkness enveloped the earth, and lightning struck the ground. Nightmare-level difficulty. This guy seems familiar. Isn't this the freshman Qin Yu? I thought so. He looked crazy on the screen, just like a lunatic. It turned out to be Qin Yu. Is this nightmare difficulty? I've been in Qinglong Academy for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen it. This kid really doesn't know what the word nightmare means. Instantly generate all the armored giant rhinos. That's not. What is Qin Yu thinking? All the senior students were extremely shocked and started to talk about it. Among these people there were those who were curious, and those who were mocking and waiting to see Qin Yu make a fool of himself, but they all shared one emotion, which was shock, incoherent shock. They couldn't believe it. Qin Yu had just eliminated 2 old students when he came to Qinglong Academy, and now the ranking assessment for freshmen had such a mess. He directly chose the nightmare difficulty that no freshman had ever chosen. Isn't this courting death? Brother you, what are you doing? When Yang Chunkai listened to the discussions of the seniors around him, he felt unwell. He had wondered before why the sky was clear for everyone else, but it was so depressing and dark for Qinyu, with even lightning falling down. At first he thought Qinyu had chosen a special scene, but now it turns out that all these special effects are exclusive to nightmare difficulty. My money. Gone all gone. He bet that Qinyu would be the first in this assessment and ranked first among the freshmen. Now, it seems there is no hope. But it doesn't matter. We are all brothers. At the same time, Shin Mingnan also saw this scene. Although his expression did not change, his heart was already in turmoil. Although she was shocked, for some reason, she felt that Qinyu could complete the assessment. She ignored the freshmen on other screens and stared directly at Qinyu in the lower right corner of the screen. Although she didn't understand, she also wanted to know what Qinyu was up to. Even the 10 deans are like this. What on earth is Qinyu doing? He actually chose the nightmare difficulty. This is the first time since the establishment of the academy. The dean of the Water Academy stroked his beard, and his energetic eyes were full of doubts, just like the old students. He also couldn't understand why Qinyu did this. Although he was not allowed to use SSS-level fire abilities, he still raised the difficulty to the highest level. Could it be that this little guy has a backup plan? This is really interesting. He is worthy of being my future student in the Fire Academy. The dean of the Fire Academy looked at Qinyu on the screen with fiery and excited eyes. He was very optimistic about Qinyu. The reason is very simple. Qinyu possesses fire-related abilities, and it is an extremely rare SSS level. His purpose this time was very simple. That is Qinyu who possessed the SSS-level fire ability. Hey, Lao Zhang, we don't know what abilities Qinyu will have in the future, but you just treat him as a student in your academy. Isn't that a bit early? Maybe he has wood-attributed abilities? Yes. Maybe he has some gold-attributed abilities that he hasn't used yet. It's not a good sign to jump to conclusions so early. The deans of the Gold and Wood colleges said this with a smile, but their tone clearly showed that they disagreed with the opinion of the Fire College dean. Although the other deans did not speak, they all looked at the dean of the Fire College tacitly, as if telling him not to dream, because Qinyu might not be able to go to his Fire College. We are all old friends, and we have worked together to protect humanity and the Earth. How could we not know what is in each other's mind? At this moment, the air seemed to become cold. They all looked at each other, and everyone understood at this glance. Stop pretending. Let's get down to business. They all fell in love with Qinyu. Okay, stop arguing and see what else this little guy has to say. I hope it's not a mistake. The voice of the Soul Academy dean suddenly sounded, directly stopping the impending noise. Upon hearing this, the other deans snorted coldly and stopped arguing and looked at the screen. From this we can see that the strength of the Soul Academy dean is definitely the best among these deans. Otherwise it would be impossible to stop the deans under these principles. In the vice president's office, although Zhao Guodhai did not go to watch, there was also a screen in front of him. There was only one figure on it, and that figure was Qinyu. Beside him, a black-robed figure with an extremely terrifying aura was also watching quietly. However, a smile could be seen on the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was very optimistic about Qinyu. P.S. The data is too bad. Please urge for update and help recommend it. Chapter 57. Playing Legend? 99.99 in one strike? All the freshmen, including seniors and the dean, were in no mood to watch other people's assessments. Their eyes were all turned to Qinyu in the lower right corner of the screen. They all wanted to see what Qinyu was up to. How dare you be so arrogant? Inside the trial tower, Qinyu was being chased by 50 armored giant rhinos. Qinyu's body was as fast as lightning, and his speed was astonishing. Faced with the fierce attacks of the armored giant rhinos like a storm, he always managed to avoid them in an extremely clever way. Every dodge was extremely dangerous, as if passing by death, and he just avoided the fatal blow by the narrow margin. Everyone stared at the scene in amazement, their hearts filled with confusion and puzzlement. Why didn't Qinyu choose to take the initiative to attack, but instead just kept dodging and fleeing? However, although everyone was confused about this, they had to admit that every dodging move of Qinyu was exquisite. Qinyu was seen occasionally dodging to the side, allowing the powerful rhino horn to just pass by him. Occasionally he jumped high, avoiding the iron hooves of the armored giant rhino that were trampling on him violently, and occasionally he dived quickly, passing through the gap between the two armored giant rhinos in an instant. His control of distance was precise to the millimeter. Whether it was the distance from the enemy or the amplitude of his own movement, he controlled it just right. without any error. Such superb dodging skills have reached the level of perfection, which makes people marvel. At this moment, Qin was like a dancer dancing on the edge of a knife. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. However, he relied on his amazing reaction ability and superb body skills to escape danger time and time again. He dodged attacks from the group of armored giant rhinos easily and thrillingly without too much unnecessary movement. This is undoubtedly an absolute confidence in his own strength. He is confident that he will not be hit by the fierce attack of these armored giant rhinos. Show off your skills. It's undoubtedly a show of skill. This even made the older students who were watching feel a little jealous. Many of them still cannot achieve this kind of showmanship. They can all dodge the attacks of the armored giant rhinoceros on the screen, but they cannot dodge by brushing the edge of their bodies. This is too dangerous and difficult. But even so, they all had a question. Why did Qin just dodge and not attack? They didn't understand, but Qin himself knew it very well. He is stacking the passive effect of excitement. He wanted to open everyone's eyes and let them know his own strength. He also wanted to let those clubs and old students know the consequences of provoking him, Qin, in the future. He also wanted to let the teachers know his own strength. 1 hour later, some freshmen have already come out of the simulation room. None of them have reached the 10th floor. Some were eliminated from the 1st floor, and some are on the 2nd floor, but none of them has reached the 4th floor. One after another, the freshmen who had not yet taken the test had their names called and entered the simulation room. This time, Yang Chengkai's name was also called. Brother Yu, I'm going in. You can run slowly. Yang Chengkai looked at Qin Yu, who was still racing with the group of armored giant rhinos on the 1st floor, and said helplessly. After taking a last look, he also entered the simulation room and lay in the actual combat simulation cabin. During the hour when his name was not called, he watched Qin Yu's thrilling and awe-inspiring performances countless times. Although he didn't understand, he was shocked. What shocked him even more was that Qin Yu was so awesome that when the replenishing potion appeared in front of him, he actually dodged it while running and simply didn't touch the potion. There are already a lot of replenishing potions on the field, but Qin Yu has no intention of touching or using them. This also made others think that Qin Yu was crazy. Wasn't he tired at all after running for such a long time? And they were tired of watching, and even some new gambling game emerged. That is how long Qin Yu can run and hide on the 1st floor. It's almost time. I guess a lot of people outside have been attracted by me. It's time to take action. This time Qin Yu stopped running with a smile on his face. Swish. In the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene took place. His originally calm aura suddenly surged like a volcanic eruption, as if an invisible force was awakening in his body. That powerful aura swept around like a storm, making people shudder. At the same time, endless star power seemed to have received some kind of mysterious call and continuously gathered between his hands. These star forces intertwined and merged with each other, gradually condensing into 2 ice knives emitting cold light. The moment the frost blade appeared, the blade was crystal clear and as beautiful as crystal, but it exuded a biting chill that could eat into a person's bones. As time passed, the originally dark night sky suddenly became thunderous and lightning, with dazzling flashes of lightning streaking across the sky, followed by heavy raindrops as big as beans pouring down. However, when the raindrops were about to fall on Qin Yu, they seemed to encounter an invisible wall and were instantly swallowed up by the cold air that permeated his body. In the blink of an eye, all the raindrops turned into crystal-clear ice beads, which fell all over the ground. Not only that, but even the grass and land beneath his feet were not spared. Under the terrifying erosion of the ice, the green grass quickly withered and died, and the earth was covered by a thick layer of ice. The entire area was filled with white cold air, as if entering a frozen world. Die! Qin Yu shouted angrily, and he suddenly raised his arms and injected all the star power in his body into the frost blade in his hand. In an instant, 2 sharp sword lights carrying bone-biting coldness whizzed out from the blades, like 2 roaring dragons, pouncing towards the group of armored giant rhinos, rushing towards them with overwhelming force. The 2 blade lights were extremely fast, and in a flash they had already rushed to the front of the group of armored giant rhinos. The group of huge, heavily armored giant rhinos had no time to react at all, and were completely engulfed by the terrifyingly powerful blade lights. For a moment, howls were heard one after another, blood splattered everywhere, and the group of armored giant rhinos instantly fell into chaos and panic. Trial Tower Level 1, passed. Time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, 6 seconds. Boom. In the outside world, everyone who saw this scene had their brains shut down instantly, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and other emotions appeared on his face. They even wiped their eyes. They doubted their eyes and didn't even doubt Qin. Did I see it wrong just now? 50 armored rhinos were killed with just one strike? You are so good. Why did you run for more than an hour? It would be great if you could just run for 2.5 hours. Just now. Did you see it? Qin killed them all with one sword. With one sword? I saw it. It was just one cut, and then it went straight through. He's so powerful. Why is he hiding? They all started to stutter when they spoke, and so did the older students who were laughing at Qin. They were all confused by his actions. How is it possible to kill all the armored rhinos with one strike? Although I know that Qin strength is at the 4th level. But aren't you tired after running for so long? The 50 giant armored rhinos have thick skin and tough flesh, and the armor on their bodies is genuine. Even if you are a Realm 4 warrior, can you kill 50 D-level armored giant rhinos in 1 second? What a play. Did I see it right? Those 2 ice blades are at least 8-star spiritual weapons. Just at this moment, the shocked voice of the Dean of the Tuyuan was heard. An 18-year-old boy not only possesses SSS-level supernatural powers, but also has a spiritual weapon that is conservatively estimated to be 8 stars. An 8-star spiritual weapon is something that even a peerless warrior at the 9th level may not be able to possess. Although he also has an 8-star spiritual weapon, it is like a treasure in his hands. But Qin showed it at the 1st level. I feel it's 9 stars. The voice of the Soul Academy Dean suddenly sounded, shocking the others. 9 stars? The weapon of a warrior at the peak of the 10th realm. But how can an 18-year-old child control the 8 stars and 9 stars? Although everyone knew that Qin was very powerful and had defeated 2 4th-level senior students right after entering school, even so, he could only control 3-star and 4-star spiritual weapons at most. The higher the level of the spiritual weapon, the greater the consumption of star power required. Of course, the higher the level of the spiritual weapon, the more willful it is. If the two are not compatible, it will not be able to exert its maximum power. But what about Qin? In the picture, it can be said that the power of the 2 ice blades is perfectly exerted, and there is no abnormality with the body at all. This is a bit beyond understanding. At the same time, the picture raised Qin's level in the tower to the 2nd level. It only took another second to generate all the armored rhinos. When everyone thought Qin started running again, another shocking scene appeared. One knife. Just one knife. The images of 50 armored giant rhinos had just formed, and before they could even run, Qin killed them all with one sword. Trial Tower Level 2, passed. Time, 1 second. Trial Tower Level 3, passed. Time, 1 second. Trial Tower Level 4, passed. Time, 1 second. Trial Tower Level 5, passed. Time, 1 second. All levels 1 of 5 are instant kills. Is this still a person? All of this was done with one knife? Did you see it in the middle? The lightning seemed to hit him, and he shivered a bit. Is there anything wrong? The old students and the new students who had just finished the assessment were all shocked, feeling that their worldview had collapsed at this moment. Are you playing Legend? 99.99 for one knife? Chapter 58, Level 10. Show your true self. Qin's performance was simply jaw-dropping. Everyone present was shocked beyond words, as if the worldview they had built up throughout their lives was being torn apart and crumbled away inch by inch in the process of Qin's unstoppable breakthrough. However, no one expected that an even more thrilling scene would follow. Just as Qin's agile figure flashed on the 6th floor like a ghost, 50 iron-armored giant rhinos projected by images were rushing towards him with overwhelming force. Each iron-armored giant rhinoceros was wearing thick and hard armor, and its sharp horns flashed with cold light. When they rushed, the ground trembled and raised dust all over the sky. It happened in a flash. Qin suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. Ha! The roar was like an ancient dragon roaring in anger, deafening and resounding through the sky. At the same time, his feet moved as fast as the wind and his body moved as fast as lightning, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages around him in an instant, making it impossible to capture his true movement trajectory. In the blink of an eye, Qin had already rushed into the group of armored giant rhinos. His right arm muscles suddenly bulged, veins popped out, and his fist, which contained 1,000 pounds of force and a sharp wind, smashed fiercely at the armored giant rhinoceros rushing towards him like a cannonball. Puff! Accompanied by a dull sound, the huge body of the armored rhinoceros was directly knocked dozens of meters away by Qin's punch and fell heavily to the ground. raising a cloud of dust. But Qin did not stop there. He flashed and rushed forward again, punching out with his left fist one after another. Each punch accurately hit the vital parts of the armored giant rhinoceros, and wherever the fist went, the armor was broken and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just a moment, the 50 iron-armored rhinos that had been so aggressive were all killed on the spot. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, blood was splattered everywhere, and the strong smell of blood filled the air for a long time. Trial Tower Level 6, passed. Time, 5.8 seconds. A message appeared on the screen. This time, Qin took nearly 6 seconds. It was not because he was struggling, but he was telling the outside world in another way that his body was equally terrifying. It's not just his sword that's strong. Look at the change in his eyes in the camera just now. They turned into golden vertical pupils. At this moment, in the picture on the screen, a student was watching very carefully and soon noticed Qin change. Unlike the previous one-hit kill attacks, this time it was more bloody and violent. Each attack was launched with physical strength, and the speed was so fast that it could not be fully captured on the screen. Especially his pair of dazzling golden vertical pupils, which were like the brightest stars in the night sky, emitting a heart-pounding light, making everyone present dumbfounded and astonished. The amazing strength Qin demonstrated today on the 6th floor completely overturned their previous cognition. Everyone knows that in order to achieve such outstanding results on the 6th floor, one must rely on the extremely powerful dragon might and majestic dragon power. But this seemingly ordinary boy in front of him, Qin, actually did it. For a moment, surprise and shock surged into their hearts like a tide. They looked at each other in disbelief at the thin, but imposing young man on the stage. How did Qin do such an incredible thing? Even these old students who have been working hard in the Qinglong Academy for many years have not yet awakened the dragon's might and power. Thinking back to that time, in that much-anticipated talent selection competition, Qin won the championship and became the well-deserved first place. However, even for such supreme honor, the reward obtained is only a drop of dragon blood. Even though a drop of dragon blood can improve one's strength and allow one to break through one's realm, it is not enough to gain dragon might and power. But now, Qin broke the rules in an unimaginable way and successfully awakened the dragon's might and power. This is really unbelievable. Could it be that Qin is hiding some unknown and shocking secret? Or is he really a rare genius that is rarely seen in a century? All kinds of questions swirled in people's minds, causing the whole scene to fall into an uproar. They don't want to believe it, but that's the fact. The pressure Qin exudes and the changes in his eyes cannot lie. They are real evidence. At this moment, they were almost jealous of Qin to death. There are many students among them who receive A-level or S-level training resources every year. A genius like Shen Mingnan in the Qinglong Academy receives terrifying SS-level resources every year, which is the highest level of resources in the world. Moreover, they can use the points gained from completing tasks to redeem generous rewards at the task center, including rare dragon blood resources. But what? Even with such a monster and such enviable training resources and points, he is unable to awaken the dragon's might and power. But Qin awakened so easily. Awakened by just one drop of dragon blood? They can't understand and can't figure it out. They also dug into Qin identity. How could an ordinary family cultivate such a heaven-defying person? If you say that he grew up in the universe, they would be willing to believe it. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. At this moment, some old students didn't want to compete with Qin anymore, because they know that provoking such a terrifying existence is undoubtedly asking for trouble. Similarly, among the senior students who were watching the test, there was also a figure watching in a corner. His aura was extremely cold, giving people a feeling that no one should get close to him. Just one look at him, and you'll know that you can't be friends with him, and he may be destined to be lonely. President, this Qin is stronger than we thought. I have a feeling that his realm should be at the 5th realm. Just then, a figure appeared beside him and said. The man called the president did not speak, but turned and left. At the same time, Qin swept all the way, and almost every time he passed, it was calculated in seconds. His figure disappeared on the 9th floor, and when he appeared again, he had arrived at the last floor of this assessment, the 10th floor. At this time, Yang Chengkai, who was defeated on the 4th level, also walked out of the simulation room after learning some news about Qin after he started the assessment. He opened his mouth and remained silent for a long time. There are only 2 words in his mind that can describe Qin. That is awesome. Is brother Yu so awesome? Every time he completes the tower charge within 1 second, and now he has reached the 10th floor. It's stable. He felt that wealth was beckoning him. The first gamble in my life was so exciting. I am definitely the big winner. He was happy for himself, and also for Chinyu. In the picture, the 100 armored rhinos slowly appeared in front of everyone like a moving steel fortress. Each armored rhinoceros is tens of meters tall, huge and powerful, covered with a thick layer of armor, shining with a cold metallic luster. As they gradually approached, a suffocating and terrifying aura came over them. The air seemed to be oppressed by this powerful aura and became heavy, and a strong smell of blood began to permeate the air. This smell was like a battlefield that had just experienced a brutal fight, and it made people nauseous. What is different from the past is that this time the scene is not only visually shocking, but even the smell has undergone a drastic change. The strong smell of blood seems to bring people directly into the actual combat, and they truly feel the cruelty and bloodiness of war. In this atmosphere filled with the breath of death, one can even vaguely sense a hint of despair. It seemed that facing these armored rhinos, any resistance would be futile, and they could only wait to be ruthlessly crushed. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out. Roar! The sound exploded in the air like thunder, making people's eardrums hurt. I saw the 100 armored rhinos opening their bloody mouths and roaring at the same time. Their strong and powerful iron hooves stomped hard on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, their blood-red eyes were like burning flames, staring at Chinyu, who was standing not far away, as if they could tear him into pieces in an instant with just a glance. In the next second, the special powers of these armored rhinos were all activated without reservation. I saw golden rays of light blooming from them, and the entire space was illuminated with golden splendor. These rays of light gathered together to form a huge energy torrent, sweeping towards Chinyu. Upon careful observation, it can be found that the superpowers possessed by these armored rhinos are mainly divided into two types: gold-related superpowers and strengthening superpowers. Through the gold-based abilities, the armor on their bodies was further strengthened, becoming indestructible, and the strengthening abilities significantly improved their physical toughness, speed, and attack power. At this time, the armored giant rhinoceros had become the most terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. Their bodies began to grow larger, and the armor on their bodies became particularly thick and heavy. Every step they took would create a deep pit in the ground. A golden light wave brewed in the air between them, and in an instant it all shot out accompanied by a roar. These waves of light are mixed with the terrifying destructive power of the gold-based supernatural power. They are also large-scale attacks and are almost impossible to avoid. Everyone outside began to worry about Chinyu. They didn't know why, but after watching for so long, they actually hoped that Chinyu had completed it. The same was true for Shen Mingnan and a group of deans, including the two who were watching in the office. Can he really dodge this kind of large-scale attack? Swish. Boom. A loud and terrifying explosion sounded, as if the entire plane had been blown up. When the sound disappeared, everything around became silent. Everyone stared at the screen intently. They knew that once they were killed by the ferocious beast in the trial tower, the beast would disappear as well, thus ending the simulation. While everyone was still looking for Chinyu, the armored rhinos had already discovered Chinyu's trace. At this thrilling moment, he was controlling the huge stone steadily like a god, soaring in the vast void. At this time, those armored rhinos were preparing to launch a fierce attack. However, in a flash, Chinyu's eyes suddenly opened, and a vast and powerful mental force as powerful as a substance swept over the group of armored rhinos like a surging tide, covering them all. In an instant, a jaw-dropping scene happened. A total of 100 armored giant rhinos, each as huge as a mountain, had their bodies cast as if under a spell of immobilization. They were all tightly wrapped by this incomparably powerful mental force. Then, they began to slowly leave the ground and float slowly into the void. What is even more incredible is that these armored rhinos seem to have turned into lifeless sculptures, suspended in the air in an extremely stiff posture, without any struggling movements, and not even the slightest roar could be heard. Obviously, they had been completely controlled by Chinyu's extremely terrifying mental power. Not even a hair of theirs could move, and even making a sound was a luxury. As time passed, the whole scene fell into a deathly silence. Finally, Chinyu raised his lips slightly and uttered two words, "End." Before he finished speaking, the mental power that had been restraining the armored giant rhinos suddenly exerted its strength. With a dull roar, the 100 armored giant rhinos instantly turned into countless fragments and dissipated into the void. Trial Tower Level 10, passed. Time, 59 seconds. Kill with mental power. 59 seconds to show your true self. At this moment, the entire Qinglong Academy will remember the name Qin Yu. Chapter 59. What if we can't beat you? There are 9 of us. Another second? Qin Yu, is he a psychic? And was that teleportation just now? Does he have space-related abilities? The old students exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief, and were simply shocked by Qin Yu's performance. Isn't this too powerful? They witnessed the unique ability of the psychic to control objects. I also witnessed the benefits of space-related abilities, teleportation. You know, the ability of teleportation is something that only the top warriors at the 8th level can possess. But what? However, what Qin Yu awakened was space-related supernatural power, which shocked them even more. It has been who knows how many years, but Qinglong Academy has once again welcomed a student who has awakened space-related supernatural powers. Often the level of awakened space-related supernatural powers is not low, usually at S level or above. Qin Yu has awakened superpowers that are rarer than psychic powers, and this guy also possesses psychic powers. He is a true spiritual master. Moreover, his control over mental power is at perfection. Compared with Qin Yu, these senior students who are also mental masters are like newborn babies. They are envious, they are jealous, they are helpless. This kid, no matter what type of superpowers he can use in the future, just because he has an SSS-level firepower, he has to go to our Fire Academy. At this moment, the Dean of the Fire Academy came to his senses and said immediately. It was also at this moment that the entire training hall was enveloped by wave after wave of terrifying aura. The moment the strong man's aura pressed down, all the freshmen and old students in the training hall felt as if their bodies were crushed by some huge force, and even breathing became difficult. Their vision gradually began to blur, and they were filled with extreme fear. Finally, under the pressure of the deans, their bodies could no longer hold on, and they all fell to their knees, using their hands to support the ground to prevent themselves from lying down. Cold sweat oozed out of their bodies crazily, soaking their clothes in an instant. Some people could no longer hold on and fainted. These deans are using star power to test and pressure each other. Obviously, none of them want to give up Qin Yu, and they all hope to accept Qin Yu into their own colleges. That's enough. At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and the Dean of the Soul Academy took action. Just a sound instantly crushed the momentum of other deans around. At the same time, the Dean of the Soul Academy waved his hand, and a life force as vast as the ocean enveloped all the students. In an instant, all the embarrassment on the students disappeared. The fainted students slowly stood up, and the pain in their bodies disappeared as well. They only felt that their bodies were very warm as if they were basking in the sun, very comfortable and easeful. But even so, they still had a feeling of surviving a disaster and were filled with fear. The other deans were intimidated by the aura of the Soul College Dean. They were stunned for a while before gradually coming back to their senses. They all looked at the students in the training hall and were shocked. They almost caused a disaster. Next, the students in the museum also witnessed the real competition for talent. There had been competition for talent before, but the competition among the deans had never been as intense as it is now, to the point where they used their star power to emit terrifying pressure, which eventually affected the innocent spectators. From this, they can also see how much importance these deans attach to Qin Yu, which is absolutely unprecedented in history. Don't argue, Qin Yu is a spiritualist, and he also has spatial abilities, so he must be admitted to the Soul Academy. The voice of the Dean of the Soul Academy was the first to speak, stroking his beard with a calm expression. But all the deans knew that he was often the most terrifying when he was calm. It was obvious that Qin Yu's joining the Soul Academy was a foregone conclusion. No, Xiangqin, even if you are the strongest among us, you can't be so selfish. Although we are not psychics and don't have spatial abilities, it doesn't mean we can't teach Qin Yu other things, and we can also give him training resources. Anyway, Qin Yu can't go to your place. Otherwise, even if the matter goes to the vice principal, I won't accept it. The Dean of the Fire Academy is just like the word fire. Even though he knows that he cannot beat Xiangqin, the Dean of the Soul Academy, he still refuses to accept the defeat. Right. That's right, Xiangqin. We will never listen to you at this time. If not, let's have a competition. I don't believe that I can't beat you even though we are both in the 9th realm. Qin Yu must also be from my Leiyuan. Otherwise, I will summon lightning to strike you every day. You'd better be careful these days. I'm afraid that your Soul Academy will often encounter disasters such as tornadoes. Wait for Qin Yu to come out. Do you think he is willing to follow you? The others seemed to be getting angry as well. In previous years, good seedlings had been snatched away by Xiang Chen. Now that a heaven-defying one had appeared, they would definitely not back down. So what if I can't beat you? There are 9 of us. This scene was something that no student or teacher in Qinglong Academy had ever seen, including the 2 people in the office. It's really lively. At this time, Qinyu came out of the simulation room, looked at the extremely lively scene around him, and said with a smile, "The moment when the protagonist appears. Clearly, all eyes will be on him. Even if one's status is noble, it is still the same." At this moment, Qinyu saw many gazes from old and even new students. Some were admiring, some were envious, some were jealous, and some were in love. These looks made Qinyu feel very good. At least from now on, no one would dare to cause trouble. This time, he not only wanted Qinglong Academy to see his strength, but also wanted to warn the old students and the societies behind them. "Don't mess with me." Swish. At this moment, the 10 deans teleported and appeared beside Qinyu. In the blink of an eye, he saw 10 deans appear in front of him, which almost scared Qinyu. "Hello, deans. What's going on so suddenly?" Although Qinyu had some guesses, when he saw the shining eyes of these people looking at him, he didn't know whether he should be happy or scared. But what is certain is that he has been targeted. "Qinyu, are you willing to join my Soul Academy? You should know which academy we merged with, right? We also have students with space abilities, but the number is very small. However, we have the resources and methods to train space ability warriors. Besides, you are also a spiritualist. Training spiritualists is what I am best at. I can train you personally and give you the best resources in the department." Xiang Chen spoke first and began to use the Soul Academy and its own advantages to tempt Qinyu to join the Soul Academy. But before he could continue, the voices of other deans rang out. "Qinyu, we have decided. We will train you together. You are now a student of all colleges. We will use high-level resources to train you." The dean of the Water Academy said hurriedly, and then looked at the other deans and made eye contact. All the deans immediately sensed something and agreed. "Let Qinyu learn from the other deans, and the 10 of you can teach him together." Just when Xiang Chen wanted to say something, Vice President Zhao Guidai stood in the void and appeared next to Qinyu the next second. He handed Qinyu a space ring. "You will learn from them 10 times in the future. They will teach you well, so learn well." Zhao Guidai looked at Qinyu with satisfaction. This boy did not disappoint him. Then he disappeared without waiting for Qinyu to speak. He still has some things to do, and like the principal, he will leave Qinglong Academy for a while. However, he was not worried that Qinglong Academy would encounter a crisis after he left, because the strength of these 10 deans was also strong. Among them, Xiang Chen, the dean of the Soul Academy, is only 1 step away from reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. That's why he left with peace of mind. "Xiang Chen, the vice president has spoken. Do you still want to snatch it? Let Qinyu follow us." Dean Guangyuan said with a smile, his face full of pride. Among those present, only he and the dean of the Dark Courtyard dared to rebuke Xiang Chen. Snort. Xiang Chen snorted coldly, obviously agreeing. "There is no way. The vice principal has spoken, and we have no choice but to listen. I have a request." Qinyu felt that he was no longer the protagonist, but just a passerby. Don't they ask for his opinion? Seeing that these deans were about to leave, he spoke quickly. "What do you want?" Everyone turned their heads and almost forgot about the real owner. "I can learn from you, but I still want some freedom. In the future, I can go to class if I want to, and not go if I don't want to." Qinyu rolled his eyes and said what he thought, but he felt that it was a bit inappropriate and might not be agreed to, so he added, "I will go when you teach me alone. That's it." After saying this, he looked at the 10 deans. "Okay, we promise you. Of course, if you want to attend classes, you have the right to attend classes in all colleges." Xiang Chen nodded and voted on behalf of the others. After resolving this trivial matter, these bigwigs in the school selected some freshmen and left. But this time the ones chosen were all very peaceful. Chapter 60. So perfunctory? Brother you, my brother you are simply my god. After the 10 deans left, Yang Chenkai ran over without stopping and knelt down on one knee in front of Qinyu in front of all the new and old students. Now he is completely convinced. He does not belong to any college, but is taught by the deans of 10 colleges at the same time. Moreover, he was ranked first among all the freshmen, and his performance in this assessment was even better than that of other students, or in other words, he surpassed all the students in previous years. He made a fortune. "Get up quickly, you're embarrassing me." Qinyu saw Yang Chenkai holding his thigh. This boy was really fat. He was unwilling to let go no matter how much he kicked. At this moment, everyone was looking at Qinyu with awe in their eyes. This time they finally understood the strength of this arrogant guy in front of them. These old students have no chance at all. Unless the seniors come, these sophomores and juniors have no chance at all. Especially those members of the Black Eye Society. When they saw Qinyu, they all walked past with their heads down, not daring to even look at Qinyu. I won't bother you. I'm leaving. But Qinyu didn't pay any attention to these. He just wanted to go back and see what good stuff was in the space ring given by the vice principal. Brother, you have to protect me well in the future. You don't know how much I won in the gambling. From now on, I will take care of all your food, clothing, housing, and transportation in Qinglong Academy. Yang Chengkai patted his chest and assured. All inclusive? How much did you earn? Qinyu was quite curious when he heard this. Although he had heard that Qinglong Academy had gambling activities, most of them were only opened on important occasions. He just didn't know what to bet on. Besides, he is sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. Not much. I earned 5 million and got some cultivation resources. You must not be interested in brother Yu's cultivation resources, right? I won't give them to you. These old students are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Especially after your series of operations, the chips in the gambling game are even more. But I still support you. I didn't expect that I would make a fortune. I summed up this group of old students. They are stupid and have a lot of money. And I happen to like their stupid and rich appearance. Yang Chengkai spoke very loudly, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he had made a fortune. He was not worried about the old students coming to cause trouble. With Qinyu present, the old students would not even have time to hide. So how could they possibly come to cause trouble? Seeing those angry eyes, Yang Chengkai still held his head high and showed his worthiness to the fullest. But no senior student stepped forward. There is no way. He has to follow the monster Qinyu. Yes, everyone thought that Yang Chengkai was Qinyu's younger brother, but little did they know that Qinyu regarded this little fat boy as the first good friend he met in Qinglong Academy. However, Qinyu gradually got used to being called Brother Yu. Don't worry, I don't like your stuff. I have to go to class tomorrow, and I'm going back to the dormitory to rest. Qinyu smiled and shook his head. Just now, Yang Chengkai also showed him the resources he had obtained, and none of them caught his eye. After all, I have a system, so my taste has naturally become more refined. Congratulations on becoming the top freshman. Just at this moment, Shen Mingnan slowly walked over and appeared in front of Qinyu with that refreshing smile. Seeing the goddess coming, Yang Chengkai's eyes were fixed on her, and he stood there stupidly like a pig. Even the other freshmen were the same. They noticed Shen Mingnan early on. In their eyes, Shen Mingnan was simply a combination of the words heroic and charming. The senior students were also extremely surprised. Could it be that they knew each other? However, there were a few who were relatively calm, and those people were also very familiar. They were the ones who were at the freshman reception when Qinyu first came to Qinglong Academy. When they saw the senior student walking over in person, they knew something was definitely going on. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be a student of Qinglong Academy. I always thought you were a soldier, Qinyu said, but there was not much strangeness in his eyes. When he looked at Shen Mingnan, it was as if he was looking at an ordinary girl. There was no greed as seen in other people's eyes. This also made Shen Mingnan feel somewhat favorable towards Qinyu. I am a soldier and also a junior student at Qinglong Academy. I have been away for training for some time and just came back, Shen Mingnan replied. Qinyu didn't chat with girls much, so he simply responded with a few words, probably saying that they could go out together for training in the future, or go to the martial arts arena to practice together some other day. After talking about this, Qinyu prepared to take Yang Chengkai away. But this guy was so fascinated that he couldn't be pulled away. It was as if his feet were filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. Qinyu simply didn't care about it anymore and went back to the dormitory. He wanted to see what good things the vice principal had given him. After opening the space ring, what appeared in front of him was a bank card of Warrior Bank. According to the above information, there is a full 1 billion yuan in funds on the card, which he was told was for purchasing resources. It's just that Qinyu's standards are too high. 1 billion yuan can indeed buy A-level resources, but at a higher price, 1 billion yuan is not enough. Sometimes he doesn't even look down on SS-level resources, let alone other ones. There is no way. The system is picky. He put the card away and planned to give it to his parents when he got the chance to go home. Then, he found a list which clearly stated the resources stored in the ring and how to use them. The list recorded 10 drops of dragon blood, 1 heart of a 100-year-old plant, 1 diamond fruit, 1 sun crystal, 1 blue iron ore, 15 bottles of water of life, star power strengthening potion, soul strengthening potion, etc. Only the things before the water of life are good. The rest are some body-strengthening potions and various recovery potions. These things are useless in Qin Yu's eyes. Of course, there is also a piece of blue iron ore, which is an ore used to be integrated into spiritual weapons or sets. It is a rare or found in the ruins of ancient civilizations. It is an S-level ore, but this ore is useless to Qin Yu. He has the Oracle suit and the Source magic weapon. Although they cannot be used now, they are the origin of the universe after all, born in the past, present, and future of the universe. How could such a heaven-defying artifact be fused with this ore? As for the Frostblade, he doesn't need it either. It has already reached its limit and does not need to be strengthened anymore. Simply put all the resources that are useless to you into the system space, and keep those that are useful to you. He planned to practice in the dormitory. Qin Yu directly took 10 drops of dragon blood. After the 10 drops of dragon blood entered his stomach, he did not feel any abnormality in his body, but he was sure that his realm and strength were rising. Ever since taking the dragon blood pill given by the system, these 10 drops of dragon blood are just like sprinkled water and cannot bring any increased pain to the body at all. Soon, his realm was raised to level 4 of the 5th realm. The improvement of 10 drops is still too low, far inferior to that of dragon blood pill. However, it is also good to improve dragon power and dragon strength. Then he began to taste the Vajra fruit. This fruit grows in the starfield and is also an extremely rare resource for cultivation. It looks like a diamond, but it is said to taste like an apple. After eating this fruit, the defense of many ferocious beasts is greatly improved, and some even suffer physical changes as a result. Nowadays, this is also listed as an S-level resource and is very precious. Snap. A crispy bite. 2 sweet bites. I finished it all in 3 or 4 bites. Qin Yu carefully felt his own condition, but did not notice any drastic changes in his body. However, after careful observation, he still discovered some subtle details. That is, his flesh, blood, and bones seemed to be tighter than before. This sense of firmness is not formed overnight. It seems to be achieved through long-term tempering. Not only that, as time went by, the muscle lines on his body, which were originally inconspicuous, gradually became clearer. Each muscle was slightly bulging and full of strength, which made him look more robust and powerful. At this moment, an amazing scene happened. Qin Yu suddenly felt a strange energy surging out of his body and quickly covering his body surface. In the blink of an eye, a layer of dazzling golden light appeared around his body, wrapping it tightly. Looking from afar, Qin Yu at this moment looked like the 18 arhats described in the martial arts novels of his previous life. His whole body was shining with golden light, giving people a visual impact of being indestructible, as if he were made of iron and steel. Bang bang. Out of curiosity, Qin Yu subconsciously raised his hand and tapped his body lightly. In an instant, a crisp sound came, and the sound was as loud and crisp as when hitting iron. Hearing this voice, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He said that it was impossible for the effect to be just this small. However, just as he was filled with joy, the golden light surrounding his body began to slowly dissipate. At the same time, the unique sound of metal clashing gradually disappeared without a trace, and everything returned to its original calm state. After eating, Qin Yu's physical strength and toughness were indeed greatly improved, but he still felt that he had been cheated by the old vice principal. Didn't you say you would give me a portion? This part is too little, isn't it? Although I don't mind it, you can't be so perfunctory. Chapter 61. Heart of Centennial Plants. Although he was a little unhappy, he could do nothing about it. He couldn't just grab the old principal's beard and ask him if he had taken kickbacks, right? The main thing is that he can't beat her. Helplessly, he could only look at the last cultivation resource, which was also the highest level cultivation resource on the list, SS-level cultivation resource. This is an amazing fruit. It is like the brightest star in the night sky, emitting the dazzling and charming light of life. Its appearance is very similar to that of a human heart, but it is by no means comparable to an ordinary heart. It is more like a gem carefully carved by nature, with a surface as smooth as a mirror and so crystal clear that people can hardly believe their eyes. When it is exposed to the sun, an amazing scene is revealed. Through the transparent skin, the internal scene can be clearly seen, as if there is a pool of clear green liquid rippling gently in it, or as if blood is constantly flowing in the blood vessels. This magical scene can shock and drive countless people crazy with just one look. Qin Yu carefully held the strange fruit in his palm, and immediately felt a cool air quickly penetrate into his skin along his palm. The coolness was like a mountain spring, refreshing his heart and soul. making all the pores on his body open up, making him more energetic. The heart of centuries-old plants. This kind of thing only grows in the most dangerous and mysterious places in the starfield, and it is the heart of a plant-based beast. Since even Qin Yu had never seen the appearance of a plant-type beast, let alone its strength, he learned from the textbook that only a plant-type beast that has survived for 100 years will have its heart position changed to this shape, and the beast will also reach the level of a 9th-level Beast King. 9th-level Beast King, 10th-level Beast Emperor. According to what was said on the list, the heart of a 100-year-old plant could improve physical fitness, increase cell activity, and enhance the effects of expanding star veins and increasing supernatural power. The fact that it enhances cell activity is simply insane. You know, cell activity represents more than just the body's ability to recover. This magical power is like the water of life and has the wonderful effect of regrowing lost body parts. However, compared with the slow growth rate of the body caused by the water of life, the cell activity improvement brought by the heart of plants is completely different. Imagine that when you cut off a piece of the body of a level 9 ferocious beast, the wound will heal and grow rapidly at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. This is the shocking scene displayed by cell activity. For people with strong cell activity, even if the internal organs of the body suffer serious trauma, it may only take a few minutes for these damaged organs to perfectly repair themselves. Compared to simply enhancing physical fitness, this improvement in cell activity undoubtedly has greater advantages and value. After all, even if physical fitness is enhanced, the most it can do is reduce physical fatigue and make one's movements faster. Although this can indeed maintain good combat effectiveness during long battles and prevent fatigue, it is ultimately no match for the powerful repair function of cell activity. Because of the strong cell activity, people can not only recover from injuries quickly, but also effectively resist the invasion of various diseases, thus truly achieving all-round protection of physical health. And the heart of the 100-year-old plant contains all of them at once. It not only enhances physical fitness, but also increases cell activity, expands the star veins, and enhances the power of supernatural powers. This is simply the ultimate training resource that all warriors dream of. The so-called expansion of star veins actually means expanding and thickening the meridians in the body that contain star power. In this way, the star power contained in the meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs will increase significantly. Once a warrior's cultivation realm reaches a certain level, star veins will gradually form in every corner of his body. These star veins flow with star power, which is vital to the warrior. Even the blood he spits out will contain traces of star power. As for enhancing the power of supernatural powers, it is clear without further explanation that it simply makes the damage caused more powerful. He still has some conscience and knows to give me a heart of a 100-year-old plant. In that case, I will temporarily forgive you, old man. Next time you do this, I will have to teach you a lesson. Qin Yu looked at the still shiny heart of plants in his hand, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. He decided to forgive the vice principal. The heart of this plant is much more valuable than dragon's blood, and like dragon's blood, it cannot be taken orally. But who is Qin Yu? Wasn't he the one who just took dragon's blood? Since he has a cheat, he is naturally superior to others. He can do what others can do, and he can also do what others cannot do. Today, he will be the first person to orally taste the heart of a century-old plant. Call. Qin Yu took a deep breath and began to communicate with the system. There is not much difference between dragon blood and dragon blood pill. Dragon blood pill is formed by the condensed essence of dragon blood, so he dares to swallow it raw. But he had never tried the heart of a 100-year-old plant. Although he was good at bragging, he was a little scared when it came to putting it into practice. System, host, rest assured, just give it a try. We won't let you die until you have reached the maximum level to dominate the universe. Practice? Are you treating me like a game? You've even reached a higher level? But your words are enough. Done. Qin Yu carefully picked up the plant heart that was emitting a mysterious glow and slowly brought it to his lips. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth without hesitation, and bit down fiercely. With a crisp, pop sound, the hard crystal-like shell was instantly broken into a small hole under Qin Yu's vigorous bite. In an instant, a thick green juice gushed out from the hole like a flood and poured into Qin Yu's mouth. Qin Yu had no time to react and could only swallow the green liquid desperately. Gudong gudong, Qin Yu swallowed several big mouthfuls of the liquid with clear and audible swallowing sounds. However, he had no intention of stopping. He had only one thought in his mind. He must not waste even a drop of this precious green liquid. If he vomited it out because he thought it tasted bad, it would be a waste. At this moment, if the shell was also edible, Yu would probably swallow it into his stomach without hesitation, just to not miss any trace of the essence. Finally, when the last drop of green juice was swallowed by Yu, an extremely wonderful feeling suddenly came over him. First, there was a cool feeling like a stream of clear spring flowing through every meridian and blood vessel in the body, and then an indescribable feeling of comfort began to spread rapidly to every corner of the body. That feeling is as if you are above the clouds, with the breeze caressing your skin, or as if you are bathing in the warm spring sun, warm and comfortable. Even Yu's soul trembled slightly at this moment, as if it had been baptized by some divine power. This feeling was so wonderful that Yu couldn't find the right words to accurately describe it. If I must make an analogy, it is like the extreme comfort after experiencing a satisfying and joyful experience, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. He clearly felt that all the muscles, bones, and flesh in his body began to tremble slightly, as if being gently touched by an invisible giant hand. Although the amplitude of this tremor was very small, the frequency was extremely high and so fast that it was astonishing. Yu was surprised to find that even with the naked eye, he could clearly see that the skin on his hands and arms was vibrating rapidly at an extremely subtle but extremely amazing speed. And along with this vibration, strands of black impurities slowly seeped out from the pores of the skin like tiny insects. This feeling is so wonderful. Yu only felt a coolness all over his body. That cool feeling was like a breeze in summer, making people feel comfortable all over. Moreover, compared with the cold soul liquid I had come into contact with before, the feeling at this moment was completely different. The soul cold liquid brought biting cold and pain, and even the soul would suffer in the extreme low temperature. But the mysterious liquid in front of him was like the autumn breeze blowing gently on the body, not only without the slightest discomfort, but making people feel extremely comfortable. Gradually, Yu's skin, flesh, and bones were vibrating, and even every cell seemed to join in this strange rhythm. It felt as if all the tissues and organs were about to become disconnected and rush out of the body. At the same time, the endless life force originating from the hearts of centuries-old plants and trees swept through his entire body like a surging tide at lightning speed. Under the impact of this powerful force, his physical fitness and the cells in his body are undergoing earth-shaking and amazing changes. There are 250 trillion blood vessels in the human body. Under the vitality brought by the heart of plants, he felt that tens of billions of blood vessels were changing. The blood originally flowing in them was also added with star power at this moment, and this thick stroke became star veins. Even his internal organs were the same. They began to be filled with life force and contained star power. As his star veins increased, his star power naturally became stronger. Although he possessed a passive ability that allowed him to use star power without limit, even so, unlimited use of star power could not strengthen his star power. The star power is strengthened, which also means that the star power becomes more pure and condensed, and the star power consumption caused by using supernatural powers will also be reduced. He also felt that his supernatural powers had been enhanced, and he even had an urge to find a target to fight with to see to what extent his power had been enhanced. He was really looking forward to it. This moment, the star veins in Yu's body have expanded, and countless cells are undergoing amazing changes. His genes are developing rapidly and constantly improving, clearing out all the useless genes and integrating the excellent genes. This speed was so fast that Yu seemed to have received help from the system. He did not feel any pain at all, and instead felt extremely relaxed. He had just eaten the diamond fruit, and now he drank all the green liquid essence of the centennial plant heart. The texture of his skin, tendons, and bones had also changed dramatically, and he could feel the improvement of his physique and body. His realm improved rapidly at this moment, breaking through from 5th level 4 to 5th level 5, then breaking through continuously to 5th level 8, and then reaching 5th level 10. Break through 6 levels in a row. It was not until he reached level 10 of the 5th realm that this continuous breakthrough in realm finally stopped. All the transformations and realms finally stopped. Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling brought by the breakthrough, and immersed in the depths of consciousness. In his deep and mysterious world of consciousness, in the deepest part of his soul, he unexpectedly opened up a vast ocean that had no end in sight. This ocean was so vast beyond imagination that it seemed to be able to accommodate everything in the world. Yu felt an indescribable shock and surprise in his heart, because he knew very well that the magical ocean before him was the sea of consciousness that every spiritualist dreamed of. Only when the spiritualist has cultivated himself unremittingly and raised his soul strength to a certain critical level Will it be possible to open up such a magical realm at the deepest level of the soul? At this moment, he stared at this sea of consciousness intently, and saw that it was filled with a surging ocean of spiritual power and a boundless hazy mist. These spiritual powers gathered into a magnificent ocean, shining like a bright galaxy. The mist filled the sea, casting a hazy and mysterious veil over the entire sea of consciousness, making it seem even more boundless. At this moment, Qin was surprised to find that in this ocean of spiritual power, an extremely strong life force had quietly been added. This life force is like a lively elf, leaping and dancing happily in the ocean. The vitality it exudes continuously nourishes his soul, as gently yet powerfully as spring rain nourishes the earth. As time went by, this vital force not only nourished his soul, but also gradually penetrated into the sea of consciousness deep in his soul, causing ripples on the originally calm sea surface. At the same time, this powerful life force is also continuously strengthening his mental power, making it more powerful and majestic, as if it is about to break through some kind of restraints and soar into the sky. This effect is not recorded on the list, so Qin thinks it is most likely the work of the system. He could feel that his mental power had become stronger and, like the star power, became purer and easier to control. Chapter 62, Who says the system has no emotions? Level 10 of the 5th realm. It feels like just a moment's work, but now it's dark. Qin looked at the sky outside. It had already turned from bright day to dark night. A smile appeared on his dirty face. He was now only one step away from the 6th realm. To be more precise, all I have to do is take a nap and wait until tomorrow. When the time comes, the system will take action. Qin got out of bed and went into the bathroom to take a shower, which lasted nearly an hour. There were too many impurities on his body, far more than before, and they were extremely sticky and difficult to clean. It took him nearly an hour to completely clean them off his body. He went to the mirror and found that his skin had become brighter and whiter, even better than some girl's skin. Moreover, his tendons and bones had become extremely hard, and his physical strength had been improved to a higher level again. Boom! Qin casually threw a punch, causing the air to explode. Such a casual punch is as powerful as a full-strength punch. If combined with the passive skill of excitement, even a Realm 7 warrior standing in front of me would have to think carefully about whether to run away. Qin face was full of smiles, and he was very satisfied with his current transformation. Sleep, sleep. Qin smiled even more happily when he thought that when he opened his eyes tomorrow, his realm would break through the 6th level. He was very emotional. He felt that the feeling of becoming stronger without any effort was so wonderful. It was 1,000 times more satisfying than winning the lottery. This is like hooking up with a rich woman. Who would be willing to work hard? If your mind is still full of thinking about working hard, then wouldn't this so-called rich woman have come here in vain? I have already reached the 6th level at my age. I don't want to be caught by those old guys and sliced up for research. After all, even he felt shocked and unbelievable at the speed of breakthrough. The pace was really too fast. But the fast pace is also really fun. Just by sleeping for a few days, eating breakfast and getting some supplies on time, you can break through a level that others take years to reach. It's really fun. As for these cultivation resources, if others had them, most of them would not be able to absorb them as comprehensively as he did, and some of the energy and the resources would definitely be wasted. Therefore, some warriors who should have broken through 3 levels in a row only broke through 2 levels in the end. Without thinking about these things anymore, Qin changed his bed into a new quilt and fell asleep. The next day, early morning, Qin woke up from the bed, washed up, and went to his door, waiting for the robot to bring him breakfast. Still the same old stuff, soy milk and fried dough sticks. I brought breakfast into the dormitory room and ate it together with nutritional supplements. At this time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. If you don't develop the bad habit of smoking within 24 hours, you are 80% away from the next breakthrough. If you don't develop a drinking habit within 24 hours, you have 60% left to break through next time. If you don't develop gambling or drug addiction within 24 hours, you have 20% left to break through next time. Maintaining good health for 24 hours will trigger a random breakthrough reward. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully broken through to level 2 of level 6. Sleep for 8 hours a night on a regular basis, complete the night sleep target, and reduce 10% every hour to break the data. After washing up and solving the breakfast problem, and taking the exclusive nutritional supplements, my realm has broken through to level 3 of the 6th realm. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 6th realm and obtaining the SSS-level Dark Soul ability Nightmare Blood Seal. Ding congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 6th realm and receiving the system gift blind box, 6th realm upgraded version, X50. SSS-level Dark Soul ability Nightmare Blood Seal. Get a drop of the target's blood to cast the blood seal on the target. If the target's mental power is lower than yours and the blood seal is successfully attached, it will enter the nightmare state. In the nightmare state, the target will unconditionally obey your orders. You can also add mental power or star power to the blood seal. When it reaches a certain threshold, the disintegration effect will appear, and the target will die completely under the disintegration effect. Oh shit. Another masterpiece. Every time when the breakthrough system gave out rewards, Qin would say, "Wow, that's awesome," without hesitation. This time I broke through 3 levels in a row and reached the 3rd level of the 6th realm and gained even more incredible supernatural powers. It's really awesome. Call. Qin took a deep breath and slowly calmed down his emotions. After taking a bite of the dough stick, he prepared to draw the lottery. Every time he drew a lottery, he would start by praying and asking God and the Jade Emperor to bless him. There is no way. As long as the lottery stage begins, Qin himself will become extremely superstitious. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained 50 detonating clay spiders. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained the detonating clay giant bird X35. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained Super Laby X25. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Element Conversion. Element Conversion. You can convert the elemental energy of any of your powers. The convertible elements include gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and strengthening. The star power in your body will contain the power of the elements. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Elemental Overlay. Element Stacking. You can stack the elemental energy of any of your abilities. The elements that can be stacked are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, and strengthening. What? Element conversion? Element superposition? Are both passive? Doesn't this mean that I can switch and stack various elemental powers to fight in the future? The power of elements can only be comprehended and cultivated by the peerless warriors in the 9th realm. Choose any one of the awakened superpowers to comprehend, and eventually the elemental power of that system will be born in the star veins. From now on, when you release your superpowers, it will contain not only star power but also more powerful elemental power. Among the 8 elements in this passive ability, the most powerful is gold, followed by thunder and fire. What will happen if they are superimposed? Hiss. Thinking of this, Qin not only took a deep breath, but also almost jumped up with excitement. It was really a breakthrough without any sound. It was all a surprise. What is the surprise of riding a horse? This is such a great surprise. Keep going with one push. The next second, as Qin thoughts formed in his mind, the prompt sound for opening the blind box appeared again. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained 10 dragon blood pills. Ding congratulations to the host. You have received the system's blessing. I wish the host happiness, health, and immortality. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, Space Tear. Space Tear. You will gain the ability to tear the space around you at any time. After tearing the space, you can enter the space to teleport, or tear the space to make the attack become mysterious and unpredictable. Ding congratulations to the host. You have obtained the passive skill, I bet $1. I bet $1. When the target is afraid of you, the supernatural power attack released will be ineffective against you, and at the same time consume a large amount of the opponent's star power and mental power. 2 more awesome passive skills. Doesn't it mean that after tearing the space apart, a space will be created behind the opponent, and the attack can be directly transmitted through the space, thus catching the opponent by surprise? Hiss. Thinking of this, Qin couldn't help but take a breath. Wouldn't the opponents after this be even more miserable? And this, I bet $1. Isn't this Yin Shuangying from the previous life? combined with, I bet there's no bullet in your gun. This is pure yin shuangying. Is the system brother giving me so much face today? Giving 3 super passive skills in a row? Is there any big move? Never mind for now. There is only one blind box left. I can get some good stuff from it. Qin thought to himself. Then congratulations to the host. You have obtained 10th Realm Experience Card, Perfect Edition, X1. 10th Realm Experience Card, Perfect Edition instantly obtain the 10th Realm Level 10 Ultimate Warrior Realm, which lasts for 3 hours. When the time is up, the realm will be reduced to the original realm in sequence, 10th Realm Level 9, Peak Warrior, 10th Realm Level 10, Ultimate Warrior. After all the blind boxes were opened, as if just as Qin had guessed, the system prompt sounded and a blue light curtain appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 6th realm. The system will automatically enter the update dormancy stage. When the host's realm breaks through to the 7th realm Extraordinary Warrior, the system can be turned on again. After the update, some original data will be changed. Every time the host absorbs cultivation resources, the system will automatically deduct a large amount of energy and convert it into updated data. He actually guessed it right. Just as I said before, I was given a 10th level experience card, and it's the perfect version. Isn't this giving myself an extra life-saving trump card? Don't wait until the system is updated and the host dies. Tongzi, even if you are updating in hibernation, you are always thinking about me. For some reason, Qin Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Who says the system has no emotions? Isn't this taking good care of him? Chapter 63 Golden Suit. Bang bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. With such a heavy sound and continuous rhythm, Qin Yu knew without thinking that it was Yang Chengkai who came to see him. Just in time, he had digested all the rewards he had received, so he stood up and walked towards the door. After opening the door, I saw Yang Chengkai with an anxious look on his face. What's wrong? You're in such a hurry. Are you going to conquer Kyushu? Qin Yu was speechless. Every time he came to find him, he was almost like this. He also saw many freshmen and old students walking around in the dormitory area. Everyone looked anxious, as if they were scrambling to see something. This feeling is very similar to when those girls chased my brother on Earth. They were both passionate and crazy anxious, afraid that I would miss him. You brother you, come with me. Yang Chengkai gasped heavily and grabbed Qin Yu's clothes and asked him to go out. But no matter how hard he tried, Qin Yu was like a mountain, standing there quietly and motionless. Goddess Shin and Li Xiang are fighting. It's a ranking battle. As if seeing Qin Yu's confusion, Yang Chengkai paused for a moment and answered Qin Yu. I see. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded, looking thoughtful. It seemed that during the freshman assessment yesterday, many senior students were discussing this matter, and he happened to hear it. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well go and take a look. Lead the way, Qin Yu said. 5 minutes later, inside the martial arts arena. This is an extremely spacious open-air venue. In the center of the venue, there is an arena as big as a school playground. Scene projections are placed around it. The scene can be changed by projection according to the wishes of both parties. The changed scene is extremely real and can even be touched. Brother Yu, look, the ones on the stage are my goddess and that guy Li Xiang. This guy actually dared to challenge my goddess. Isn't this courting death? Because they arrived late and there were too many people in the venue, they could only find a seat with a poor view to watch. When Yang Chengkai saw Shen Mingnan and Li Xiang in the field, he had already started to cheer for Shen Mingnan and began to mobilize support. Shen Mingnan is very popular among the third-year students of Qinglong Academy. Firstly, she is the strongest in the grade, and secondly, because of her looks, most of her supporters are naturally boys. Li Xiang is not bad either. His strength is second only to Shen Mingnan among the juniors. His ruthless and cruel approach has attracted many fans. Qin Yu and Yang Chengkai sat in a more remote position, so their view was naturally not as comfortable as those sitting in the front or middle positions. However, he was sure that both Shen Mingnan and Li Xiang had reached the level of 6th level warriors. In Qinglong Academy, a Realm 6 warrior is considered a senior student. Just when he was worrying about the poor visibility, a large light curtain formed in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north above the arena, and the faces of Shen Mingnan and Li Xiang soon appeared in the light curtain. So beautiful. Looking at the big screen in the air, Shen Mingnan's beautiful face and expression were displayed extremely clearly. It was so clear that Yang Chengkai standing next to him couldn't help but look stupid again. However, when Li Xiang appeared on the screen, Yang Chengkai started cursing and yelling again, and it seemed that he was very unhappy with Li Xiang. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but keep some distance from him, for fear that other students would know that he knew Yang Chengkai. It's a pity that after yesterday's assessment, everyone knew that Yang Chengkai was Qin Yu's little brother. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to pretend not to know him. At this moment, the scene on the ring suddenly changed. Around the ring, a ball of blazing flames surrounded the entire ring. At the same time, a blue protective shield unfolded from the ring, isolating Shen Mingnan and Li Ziang from the outside world. In this way, no matter how fiercely the fight between the two, it will not affect the people watching outside the venue. It was also at this time that Qin Yu learned that the two were students from the Light College and the Dark College, and were ranked first in their respective colleges, but the first place in the junior year overall list became Shen Mingnan, and Li Ziang, who was ranked first in the Dark College, became second. Both of them paid a price for this battle. Shen Mingnan took out what he had gained from this year's training. Similarly, if he lost, this year's SS-level resources would be given to Li Ziang, and the same would be true if Li Ziang lost. Ranking competitions sound nice, but in fact, it is just a winner-takes-all looting. Naturally, they don't care about the rankings. What they care about is the price the other party can pay. On the ring, Li Ziang said proudly, "Since I came to Qinglong Academy, many people have said that I am not as good as you. Today I will prove it to them. I will accept everything you have gained in the past year." Shen Mingnan said, "Why do I feel like you're very nervous now? You lost to me in your freshman year, so you don't think you can beat me in your junior year, do you?" That's enough. Stop wasting my time and words. I will never show mercy to your men." As these words fell to the ground, a huge and extremely thick black smoke suddenly surged up above the entire arena, as if it was gushing out from the nine nether hell, and quickly spread to the surroundings. Anyone who is familiar with Li Ziang knows very well that this ruthless guy has already taken action. You know, in this school, Li Ziang is best at two superpowers and has awakened the most times by himself or with the help of star cores. One is the mysterious and frightening dark power. The other is the sharp and swift wind power. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up on the originally calm arena, sweeping up with a roar, like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow everything. The black smoke took advantage of the force of the strong wind and spread to every corner of the arena at lightning speed, shrouding the entire arena in darkness and chaos. Through the screen, we can see that Li Ziang, who was in the darkness, has quickly changed into his proud combat uniform, the shadow suit. He spent a lot of points to finally get this set of equipment. Not only does this set look cool, it also fits perfectly with his dark powers. When he wears this shadow suit, he can greatly speed up his movement speed, allowing him to move between battlefields like a ghost, making it difficult for the enemy to track him. At the same time, the suit also contains the ability to enhance the effects of dark powers and give it extraordinary attack and defense power, so it is also listed as an A-level combat uniform. In the Qinglong Academy, A-level combat uniforms are rare items and are usually only available to those talented people with top strength. Obviously, Li Ziang is one of them. The wind around them was getting stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the protective shield created by the space barrier, the spectators outside the venue would have been swallowed up by the black smoke. It is said that the smoke contains toxins, and being in the smoke for a long time will cause paralysis, weakness, dizziness, and vomiting. There has been no improvement in the past 2 years. At this moment, Shen Mingnan's voice suddenly rang out in the ring. Swish! At that moment, a golden light as sacred and brilliant as the arrival of a god suddenly burst out from her graceful body. Then, a set of exquisite and extremely gorgeous golden combat uniforms quickly covered her graceful body as if it had life. This set of golden combat uniform was obviously specially made for those with light-related abilities. It fits the human body perfectly without any sense of encumbrance. When it is worn, it exudes a pure, flawless, dazzling golden glow, as if the whole world has become brighter because of this touch of gold. Holy light! A clear and melodious cry filled with endless majesty rang out, and a holy light that people dared not look directly at suddenly shone from her hand. This light was like lightning that cut through the night sky, spreading to all around at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, the thick black fog that was as thick as ink that originally filled the surroundings was ruthlessly impacted and dispersed by this ray of light. They were like they had encountered their natural enemy. The moment they touched the light, they began to flee frantically in the direction of Li Ziang in fear, like mice seeing a cat. However, no matter how hard these black mists struggled to escape, they could not escape the fate of being completely swallowed by the light. As time went by, more and more black fog gradually disappeared, until it finally dissipated completely. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, Shun Mingnan, dressed in a suit shining with golden light, slowly revealed his figure. It was early morning, and the warm and gentle sunlight was shining down, just right on her body. The golden light blended and shone with the morning sun, as if forming an invincible force that easily penetrated all the darkness in the world. Looking from afar, Shun Mingnan at this moment looked like an extremely bright sun, emitting a brilliance that could not be ignored. Even if standing very far away, people can still clearly see her dazzling figure and feel the powerful aura and shocking charm she brings. She holds a golden spear and a golden shield in her hands, looking heroic, with extraordinary heroism and majesty. This is the shining gold suit. I didn't expect that the senior sister really got the shining gold suit. This thing is an A-level combat suit that requires 30 billion credits. How did the senior sister get so many points? I'm afraid that others can't get so many points in 4 years at school, right? This is much more powerful than Li Xiang's shadow suit, which is only 10 billion. At this time, the old students who recognized the combat uniform on Shun Mingnan were all surprised. This is an A-grade combat suit worth 30 billion points. If it were sold outside, you probably wouldn't be able to buy it even with 50 billion. S-level combat uniforms are already in short supply in the market, and the more precious SS-level combat uniforms are even more difficult to obtain. Most people have to enter ancient ruins to explore on their own, or join the extraordinary alliance of warriors to obtain enough points to exchange them, but the amount of points exchanged is unimaginable. It is said that the Yaojin suit can be upgraded. When enough Yaojin is incorporated, it can be upgraded to S-level or SS-level combat uniform, which has very high value. The shining gold set gathers the purest light. It is a kind of metal born in the solar system. Even under the heat of the sun, it will not melt. Instead, it will be forged to be more dazzling and harder. Unexpectedly, the golden suit that Shun Mingnan had always wanted was actually worn by her. Woohoo! Goddess, give Li Xiang, this ignorant guy, a good beating. No need to give me face. Seeing that there was a turn for the better, Yang Chengkai finally felt relieved. His chubby body jumped up and cheered loudly. But the combat uniform Shun Mingnan was wearing gave Qin Yu a sense of déjà vu. He stared at it carefully, and the memory in his mind gradually became clear. Wasn't this the majestic golden armor worn by Athena in Golden Saint Seiya? Especially the golden spear in her hand and the golden shield on her left arm, which are exactly the same as the image in the anime. However, if we must find the difference between the two, we can only say that Shun Mingnan's equipment looks more brilliant and sacred than Athena's. When Shun Mingnan put on this combat uniform, her perfect figure was fully revealed. Her slender waist, long legs, and proud curves were all eye-catching. Even Qin Yu, who was always calm, couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster at this moment, as if his Taoism that he had maintained for many years was about to be broken at this moment. Chapter 64. I don't know if I can handle it. In the martial arts arena, on the stage. How is it possible? Looking at the graceful figure in front of him wearing a golden suit, Shun Mingnan, who easily dispelled the dark power he had displayed, Li Xiang widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. In an instant, memories of the past flooded into my mind like a tide. Especially when he recalled the scenes when he challenged Shun Mingnan during his freshman year, he was filled with emotion. At that time, Shun Mingnan was obviously struggling to deal with the poisonous smoke attack he released. If it weren't for the fact that he had been releasing poisonous smoke continuously for a long time, thus exhausting his own star power, the person who would have won the first place in the grade at that time would probably be him, Li Xiang. However, the situation at this moment is very different from the past. The poisonous smoke that had just been released from the surface of his skin was dispersed by Shun Mingnan at an extremely fast speed, as if it had met its nemesis. The speed at which it dispelled was beyond imagination, even faster than the wind-based ability that he was proud of. In just a blink of an eye, the poisonous smoke that had filled the entire venue had dissipated without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The culprit that caused all this was the dazzling holy light released from Shun Mingnan's hands. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiang was stunned, his heart full of doubts and confusion. Although he knew that Shun Mingnan possessed powerful light-related abilities, he never expected that she would become even stronger than before, and her control over abilities and star power had also improved a lot. What exactly caused Shun Mingnan to improve so rapidly in such a short period of time? Or did she hide some secret means unknown to the public? Countless questions swirled and intertwined in Li Xiang's mind, making his thoughts confused and difficult to sort out. At this moment, When the last trace of poisonous smoke completely disappeared and when Shen Mingnan's figure in a golden suit came clearly into view, Li Ziang felt that his brain suddenly went blank and he completely lost the ability to think, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment. The light-type power itself has a certain tendency to restrain the dark-type power, not to mention the golden suit, which is most suitable for warriors with light-type powers. In the S-level or SS-level suits, each series has the abilities contained in the suit itself. Some can prevent the body from being harmed, some can increase the movement speed, some can improve the control of mental power, and some can strengthen supernatural powers. The ability contained in the golden suit is to enhance the wearer's light abilities and resistance to negative effects. For some reason, he became a little afraid when facing Shen Mingnan like this. However, in the next moment, Shen Mingnan came rushing like a flash of lightning. Her speed was so fast that Li Ziang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "So fast!" In his field of vision, all he could catch was a dazzling light like a meteor across the sky. Could it be that Shen Mingnan not only possesses light-related abilities, but also has abilities such as strengthening or wind that can greatly increase his speed? This thought just flashed through Li Ziang's mind, but he quickly came to his senses. Because at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared before his eyes. Two clones that looked exactly like him suddenly emerged from his body. Moreover, both the two clones and his original body were wearing the mysterious shadow suit. At the same time, something even more shocking happened. Li Ziang's original body, which had been standing still, suddenly began to undergo strange changes. He and the two clones gradually became illusory. The whole person looked like those chaotic and disordered computer codes, sometimes clearly visible, and sometimes completely hidden. Faced with such strange changes in Li Ziang, Shen Mingnan did not show even the slightest fear. On the contrary, she emanated an incomparably holy light from her whole body. This light seemed to have endless power that could dispel all vanity and darkness in the world. In an instant, expressions of extreme pain appeared on the faces of the two clones of Li Ziang at the same time, and then there was a light, puff, sound, and in the blink of an eye they turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated into the air. Accompanied by a dull sound, Shen Mingnan had already rushed forward. She kicked out without hesitation, her foot burning with blazing golden flames. The flames flashed with dazzling golden light and were scorching hot. She kicked Li Ziang's chest with the force of thunder. Swish! This kick was so violent, filled with the perfect aesthetic of violence, that it directly kicked Li Ziang away. His body hit the barrier heavily, and after sticking to it for about 2 seconds, he slid off the barrier and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, many people's hair stood on end. It hurts. Oh my God, it's so painful that I want to die. This is how people evaluated this battle. And the eye-catching protagonist, Shen Mingnan, her charming and heroic figure like a female general made everyone present feel awe. Even the men who had once pursued her madly began to hesitate at this moment, secretly wondering whether they should continue to persist in this relationship. After all, if I ever make this lady annoyed, I might get kicked hard like Li Ziang in the ring. By then, I really don't know if I can endure such severe pain. At this moment, the atmosphere on the ring was extremely tense. Just when the spectators outside had not yet recovered from their shock, Li Ziang, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly felt a powerful force coming towards him at the critical moment. Immediately afterwards, a violent hurricane swept across the entire stadium without warning, raising a cloud of dust that made it impossible to open one's eyes. However, in this chaos, a bright figure rushed past like lightning. When he looked closely, it was Shen Mingnan. She was as light as a swallow, riding on the strong wind and rushing straight towards Li Ziang. The golden spear in his hand was raised high, the tip of the spear flashing with cold light, as if to pierce through anything that stood in his way. In the blink of an eye, the spear had already pierced straight towards Li Ziang's head at lightning speed. See this scene. All the freshmen and old students stood up, with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Shen Mingnan wants to kill Li Ziang. But Qinglong Academy has a rule that students can compete with each other but cannot kill each other. Just like Qinyu, you can cripple him through sparring, but you can't kill him. Even if you want to kill him, you can't do it in Qinglong Academy. Just when everyone was worried about Li Ziang, the golden spear swung violently and pierced the barrier beside his left ear. Seeing that he was not dead, Li Ziang only felt dizzy and his forehead was covered with cold sweat due to fear. Call. Are you convinced? Shen Mingnan put away the golden spear, and when he swung the spear, a gust of wind was created. His bright eyes stared at Li Ziang, who was sitting on the ground in front of him, as if he was waiting for him to admit defeat. This is the rule among students. If one side refuses to admit defeat, the fight will continue until the other side admits defeat. I lost. Li Ziang squinted his eyes. Although his face was not attacked, he felt like his whole body was about to fall apart due to the pain. In addition, he had just experienced life and death, so his head was now dizzy. After this battle, he was completely afraid of this woman, Shen Mingnan. All of his dark abilities were of no use at all. The moment the light appeared, it was as if all the darkness would disappear. Although the light system does have a slight advantage when fighting against the dark system, the advantage is not as overwhelming as Shen Mingnan's. It can only be said that Li Ziang's use of dark abilities and star power is not comprehensive enough. This is also what Qin Yu thought. He knew that Li Ziang's biggest trump card was the dark black poisonous smoke. Logically, it should consume more of Shen Mingnan's star power and then release the poisonous smoke at the end. In this way, the outcome was still uncertain. But what about him? The first card you get is a king. If you have extremely good cards, that would be fine. But when the king comes out, the remaining cards are all small cards below 10. After this set of business, it would be strange if you can't lose. Do you think you have cheats like me? Shen Mingnan already has some advantages in light. Not only do you not consume the opponent, but you also consume yourself. If you don't lose, who will lose? It can only be said that his practical experience was too scarce. In addition, maybe after a year, he became more confident and believed that he definitely had the ability to defeat Shen Mingnan. So he was ultimately defeated by Shen Mingnan. Fuck. Goddess. The goddess won. Yang Qingkai in the stands suddenly shouted loudly, wishing he could rush up and kneel her. This time, he bet right again. But this time the stakes were small. There was no way. Almost 90% of the people in the school thought that Shen Mingnan could win, and only the last 10% thought that Li Ziang had a chance of winning, so they simply didn't have enough points. But for Yang Qingkai, no loss is profit. Let's go. It's all over. Are you going to ask the senior for an autograph? Qin Yu shook Yang Qingkai and said. Hearing this, Yang Qingkai shook his head vigorously, and the flesh on his face seemed to fly off. He might have dared before, but after seeing Shen Mingnan kick Li Ziang, he became a little scared. The competition has just ended, and the winning side is still excited. If I go over there, I might get kicked. He was afraid that with this kick he would lose half his life, but he still didn't go. Qin Yu, I have a spiritual weapon class tomorrow. You can come with me. You can go to any of the 10 major colleges anyway. Yang Qingkai did not reply, but quickly changed the subject. Okay, since I have nothing else to do, I might as well go to class with you. Maybe I can learn something. Qin Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. He had no intention of continuing to joke. And just at this moment, want to spar with me? A voice came from a distance. Chapter 65. Challenge from Food King Lu Sun. Want to spar with me? A voice came from a distance. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a pale, extremely thin man slowly walking towards me. After seeing him, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the senior who wanted to compete with him, because he didn't remember having such a person among the freshmen. The person in front of me was so thin that it was shocking, as if there was only a thin layer of skin covering his bones. The bony skeleton was clearly visible, which made people feel pity. He was wearing a robe as black as ink, and was covered from head to toe by this loose garment, especially the hat on his head, which covers his face completely, as if he is living in deep darkness, and seems to have an extreme fear and resistance to the sunlight. Emitting from this man was a breath of death that was so strong that it was almost tangible. This breath permeated, making the air around him heavy and depressing. He looked lifeless, like a walking corpse, having lost all his energy. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost the ability to perceive the world. His face, which should have been full of expressions, was now like a blank sheet of paper, without any trace of emotional fluctuations. If I hadn't been able to feel his slight breathing and occasional movements, I would have thought that the person standing here was just a skinny puppet without any emotions, at the mercy of others. Who are you? Before Qin Yu could speak, Yang Qingkai, who was standing beside him, narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he recognized who the guy who challenged Qin Yu was. Although he has been in Qinglong Academy for less than a week, don't forget that his brother graduated from Qinglong Academy. Therefore, he has some impressions of many special old students in the school and knows them well. The man in front of him, who was so thin that only skin and bones were left, seemed to be a junior student like his goddess Shen Mingnan, and his college was Seoul College. This guy's name is Lu Sun, and he is also the president of the Black Eye Society. However, he has a very famous nickname in the Qinglong Academy, which seems to be Food King. He relies on his mental power to devour all kinds of things, including supernatural attacks released by other people. When he has devoured to a certain extent, his body will return to the appearance of an ordinary person, and his body will continue to grow fatter, and finally he will begin to devour his own flesh and blood. In this repetitive process, his physical abilities will be strengthened. In general, don't be fooled by his skinny and dying appearance now. When he starts eating, he will turn into a fat man who can't be beaten at all. Then the fat man will swallow his own flesh and blood mouthful by mouthful in front of you. Thinking of this scene, Yang Chunkai couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. It is said that Lu Xun's realm has reached level 3 of the 6th realm, ranking 3rd among all the junior students, only after Li Ziyang. Yang Chunkai didn't expect that such a terrifying existence would actually want to compete with Qin Yu. Isn't this a joke? Junior year challenging freshman year? Is it because Qin Yu killed 2 members of his Black Ice Society? But even so, it is not necessary for the boss to come out and declare war in person. Yang Chunkai felt like all his brain cells were dying, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out why. My name is Lu Xun, but people who know me call me the Food King. I came here 2 years earlier than you, and I'm also the leader of the Black Ice Society. Lu Xun's voice sounded extremely calm, and almost every word he said seemed to be without any emotion. The reason why he came to challenge Qin Yu was very simple. He could feel that Qin Yu's realm was not at the 5th level at all. He wanted to verify his guess to see if Qin Yu's real strength was at the 6th level as he thought. When Qin Yu left the vice president's office, the vice president looked for Lu Xun in the evening. His meaning was very clear. He hoped that his Black Ice Society would not cause trouble for Qin Yu from now on, and the grudges during the reporting period would be written off. He did not make any statement on this. After all, in his opinion, this was just a fight between students. It was not worth his intervention as a president, let alone his effort to stop it. However, after seeing Qin Yu's methods during the assessment, he was stunned. He began to recall the vice principal's warning to him, which was more of an advice than a warning. At this moment, he completely understood that the vice president was not worried that the club would kill Qin Yu, but was afraid that Qin Yu would kill the club. Therefore, after watching the assessment, he had some guesses and wanted to test Qin Yu's strength through a competition. It was also at this time that the freshmen and old students who were about to leave stopped and looked at Lu Xun and Qin Yu. They are doubting their ears. What did they just hear? Food King Lu Xun wants to compete with the freshman Qin Yu? Now that the younger one has been defeated, the older one has come again. He is going to severely abuse Qin Yu, who had performed very well in the assessment yesterday. At this moment, everyone who originally wanted to go to class stopped and decided not to leave. After saying this, they won't be sleepy anymore. At the same time, Shen Mingnan stopped and prepared to leave, looking at Qin Yu with bright eyes. However, she was not as shocked as the others, but instead showed a hint of anticipation. Yes, Shen Mingnan, like Lu Xun, wanted to see how strong Qin Yu was. Okay. At this time, Qin Yu's response sounded, and everyone was stunned in an instant. Qin Yu actually agreed? Yes. They admitted that Qin Yu performed very well in yesterday's assessment, even amazingly. However, this is not the capital he needs to challenge the Food King. Although Food King Lu Xun is a junior student, his realm has already reached the 6th realm, which is even better than that of senior students. You know, some senior students have not yet broken through the 6th realm even though they are about to graduate. Such a strong man actually challenges a freshman who has just registered not long ago. Is he bullying the weak? But the same thing happened. They were too shocked. They never expected that Qin Yu would actually agree. Qin Yu was not joking about this. When he heard that the other party was the president of the Black Ice Club, he initially thought that Lu Xun was looking for trouble, but it seemed that the other party just wanted to compete with him. He also believed that even if he didn't compete with him, after his performance in yesterday's assessment, there would still be many seniors who would want to compete with him. Instead of refusing, it is better to agree directly and let those who are watching secretly take a good look at your strength. Besides, there was no need for him to refuse. You are in the 6th realm, and I am also in the 6th realm. Not to mention that he was cheating before. Then let's go. After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Xun walked down the stairs of the stand step by step and headed towards the arena in the center of the martial arts arena. He was not surprised that Qin Yu agreed. On the contrary, he would be surprised if Qin Yu refused, because he knew that this was a very difficult guy who was absolutely confident in himself and was not afraid of his challenge at all. No, brother Yu, if you really want to compete with him, that's Lu Xun, the Food King Lu Xun. Your attacks transformed by your supernatural powers may be swallowed by him in one gulp, and this guy even eats himself. The more he eats, the stronger he becomes. Yang Chunkai was very surprised and even a little shocked at what Qin Yu had just said. He didn't want Qin Yu and Lu Xun to compete with each other. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Haha, don't worry, he can't beat me. Qin Yu smiled and patted Yang Chengkai on the shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to worry. But in Yang Chengkai's view, this sentence was undoubtedly just to comfort himself. The Food King. I guess those senior guys wouldn't want to spar with him. He has thick skin and flesh, can absorb supernatural powers, and is also a psychic with strengthening powers, which undoubtedly increases his strength by several levels. In his opinion, even if Li Ziang and Lu Xun fought, he might not get any benefits, and might even be defeated by Lu Xun. As for the huge cloud of black mist emanating from Li Ziang, wouldn't Lu Xun swallow it all when he opened his mouth? At this time, Lu Xun was already standing in the center of the ring, waiting for Qin Yu to appear. There was no expression on his face. If there was any, it was endless coldness. He looked like he wanted to keep people at a distance and didn't want to have any contact with anyone. But at this moment, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I guess he also wants to have a good fight. He decided to go all out and give Qin Yu a good test. Chapter 66. What does it have to do with me ignoring defense? This Qin Yu is really confident. He actually accepted Lu Xun's challenge. It's called a sparring match, but it's actually a challenge. He wanted to teach Qin Yu a lesson by bullying the weak. But he didn't expect that the person who came was Lu Xun. TSK. Qin Yu just stole the limelight in the freshman assessment, but now he is being beaten up by senior Lu Xun. His good days are over so quickly. How pitiful. I don't think so. I feel that Qin Yu is very strong. He is stronger than us seniors. Maybe he can win. Win? Stop kidding. Lu Xun's strength is second only to Li Ziang. Although he has been very low-key in recent years, he is very powerful. Almost no one dares to provoke him. In addition, the Black Ice Club he founded is gaining momentum in the school. Maybe it will even be the #1 club in the future. At this time, everyone returned to their original positions and started discussing. The entire trial field was in an uproar. Some people were shocked. Some people were stunned. But more people are looking forward to it. This time, more people poured into the entire training ground, even exceeding the number of people in the ranking battle between Shen Mingnan and Li Ziang. The reason why many people did not watch the ranking battle between Shen Mingnan and Li Ziang is that they completely believe in Shen Mingnan's personal strength. They think that there will be no reversal even if they go, so they simply don't watch it. But the battle between Qin Yu and Lu Xun was completely different. This is a battle between freshmen and seniors, which can be said to be the first of its kind in the history of Qinglong Academy. In addition to Qin Yu's various performances, they are not fools. They all know that Qin Yu was holding back during the assessment. Now Lu Xun's appearance can just dispel the doubts in their hearts. They wanted to see how strong Qin Yu was and whether he could really defeat this scoundrel Lu Xun. This is the case in Qinglong Academy. There is only one thing that is worshipped: force. This is a world where literature is poor and martial arts are rich. The stronger your martial arts skills are, the more people will admire you. No matter how well you study, it will be in vain if your martial arts skills are not high. Soon, everyone fell silent because they saw Qin Yu appeared in the center of the ring. This time the scene was filled with sharp rocks. The rocks filled the entire ring and blocked the vision of both sides. However, for Lu Xun, who is known as the king of food, this kind of scene is undoubtedly his favorite sparring scene. Because of his special ability, he can also swallow these huge rocks. After eating them into his stomach, it will not only strengthen his body, but also increase his body's resistance to blows and greatly increase his defense. At the same time, he was a little shocked, because this scene was chosen by Qin Yu himself just now, which was really unexpected for him. At this time, Lu Xun walked up to Qin Yu and said, "Are you sure you want to use this scene to spar with me? It might be disadvantageous to you." He wanted to have an equal fight with Qin Yu. He wanted to see how strong this freshman was. If he took advantage of factors on the field, he might not be able to unleash Qin Yu's true strength and would have been defeated by him. This was not what he wanted to see. Of course, let's use this scene. I have an advantage in this sparring scene. Qin Yu didn't care at all and said with a smile. He didn't expect that Lu Xun, who was known as the Food King, was actually such an honest man. Just now, Yang Chengkai had told him a lot about Lu Xun, saying that the fatter he was, the better his physical fitness and the stronger his defense would be, and that he would be even more powerful after eating himself. He just wanted to say, what does it have to do with him ignoring defense? No matter how tanky you are, can you withstand real damage? My real damage is much stronger than Lu Bu, the old Nine Gates. If I don't pick some powerful scenes for you, you really have no hope, man. Okay, shall we get started? Qin Yu nodded without any hesitation. After seeing Qin Yu nod, Lu Sun immediately put on his combat uniform. This is a brown combat uniform, covered with a large number of metal elements all over the body, and it looks very heavy. In Qin Yu's eyes, Lu Sun perfectly controlled this combat uniform. After putting it on, he did not feel any pressure from the huge force. Instead, he seemed extremely relaxed. He walked very lightly and did not leave heavy footprints on the ground. This was a combat uniform that looked like a giant elephant, with an extremely ferocious elephant head engraved on the chest. He summoned his spiritual weapon, which was a 2-meter-long stick. However, when the stick touched the ground, dust immediately flew up, accompanied by a loud noise. Qin Yu knew that this seemingly ordinary stick was very heavy. "Aren't you going to put on your combat uniform?" Lu Sun, who was ready, looked at Qin Yu, who was still wearing sportswear, and asked, "No, you should eat more when you start fighting. Don't treat yourself badly." Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand, and reminded Lu Sun to eat more. "Otherwise, you would lose before you even have time to eat, which would be terrible." Lu Sun showed a puzzled look on his face. He obviously didn't understand what Qin Yu meant. However, in his opinion, this freshman didn't seem to take him seriously. He doesn't even need combat uniforms or spiritual weapons. That's a bit arrogant. In that case, he won't let it go. It was at this moment that the real battle was about to begin. Boom! There was a loud noise and Lu Sun raised his arm suddenly. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up and swept over like a surging torrent. His muscles tensed up, his strength exploded instantly, and he pounced towards Qin Yu like an arrow. At this critical moment, a jaw-dropping scene took place. The ordinary-sized stick in Lu Sun's hand suddenly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became extremely huge, as big as a human head. At the same time, every step Lu Sun took forward left a deep footprint on the hard ground, as if the earth could not bear his incredible weight and powerful impact. However, surprisingly, despite the huge resistance brought by such heavy steps, Lu Sun did not slow down at all. On the contrary, his figure was like a flash of lightning, getting faster and faster, bringing up a gust of wind and making bursts of roaring sounds. Boom, boom. His footsteps fell one after another, and each step caused the earth to tremble violently, as if a ferocious giant monster was running and roaring madly on the land. Although he is a student of the Soul Academy and also possesses psychic abilities, he has the most enhancement abilities in the entire Qinglong Academy. At the 6th level, he has 4 enhancement abilities, which is unmatched in the entire Qinglong Academy. In every action of his, he can continuously display a variety of wonderful and powerful strengthening abilities. And at this moment, the supernatural power he displayed was even more shocking. Through some mysterious power, he was able to increase his weight to a level measured in tons in a short period of time. What is even more incredible is that even though his body has become so emaciated that only a thin layer of skin covers his bones, he is still able to easily control this enormous power and exert it to the extreme. Use all your strength, Qin Yu. With a kind reminder, Lu Sun raised the long stick and smashed it towards Qin Yu's head. When the long stick fell, the wind whistled so hard that one could hear the whistling sound with one's own ears. However, at this time, few people noticed that the corners of Qin Yu's mouth had slightly raised, forming a subtle arc. The passive skill of excitement has already strengthened his whole body. It was triggered when Lu was looking for him to spar with him. His passive skill is now at the maximum level. Although it was just a competition, Lu Sun couldn't help but feel a bit hostile towards him. In his opinion, this was all caused by the club's affairs. But Qin Yu didn't know that the reason why Lu Sun was hostile to him was not because of the club, but because of the vice principal's reminder. In the vice president's opinion, if Lu Sun's Black Eye Society still wanted to seek revenge and cause trouble for Qin Yu, they would most likely be swept away by Qin Yu. Although he did not express it very clearly, Lu Sun had just thought through every word of the vice president. This was not a warning, but an advice for him to avoid danger. How could he tolerate this? Any man with blood in his veins wouldn't tolerate this either. Therefore, the passive ability of excitement has already been fully triggered. Boom. The long stick fell down suddenly, and this time the stick became bigger. Lu Sun also used his psychic ability, Gravity Range. Chapter 67, Innocent Spectators. This ability is the same as the one Lu Yi displayed when Qin Yu fought against him in the talent selection competition. He can use his mental power to create a field of additional gravity around himself, and can also apply gravity to the spiritual weapon he is using. Moreover, Qin Yu could feel that this gravity was much stronger than Lu Yi's. It seemed that Lu Sun also had an enhanced ability that could increase gravity. However, for Qin Yu, who possesses the two rare cosmic powers of light soul and dark soul. All spiritual powers have no effect on him. Therefore, this gravity was completely illusory in front of Qinyu and could not be felt at all. The reason why gravity is observed is entirely because the surrounding rocks are crushed. At this critical moment, the long stick came down with a sharp sound of wind, as if to smash everything. Everyone present felt their heart in their throat and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Qinyu, who was in danger. Everyone was filled with confusion. Why doesn't he dodge? All I heard was a loud bang, which resounded through the sky like a bolt from the blue. In an instant, the entire arena shook violently, as if a shocking explosion had occurred. Billowing smoke and dust rose into the air and quickly spread, covering the sky and the sun for a moment, making it impossible to see what was happening on the ring. When the dust gradually settled, people could not wait to cast their eyes towards the arena and the huge screen in the air, anxious to find out whether Qinyu was safe or had died tragically under Lu Xun's ferocious stick. However, when the line of sight was finally able to penetrate the gradually thinning dust and fog, everyone stood there in shock, dumbfounded, as if they were under a spell. How is it possible? Qinyu actually caught Lu Xun's spiritual weapon? This stick is probably enhanced by gravity, and with Lu Xun's physical enhancement, it should be able to kill a transcendent warrior who is almost at the 7th level, right? But Qinyu is fine. Incredible. This is simply beyond common sense. Isn't Qinyu afraid of gravity? Relaxed. I saw Qinyu's face was full of relief. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, obviously finding this ending incredible and unbelievable. Without exception, they all thought that Qinyu would be killed by this stick or would faint directly, but what about it? But the other party was standing there, holding the fallen long stick in one hand, and it was a thicker one. This level is comparable to a large stone pillar, but Qinyu took it on easily. The ground around him cracked open. The terrifying power exerted by Lu Xun created a deep pit, and Qinyu and Lu Xun were both in the pit. Bang! At this moment, there was another loud noise from the arena, and Lu Xun flew backwards, smashing 7 or 8 rocks in the process. When he landed, everyone noticed that there were cracks on his combat uniform and a footprint appeared on his abdomen. Feeling the piercing pain, Lu Xun's eyes showed pain. He was surprised that Qinyu was standing there intact, and even kicked him in return. Could it be that even though I increased the gravity around me, it had no effect on Qinyu? Well, it's time for you to eat something good. Qinyu emerged from the pit, brushed off the dust on his body with his hand, his tone still relaxed. He even moved his body on the field, as if to tell everyone that this so-called competition was boring. His body was not fully stretched, and he needed to warm up on the spot. Seeing this jaw-dropping scene in front of him, the anger that had been suppressed in Lu Xun's heart for a long time suddenly erupted like a volcano. At this moment, he no longer wanted to hide or hold back. His eyes, which were originally as calm as water, suddenly flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Then he opened his mouth without hesitation and aimed at the extremely hard rocks around him. In an instant, an indescribable huge suction force came out of his mouth, like a black hole, so strong that people could not resist it at all. Under the influence of this terrifying suction force, the rocks shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and flew towards Lu Xun's mouth one after another, like iron filings attracted by a magnet. As Lu Xun continued to devour these rocks, his originally frail body began to undergo amazing changes. I saw his muscles gradually bulging and his skin becoming tight due to excessive expansion. He looked like an inflating balloon, getting bigger and rounder. Before long, his body shape was almost the same as that of the muscular Yang Chenkai, but this was obviously not the end, as his body continued to gain weight. Even Qinyu, who saw this scene, was shocked. The seemingly ordinary combat uniform on Lu Xun's body actually grew larger automatically as his body gained weight, and there was no sign of tearing or tightening at all. This combat uniform seemed to have its own life. It could stretch and adjust freely according to the wearer's body shape, perfectly fitting Lu Xun's increasingly large body. I'm giving you some condiments. A white explosive clay bird appeared in Qinyu's hand. He threw it towards Lu Xun without hesitation. The bird was very fast and appeared in front of Lu Xun in the blink of an eye. But this scene was very ridiculous in Lu Xun's eyes. He could not only swallow these rocks, he could swallow many things. Undoubtedly, in his eyes, this bird-like thing did not pose any threat at all, but would instead become his food. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, and it seemed as if an endless suction force burst out from his mouth. The small and exquisite clay bird seemed to be irresistibly pulled and flew straight towards his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the clay bird disappeared in his mouth. However, the moment the bird entered his mouth, his expression suddenly changed and a deep regret surged in his heart. It turned out that the moment he sucked the clay bird into his mouth, Qin Yu instantly detonated the star power contained in the clay. The force of the explosion completely ignored any defense and exploded violently in his body with an overwhelming force. Lu Sun, who was in the process of swallowing, was caught off guard and was blown backwards like a cannonball by the powerful impact. His originally fat and bloated body was now spinning rapidly in the air, like a huge deflated balloon, losing all support and weight. Accompanied by a deafening bang, boom, Lu Sun slammed into the ground like a falling meteorite, sending up a cloud of dust. After landing, his body quickly returned to its skinny and emaciated appearance, forming a sharp contrast with his previous fat image. A streak of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, which was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, Lu Sun fell into unprecedented confusion. All along, no matter how powerful the enemies were and their bizarre and unpredictable supernatural attacks, he was able to devour and digest them with his unique abilities. But today, this piece of white clay shaped like a flying bird brought him a Waterloo. He had successfully swallowed it, but it still blew him away in the end. According to common sense, even if the clay exploded in his body, the energy contained in it should have been absorbed by his supernatural power. At the same time, the shock wave caused by this violent explosion was not limited to Lu Sun. The ground around him began to tremble violently, as if the earth was trembling at the terrifying power of the explosion. The rocks that had not yet been swallowed by Lu Sun broke free from the constraints of gravity, flew into the air, and danced wildly in the air. The scene was extremely chaotic. This is the unique ability of a spiritual master to control objects. At this moment, these flying rocks contain Qin Yu's star power. He wants to show a hearty display of art in the ring. In the eyes of everyone, dazzling white light bloomed from the rocks. Qin Yu used his artistic ability to add 5 elements of gold, wood, water, earth, and reinforcement to the original fire in these rocks. At the moment of the explosion, countless lights were revealed. The sky was filled with flames, the water flowed like a tide, the powerful gold element, the giant stone spikes that burst out, the thick vines that stretched out. At this moment, all that's missing is Patrick. Snap! Another sound was heard, and the space barrier on the ring was instantly shattered, along with the heart of Lu Sun, who had fainted. His combat uniform and spiritual weapons were all blown to pieces by Qin Yu, and he fainted in resentment. He didn't expect that Qin Yu would be so terrifying. Every explosion represented a different elemental effect, including strengthening elemental effects. The power was so much stronger that he was completely unable to defend himself, and he felt that all his defenses were ineffective. No matter how he defended himself, he felt excruciating pain when his body was touched. In fact, he was already close to coma before the explosion completely broke out. At this moment, the barrier was broken by an attack that ignored defense. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the aftermath of the attack quickly enveloped the entire audience like a storm. In an instant, the eyes of all the onlookers were filled with fear, and they all mobilized the star power in their bodies to defend themselves, and some people even put on combat uniforms. The same was true for Shen Mingnan and Yang Chengkai. One was curious and wanted to see Qin Yu's strength, and the other was Qin Yu's good brother. They didn't expect that Qin Yu's ability could also blow up the barrier. And the most terrifying thing is that the aftermath of the power brought by the supernatural power is actually rushing towards them. You know, this barrier was specially set up for 6th Realm warriors to compete and challenge each other, and the teachers in the entire Qinglong Academy don't know how to compete, so the barrier can only defend against supernatural attacks at the 6th Realm and below. Could it be that Qin Yu has surpassed the 6th Realm? The two of them and everyone else defended themselves, but when the aftermath rushed in all directions, everyone felt as if they were flying. Everyone's defenses were completely broken. Some vomited blood in the air, some were smashed hard into the buildings, and some's combat uniforms were shattered by the aftermath. The loud noise was heard throughout the university town, even by the 10 deans. Even though they were not present, it didn't mean they didn't know that Qin Yu was sparring with Lu Sun. The dean, like the principal, has equipment connected to the various facilities of Qinglong Academy, so that he can observe the students' performance in simulated battles and watch the competitions in the martial arts arena remotely. Obviously, this is what these 10 strong men thought, and they all wanted to watch the showdown between freshmen and old students in the office. The moment the screen went black, they knew something was wrong. At the same time, they were also very surprised. because several deans felt that Qin displayed too many elements. He might have gold, wood, water, and earth abilities. Even Dean Lei discovered that when Qin received Lu Xun's attack, there was a faint electric current flowing. So he might also have thunder ability. This Qin is simply a treasure. They plan to start teaching Qin personally in a few days. But now they all appeared in the air above the martial arts arena, looking at everything around them. They were frowning, and it looked like the result was not going to be good. Qin, this baby, seems to have messed up this competition. Not only did it destroy the barrier, but the aftermath also injured many innocent students. At this moment, everyone on the ground was vomiting blood or fainting. To sum it up in one word, it was miserable. They just wanted to watch a competition, but they didn't expect to be the worst off. Ahem. Qin, give me back my combat uniform. Sister, wake up, don't scare me. Come and save people. Save my girlfriend first. Is this still a freshman? He is simply not a human being. We must study him. At this time, innocent and angry cries were heard in the venue, and rescue workers from Qinglong Academy arrived at the scene and carried out on-site rescue and treatment for the injured. Chapter 68 Performance. The fat is in the fire. Looking at the stands full of affected students, Qin suddenly panicked. He can't afford to pay for such an accident. He had no money to compensate for these people's combat uniforms. After all, there were too many of them. Many people put on combat uniforms to reduce the power of the attack due to the impact of the aftermath of the attack, but it had no effect after putting them on. Instead, the combat uniforms that they had exchanged for points with great effort were destroyed. They will definitely blame Qin for this. At this moment, Qin was in a very bad condition, and even his good brother Yang Chengkai was knocked unconscious. However, some people on the field were not seriously injured, but only suffered minor injuries. These people are all strong men in Qinglong Academy. Most of them are at the 6th level, so the damage they receive is relatively low. However, even Qin himself did not expect such a result to happen. The barrier could not withstand the impact of the aftermath and shattered, and then it also affected the people around who were watching him and Lu Xun sparring. It seems that I have to be more low-key in the future because my own strength is too buggy. Qin, tell me how to compensate? Just then, Shun Mingnan walked up to Qin with a smile on his face. She pointed at her golden shield, and then her bright eyes looked at Qin quietly, as if waiting for his answer. Senior, this is me, this? Qin could only scratch his head awkwardly. He really couldn't afford to pay for this shield made of shining gold. No matter how you looked at it, it was a 7-star spiritual weapon. Now he had to pay for it himself. Wouldn't it be enough that he would have to pay until all the ancient tea seeds were left? You should know that my combat uniform and even my spiritual weapon are made entirely of brilliant gold. Do you know how hard it was for me to obtain this brilliant gold? I completed countless on-campus missions and collected a large amount of resources to exchange for it. Now you've cracked a corner of it. How do you want compensation? Seeing Qin hesitating, Shun Mingnan curled up a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Senior, I really can't afford to pay for it. Just tell me straight away. Qin also realized that this heroic and cold queen had him in her sight. She must want him to do something after seeing his strength. After hearing Qin's words, the smile on Shan Mingnan's mouth became more obvious. Obviously, she knew that Qin was not stupid and had seen through her thoughts. After thinking about this, Shin Mingnan said directly, Okay, since you have guessed it, I will tell you directly. I hope you can go to the starfield with me to hunt the golden horned beast. The horn of the golden horned beast is made of the same material as the shining gold, and it is even more precious. It is said that this beast absorbs the energy of the sun to grow. Even in the starfield, there are very few of them. The juvenile stage of the golden horned beast is already at level 6. The star core of this beast is a gold star core. Because it absorbs less solar energy in the starfield, and there is no metal around, its growth rate is very slow. Even so, it is very difficult to deal with. I can't handle it by myself, so I hope you can come with me. After finishing her words in one breath, Shun Mingnan stood aside and waited for Qin Yu's answer, but she added, The starfield is very chaotic now, and all the beasts' activity areas have been disrupted. Sometimes, there will be 5th-level beasts in the 1st-level beast area. In addition, an organization called Blood Mang has appeared during this period. It not only destroys the balance of the starfield, but also attacks warriors. So it is very dangerous. Talk to me after you have thought it over. Dangerous? Wouldn't that be a better opportunity for training? I also want to get some training resources. When are we going? Qin Yu nodded after listening to it, but he did not back down. On the contrary, he was very interested in it. Now that the system update has entered the dormant stage, he urgently needs cultivation resources to activate the system. Just wandering around the school is not a good idea at all. It would be better for him to find something to do and get some resources for cultivation. Although the deans would also provide him with cultivation resources for his practice, he was also not sure when to give them. Okay, we'll have one day to prepare, and we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Anyway, you're the dean teaching exclusively now, so you're free. After hearing Qin Yu's agreement, Shen Mingnan showed a joyful smile on her face. That smile was as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. With Qin Yu joining, for some reason the huge rock in her heart suddenly disappeared. After the two chatted for a few more sentences, Shen Mingnan went back to prepare. Just as she was leaving, Qin Yu remembered that he had not yet asked about the Blood Ray organization. But they have added each other's contact information, so I can ask them in the evening. Qin Yu, look at what you have done. At this moment, 10 deans appeared beside Qin Yu and almost surrounded him. Everyone had a very bad look on their faces and was very angry. Seeing the angry faces of these 10 ninth-level peerless warriors, Qin Yu couldn't help but shudder and felt a little scared. He never expected that he would alarm these 10 pillars of Qinglong Academy. Qin Yu looked around and found that many students were able to stand up and move freely, but they had to stop every few steps and were limping. Some of those with low levels were directly carried on stretchers. Dean, I didn't expect this to happen. It's all because the barrier is not strong enough? Not solid? This barrier has existed for so many years without any problems, but it's not solid now because of you. After hearing this, Li Tian, the dean of the Fire Academy, became unhappy instantly and spoke angrily. Qin Yu was even more confused now. He was about to be severely punished by the 10 deans when he was in high spirits. He looked at the angry eyes of the students who were able to move around, and they seemed to be waiting for the deans to vent their anger. Just as Qin Yu closed his eyes and prepared to accept his fate, the voice of Xiang Chun, the dean of the Soul Academy, rang out. You are already a level 6 warrior at such a young age. You have 8 types of elemental energy: spirit, space, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, and reinforcement. You should only have 6 types of elemental energy as a level 6 warrior. How come you have 2 more out of nowhere? Xiang Chan has lived for so long, but this is the first time he has seen such a thing. Just now, the 10 of them were discussing this matter and even looked through ancient books, but in the end they found nothing and did not find any information at all. This made them even more confused, as this was totally against the rules of the world of warriors. Yes, why didn't you tell us that you have such a talent? You even dared to hide it from the 10 of us. Do you know that we are your teachers? Li Tian was obviously unhappy with the fact that his precious student had concealed the truth from him. I can understand you hiding it from the other 9 people, but if you hide it from me, that's your problem. At this moment, the 10 deans stared at Qin Yu with their eyes as sharp as copper bells, as if they wanted to peel him off bit by bit and analyze him carefully. That dean, no. Teacher, hey, this is an experience I had when I was a child. It's more of an opportunity than an experience. Qin Yu sighed and began his performance. After hearing this, the 10 strong men were no longer sleepy. They looked at each other and began to listen. When I was 8 years old, that is, 10 years ago, do you still remember the horrific meteor shower that fell in Dongshan province during the day? At that time, many warriors died in the process of crushing the meteors. That day, when the meteor shower was falling, a beam of light suddenly entered my body. Since then, I have lost all my memories since the age of 8. However, it also brought opportunities. My health has been very good in the past few years. Even before I reached adulthood, my physical fitness has surpassed that of an adult. I can create star veins on my own without training my body. At that time, even if I don't have superpowers, I can use star power to strengthen my body. During the college entrance examination, when I awakened the SSS-level fire ability, I found that many other elements were born in my body. Not only fire, but also the 12 elements in the martial arts world. I kept practicing and gradually mastered these elements. I can add or convert the effects based on my fire ability. Over time, this happened. Qin Yu performed so well that even he believed it. God bless the blue planet. No wonder. No wonder you are already at the 6th level at this age. Genius. A genius was born in the disaster in Dongshan province. It has both good and bad sides. Although the meteor shower caused indelible losses and sacrifices, it also allowed us to find a savior who can save us from our current predicament. After listening to this, Xiang Chun and others were filled with shock. They were naturally aware of the meteor shower that fell in Dongshan province during the day 10 years ago. There were a large number of meteorites, and they were also in the team that destroyed the meteorites. Unexpectedly, that disaster actually created the genius Qin Yu. With elements from a total of 12 systems, isn't it obvious that this will create an 18-year-old at the 10th level? And now, they are the teachers of the future 10th realm. God gave them a super genius who could reach the 10th level without any teaching. This is undoubtedly a special honor for them. Good boy, you really found a treasure. Since you have 12 elements of supernatural powers, it will be easier for us to teach you. We will take turns teaching you today. Su Feng, the dean of the Gold Academy, said hurriedly that he couldn't wait to teach Qin Yu his method of comprehending the gold element. He wanted to teach Qin Yu how to use the gold element. The gold element is the purest elemental power among the gold-based supernatural powers. When the power of the gold element is comprehended and cultivated to the extreme, a domain can eventually be created. However, this is something that can only be achieved after reaching the 10th level. However, after hearing what Qin Yu said, he became even more excited when he learned that the supernatural power he displayed already included not only star power but also elemental power. Originally, I thought that since Qin Yu didn't have gold-related abilities, it would be difficult for me to teach him, so I could only teach him some martial arts skills that I created myself. But now it seems that there is no need for that at all. Now things have really turned around. Obviously, Su Feng's idea was exactly the same as everyone else's. They were all prepared to teach Qin Yu a lesson, and today was the day. Walk. After everyone said this, they teleported away with Qin Yu. The only ones left were those students who wanted to watch the 10 deans teach Qin Yu a lesson. Originally, they were excited and thought that the dean had come to avenge them, but now it seems that they were wrong. The reason why the deans were angry was because Qin Yu concealed his extraordinary talent. Now, the deans who have learned the truth are even happier. How could they bear to scold or beat them? Only their world of pain was achieved. Chapter 69. No one who plays with Qin Yu is a good guy. Night. Qin Yu dragged his tired body back to his dormitory. I am so exhausted today. These 10 deans are simply perverted scientists. I was asked to keep demonstrating how to convert and superimpose elements. Even if I had infinite star power, I would not be able to withstand such torturous research. Moreover, the deans each taught their own martial arts. It's just a pity that he didn't learn it at all. Or maybe he just doesn't want to learn it, and the system doesn't even give him any martial arts to practice, which shows that martial arts have no status in either Qin Yu or the system. It would be better not to learn it directly. Instead of being angry at this attitude, the 10 deans were very understanding. With such terrifying talents and abilities, learning martial arts is indeed redundant. For some reason, the old guys even felt that there was nothing to teach Qin Yu, because the elemental power contained in the supernatural powers that Qin Yu displayed every time was so extreme and comprehensive. It's so damn pure. They couldn't figure out how they did it. This opportunity was simply too good to be true. Their 80 years of understanding of the elements was not as good as the opportunities brought about by a disaster. Qin Yu lay on the bed, took out 10 dragon blood pills from the blind box, and began to eat them one bite at a time. It took him about 5 minutes to finish all 10 dragon blood pills. After eating, he began to practice Starry Sky martial arts. With the help of combined martial arts, 10 dragon blood pills only raised his realm by 1 level. 6th level, 4th level. Only 5%? That's too little. Looking at the data updated by the system, Qin Yu was somewhat incredulous. In the past, these 10 dragon blood pills would have allowed him to level up by at least 3 or 5 levels, but now they only allowed him to level up by 1 level. The effect is really not very significant, and most of it is absorbed by the system. Therefore, Qin Yu did not sleep tonight, but practiced the Starry Sky martial arts desperately. Starry Sky martial arts is the only practice method in this world that allows warriors to improve their realm. Not only can it improve one's realm, but it also has the possibility of awakening new superpowers. The superpowers awakened by Starry Sky martial arts are much better than those obtained from the star cores of ferocious beasts. But in this way, awakening superpowers is relatively difficult. But Qin Yu didn't care about this. What he wanted was for the system to complete the update quickly. The next day, early morning, Qin Yu opened his eyes, looked at the bright sky, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. After a night of practice, with his talent now transformed by the system, he could practice Starry Sky martial arts much faster than ordinary people. However, even so, the system update data only reached 9%. It seems that I must get some cultivation resources. Qin Yu thought in his mind and performed his business skillfully. He opened the door, got breakfast on time, and used the supplies provided by the system. After finishing his supplies, he discovered that the updated data had actually gone up to 11%. This also made him feel much better, even though it was only an increase of 2%. But this also proves that what the system gives are indeed good things. After breakfast, Qin Yu went to meet Yang Chengkai. Yang Chengkai joined the TUN, and Qin Yu prepared to go to class with him. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so worried? Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't worry about what happened yesterday. Yang Chengkai noticed that Qin Yu seemed a little abnormal and thought that he was feeling a little guilty about what happened yesterday, so he immediately tried to comfort him. Although the aftermath did knock him away, fortunately the injury was not serious and he had already recovered. But Yang Chengkai was wrong. Qin Yu was not worried about this at all. It was because of what Shin Mingnan said yesterday about the Blood Ray organization. He wanted to ask about it in the evening, but he forgot about it. He practiced all night and didn't think about anything else. He just remembered this morning that he knew nothing about this evil organization and he had to prepare for it early. But tomorrow is the day of action, so you can ask him in person. Soon, the two arrived at the courtyard. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang. Qin Yu and Yang Chengkai walked in on time, and behind them, a 50-year-old man wearing a gray suit jacket, with silver black hair and a pair of black frame glasses walked in. After all, it was the first day of class, and everyone in the classroom except Qin Yu introduced themselves. The reason why Qin Yu did not introduce himself was very simple. He had already been a celebrity in Qinglong Academy. In this class, there were many people who had watched the battle between Qin Yu and Senior Lu Sun yesterday. When they saw Qin Yu enter the classroom, they showed hostility. This was the guy who destroyed his combat uniform. Doesn't Qin Yu know how difficult it is to collect a complete set of combat uniforms? Qin Yu simply chose to ignore these hostile gazes and even greeted the students around him. Only a few students who did not go to watch responded, while those who went to the martial arts field turned their heads and snorted coldly. Brother Yu, there are a lot of familiar faces here. The one in the front flew out just like me yesterday, but I was luckier. I pressed on him, and he acted as a cushion for me. Yang Chengkai whispered in Qin Yu's ear and gave a smile to his cushion classmate. Although everyone introduced themselves, many people did not listen carefully and therefore did not remember anything. As for this meat-pad classmate, when he saw Yang Chengkai smiling at him, he was filled with anger. He clearly remembered everything that happened yesterday. This guy grabbed him and flew him out, and in the end he used him as a cushion. What a damn guy. Really. None of those who play with Qin Yu are innocent, and none of them are good guys. I think your name is Kai. Wait until Qin Yu leaves and see how I'll deal with you. Ahem, everyone. Be quiet for a moment. At this moment, the 50-year-old man who came in later spoke and began to introduce himself to the classmates. The man's surname is Wang. He is the main instructor of the Ferocious Beast class for freshmen and is at the professor level. He enjoys a certain reputation in the world in the two studies of Ferocious Beast Pharmacology Engineering and Ferocious Beast Body Material Engineering. It is said that the precious water of life was discovered and extracted by him, and he is also highly respected in this field. The study of ferocious beasts is the most important cultural course in all universities. Its purpose is to allow students to have a more comprehensive understanding of ferocious beasts' star cores, attack habits, weaknesses, and other factors. Therefore, Qin Yu prepared to listen to this class carefully and straightened his body slightly. Seeing that everyone's attitude had straightened up, Professor Wang nodded with satisfaction. For today's beast class, let's not talk about the content of the class. I want to ask you why you practiced martial arts and became warriors. Professor Wang looked around at the students present, and soon his eyes turned to Qin Yu. He was a little surprised when he saw Qin Yu. He didn't expect Qin Yu to appear in TUN and in his class. Qin Yu is a celebrity. Not only his students know him, but his teachers, professors, and directors also know him. Qin Yu does not belong to any college, but he will be taught personally by the deans of all colleges. This is the first person in the history of Qinglong Academy to do this, and it was at the suggestion of the vice president that 10 deans were asked to teach the class. And now, such a genius appeared in his class. Soon, he made a decision and the voice rang out. Qin Yu, you answer. Qin Yu, who was sitting below, stood up without hesitation and said, the reason why humans practice martial arts is to fight against ferocious beasts and protect their homes. Since we are fighting against ferocious beasts and defending our homeland, why do some warriors have a different mentality? Professor Wang continued, in recent years, I have found that after the creation of the starfield, many people's ideas have changed. Do you know why they no longer protect their homeland, but instead choose to attack their own people? Professor Wang's question stunned everyone, but they reacted quickly and felt a little ashamed. Yes, after the starfield was created, All the ferocious beasts were driven into the starfield. Not only did the mentality of other warriors change, but so did they themselves. In order to become stronger and for their own interests, they may even attack their own brothers and friends. Some even sneak attack and kill innocent people. The more they think about them, the more ashamed they feel. Chapter 70: The Urgency to Become Stronger. Qin Yu was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Professor Wang to ask such a question. Because humans are inherently greedy, they will hurt others for their own benefit. Moreover, nowadays, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. The stronger you are, the more you get. Many people's mentality has changed. Just like in the college entrance examination, in order to get more star cores, they would use force to snatch the star cores of other candidates. Good. Professor Wang affirmed Qin Yu's answer, and then asked his third question. Then let me ask you again. What will you do if you encounter such a warrior with evil intentions in the future? This time, Qin Yu answered very quickly, and said immediately, Kill. I will kill these evil-minded warriors without hesitation, because I know that such people are often more terrifying and crazier than ferocious beasts. Hearing this, Professor Wang nodded again. Qin Yu, please sit down first. You may be wondering why I asked these 3 questions. The reason I asked these 3 questions is that I hope you can understand the changes in people now. I hope you can all stay true to your original aspirations and protect Blue Planet, the home we all depend on for survival, and don't be the one who destroys it. Just as Qin Yu said, these people are often more terrifying and crazy than ferocious beasts. I hope you will always be aware of why you became a warrior, instead of killing innocent people by any means just to become stronger. After he finished speaking, a white screen slowly descended, and he wrote a few key words on it. Starry sky, universe. Let's get back to the point. These beasts all come from the starry sky, or from any dimension in the universe. It's not clear why they invaded us, but I hope to tell you all, based on everything I know, how to deal with them when you encounter them. Next, I will show you some video material. Professor Wang turned on the projector in the classroom, connected it to the storage disk he brought with him, and then started playing a video. Everyone sat up straight and watched everything in the video intently. The same is true for Qin Yu. What is presented in the picture is a scene of a human fighting against a giant ferocious beast. At the same time, information is also given in the video. The ferocious beast in front of him was extremely huge and was 15 meters tall. From a distance, it looks like a reptile from ancient times, but it is different from it. Its limbs are thick and powerful, and every step it takes causes the ground to tremble slightly. Its long tail is like a nimble steel whip, waving wildly in the air, showing its unparalleled strength and majesty. There is no doubt that such a body gives it extremely strong mobility and balance ability. Even if you just watch it in the video, you can feel a sense of overwhelming pressure coming towards you. Looking at the head of this ferocious beast, it is as ferocious and terrifying as a lizard, but also has a bit of the majestic aura of a western dragon. The entire head is extremely hard, and the surface is covered with mysterious golden lines, like an ancient totem, which makes people feel awe. The most eye-catching thing is the huge golden horn on its head. This horn is like a towering mountain, standing above the head of the ferocious beast, emitting a dazzling golden light. A closer look reveals that the horn is covered with a large number of intricate and mysterious golden patterns, which sparkle with a strange brilliance, as if telling some unknown secrets. From its appearance, the horn is obviously not fully grown, which can be inferred that the beast is still in its infancy. However, even so, the potential energy it contains cannot be underestimated. The beast's body was tightly wrapped in a layer of extremely hard golden scales. These scales shone with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, like indestructible armor, providing it with astonishing defense. In the video, a human warrior is engaged in a thrilling life-and-death battle with this extremely ferocious beast. The warrior used all his skills, and various exquisite moves appeared one after another, but facing this terrifyingly powerful beast, he still seemed powerless. He was caught in a desperate situation under the fierce attack of the ferocious beasts. He soon had countless shocking wounds on his body, and his combat uniform was stained with blood. It was obvious that this human warrior had no chance of winning this battle. When he was about to be killed by the ferocious beast, warriors who came to rescue him arrived and saved him. They worked together to kill this difficult beast. This beast is called the Golden Horned Beast. The Golden Horned Beast in the video is only in its infancy and is a level 6 beast, but its attack power has already reached the level of a level 7 beast. Professor Wang explained on the side. Faced with such a ferocious beast with an attack power of level 7, It took 10 rescue warriors to kill it in the video. In the picture, after someone attacked its horn, the golden-horned beast seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Its body began to shake, and it let out a miserable howl. Finally, after learning of its weakness, 10 warriors worked together to kill the golden-horned beast. With the death of the golden-horned beast, the video came to an end. Professor Wang placed his hands on the podium, looked at all the students, and said calmly, "Now, do you know the real reason why warriors become stronger? And this also shows how important it is to understand fierce beasts." The entire classroom was filled with opium, and everyone was silent. The reason why the golden-horned beast in the picture was killed so quickly was entirely because of the traces of fast-forwarding and deletions. If it weren't for fast-forwarding and some deletions, they couldn't imagine how long it would take to defeat this level 6 beast. At this moment, they felt that their worldview had collapsed. Dozens of people fought for so long, and almost all of them were seriously injured before they worked together to kill the enemy. Then what are the ferocious beasts they killed in the starfield before? They were very proud of killing the level 2 beasts, and even thought they could kill stronger beasts. After watching the video, they realized how insignificant they were. There are such terrifying and extremely threatening beasts in the starfield, and they are still complacent about killing low-level beasts. Even their mentality has changed. Sometimes they even take action to reduce the combat effectiveness of mankind for their own selfish reasons. Thinking of this, I really want to give myself a hard slap. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that what he had seen was too little. At the same time, he also realized the horror of the golden-horned beast. Tomorrow is the day he and Shun Mingnan will go to hunt the golden-horned beast. He doesn't know if they can kill this terrible creature. If he was so horrible when he was a child, what would happen if he grew up? As time passed, the class ended successfully. Everyone sat in their chairs and did not leave, seemingly digesting the information they learned in this class. At the same time, Qin Yu also found that the people around him looked at him with more friendly eyes. It gave him a very strange feeling, as if the students in this classroom had become united. "Brother Yu, this golden-horned beast is really scary. I don't know if I can survive if I encounter it next time." Yang Chengkai poked Qin Yu beside him and said with some fear, "Don't worry, your brother Yu, will protect you." Qin Yu said with a smile, patting his chest to assure. "Hee, that's great. With you protecting me, brother Yu, why should I be afraid of this thing? When the time comes, I will be the first to go up and do it. And in the future, if I encounter those guys who harm people, I will not hesitate to take action and purify the world of warriors." Yang Chengkai waved his fist, looking very proud and confident, and obviously no longer had the fear he had just had towards the golden-horned beast. "Those guys are up to no good. Haven't you read the novel? Once they fall into the evil path, they begin to become stronger. You may not be able to kill them by then." Qin Yu said. "So what? It's better than harming your own people. Besides, with you here, what do I have to fear?" Mission Center. This is the place where Qinglong Academy allows students or teachers to take on tasks and earn points. Points are also considered credits. Not only can they be exchanged for resources, combat uniforms, and spiritual weapons at the mission place, but they can also be used to complete further studies or graduation after reaching a certain score. After watching the battle between the golden-horned beast and the warrior, Qin Yu wanted to become stronger. Although he has the system, he may face ferocious beasts from stronger groups in the universe in the future. He also learned in class that there may be other life forms in the universe, such as the aliens in his previous life. Therefore, he did not plan to attend the class and planned to complete a few tasks here in exchange for points, which he could then redeem for resources to update the system as soon as possible. Chapter 71 Mission Center. Encounter with Yang Feng. There were a lot of people coming and going at the mission center. Qin Yu swiped his student ID at the door and then walked into the mission center. There are quite a lot of people in the mission center hall. Almost all of them are seniors in their 3rd and 4th years. This can be seen from all aspects. Sophomores still have some of their youthfulness, juniors almost don't have that, and seniors are full of the air of seasoned veterans. There are many windows in the hall of the mission center, and in the middle there is a huge void projection, with the content in the projection slowly scrolling up and down. And these contents are task information. At this time, many people were standing below, watching and discussing with each other. Qin Yu also walked up and mixed in the crowd to check. D-level mission. Capture a fugitive suspect who is a level 3 warrior in the 4th realm. If there is a murder case, you can kill him if necessary. Mission requirements. The warrior realm must be above the 4th realm and have certain practical experience. Mission reward, 500,000 cash, 120 points. C-level mission. Enter the eastern area of Kyoto Star region, kill the ferocious beast, Giant Lizard, and obtain 5 hearts of Giant Lizard. Mission requirements. Warrior realm reaches 5th realm or above, familiar with the terrain of the eastern area. Mission reward. 1.5 million cash, 300 points, any B-level training resources selected X3. B-level mission. Kill the suspects of the 5th level warriors on the run. There are murders and gangs. They are vicious and cruel. They must be killed, and the suspect's spiritual weapons and stolen resources must be confiscated. Mission requirements. The warrior realm must be above the 5th level, with actual combat experience, and can form a team to complete the mission. Number of people, 3. Mission reward, 5,600,000 points per person. Any B-level resource selection times 8 per person. S-level mission. Enter any area deep in the Kyoto starfield, kill the fierce beast, Golden Horn Beast, and obtain the Golden Horn Beast horn. The number is unlimited. Rewards are superimposed. Mission requirements. Warrior realm reaches 6th realm or above, possesses SS-level supernatural powers, A-level combat uniform, 6 to 7 star spiritual tools, can form a team to complete the mission. Number of people, 3 to -10 people. Mission reward, 50,050,000 points. Any S-level training resources selected times 5. S-level mission. Enter any area deep in the Kyoto starfield, kill the fierce beast Golden Horn Beast, and obtain the Golden Horn Beast Star Core. The number is unlimited. Rewards are superimposed. Mission requirements. Warrior realm reaches 6th realm or above, possesses SS-level supernatural powers, A-level combat uniform, 6 to 7 star spiritual tools, can form a team to complete the mission. Number of people, 5 to -10 people. Mission rewards. 100,000 points, any S-level training resource selection times 10, Yao Jiner times 10, the permission to open various training equipment in the school times 3, any A-level training resource selection times 20, the star cores obtained can be exchanged for rewards, and can also be exchanged for points. Golden Horn Beast, why do you only want the horn, and the core don't you want the scales? I saw in class before that the scales of this fellow are very hard. If you want the scales, it would be great. How many scales does a Golden Horned Beast have? Chinyu looked at the S-level task on the projection screen, and an idea popped up in his mind. You're overthinking it. The most precious things about the Golden Horned Beast are its horn and star core. The horn contains gold. Moreover, the Golden Horned Beast is more than 10 meters tall and huge. You can't even lift its scales. Just at this moment, a man wearing glasses came over with a smile and explained to Chinyu. Chinyu turned around and showed a surprised smile. Teacher Yang, why are you here? The person who came was very familiar to Chinyu. It was the admissions teacher during the selection competition, Yang Feng. Chinyu was a little surprised that he met him at the mission center. Was he also here to take on a mission? After all, not only students can take on tasks at this task center, but also teachers in service can do so. After all, who doesn't want to practice? You should call me Director Yang. I am the director of this mission center. How come from what you said just now, you are interested in the S-level mission of the Golden Horn Beast? Yang Feng asked with a smile. Yeah, I'm really interested. Chinyu also nodded. If you must choose, then you should pick the one with the horn. It is also best to gather 10 level 6 students together. It is best if they all have SS-level abilities. Otherwise, you will not be able to defeat this guy. This guy can use the gold element at the level 6 infancy. The probability of success is extremely low. Many students have not returned after accepting this task. Most of the time, teachers accept such tasks. You should choose some other A-level or S-level tasks. Maybe it will be easier for you to complete them. Of course, the rewards for tasks of the same level are also different. The greater the difficulty, the higher the requirements, and naturally the more you will get. Yang Feng explained. Obviously, he didn't want Chinyu to take the Golden Horn Beast task. After all, he had a very good impression of Chinyu, and he also knew something about what happened in school in the past 2 days. He still has a long life ahead of him, and sooner or later he will be in a commanding position, so there is no need to take risks now. Teacher, why must I choose the unicorn one? Isn't the star core one okay? Chinyu did not answer Yang Feng's words, but asked another question. Because it is easier to obtain a horn than a star core. If you want to obtain the star core of the Golden Horn Beast, you have to kill it, but it will often become crazier in adversity and even inspire stronger fighting power. Some teachers work together to cut off its horn to avoid trouble, and then come here to hand in the task. Although it will suffer heavy damage after its horn is damaged, the beast will often behave crazier at this time. It may even be able to break through in the middle of the battle, so there is no need to take the risk. This horn is very precious. It can be integrated with many combat uniforms. After integration, the defensive capabilities of the combat uniforms will be greatly improved. It can also be integrated with spiritual weapons and can even be used as a material for manufacturing intelligent fighters. In short, its horn has been listed as an S-level resource. If it is a bigger horn, it is estimated to be SS level. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it so far. Yang Feng told him what he knew, and seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. Yesterday, Shun Mingnan accepted the mission to obtain the Golden Horned Beast Star Core, and you came today. You won't team up with her, right? Hearing this, Qin Yu was stunned at first, but soon came to his senses. Teacher Yang was really well informed. How did he know? It seems that I guessed right. After all, I have been paying attention to you these days. Your current realm should be at the 6th realm. You have become a 6th realm warrior at your age. I don't think I will find someone like you even if I look for hundreds of years in the future. Now there is no one else except you. After Yang Feng noticed the change in Qin Yu's expression, he realized that he had guessed correctly. At the same time, he was shocked by Qin Yu's current strength, and his eyes were full of relief. You have to know that Qin Yu was only at the 3rd level at that time, and only a few days later he reached the 6th level. He was faster than all the warriors in this world. It is estimated that even if you ride a rocket, you can't catch up with his speed of improvement. The 6th realm. Some people may not be able to reach the 6th realm even if they are given 40 or 50 years. After all, if he is given the resources to practice, the current warrior's body, especially when it has not all become star veins, is unable to withstand higher-level resource energy. He can either only absorb half of it, or waste it all. There is no way. The higher the energy level contained in the cultivation resources, the greater the energy contained, and it is impossible to absorb it perfectly. Besides, even in a powerful big family, it is impossible to have high-level resources available every day. Most of them rely on the practice of starry sky martial arts, but comprehension depends on talent and is very long. Whenever he thought of this, Yang Feng would feel a little envious of Qin Yu. What kind of physical structure is this? His breakthrough is even faster than fast-forwarding a video. He really can't understand it. Chapter 72: The Sudden Appearance of the Little Fat Man. Well, my senior sister did look for me and wanted me to go hunt the golden horned beast together. I think the reward is very generous. The star cores required for the mission can not only be used to obtain the mission reward, but can also be exchanged for a second time. It is much better than the unicorn mission. Qin Yu nodded. Since he was seen through, there was no need to hide it. That's because the golden horned beast is very dangerous. In order to encourage students or teachers to complete missions, the star cores obtained after killing it could not be exchanged for a second time. But now, not only can you get rewards, but you can also exchange them for points. However, this privilege is only available for the more difficult S-level missions. Yang Feng explained to Qin Yu and reminded him, if you must choose this, you must find 10 people. Of course, more is fine. Although the rule is 10, the management is relatively loose for such a difficult task. In short, safety comes first. If you can't do it, run away. Don't be stubborn. Well, teacher, don't worry. I am very cautious and I will make sure that no golden horned beast can escape. Qin Yu obviously didn't listen much and immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Again, the defense is amazing. What does it have to do with him ignoring the defense? You kid, you're still talking nonsense here. Fine, as long as you have your own ideas, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Yang Feng smiled and patted Qin Yu's shoulder, then said a few simple words and left. However, he soon turned back and said, by the way, if you kill other beasts in the starfield, you can take its body materials. If you encounter some natural treasures on the road, you can also take them back. These can be exchanged for points, and the points are much more than those obtained in the mission. If you don't know, you can ask Shen Mingnan. Okay, teacher, I understand. Qin Yu nodded, then found the student in charge of managing tasks and asked her to handle the collection of S-level tasks. What? You want to take on the Golden Hornbeast mission? Think carefully about it, it's very dangerous. The students in charge of task management were shocked when they learned that Qin Yu was going to take on the S-level task of the Golden Hornbeast. She has been working here part-time for a while. This is the second time someone has taken on this task. The first one was Senior Shen Mingnan yesterday, and today a junior has come again. He looks very familiar, but she couldn't remember him for a moment. I will accept this task. Senior sister, please handle it for me. I still need to go back to the dormitory to practice. Qin Yu said with certainty. Okay then, but I have to tell you that this mission is very dangerous. If you regret it tomorrow, you can come to me and I can cancel the mission for you. The administrator said, and then began to operate for Qin Yu. Soon Qin Yu's name appeared on the S-level mission of the Golden Horned Beast, and also appeared on the projection in the hall. After completing all this, Qin Yu left directly. He planned to go back and practice until morning. After he left, the administrator looked at the name on the projection, seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took out his mobile phone to compare. Finally, Qin Yu's figure merged into the school forum. The junior student just now was actually Qin Yu? She exclaimed, and immediately everyone noticed the name on the screen and looked shocked. He dared to accept an S-level mission in his freshman year. In their eyes, he was undoubtedly a tough guy. And this tough guy is Qin Yu, the most famous freshman in the school. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Yu began to practice Starry Sky martial arts. Time passed and soon it was the next morning, the day I had agreed with Shun Mingnan to hunt the Golden Horned Beast. This time Qin Yu did not order any food, but went directly to the cafeteria. He and Shun Mingnan had already made an appointment to meet in the cafeteria and chat about the affairs of the Blood Ray organization. As for Yang Qingkai, he also told the other party that he would be practicing in the dormitory today and would not attend class with him. He did not call Yang Qingkai for this operation because he was a Realm 3 warrior and would be in great danger if he went there, so he decided to just lie to him. After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Shun Mingnan's figure slowly appeared, and another person appeared in Qin Yu's sight with him. It was Lu Sun, who had practiced with him yesterday. "Why are you here? Are you healed?" Qin Yu looked at Lu Sun sitting down and asked with interest. "Okay, it's just a small price to pay, otherwise I would still be lying here." Lu Sun didn't care about Qin Yu's words. He ordered a plate of wontons made with beast meat and started eating. "Qin Yu, do you want to wait a little longer? There are only 3 of us now, and I'm afraid this operation will be difficult." At this time, Shun Mingnan's voice sounded, and it was obvious that she was in a bad mood. She looked around yesterday, and except for the injured Lu Sun, no one was willing to take the risk. After all, she could understand that the Golden Horned Beast had amazing defense, and its attack power had reached the level of a 7th-order ferocious beast. It could use the gold element in its infancy, making it very difficult and tricky to deal with. In addition, the starfield is in chaos now, and the Golden Horned Beast may not be found yet. It is also possible that an 8th-level ferocious beast will appear and attack along the way. Therefore, many people are unwilling to accept the task of hunting ferocious beasts, and most of them accept the task of capturing suspects or collecting resources. So what if there are few people? You can't not go, right? Besides, your golden shield needs to be repaired urgently. Qin Yu spread his hands. It was obvious that he had no requirements for the number of people. He was absolutely confident, without any fear or worry. "You are so carefree. You are not worried at all." Shun Mingnan sighed. She did not expect this guy to be so carefree. He actually thought that 3 people were enough to hunt the dangerous Golden Horned Beast. "How about goddess? How about you take me with you?" Just when Shun Mingnan was worried, a vulgar voice suddenly sounded, instantly attracting their attention. Qin Yu quickly raised his head and saw a familiar and annoying figure appear in front of him. This figure was behind Shun Mingnan. It was none other than Yang Qingkai. After seeing Yang Qingkai, not only Qin Yu, but also Shun Mingnan and Lu Sun were stunned. Isn't this Qin Yu's follower? It seems that the realm is only at level 3. He actually still wants to go. Isn't this just courting death? However, they did not speak. Instead, they looked at Qin Yu, as if communicating with their eyes. "Are you sure you want to take this little fat guy with you?" Seeing this, Qin Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect this guy to come to the cafeteria. This is so damn annoying. Who arranged this meeting here? "Brother Yu, didn't you say you were going to practice in the dormitory? Why are you in the cafeteria? And you are going to the starfield. Why don't you take me with you? I'm very powerful." Yang Qingkai sat next to Qin Yu and put his arm on his shoulder, obviously dissatisfied with the deception this morning. "Where is the brotherhood you promised? You lied to me. I had the opportunity to perform with the goddess, but he didn't tell me and agreed to it secretly. How hateful." Chapter 73 Encounter. "You'd better not go. The starfield is in chaos right now, and this operation is very difficult and dangerous. You can't bear it." Qin Yu said, obviously not wanting him to go. "Can't stand it? Who do you think Yang Qingkai? I will go even if it's dangerous. I'll go if you go." Yang Qingkai didn't care about that. How could he waste the chance to show off next to the goddess? With Qin Yu as a strong supporter, everything will be fine. "Are you sure?" Qin Yu looked at the little fat man, as if he wanted to tell him with his eyes not to go. "Of course, I will definitely go, and I'm very capable, okay? I will definitely not hold you back." Yang Qingkai obviously didn't understand what Qin Yu meant, and immediately made a promise to Qin Yu and the other 2. Good, courageous, and spirited. After Lu Sun finished the last wonton, he slapped the table and gave Yang Chengkai a thumbs up. In his opinion, Qin Yu's little follower was really brave. Even braver than him. You know, he thought about it for a long time whether to go or not. But when he came to this little fat boy, he agreed directly. He was really brave and made him feel admired. Of course. Yang Chengkai responded without hesitation, his voice loud and firm, as if to shatter the air around him. He straightened his chest, showing an unparalleled confidence and arrogance. I, Yang Chengkai, am at least an upright man. If I don't even dare to venture into a mere starfield, how can I have the face to call myself a warrior? It's simply a laughing stock. At this moment, Yang Chengkai held his head high with his chest puffed out, like an extremely proud white swan. His sharp hawk-like eyes scanned the surroundings, as if declaring his determination and courage to everyone. The sunlight fell on him, outlining a golden outline, making him look even more heroic and majestic. Okay, just don't run away when the time comes. Seeing that this guy was already so arrogant, Qin Yu didn't know what to say and directly agreed to Yang Chengkai's joining. Upon hearing this, Yang Chengkai went straight to get a few breakfasts and asked everyone to eat together. As for Shinmingnan, she didn't eat much. She is very worried now. After all, there are not many strong ones, but there is one weak one. The possibility of this team successfully hunting has become lower. And looking at the situation, they have no choice but to go. Senior, please tell us about the Blood Ray organization so that we can pay more attention when we go to the starfield. Qin Yu said. Yeah. Hearing this, Shen Mingnan nodded, then looked at Qin Yu and others, ready to tell them what he knew about the Blood Ray organization. This organization is an evil organization that gathers a large number of warriors. Most of the people in it are desperate criminals who violate the rules of the Star Network. They not only destroy the starfield, but also often attack and kill warriors. They even use the sound waves emitted by special equipment to make the beasts in the starfield violent, so as to control them to attack and destroy the starfield's barrier. When I was training in the star domain before, I was attacked by this organization. They would attack warriors without any use and rob them of all the resources they collected in the star domain. I defeated one of them in the battle and used many tricks to get some information. In short, the realms of the people in this organization are very high, and the lowest is at the 4th realm. They are the ones who caused the chaos in the starfield during this period. Now the activity areas of all the beasts in the starfield have been disrupted, and all monitoring facilities have been destroyed. If we are unlucky, we may be attacked by level 7 or 8 beasts outside the starfield. So it's dangerous, so you still want to go? Having said that, Shen Mingnan looked at Yang Chengkai, who was sitting next to Qin Yu with her bright eyes. Obviously, she didn't want the little fat boy to go. If he went, he might drag down the three of them, and they might even be unable to protect Yang Chengkai's safety when they encounter danger. After all, the starfield is really chaotic now, and sometimes you will encounter ferocious beasts that have entered a violent state and attack like crazy, and the safety risks are really too great. Go, of course I will go, goddess. I won't hold you back, don't worry. Yang Chengkai was just thinking about showing off himself, so how could he listen to her? Okay, let's set off now. Shin Mingnan was helpless when he saw that the other party was so sure, so he immediately prepared to start the operation. Lu Sun went to the mission center first, and after completing the same mission as Qin Yu and Shin Mingnan, he met up with them at the Black Dragon specimen at the Qinglong Academy. As for Yang Chengkai, he asked for leave from his counselor. About an hour later, Qin Yu and his 3 companions arrived at the eastern district of the Kyoto Star region. The starfield is in chaos now. It is not as chaotic as before. You must be extra careful after entering. It is best to hunt ferocious beasts in the periphery. There are supply bases and garrisons in the periphery to protect you. A male officer on duty said with a serious face. Supply bases have now been established in the starfield, and most of them are located on the periphery. At the same time, warrior armies and law enforcement teams are stationed in the starfield. The purpose is to prevent ferocious beasts from destroying the starfield barrier again, and secondly to capture the evil warriors of the Blood Ray organization. In the past they wouldn't have been in so much trouble, but now the barrier of the starfield has become weaker for some reason. Even if the ferocious beasts are not violent and are not guided or controlled, they will attack the barrier from time to time. Therefore, they must prepare early to prevent such things from happening and find ways to repair the starfield barrier. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. He didn't expect the situation here to become so bad. He had a feeling that these ferocious beasts would come out sooner or later, and then there would definitely be a war between humans and the beasts, and then disaster would come to the world again. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Fuck. It's actually, Qingyu? Brother Yu, why are you here too? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Qingyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw two figures in combat uniforms appear in front of him. As they got closer, Qingyu was also startled. Wang Dali and Ma Zhaoyu. Unexpectedly, they would meet their two high school classmates in Kyoto Star region. These two people have a very good relationship with Qingyu, especially Wang Dali. They have been desk mates and best friends in high school. Qingyu was surprised and happy to see them appear. You know, he always thought that they would never see each other again after going to college. Zhaoyu, I told you that this guy looks a lot like Brother Yu, but you didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? Wang Dali gave Qingyu a bear hug with his fat body. His eyes were filled with joy when he saw his good brother again. Yes, I believe it. Brother Yu, are you okay now? Ma Zhaoyu also hugged Qingyu and was equally happy and even a little excited. Very good. I'm going to Qinglong Academy as I wished. What about you? Qingyu asked, patting the two of them with a smile. Qinglong Academy? Brother Yu, you still like to show off. We are both in Kyoto Wuhan University. I would have come to play with you earlier. Wang Dali was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Qingyu actually went to Qinglong Academy. He was happy for Qingyu. Although he knew that Qingyu was showing off, he was not angry or jealous at all. Ma Zhaoyu felt the same way. He was very happy that Qingyu was studying at Qinglong Academy. After all, he was able to go to Kyoto Wuda University because of Qingyu. If it weren't for Qingyu, he would have no chance to go to Kyoto Wuda University. Who are these three? After the three of them sat together and chatted for a while, Wang Dali slowly turned his gaze to Shen Mingnan and the other three. When his eyes fell on Shen Mingnan, he seemed to be cast under a spell, staring at her straight, even a little obsessed and unable to extricate himself. Shen Mingnan, who was in front of him, had a strong and heroic figure and exuded a unique charm in her every move. Her delicate face, eyebrows, and eyes were like paintings, and her eyes seemed to contain a myriad of charms. And her graceful figure was perfect, with exquisite curves that made people fall in love with her. What kind of woman is this? Wang Dali was amazed in his heart. At the same time, Wang Dali's eyes also swept over Lu Sun standing aside. However, the moment he looked into Lu Sun's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. A chill went up his spine, and he actually felt a little bit of fear in his heart. It turned out that in Wang Dali's eyes, Lu Sun was just like a living skeleton. His skinny body was wrapped in black clothes, and he wore a black hat on his head, revealing only a face as pale as paper. He looked extremely eerie and terrifying, which was really creepy. Finally, Wang Dali's eyes fell on Yang Chengkai again. Compared with the previous two, Yang Chengkai gave him a much better feeling. After all, they both looked like chubby little fat guys with similar body shapes, which inexplicably made Wang Dali feel a sense of familiarity. This beautiful girl is my junior schoolmate, Shen Mingnan. This skinny guy is also my junior schoolmate, Lu Sun. This one is Yang Chengkai, who is also my freshman and my good friend. Qingyu introduced the two people with a smile. Hello, hello. Upon hearing this, the two of them greeted each other. Shen Mingnan and others responded, and soon they started chatting. I learned that Wang Dali and Ma Zhaoyu came here to gain practical experience and took on some simple tasks by the way, preparing to complete the tasks within the starfield. In that case, Brother Yu, let's go together. I was quite worried at first, but when I saw you, I felt relieved. Wang Dali said without hesitation. Ma Zhaoyu also nodded desperately. He didn't know why, but when he saw Qingyu, he felt that everything was as stable as an old dog. Shen Mingnan and Lu Sun did not refuse this, so they decided to go together. Anyway, we already have one Yang Chengkai, so two more won't make a difference. Just like that, two more level 5 Realm 2 warriors joined the team of 4. There is no way. This is the gap between the levels of students in other universities and the 4 major palaces. After talking to the male officer for a few words, the 5 people entered the starfield gate.